This seemingly exquisite replica of the imperial seal of China, upon grasping it, evokes a profound sense of overwhelming emotion within me. When I grasped it, I felt an overwhelming surge of a formidable, unfathomable essence. Upon consulting the relevant materials, it has come to my attention that this is, astonishingly, a relic of Qin Shi Huang. It is essential to recognize that a transformation has occurred in the world we inhabit. The souls that slumber within antique artifacts have begun to awaken. Those who possess treasures, if acknowledged by them, one would thus attain formidable reality, while the terrifying energy within the jade seal convinces me beyond doubt. The terrifying energy contained within the jade seal instills in me a profound conviction. The essence of the first emperor resides within. I hurriedly shared this delightful news with my girlfriend. However, the following day, what awaited was a group of fierce and menacing individuals, witnessing my girlfriend nestled in the embrace of another, beholding a beloved nestled in another's embrace. I am acutely aware that I have been betrayed. Yet, I've been unable to unravel the true power of the jade seal. In the presence of numerous individuals who have attained spiritual strength, as an ordinary individual, I possess no semblance of resistance. In the final moment of demise, I tightly shut my eyes. In the final moment of demise, I tightly closed my eyes, yet the anticipated anguish did not arrive as expected. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself outside a magnificent golden dragon palace. Instinctively, I approached the palace when suddenly a brilliant beam of golden light surged toward me. In the next moment, the once grand and majestic palace transformed into a desolate mountain shrouded in snow and mist. Surrounding it was a vast sea of snow, and upon witnessing this scene, I could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Upon witnessing this scene, I felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Who are you? Are you the first emperor? Why have you come to my rescue? At that moment, the towering peak before me suddenly collapsed, revealing a dragon of immense proportions. A dragon of immense stature glides through the tempestuous thunder, navigating the icy, dense fog with unbridled audacity, unperturbed by the slumber of its sovereign. You are feeble, unworthy to awaken, my lord. This voice is suffused with boundless severity. I bravely endure both fear and ecstasy, for I comprehend that this is the guardian spirit, the protector enshrined within the imperial seal. Since the one who saved me is my guardian spirit, why do I lack the right to awaken him? And who are you? The black absolute dragon fell silent for a moment before transforming into a figure, accompanied by an endless cascade of snow and thunder, as vast waves of snow surged tumultuously. Soon, a figure clad in ancient battle armor, resembling a deity of war, appeared before me. I am Li Xin of the Great Qin. How is this possible? Could it be that within the imperial seal lies not only the slumbering figure of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? There are renowned generals from the Qin dynasty and illustrious figures etched in ancient history, who have transformed into black dragons, guarding the slumber of the first emperor through the ages. In other words, as long as one's strength is formidable enough, my guardian spirit shall embody the entire Qin dynasty. Upon contemplating this, I swallowed with a slight difficulty. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze with unwavering determination towards Li Xin. Do you wish to become my sole companion? To battle alongside me in the new era? Li Xin's icy eyes remained unchanged. Li Xinbing's gaze remains unchanged. A hoarse voice resounds once more. You are not worthy. I am not the least bit afraid. I coldly met his gaze and declared, the imperial seal recognizes my worthiness to enter this place. How can I possibly be deemed unqualified? I understand that should fear arise at this moment, the opportunity to become a spirit master will be forfeited. Li Xinyu's captivating gaze flickered momentarily before she continued. Tell me, what are your intentions? The words resonated with such authority that they struck me like a thunderclap, causing a painful ache in my head and compelling me to kneel upon the ground, teetering on the brink of collapse. Vivid images of various moments from life flicker through my mind like a revolving lantern. I suddenly raised my head, my eyes ablaze with a terrifying brilliance, and roared loudly. Desiring to unify the world and have all beings submit to me, I yearn to proclaim my supremacy throughout eternity. Excellent, exuding a formidable presence akin to that of the first emperor. Li Xian let out a wild laugh, transforming into a torrent of snow and mist that enveloped my being. Subsequently, the relentless snow engulfed me from all directions, and the terrifying force of the ninth dimension left me in a state of utter bewilderment. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself in the confines of my bedroom. Upon picking up my phone, I discovered that it was precisely 10 days prior to the world's transformation. Subsequently, I silently murmured the name Li Xian. Subsequently, I silently uttered the name Li Xian in my heart. Then a deep, hoarse voice resounded, "My lord, what is it?" Upon receiving the response, an overwhelming joy enveloped me at that very moment. I found myself questioning whether I had merely been ensnared in a fleeting dream. "Your Majesty, in your current state of weakness, you are unable to endure my descent into the mortal realm. The stronger you become, the more powerful I shall grow. Thus, from this day forth, you must daily endure the refining of your body in the abyss of 9 hells." As soon as the words were spoken, a pain akin to the agony of crushed bones and scattered ashes descended, persisting for a full hour before finally abating. However, I can distinctly feel that I have become considerably slimmer, while my physique has strengthened significantly. I then rose and gradually approached the window, gazing down at the bustling city below, alive with the incessant flow of traffic. I couldn't help but think of my girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. I devoted all my efforts to her, only to be met with a painful betrayal in the end. At that moment, a message from Lu Ruyan arrived. "Yuan Yu, feeling melancholic, went out with my close friend for a leisurely stroll, not intending to return soon." I typed back with a hint of resentment, inquiring if there were any boys around, and wondered if your male best friend would be joining as well. "He is merely my close friend. Am I not entitled to my own personal space? Yuan Yu, how have you become so selfish?" I smirked coldly as I continued to type. "All right, enjoy yourselves." With that, I turn off my phone. In 10 days, a global transformation will descend upon us. During this time, I must refine my body to the extent that I can summon a guardian spirit. Subsequently, I cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated abode in which I found myself. Perhaps it is time for a change of scenery. The very purpose of striving for strength is to revel in the pursuit of an exquisite existence, is it not? Upon contemplating this, I promptly accessed the online lending platform and, after a series of operations, successfully secured a loan exceeding 71 million. I then proceeded to the largest pigeon shop in the city, where I directly secured a comprehensive suite for a month. This scene was just witnessed by Lu Ruyan, who had emerged from the pigeon shop. Could that be Yuan Yu? How could it be? Where would he have come from to visit such an establishment? Beside Lu Ruyan, her 2 close friends also ignited the flames of gossip, questioning whether her ATM boyfriend was secretly hoarding a hidden stash. "Ruyan, your methods of training your boyfriend seem rather lacking," they teased. "Just wait until I leave." Lu Ruyan approached the front desk to inquire. "Are you referring to Mr. Yuan? He has booked our entire suite, expending 300,000 in one go. Could it be that the 3 ladies are acquainted with Mr. Yuan?" Upon hearing the words from the front desk, Lu Ruyan was utterly taken aback. At this moment, she conceived a bold thought. Could it be that the enigmatic figure of the metaverse is a concealed scion of wealth, withholding this information to assess her materialistic tendencies? Upon envisioning a future filled with affluence and prosperity, she was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and promptly dialed my number. On the other end, I casually inquired after the connection was established, "Is there something you need?" If there was nothing of importance, I would hang up as I was preoccupied. Lu Ruyan, upon witnessing my demeanor, was on the verge of losing her temper. However, upon reflecting on my privileged background, I swiftly adjusted my demeanor. "Yuan Yu, I am merely concerned for your well-being. Are you encountering any difficulties that you find hard to express? Over the years, I have diligently saved your salary for you. Should you require it, I can promptly transfer the funds to you." Upon hearing her words, I was taken aback. Is Lu Ruyan secretly perusing the script, or has her mind simply gone awry? Despite the apparent discrepancy, I responded, "Is that so? Then please turn it around, as I find myself in need of some funds for circulation." With that, I promptly ended the call. Lu Ruyan gazed at the disconnected phone, not feeling anger, but rather an exhilarating thrill. My unusual demeanor only served to further affirm her suspicions. Then she began to worry once more. The total of her salary over the years, amounting to over 500,000, had long been spent. After a moment of contemplation, she considered high-interest loans, believing that once she became a member of the affluent elite, the sum of 500,000 would be a trivial matter. She resolved to take out a loan and transfer the funds to me. Upon receiving the transfer notification, I was somewhat perplexed. However, I did not dwell on such matters. My primary focus remains on swiftly fortifying my physique. Time swiftly arrived at the 10th day, and by this point, I had completely adapted to enduring the 9 measures of Lin Xinyu. Upon realizing that only 2 hours remained until the global transformation, I couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. At that moment, a call from the debt collection agency came through. Yuan Yu, it is already 11 o'clock. The total amount, including principal and interest, is 2 million. Do you not intend to repay it? You have a girlfriend named Lu Ruyan, correct? She has also borrowed 500,000, including interest. It amounts to 3 million. If you wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents concerning your girlfriend, it would be prudent to repay the debt promptly. I was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Lu Ruyan had not sought me out these past few days. It turns out she's been apprehended. At this moment, a pitiful voice from the other end of the line, belonging to Lu Ruyan, incessantly pleaded for my assistance to rescue her. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, I shall be over shortly, and without waiting for a response from the other party, I promptly ended the call. I arrived at the location with merely 10 minutes remaining before the transformation. Upon entering, one immediately beheld Lu Ruyan, disheveled and kneeling upon the ground, evidently having endured some peculiar treatment. Upon seeing me, she wept sorrowfully and said, Yuan Yu, I had no other choice. If I did not act this way, he would have harmed me. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? At this juncture, she still does not forget to exhibit her essence of a white lotus. Gazing upon her pitiable appearance, I am overwhelmed with a sense of disgust and nausea. At this moment, the leader stepped forward and remarked, I have heard from your girlfriend that you are a wealthy, second-generation heir. If that is indeed the case, why not spend 5 million of your own to secure your life? I paid no heed to his words as I approached the edge of the rooftop, my steps unwavering. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, I raised my head to behold the moon, which was beginning to undergo a transformation. I glanced at the time. It was 11:59. Brother Ba, how about you all enjoy a splendid performance? Upon hearing this, Jade furrowed his brow and said, do not engage in tricks with L. I have over a dozen subordinates here, and there are hundreds more downstairs. Even the great king cannot escape from my grasp, especially considering your little girlfriend is here. I merely smiled and chose to ignore him. Instead, he spread his arms wide. At that moment, the clock struck midnight, and the temperature in the air plummeted swiftly. Simultaneously, the arrival of snow and moonlight enveloped the earth in an endless, penetrating luminescence of snow. My snow liquid has begun to boil, and my bloodshot eyes gaze at Gaozu. Let's step outside for some fresh air. Upon witnessing my appearance, he was so startled that he lost his composure. What on earth is this? Let me confront him with fervor. The other underlings were roused from their slumber by Brother Ba's call, and they swiftly drew their firearms, unleashing a flurry of gunfire. I coldly remarked without a glance, Lin Xinyu has dealt with them now. Behold our master. Why not kneel and receive your punishment? Lin Xinyi's commanding voice rang out, and in an instant, the terrifying aura rendered everyone powerless, collapsing to the ground. I approached Jade slowly and said, Little Jade, I present you with 2 choices. 1 is 3. Master Yuan, I choose 2. You may command me to toil like an ox or a horse, and I shall comply. Not bad at all, you have learned to respond quickly. Satisfied, I made my way towards the staircase. I have an affinity for straightforward individuals. I will take care of everything here and arrange for a room, as I need to freshen up. Then I gestured towards the astonished Lu Ruyan beside me, instructing them to confine this woman. Properly hunger would suffice. After these tasks were completed, they were to come and see me. With that, I vanished from the rooftop, and Lin Xinyu's imposing figure subsequently returned to the imperial seal of the realm. Upon my departure, Jigu immediately rose and shouted, Did you not hear Lord Yuan's words? Hurry and prepare the most luxurious room for Lord Yuan, and confine this woman to await his judgment. You cannot behave in such a manner. I am Yuan Yu's girlfriend. If you dare to treat me this way, Yuan Yu will not hesitate to take action against you. With a cold chuckle, my brother remarked, How could he fail to perceive that this Lu Ruyan is merely a sycophantic white lotus, a green tea seeking to curry favor. It seems that the world has indeed changed, however. Following Master Yuan appears to be quite satisfactory, Li Go muttered. He cast a fierce glance at the group of stunned subordinates and shouted, "Why are you not promptly tidying yourselves up to stand guard outside? If you continue to appear in such a disheveled manner, do not blame me for being impolite. You will tarnish Master Yuan's eyes." An hour later, Brother Jiao, accompanied by his numerous subordinates, knelt before me with utmost reverence. "Little Lu, you have witnessed the recent events, and I shall not conceal the truth from you. From this day forth, a global metamorphosis has commenced, leading to a tumultuous world order and the advent of chaos. How do you intend to navigate this upheaval?" I cast a calm gaze upon Brother Ji, who, displaying a quick wit, promptly exclaimed, "Of course, I shall align myself with you. Wherever you direct me, be it south or not north, I shall follow with unwavering resolve. Remember, I utterly despise traitors. Those who betray me shall find themselves in a state where survival is unattainable and their desires remain unfulfilled." The timid one dare not, and Brother Lu hurriedly knelt down once more in reverence. "Let today's encounter with my summoned guardian spirit remain a secret. I prefer not to reveal my identity for the time being." Upon hearing this, Jide raised his head in disbelief and gazed at me. "Master Yuan, they have been by my side for many years, through thick and thin, and I assure you, they are utterly trustworthy. They will not reveal your identity. I implore you to spare their lives." "Certainly, but should the events of this night be divulged, I shall hold you accountable, regardless of who it may be." I respond nonchalantly, having traversed through 10 years of previous lives, fully comprehending the harshness of tumultuous times. A moment of weakness will only sow the seeds of endless troubles to come. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao fell silent, uncertain if among his subordinates there lay any undercover agents from rival factions. After a moment of contemplation, a fierce glint flashed in Brother Ba's eyes. "Rest assured, Master Yuan, I know what must be done." I nodded and gazed out the window, sensing that at this very moment, numerous formidable forces must have also awakened their guardian spirits. Some ancient clans have long been aware of certain truths regarding souls and have mastered the essence of some protective spirits. I then commanded once more that starting tomorrow, you should send your subordinates to seek out antiquities, whether through theft or plunder, and capture both the artifacts and their owners to await my judgment. Seeing the perplexed expression on Jide's face, I proceeded to elucidate the matter pertaining to the spirit conjurers to him. After a brief interlude of approximately 10 minutes, Lu Gu regained his composure, yet he still bore an expression of disbelief. Had he not witnessed my extraordinary abilities with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly implausible to accept such fantastical claims. Furthermore, it is essential to amass a substantial supply of materials and everyday essentials, along with large pickup trucks, off-road vehicles, and an ample arsenal of formidable weaponry. As commanded, the respectful Daoge replied with utmost reverence. "Prepare yourself. In a month's time, I shall be the sole sovereign of this grand city of Qian." Upon hearing this, Dao Ge was filled with immense joy, yet a sense of concern crept in as he spoke. "Master Yuan, the Yuan family, another faction, is not much different from us. Could it be that others might take advantage of our situation and reap the benefits?" Upon hearing the name Yuan family, I clenched my fist tightly. In my previous life, Lu Rian divulged the matter of the imperial seal to the Yuan family, which ultimately led to my pursuit and demise. I shall take matters into my own hands regarding the Yuan family. Upon witnessing the intensity of my gaze, Jide refrained from further inquiries, taking his leave to assign tasks to his subordinates. Within a few days, he apprehended 10 individuals wielding ancient artifacts. However, regrettably, only 3 of these proved to be of any value. The first is a laborer toiling at a construction site. The second individual is a university student. The third individual, clad in a tailored suit and sporting a slick-back hairstyle, is clearly an executive of considerable stature. I will be direct and straightforward, presenting you with 2 choices: submit to me or face the consequences. Certainly, I shall not allow you to submit without recompense. I will grant you a monthly salary of 100,000, ensuring that you hold a prominent position even amidst the chaos of tumultuous times. Upon hearing my words, the eyes of the workers and students instantly sparkled with enthusiasm, and without a moment's hesitation, they readily agreed. Yet the man in the suit displayed an air of disdain, a wave of spiritual energy emanating from him. He likely did not anticipate that I had already awakened to soul level 9. Now, I present you with an opportunity to rephrase your words otherwise. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Casting a cold smile at the arrogant suit-clad gentleman, I prepared for what was to come. I let out a cold chuckle upon gazing at the arrogant man in the suit. This scene infuriated him utterly. "Come forth, guardian spirit," he summoned, and then a warrior clad in azure armor burst forth. Subsequently, a warrior clad in azure armor burst forth. Kaisu they have. I remained motionless on the sofa, an insignificant pawn, overshadowed by the fame of the basketball player. With a mere glance, I discerned that he possessed a lowly, grade spirit. In an instant, I appeared before the man in the suit. With a single blow, he shattered his jaw. Before the suited man could comprehend the situation, he lost his breath, and Kaisu faded away as a result of his master's demise. Once I resolved the matter, I turned to face the remaining two individuals. To the disobedient man in the suit, your fate awaits you. The spirit wielders possess varying degrees of strength in my eyes. You are no different from ordinary people. Take them away and continue the search for antiquities without interruption. Additionally, keep an eye on an individual named Hua Yuan. Please ensure that any information regarding him is communicated to me without delay. 5 years after the descent of the guardian spirit from a previous life, the situation that had gradually stabilized. Chapter 13. The beginning of revenge. Qin Ming reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, dense smoke billowing from his mouth. "Bring him in, for he is indeed my esteemed leader," he chuckled softly. Observing Qin Ming's cold smirk, Brother Dao and Xiao Jiu involuntarily shivered, sensing an impending tragedy for Yikong. Before long, a bewildered Yikong was ushered into the room. His eyes widened in shock upon seeing Brother Dao, and he hurriedly bowed with utmost reverence. "Brother Dao, I merely intended to cripple a little brat's leg. How could this have summoned your presence?" Brother Dao was a figure of significant stature, a person whose mere stamp of a foot could rattle the entire city of Daqian. He was beyond the reach of someone as inconsequential as Yikong. Simultaneously, a flicker of delight surged within Yikong. Should he successfully align himself with Brother Dao, his future would soar to unprecedented heights, rendering any mundane job utterly irrelevant. Brother Dao cast a cold glance at the sycophantic Yikong, finding the obsequiousness nauseating. He would never stoop to such disgraceful behavior. "Open your eyes and behold who stands before you," Brother Dao barked, his voice laced with authority, his scarred visage inciting dread in Yikong. It was only then that Yikong noticed a young man exhaling smoke, languidly draped over the black leather sofa. Those pale, ethereal eyes pierced through the haze like the cold depths of a cavern. "You are Qin Ming?" Yikong stammered, uncertainty lacing his words. The Qin Ming before him, though unchanged in appearance, radiated an aura and presence that had transformed drastically. The mere fact that Qin Ming appeared in the company of the formidable brother Dao left Yikong in disbelief. "Yikong, it has been a long time." Qin Ming spoke slowly, his tone devoid of warmth. "It truly is you. How is this possible? When did you become associated with Brother Dao? You were merely a penniless wretch. What right do you have to be here?" Yikong exclaimed, his eyes widening as disdain for the former Qin Ming spilled forth. In his view, Qin Ming, despite his handsome looks, was nothing but a worthless young man, meant to be exploited for labor while others claimed the glory. Ultimately, the toil of the young man was of no concern to him. Daring to speak disrespectfully to Lord Qin is tantamount to courting death. Brother Dao's expression darkened, rage igniting within him as he delivered a fierce kick to Yikong's knee. Crack! The anguished cries of Yikong echoed through the room as his knee shattered under Brother Dao's blow, blood gushing forth as he writhed on the floor in torment. Qin Ming sat up, calmly observing the scene, before issuing a command. "Xiao Dao, bring him over." At that moment, an ancient dagger appeared in Qin Ming's hand, which he scrutinized with great interest. Noticing this, Brother Dao shifted his gaze to Long Air, who understood the unspoken command. With a powerful grip, Long Air seized Yikong by the neck, dragging him before Qin Ming's coffee table. He slammed Yikong down with a forceful thud, rendering any struggle or cries futile. Yikong's contorted face turned towards the approaching Qin Ming, trembling in terror. Qin Ming, I have wronged you. I should not have offended you, nor oppressed you, nor been cruelly acerbic towards you. I deserve punishment, I truly do. I beseech you, spare me. Kong felt the palpable murderous intent emanating from Qin Ming. Those dark eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. Kong was utterly convinced that Qin Ming would end his life, without a doubt. A frigid smile crept upon Qin Ming's lips as memories of his past life flashed through his mind. Why was his existence so wretched, devoid of parents, friends, and perpetually marginalized and bullied? Even having gained admission to university through sheer merit and securing a respectable job, he remained ensnared in the clutches of oppression and humiliation. In this moment, Qin Ming's heart brimmed with an insatiable desire for vengeance. He slowly grasped the struggling Kang's arm, forcefully slamming it onto the coffee table. Do you remember when I first joined the company, and you ordered me to fetch you coffee? Just because the flavor was not to your liking, you hurled the scalding beverage onto my palm. Qin Ming spoke in a monotone, devoid of expression. Kong, with his hand pinned to the table, begged incessantly, his heart aflame with dread, even to the point of losing control of his bladder. There is no need to fear. Take your time, you shan't perish so swiftly. Qin Ming spoke calmly, pressing down on Kang's palm with his left hand while brandishing an ancient blade with his right. The sharp edge sliced into Kang's skin, instantly opening a gash. Overcome with pain and terror, Kong thrashed wildly. The Blade Brother, witnessing this, seized his head and redirected his gaze towards his own arm. Qin Ming smiled faintly, methodically slicing through his flesh, severing tendons, and peeling away layers of skin and sinew until only bloodied bones remained. After 10 minutes, the coffee table was littered with remnants of flesh, the ground stained crimson with blood. Kong, initially rendered unconscious by the pain, was kept conscious by Qin Ming's spiritual influence. Xiao Jiu, unable to bear the gruesome scene, fled to the restroom to vomit. Even the cold-blooded Blade Brother frowned deeply, growing increasingly wary and fearful of Qin Ming. He was a madman, utterly deranged. Qin Ming, unfazed by the thoughts of others, withdrew his spiritual influence, causing the pallid Kong to lose consciousness. Wiping the blade with a tissue, he leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke before calmly stating, "He must not die. Find the finest doctor to heal him. While he is being treated, proceed with my method and remove the remaining limbs. Once he has recovered, cast him out onto the streets to fend for himself. His family will surely worry. Let us send them on their way early to spare them the anguish." The Blade Brother shivered inexplicably and turned to Long Air. "Do you understand? You will take care of this." Long Air nodded and, like dragging a dead dog, pulled the unconscious Kong away. Observing Qin Ming's tranquil demeanor, the Blade Brother felt a creeping fear. Murder is but a trifling task, yet Qin Ming chose the most brutal method to render Kang's existence a living hell. "Xiao Dao, at your service." The Blade Brother hastily donned a sycophantic smile, addressing Qin Ming with utmost reverence. The quest for ancient artifacts persists unabated. Moreover, have you ever heard of a person named Hua Yuan? Qin Ming suddenly inquired. Brother Dao was momentarily taken aback, deep in contemplation. Before long, a look of delight graced his face, and he eagerly turned to Qin Ming. "Master Qin, is Hua Yuan a doctor? Oh, are you aware of his whereabouts?" According to the memories from a past life, 5 years after the era of guardian spirits, artificial spirit manipulators emerged, ultimately revealing that everything was orchestrated by Hua Yuan. Codenamed Ghost Hand, the guardian spirit he awakened was none other than the legendary divine physician, Hua Ta, an extraordinarily formidable presence. With techniques that transcended understanding, augmented by the powers of the soul, his medical skills reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Capable even of mending damaged souls and creating miraculous elixirs to enhance the strength of guardian spirits, or temporarily amplifying their powers manifold. As per Qin Ming's recollections from his previous life, Ghost Hand Hua Yuan only rose to fame 5 years after the era of guardian spirits, becoming known to the world. He served a fearsome organization called the Spirit Suppression Pavilion. Chapter 14 at the headquarters of the Zhenling Pavilion, an organization of terrifying antiquity, Its existence spans countless ages. In the entirety of Huaxia, it stands as a formidable entity, rivaling even the main headquarters. Within the Jinling Pavilion, there exists a plethora of powerful spirit tamers, including individuals like Qin Ming, who possesses a unique physique capable of commanding multiple guardian spirits. The Lord of the Jinling Pavilion is a mysterious and formidable figure, rumored to command an SSS-level Imperial Guardian Spirit of the 12th tier. The dread that this individual inspires is immense, rendering even someone of Li Xian's caliber insignificant in comparison. Moreover, it is said that Huayuan awakened his guardian spirit shortly after the global anomalies commenced and was subsequently subdued by the Jinling Pavilion, serving them ever since. Alongside the infamous Ghost Hand is a divine physician named Bian Lian, a woman who has awakened the ancient healer Bian Kei's spirit. She serves the main headquarters, and it is rumored that she has long awakened her guardian spirit, diligently aiding the organization. Thus, despite his infatuation with Bian Lian, Qin Ming feels powerless. He does not believe that his current strength is sufficient to challenge the headquarters. The power of the headquarters has been unfathomable even before the era of guardian spirits. Even a mysterious and mighty organization like the Jinling Pavilion strives to avoid conflict with the headquarters. At this moment, Brother Dao's face was alight with joy as he spoke. You see, Huayuan is the chief physician at a private hospital under my Tian Khan group. Given his credentials and abilities, he could have long since become the director. But his proud nature has allowed him to remain merely a chief physician, which is a stroke of luck in itself. Qin Ming nodded, indifferent to Huayuan's circumstances. He merely requires this individual. Have someone keep an eye on him. In due time, I shall meet with him personally. After issuing this command, he rose to leave Beijing, and Brother Dao and the others respectfully saw him off, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. So terrifying, he muttered. Though young, his methods are incredibly ruthless. Long sighed softly, still feeling a lingering dread. Precisely for this reason, Master Qin is worthy of our allegiance. The chaotic times have arrived, and the world has changed. Brother Dao lamented, understanding that this era is no longer one of wielding guns and knives, but rather an age of spirit tamers. He then glanced at the severely damaged 6th floor, offering a rueful smile as he hurriedly dispatched workers for renovations. As Qin Ming walked alone on his way back, he came to a corner and paused. The number of pedestrians around him gradually dwindled until the street was devoid of life. The atmosphere was eerily silent. At this moment, it was midday, a time that should have been bustling with activity, yet it was utterly deserted. Qin Ming turned, casting a glance back down the street, his eyes flashing with a hint of derision as he spoke softly, "Come forth, you sneaky ones." Before long, an eerie fog enveloped the corner where he stood, followed by the sound of footsteps emerging from the mist. With his hands in his pockets, Qin Ming remained still and awaited their arrival. Moments later, 2 figures clad in black tactical attire appeared, one in front of the other, effectively cornering Qin Ming. Qin Ming, age 28, orphaned, a university graduate. An ordinary employee, am I correct? As the figure approached, his true visage was revealed, a middle-aged man with a square face. His voice was deep and resonant, and his gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on Qin Ming. Indeed, you put in some effort. Is there a matter at hand? Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. You were once an ordinary employee, yet you have suddenly ascended to become the esteemed guest of Brother Dao from the Tian Khan group in Daqian City. Care to elucidate? The recent extraordinary battle at Beijing's lower levels. What about that? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, observing Qin Ming's calm demeanor, a sense of unease stirring within him. Behind Qin Ming, a young man spoke coldly. Xiao Team, why waste words on him? This ordinary individual, now suddenly a spirit master with formidable power, is reckless and poses a danger. We should apprehend him and take him back to headquarters so he understands that there are greater forces beyond him. Qin Ming cast a sidelong glance at the young man before turning back to the middle-aged man. According to his memories from a past life, this man was Gong's son Xiao, the spirit master leader dispatched by headquarters to Daqian City, tasked with managing uncontrollable civilian spirit masters. He possessed considerable strength, though regrettably, he would meet his demise during the soul demon turmoil 5 years hence. As for the young man, Qin Ming had no recollection of him, merely an insignificant pawn. Gongsun Shao remained undeterred, his gaze fixated on Qin Ming without the slightest hint of relaxation. In recent days, he had dealt with 8 incidents involving spirit masters, aware that those who suddenly gained such immense power were rarely simple or easy to confront. Observing Gongsun Zhao's silence, Qin Ming took the initiative to speak. "I have some inquiries. Might Team Shao indulge my curiosity?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Zhao's brow furrowed deeply as he cautiously replied, "You seem rather unfazed by our identities. What do you know?" He gestured for the young man behind Qin Ming to refrain from acting rashly and turned his attention back to Qin Ming. "What if we exchanged information? Let us hear it." Qin Ming responded with an air of calmness that only heightened Gongsun Zhao's wariness. "It seems you awakened your guardian spirit ahead of time. Was it due to the divine physician Bian Lian? Or does headquarters already possess knowledge of how to awaken guardian spirits, perhaps even anticipating the global anomalies?" The moment Qin Ming spoke, both Gongsun Shao and the young man behind him were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Qin Ming was far too knowledgeable, far from an ordinary person who had merely awakened his guardian spirit. Gongsun Shao meticulously reviewed the information he held about Qin Ming in his memory, realizing that there had been no anomalies until 10 days prior to the onset of the disturbances, when Qin Ming exhibited significant irregularities. It was precisely this that had drawn Gongsun Shao's attention. "Who informed you of all this? Cooperate with me, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind." Gongsun Shao took a deep breath, his aura surging, the vast silhouette behind him flickering in and out of visibility. "Enough, this is pointless. Step aside. I have no desire to clash with headquarters." A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Ming's face. Gongsun Shao had no intention of divulging anything, rendering his efforts futile. As for eliminating the spirit masters of headquarters, it was not that he lacked the courage, but rather that the time was not yet ripe. He had no desire to be thrust into the spotlight amidst the relentless pursuit from headquarters. "This is beyond your control." Suddenly, the young man behind Qin Ming sprang into action, a colossal shadow materializing, an E-grade 4th-tier spirit, brandishing a spear as he charged towards Qin Ming. Gongsun Zhao's expression changed dramatically, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. He too wished to witness the composure of the young man before him, to discern the source of his confidence. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, a look of resignation flashing across his face. The immense figure surged forward, the spears swirling with a tempestuous wind, and in an instant, dust and debris were sent flying. Qin Ming abruptly pivoted, his gaze emanating a faint crimson glow. He crouched slightly, and, under Gongsun Zhao's puzzled stare, his foot unleashed a terrifying force, causing the asphalt ground to explode with a resounding crack, creating a crater of 1 meter in diameter. Bloodlight surged from Qin Ming's right hand, enveloping him in a crimson aura, his speed so swift that he left trails of afterimages in his wake, as he brushed past the giant shadow, advancing towards the young spirit master. The greatest vulnerability of a spirit master has always been their corporeal form. No matter how powerful they may become, they cannot surpass the strength of their guardian spirit. This is a truth gleaned from Qin Ming's experiences in the Age of Guardian Spirits. The young man's expression shifted slightly as he summoned his guardian spirit to shield him at an astonishing speed. Chapter 15. Old classmates. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Ming's lips curled into a disdainful smile. With his current prowess, he could readily contend with ordinary spirit masters without even resorting to Li Xian. The brilliance of his fist descended upon the unprepared young man's guardian spirit, striking it with tremendous force that sent him soaring several dozen meters, shattering a residential building in the process. Almost immediately, amidst the young man's eyes filled with terror, Qin Ming materialized before him, his blood-tinged arm clasping the young man's throat, lifting him high into the air. As he observed the guardian spirit rushing in once more, Qin Ming's voice turned icy. "Approach any closer, and I shall slay your master." Upon hearing this, the guardian spirit exhibited a moment of hesitation, deterred from advancing further. At this juncture, Gongsun Shao stood frozen, disbelief and shock etched across his features. The magnitude of Qin Ming's strength shattered his worldview. The ease with which he subdued Lu Feng without even employing a guardian spirit was unfathomable. Even he himself could not achieve such a feat. Gongsun Shao muttered to himself, his body bristling with unease as he felt the immense pressure emanating from Qin Ming. Gongsun Shao, I have no intention of opposing the headquarters. If you choose not to answer my inquiries, that is acceptable. However, do not provoke me, lest you suffer my wrath. Qin Ming snorted dismissively, his right hand grasping Lu Feng and slamming him down, kicking up a cloud of dust as Lu Feng lost consciousness. With Lu Feng's awareness fading, his guardian spirit vanished into the ether. Gongsun Shao gazed at Qin Ming, whose eyes had returned to normal and whose presence dissipated within moments. Remaining motionless for an extended period, had such a formidable spirit master truly emerged? Qin Ming, what a terrifying young man. As Gongsun Zhao's aura settled, he resolved not to pursue further. After all, Qin Ming had not even summoned his guardian spirit. It was quite probable that he would be unable to contend with him. Were it not for his concern regarding the headquarters' reputation, Lu Feng might well have lost his life. He approached Lu Feng, lifting him up with a heavy sigh. If the headquarters were to dispatch powerful spirit masters to suppress Qin Ming, it would be an exercise in futility. Clearly, Qin Ming bore no malice towards the headquarters. A different approach would be necessary. Gongsun Shao shook his head and vanished into the alleyway. Before long, the fog lifted, leaving behind a landscape of ruins that stirred up considerable uproar. The internet exploded with speculation regarding yet another supernatural event. However, these videos and images soon vanished from the online sphere, and the trending topics quickly faded, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Upon returning to the Qianlin Hotel, Qin Ming noticed several shadowy figures loitering at the entrance. As they spotted Qin Ming approaching, they instantly surrounded him, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Ah, young Master Qin has returned. Is it truly you? Qin Ming, you've struck it rich. Why haven't you reached out to your old pals? Have you forgotten us now that you've hit the jackpot? That's rather ungracious of you. It doesn't suit your character at all. Indeed, we are your university roommates. Among the entire cohort, you were the most generous, never refusing a request for assistance, and never taking offense at borrowing your belongings. Qin Ming frowned slightly as he regarded the 5 individuals encircling him, along with a young man clad in security attire. They were all his university classmates and roommates. As he observed their sycophantic expressions, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. He bore the brunt of all the menial and laborious tasks in the dormitory, treating his belongings as if they were communal, while they never bothered to ask for his consent. Qin Ming had previously resisted, only to be met with a barrage of ridicule and scorn, branded as petty. Even numerous infractions within the dormitory were unfairly attributed to him. Consequently, he faced several disciplinary actions from the academy, nearly jeopardizing his graduation. When he sought to change rooms through his counselor, they conspired to slander him. The root of all this animosity stemmed solely from his status as an orphan, lacking any patronage or powerful allies, left to fend for himself in solitude. Upon glancing at the man clad in a security uniform, Qin Ming instantly comprehended why these so-called classmates were aware of his circumstances. If you have something to say, then speak, he said with a faint smile, his tone calm. Well, it's nothing much. I heard you've been staying at this hotel and have spent 300,000 in just a month. Since you've struck it rich, how about lending us a hand? I'm not asking for much, just 30,000 to tide me over. What do you say? The dormitory leader spoke with a grin, as if it were a matter of course. Qin Ming, to be honest, my father has been diagnosed with cancer. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, he won't last much longer. Please help me out with 200,000, another one pleaded. Qin Ming, my family has gone bankrupt, and my younger siblings still need to go to school. Lend me 500,000, and I promise to pay you back, yet another chimed in. Qin Ming, you see, I'm not getting any younger. I'm planning to buy a house. I'm short 25,000. Can you lend me that? I will definitely repay you, a fourth interjected. Qin Ming silently observed the shameless theatrics of the 6 individuals without interrupting. A bystander, unable to bear the sight, spoke up in protest. You've gone too far. This young man's wealth is his own achievement. Your actions are no different from robbery. Get lost. It's none of your business. Keep yapping, and I'll make you regret it. The dormitory leader shot back with a fierce glare, then swiftly donned a flattering facade to continue his disingenuous pleading. Yes, Qin Ming. If you don't help us, what will we do? What will our families do? He lamented, his demeanor starkly contrasting his previous bullying of Qin Ming. Qin Ming cast a glance at the 6 individuals, whom he found utterly nauseating, and gestured towards a few subordinates nearby who had been instructed by Gaozu to attend to him. They had been itching to act, and had it not been for Qin Ming's restraint, they would have already dismembered the 6. Seeing Qin Ming's gesture, they promptly approached, bowing respectfully in unison. Master Qin. The 6, witnessing this, momentarily paled, astonished by Qin Ming's possession of subordinates. Yet, they were equally apprehensive about the potential retribution from these subordinates for their past mistreatment of him. Qin Ming, if you're not in a position to help, we'll take our leave. We'll treat you to a meal another day. The dormitory leader chuckled nervously, taking a few steps back. Qin Ming smiled benignly and patted the dormitory leader's wrinkled attire, an expression of harmlessness on his face. What heartfelt words you speak. It has been many years since our university graduation, yet you still remember me. I am truly touched. How could I possibly turn a blind eye to your difficulties? Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the 6 individuals were filled with joy, their emotions spilling over in gratitude. Qin Ming regarded them with a calm demeanor and instructed, "Take my 6 old classmates to Beijing and ensure that Brother Dao treats them well. Do not neglect their needs. Fulfill any requests they may have. Do you understand?" "Understood, Master Qin," replied several of his subordinates, who, having earned Brother Dao's favor, possessed keen insight and could sense Qin Ming's icy demeanor and attitude. "Brother Dao? You mean the Brother Dao of Tian Khan group, right?" Suddenly, the dormitory leader's pupils constricted in disbelief as he inquired. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He is indeed one of the most prominent figures in Daqian City, a role model they have all aspired to emulate. Yes, rest assured, my relationship with the Brother Dao you speak of is quite good. He will not treat you or your families poorly. You can feel at ease, Qin Ming said with a smile, patting their shoulders. Chapter 16. Discussion. The eyes of several individuals were filled with profound astonishment and disbelief, unable to fathom that Qin Ming could possibly know the legendary figure known as Brother Dao. Although Qin Ming appeared to be quite affluent, the notion that he could be acquainted with Brother Dao was utterly implausible to them. "What? You don't even believe an old classmate? Go ahead then." Qin Ming beckoned with his finger, signaling his imposing subordinates to escort the 6 individuals away. Qin Ming, perhaps we should just forget this. I have matters to attend to today." The leader of the dormitory sensed something amiss and feigned a smile as an excuse to leave. The others, not lacking in intelligence, similarly concocted excuses to avoid going. Qin Ming's demeanor was unsettling. Both his aura and gaze sent shivers down their spines. With a subtle shift in his eyes, several of his subordinates understood the cue and forcefully shoved the 6 into the vehicle. They struggled desperately, attempting to break free from the grip of the burly man. The dormitory leader and a classmate who worked as a security guard fought fiercely to escape, realizing that Qin Ming was indeed off. He exuded an aura akin to standing at the edge of a precipice, utterly terrifying. With a chilling smirk, Qin Ming's speed suddenly accelerated as he seized one individual, unceremoniously tossing him into the vehicle, while the others met the same fate at the hands of his subordinates. As they attempted to resist, the subordinates brandished firearms, glaring menacingly at them. "Silence! Don't court death." Upon seeing the ominous barrels of the guns, the group ceased their struggles, huddling in the vehicle, trembling with fear. The commotion naturally attracted a crowd of onlookers, who accused them of being gangsters disrupting social order, with some even calling the police. Qin Ming cast a cursory glance at the scene, unfazed, and directed his subordinates to transport them to Beijing before returning to the Qianlin Hotel unbothered. The gazes of the waitstaff, lobby manager, and guests toward Qin Ming transformed from envy and intrigue to sheer terror. In this civilized society, kidnapping in broad daylight was unequivocally a gangster's act. Observing their furious expressions, Qin Ming let out a cold laugh, turning to take the elevator away. In just a few days, they would realize that the era of civilization was drawing to a close, and chaos would ensue. By then, kidnapping in broad daylight would be the least of their worries. Even murder would go unchecked. Meanwhile, at the Qin City Public Security Bureau building, Gong Sun Xiao, the captain of the Qin City Spirit Guardians Order Team, held a position of great authority directly under the headquarters. Due to the abrupt onset of the Guardian Spirit era, they lacked a dedicated Spirit Guardian department and were temporarily residing within the Public Security Bureau building. At this moment, the six of them convened in a conference room to deliberate on the matter concerning Qin Ming. Lu Feng had suffered severe injuries and had fallen into a deep slumber, unable to awaken for the time being. Gong Sun Xiao regarded the remaining five, pondering for a moment before articulating his thoughts. This young man, Qin Ming, acts with calm decisiveness. His knowledge far surpasses our expectations, and his capabilities are unfathomable. We must tread carefully. I propose we take a conciliatory approach. What are your thoughts? We have not encountered Qin Ming directly, making it difficult to form an accurate judgment. However, I trust Captain Gongsun's assessment, and I concur. I agree. Agreed. I concur. I disagree. Suddenly, the man at the end of the table slammed his hand down in anger and coldly declared, Lu Heng, you cannot let personal grievances cloud your judgment. The matter concerning your brother Lu Feng arose from his disobedience to orders, which provoked Qin Ming's retaliation. He is not to blame. Gong Sun Xiao, feeling helpless, reiterated that they had not confronted Qin Ming directly and thus had no comprehension of the extent of his capabilities. In a direct confrontation, he felt utterly incapable of subduing Qin Ming, which would likely result in extensive casualties. Captain Xiao, we have every confidence in your judgment. However, Qin Ming's attack on the headquarters spirit masters is a flagrant violation of regulations and warrants a trial. Lu Heng replied coldly. Lu Feng was his sole brother, and he could not permit him to suffer unjustly. Gong Sun Zhao's so-called peacekeeping approach involved the headquarters extending an olive branch to summon Qin Ming to join them as a spirit master. Should he truly be admitted, the opportunity for revenge would be lost. Gong Sun Xiao glanced at the young individuals present, sighing internally and feeling quite troubled. He had become a spirit master before the upheaval, and his age lent him a greater degree of maturity and steadiness. Yet these youngsters had only recently been candidates for the position. The headquarters possessed mysterious means to sense the existence of souls, having long since acquired ancient artifacts that house such spirits for nurturing. However, suddenly wielding immense power, coupled with youthful exuberance, proved challenging to manage. My strength is considerable, yet the full extent remains uncertain. Thus, we must exercise caution. Do you understand? Gong Sun Xiao patiently elucidated. How powerful can he be? Can he really surpass you, Captain? Besides, we have the headquarters backing us. In the land of Jiuzhou, even the Spirit Suppression Pavilion dares not act recklessly. Was a mere Qin Ming compared to that? Lu Heng replied coldly, his stubborn nature insisting on suppressing Qin Ming. Gong Sun Xiao furrowed his brow. Lu Heng's temperament was far too volatile, and he had initially opposed Lu Heng's inclusion in his team. Alas, the headquarters was short-staffed, leaving him no choice. Lu Heng, you must prioritize the greater good. Should you continue to be unreasonable and disobey orders, I will report you to the headquarters and have you return for retraining. Gong Sun Xiao warned icily, issuing a threat. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng snorted in discontent, but refrained from further rebuking Gong Sun Xiao. At that moment, the doors to the conference hall swung open, and a figure appeared. Captain Gong Sun, we have a situation. The Qin Ming you instructed us to monitor is causing a disturbance outside the Qianlin Hotel, openly allowing criminal elements to abduct innocent civilians. The newcomer was the captain of the criminal police team, tasked with assisting Gong Sun Xiao in overseeing spirit masters and potential candidates. They were well aware of the global upheaval and dared not express any doubts. See, that man is a ticking time bomb. He must be suppressed at once. Lu Heng thought gleefully, rising from his seat in feigned indignation. The others exchanged glances, lacking alternative suggestions, their gazes turning towards Gong Sun Xiao. Gong Sun Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before addressing the police captain. Do your utmost to contain the impact of this incident. Control any videos and images circulating online, as well as eyewitnesses. I will personally speak with Qin Ming. Gongsun Shao stood, still reluctant to take action against Qin Ming. The methods employed by Qin Ming linger vividly in his mind, instilling a sense of trepidation. Until he comprehends the intricacies of Qin Ming's character, Gongsun Shao dares not act recklessly. You all are to collaborate with Captain Wang in addressing this matter. Lu Heng, you are expressly forbidden from taking any rash actions. Failure to comply will result in severe consequences. I must inform you that Qin Ming is an extraordinarily perilous spirit master, his prowess unfathomable. When confronting Lu Feng, he subdued him with bare hands in mere seconds, without even invoking his guardian spirit. If you wish to avoid peril, you must adhere strictly to the rules. Gongsun Zhao's voice was cold, imbued with an air of authority that brooked no dissent, before he swiftly exited the conference room. Once Gongsun Zhao departed, the others emerged from their shock, grappling with the gravity of the captain's words. Qin Ming had incapacitated Lu Feng with his bare hands? Not merely that, but he had triumphed over a spirit master of equal, standing right beneath the nose of Captain Shao. Lu Heng swallowed hard, his heart brimming with dread. He had initially planned to secretly confront Qin Ming after the meeting, but upon hearing this revelation, his hair stood on end, grateful that the captain of the criminal police had arrived just in time. Chapter 17. Temptation and Communication. After completing the rigorous training in the netherworld and daily lessons from Lin Xinyu, Qin Ming indulged in a refreshing shower and reclined on the sofa, immersing himself in current affairs. The incident involving his use of underworld tactics to abduct individuals had just occupied the trending topics, only to vanish moments later. The other trending news primarily revolved around extraordinary events related to spirit masters, which were quickly suppressed, only for new supernatural occurrences to seize the spotlight in a relentless cycle. Observing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but smirk. Control? How can you assert control? This is merely the beginning. True chaos is yet to unfold. Currently, there are nearly 1,000 extraordinary incidents erupting nationwide daily, and this is merely what has been reported. In half a month's time, such events will become commonplace, omnipresent. At that juncture, humanity will encounter a veritable hell on Earth, with corpses strewn across the land and rivers stained with blood. Li Xin, to what extent can I now harness your power? Qin Ming inquired. In response, Li Xinyu stated 3/10. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. He felt that with Li Xinyu summoned, he could effortlessly demolish a skyscraper. Yet, according to Li Xinyu, this was merely a fraction of his true power. It was still insufficient. Shaking his head, Qin Ming muttered in resignation. He was acutely aware that the imperial seal and the formidable spirits guarding the first emperor still slumbered within that dark mountain in the blood-soaked realm. His current vessel was unworthy of awakening a second spirit, let alone that of the legendary eternal emperor. Just then, the hotel phone rang. Mr. Qin, a person named Gongsun Shao wishes to see you. Shall I let him up? After a brief pause, Qin Ming, having anticipated Gongsun Zhao's visit, albeit sooner than expected, replied, Yes, please. After hanging up, Qin Ming directed his gaze toward the door, awaiting the arrival of his visitor. The era of guardian spirits had yet to plunge into its most tumultuous phase, and the headquarters would not permit an exceedingly dangerous spirit master like him to act recklessly. However, when true chaos descends, there will be few left like Qin Ming, who refrains from mindless slaughter. Before long, there was a knock at the door. With a nod from Qin Ming, the attendant opened the door for Gongsun Shao. With a thud, the door closed behind him. Gongsun Shao lifted his gaze to meet Qin Ming's eyes and, after a brief moment, settled onto the sofa beside him. Qin Ming, let's get straight to the point. Join the headquarters and become one of our spirit masters. I can assure you that past offenses against headquarters spirit masters, as well as abductions of ordinary citizens in broad daylight, will be overlooked. Otherwise, you are well aware of the headquarters' formidable power and should understand that you alone cannot contend against it. Qin Ming regarded Gongsun Zhao's serious demeanor with a light chuckle. Shaking his head, he retrieved a cigarette from the table and offered it to Gongsun Shao, who declined with a shake of his head. Unfazed, Qin Ming lit one for himself, inhaling deeply before softly speaking. Captain Gongsun, are you aware of my past? Gongsun Shao was taken aback momentarily. This seemed entirely unrelated to his previous statements. Nevertheless, he patiently replied to Qin Ming's seemingly trivial inquiry. Of course, we have thoroughly investigated your past. Qin Ming let out a light chuckle, a flicker of complex memories flashing in his eyes. After a brief moment, he returned to his usual demeanor, speaking nonchalantly. Since you have investigated my past, you must also understand why I am this way and be aware of my experiences. Do you truly believe that someone like me, with my disposition, could ever join the headquarters and protect the masses after acquiring extraordinary powers? Has the world ever shown me kindness, compelling me to safeguard them? How absurd! Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly frigid as he spoke, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Gongsun Xiao fell silent. He could not refute this and recognized the profound suffering Qin Ming had endured in the first half of his life. Engaging in discussions of morality and benevolence with such a person was utterly fantastical, bordering on the ludicrous. This is not a matter of personal whims. The headquarters cannot permit extraordinary beings to roam freely among the populace. It is far too perilous and uncontrollable. Should you persist in this manner, the headquarters would have no choice but to suppress you forcefully, even to the point of execution. The reason Gongsun Xiao had yet to act against Qin Ming was not solely due to his unfathomable power, but also because of his background and past experiences. Upon hearing these words, a trace of mockery crossed Qin Ming's face. Before the era of guardians, he had tasted the bitterness of life and witnessed the myriad facets of humanity. Once the era of guardians commenced, he was confronted with the ugliness of human nature, cruelty, betrayal, persecution, and a struggle for survival amidst a tumultuous existence. How could these people ever comprehend his plight? Captain Gongsun, it has been a pleasure conversing with you today. You're a good person. I offer you a warning. The true chaos has only just begun, Qin Ming said coolly, deliberately avoiding Gongsun Xiao's invitation. Gongsun Xiao discerned the underlying meaning in Qin Ming's words, his expression growing grave. He grappled internally with the dilemma of whether to seek assistance from the headquarters, dispatching formidable guardians to subdue Qin Ming. Captain Gongsun, why must you entertain thoughts of suppressing me? The spirit-restraining pavilion is not part of the headquarters, yet it tacitly acknowledges its existence. Do you doubt my strength, Qin Ming? Qin Ming extinguished his cigarette and poured himself a glass of red wine, speaking calmly. Gongsun Zhao's countenance shifted once more, revealing disbelief. You are aware of the spirit-restraining pavilion. Who exactly are you? Your composure, from which power does it derive? Qin Ming shook his head, rising to the window with wine glass in hand, gazing down upon the bustling city. Not far away, another extraordinary event erupted, signaling the awakening of guardians. Gongsun Xiao, hearing the commotion, felt a growing unease. Extraordinary occurrences were becoming increasingly frequent, nearly spiraling out of control. Captain Gongsun, you should take your leave. I, Qin Ming, will not act recklessly nor oppose the headquarters. Why must you press me so hard, driving me into conflict with them? Qin Ming remarked, observing the external scenery with a detached air. According to his plans, now was not the time to sever ties with the headquarters. Gongsun Xiao, upon hearing this, realized the truth in Qin Ming's words. Yet, he could not afford to ignore such a dangerous individual. His own unease mirrored that of Gongsun Xiao. Thus, he spoke, Qin Ming, allow me to witness your power to see if you truly possess the qualifications to be regarded seriously by the headquarters. Qin Ming turned around, a subtle smile gracing his face, his deep-set eyes gazing at Gongsun Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and remarked, very well, let us find another location. This place is rather inconvenient. All right, follow me, Gongsun Xiao replied as he rose to his feet, dialing a number to instruct Lu Hong and the others to attend to the recent extraordinary incident. The two then made their way to the base of the Qianlin Hotel. Qin Ming cast a glance at the returning subordinates and gestured for them to approach. Hand me the car keys, you all wait here. Subsequently, the pair drove out of Daqian City, heading towards the outskirts, where they arrived at a desolate mountainous area. Qin Ming halted the vehicle and walked a kilometer away to a grassy expanse, his hands tucked into his pockets. He turned to Gongsun Xiao, who stood 10 meters away. poised and ready, and said, "Captain Gongsun, come forth and let me witness the extent of your strength." Chapter 18. The intimidation of Gongsun Shao gazed at the composed and unperturbed Qin Ming across from him, taking a deep breath as he whispered a phrase, causing his aura to surge wildly. Within mere moments, he was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, while sand and stones were swept up in a tempest that roared across the land. Trees rustled ominously, shedding their verdant leaves as the blazing sun was obscured. A colossal shadow, towering nearly 5 zhang, materialized and quickly solidified, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound that fractured the earth and shook the mountains. This guardian spirit did not resemble an ancient general, but rather embodied the essence of a scholar, revealing its true form, brandishing a delicate sword. A D-grade spirit user. It was more formidable and fearsome than Lu Feng. Gongsun Shao looked up at Qin Ming, his voice now hoarse and somber. "Qin Ming, allow me to witness the true might of your guardian spirit, capable of contending with ordinary spirit users barehanded." Qin Ming raised his gaze to appraise Gongsun Zhao's guardian spirit for a moment, a light laugh escaping his lips as he casually placed his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of superiority. "Li Xinyu, come forth and take a breath of fresh air." As the words left his mouth, the scorching sun dissipated, and a crimson light erupted into the sky, shaking the very mountains and rivers. Accompanied by a seismic roar, a towering figure clad in blood-red armor descended amidst a conflagration of scarlet flames. This immense figure, shrouded in an aura of the underworld, loomed over Gongsun Zhao's guardian spirit like a reaper from hell. The terrifying pressure it exerted caused Gongsun Shao to collapse to the ground, and even his guardian spirit displayed a human-like expression of fear. Qin Ming's eyes transformed into pools of crimson, coldly regarding Gongsun Shao with disdain. "Captain Gongsun, what do you think? Shall we engage in battle?" Snapping back to reality, Gongsun Shao forced a rueful smile, shaking his head as he hastily recalled his guardian spirit, fearing it might be further frightened. An S-grade, 9th-tier guardian spirit? How could this be? "Qin Ming, please, quickly retract your guardian spirit. I can hardly stand." With a snap of his fingers, the oppressive aura dissipated, and Li Xinyu vanished from sight. At that moment, Gongsun Shao gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. After a considerable interval, he regained some strength and rose, his face flushed with embarrassment. He looked at the nonchalant Qin Ming with a complex expression, inwardly lamenting the missed opportunity to recruit him into the headquarters. Simultaneously, he understood that Qin Ming was destined to rise, without a doubt, to become one of China's foremost powers, a being so formidable that a mere stomp of his foot could shake the earth. The 9th-tier guardian spirit, coupled with that terrifying pressure, left Gongsun Shao unable to fathom the true extent of Qin Ming's strength. At the very least, he would rank among the most fearsome presences within the headquarters. The regulations of the headquarters held little significance for a spirit user of such caliber. After a moment of silence, he spoke earnestly. "Qin Ming, I sincerely hope you consider joining the headquarters. With your innate talents and strength, you could unleash the full potential of your guardian spirit with our support." Qin Ming shook his head in refusal. "Captain Gongsun, I revealed my hidden cards solely to dissuade the headquarters from pestering me and to convey my goodwill. I harbor no malice toward the organization. I trust that today, as events remain between us, and I hope you understand my intentions." Qin Ming recognized Gongsun Shao as a genuinely good person, devoid of selfish motives, wholly devoted to the welfare of the people. Otherwise, given his strength, it is inconceivable that he could perish amidst the turmoil of the soul demon. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, Gongsun Shao would not expose Qin Ming's trump card. For once revealed, the headquarters would stop at nothing to either subdue or eliminate Qin Ming. Should that come to pass, it would result in a cataclysmic disaster. If Qin Ming were to choose the battleground within a city, at least one city, millions would be sacrificed alongside him. I am aware of this, and I hope you can acquiesce to one condition. Gongsun Shao remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Speak your mind. Do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter that endangers the populace. Otherwise, even at the cost of my own life, I will go to any lengths to suppress you. Gongsun Xiao stated earnestly. Qin Ming nodded, indicating his agreement. At this moment, stabilizing Gongsun Xiao was of utmost importance. Once the situation is secured, and his plan succeeds in establishing dominion over a city, who in this world could pose a threat to him? Very well, I promise not to harm innocent individuals. Subsequently, Qin Ming drove Gongsun Xiao to the Municipal Public Security Bureau building before returning to Qianlin Hotel. He paid little heed to Gongsun Xiao's warning. It wouldn't be long before he realized that the peace and order he sought to uphold in society was merely a fanciful delusion. At that moment, a call from Brother Dao came through. Master Qin, how should we deal with those 6 fellows? Put them away. They will be of use later, Qin Ming instructed. Before continuing, prepare yourselves. In 10 days, I will assist you in unifying the underground forces of Daqian City. On the other end of the line, Brother Dao was momentarily taken aback, but soon elatedly exclaimed, Master Qin, is it truly feasible so soon? Rest assured, I have my plans. After ending the call, he settled into a meditative posture, allowing his consciousness to enter the imperial seal, enveloped in a crimson world. As he continued to learn the art of combat under the guidance of Lin Xinyu, Gongsun Xiao returned, disheartened, to the office floor reserved for spirit manipulators. Lu Hong and his companions had just resolved an extraordinary incident and encountered him face to face. Observing Gongsun Xiao's demeanor, the only woman in the spirit manipulator team, Chao Kiki, inquired with a perplexed expression, Captain, didn't you go to find Qin Ming? What happened? What was the outcome? The others, equally curious, gazed at Gongsun Xiao, awaiting clarification. Gongsun Xiao glanced at them, shook his head, and after a moment of silence, cautioned, from now on, do not provoke Qin Ming, especially you, Lu Hong. If you wish to remain alive, keep your distance from him. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Captain, what on earth transpired? Is Qin Ming truly that formidable? If he poses such a threat that even you cannot confront him, then the most prudent course of action would be to seek assistance from headquarters, the more rational and mature member of the team, Hu Xing, suggested. Gongsun Xiao sighed with a wry smile and shook his head. He did not wish to incite a terrifying conflict. The cost of dealing with Qin Ming was far too great for ordinary individuals to bear. I have my own plans for this matter. Do not interfere. Anyone who disobeys my orders should not blame me for being unkind. Gongsun Xiao warned solemnly before turning to leave, leaving his companions in a state of confusion. What does the captain truly mean? I have never seen him like this before. Hu Xing furrowed his brows in confusion, glancing at the others. I have no idea. The others replied, equally perplexed by Gongsun Xiao's inexplicable fear. Despite Qin Ming's formidable prowess, he paled in comparison to the headquarters in their eyes. Only Lu Hong remained silent, his expression shifting between brightness and darkness, lost in thought. The following day, Qin Ming's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Brother Dao again. What is it? Qin Yi, something has happened. You need to look outside immediately. Qin Ming furrowed his brows, rising abruptly to approach the floor-to-ceiling window. What he saw left him in shock, almost unable to believe his eyes. Overnight, the entire city of Daqian resembled a battlefield from a Third World War. Smoke billowing in the air, buildings collapsing with a thunderous crash, and clouds of dust rising as vast expanses of rubble emerged. Chapter 19. The onset of chaos in a fleeting moment. Ordinary individuals could be seen trapped beneath the rubble of collapsed buildings, their anguished cries echoing through the desolation. Powerful guardian spirits emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura, engaging in rampant looting and slaughter. Once a thriving metropolis, the city now resembled a hellish inferno. Qin Ming's gaze shifted to the distance, where Gongsun Xiao led several spirit masters in subduing these newly transformed individuals. However, there were simply too many spirit masters, numbering in the thousands. The E and F grade spirits proved incapable of containing them. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming murmured to himself, "Is it my presence that hastened this resurgence? The true chaos has arrived much sooner than in my previous life." "Master Qin, what are you saying? I can't hear you clearly." "It's bad. Spirit masters are approaching Beijing, intending to seize it. Our conventional firearms, 1T, hold them off," came the urgent voice of Brother Dao. Remaining composed, Qin Ming replied, "They are still mere mortals. Find a way to stall them. I will arrive shortly." After ending the call, Qin Ming resolved to establish Daqian City as a stronghold, refusing to allow these marauders to wreak havoc and obliterate it entirely. Recalling memories from his former life, he knew that countless cities across China had been reduced to ruins overnight, rendered irreparable and abandoned, becoming desolate wastelands. Once stability was restored, merely 1 in 10 cities remained. At that moment, outside the Qianlin Hotel, imposing figures loomed, radiating a terrifying presence. There were scholars in white robes, generals shrouded in malevolence, brutish men exuding a bandit-esque aura, even delicate seamstresses, and a man in suspenders wielding an iron mountain to assault the buildings. Most of these individuals were once ordinary people, now emboldened by newfound power, recklessly unleashing their pent-up resentment towards the world and society, seizing wealth without remorse. When confronted by the police, they turned a blind eye, even retaliating with violence. These long-oppressed civilians, upon experiencing an explosive release of their frustrations, became increasingly brutal. Indifferent to the innocence of their victims, they sought only to plunder what they desired in the most direct manner possible. Meanwhile, the Qianlin Hotel was subjected to a horrific assault as numerous guardian spirits approached. Some extremists targeted the affluent, indulging in murder. Qin Ming paused momentarily before his eyes erupted with a crimson glow. With a resounding crash, he shattered the glass of the 15th floor, leaping down. The force of his descent stirred a cloud of dust, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Qin Ming dusted off his clothes and surveyed the scene. The commotion attracted the attention of several spirit masters, who, upon recognizing him as one of their own, typically refrained from attacking, choosing instead to prey on the innocent to satiate their desires. As he reached the hotel entrance, Qin Ming discovered that Brother Dao's vehicle had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The few lackeys had been crushed to death beneath the debris. Suddenly, an F-grade spirit master spotted Qin Ming, lunging at him like a ravenous tiger, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Such spirit masters were often deranged, harboring a profound vendetta against society. Qin Ming cast a fleeting glance, and with an astonishing speed that was almost imperceptible, he left behind a trail of afterimages and appeared directly before the spirit master, his hand transforming into a fist that pierced through the heart's meridian. With a soft gasp, he retracted his hand, wiped the blood from his body, and sped away towards Bai Jing with an agility that surpassed that of mere mortals. Brother Dao was useful to him, and Bai Jing had come to be regarded as his territory, one that he would not allow others to encroach upon. As soon as Qin Ming departed, the silhouette of the guardian spirit dissipated in an instant, its essence utterly scattered. The guardian spirit shared a symbiotic existence with its host. Upon the host's demise, the guardian spirit would vanish as well. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ming arrived at the outskirts of Beijing, where he beheld 3 spirit masters commanding their guardian spirits, eyeing Beijing with predatory intent. In the past, Beijing had been a paradise for them ordinary folk, a domain of the affluent. Yet now, they finally possessed the means to enter, even to seize control of the place. Brothers, if we conquer Beijing, we can have whatever we desire in the future, one proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Indeed, I was once beaten to a pulp by these bastards just for drunkenly touching a woman's backside, and I had to pay them 100,000. Damn it, this is Dao's territory, right? Let him crawl out and kneel to lick my shoe soles, or I'll tear Beijing apart. The 3 spirit masters shouted threats at Dao's subordinates, who stood outside with their firearms at the ready. Inside the hall, Brother Dao wore an anxious expression, looking at his subordinates with a mix of disappointment and frustration. What is wrong with all of you? Do you lack money and women in your lives? At this critical moment, not a single one of you has become a spirit master. Useless, utterly useless. He paced back and forth, his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor grave. Indeed, there were 2 candidates for spirit masters within Beijing, but they were still in the process of communicating with their spirits, and had yet to succeed. Outside, the 3 spirit masters continued their taunts, demanding that he come out and kneel to lick their shoes. Such humiliation was something Brother Dao had never endured. I cannot bear this any longer. Give me a gun. I will confront them. He seized Dragon Da's handgun, cursing as he prepared to rush out. Seeing this, Xiao Jiu hurriedly positioned herself in front of Brother Dao, earnestly advising him, Dao, don't be impulsive. With Master Qin's speed, he'll arrive swiftly. We stand no chance against the spirit masters. Dao, Sister Xiao Jiu is right. We must endure, urged Long De and Long Air, unable to contain their concern. At that moment, Qin Ming approached Bai Jing with his hands in his pockets. The three spirit masters furrowed their brows upon seeing him and coldly admonished, You fool! In a time like this, you still wish to indulge in pleasure? Are you blind? Get lost. The central spirit master turned, his imposing figure reminiscent of a mountain bandit, fixing a chilling gaze upon Qin Ming. With a mere command from his master, this guardian spirit would swiftly eliminate the insignificant insect before him. Qin Ming cast a dispassionate glance, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. Some waste of space is of no use to me. As he spoke, his crimson eyes flickered with a sinister light, flames emanating from his body, creating an unsettling aura. A spirit master? Not bad at all. Kid, why not join us and grow stronger together? What do you say? As Qin Ming's aura of spiritual energy erupted around him, the arrogant man spoke, flanked by two companions he had recruited along his journey, all poised to embark on a grand venture together. He was an E-level spirit master, possessing a second-tier spirit, which marked his superiority over ordinary spirit masters, showcasing formidable strength. Qin Ming let out a cold laugh, slowly withdrawing his hands from his pockets, and gazed at the trio with derision. Is it just you? Merely a collection of ineffectual wastrels. Even if you were to become spirit masters, you would still remain worthless, the first to be discarded in this era. What did you say? Are you seeking death? The man retorted furiously, gesturing for his guardian spirit to strike Qin Ming down. The 3-meter-long great sword descended from above, radiating a dazzling light and exuding a terrifying force that warped the very fabric of space. Suddenly, Qin Ming raised his gaze, his right hand enveloped in flames, and with a fierce punch, he countered the attack. In the eyes of the astonished onlookers, the fiery fist clashed with the colossal blade. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering metal echoed as the guardian spirit's weapon was crushed by Qin Ming's might, splintering into two. Chapter 20. Spirit Guardian Pavilion. In the next moment, Qin Ming moved like a ghost, swiftly approaching the man. His guardian spirit, sensing the impending danger, instinctively positioned itself in front of him. However, the formidable power of Qin Ming was far beyond what it could withstand. With a furious roar, Qin Ming's entire being was engulfed in crimson flames, his eyes shrouded in a menacing blood mist, exuding an aura of sinister malevolence. Amidst the man's terrified gaze, Qin Ming effortlessly sent his guardian spirit flying with a single strike, gripping the man's throat and lifting him high off the ground. The entire sequence transpired so rapidly that the other two spirit guardians were left in a state of shock, unable to react in time. I told you, even if you become a spirit guardian, you are still worthless, the man croaked, struggling futilely against Qin Ming's iron grip. His guardian spirit, witnessing its master being subdued, dare not approach. The other two fled, trembling as they watched the scene unfold, too fearful to confront Qin Ming. The commotion had already attracted the attention of Brother Dao and his companions. As he emerged, he beheld Qin Ming, surrounded by crimson flames, effortlessly subduing the spirit guardian. Master Qin, you have finally arrived. Do not delay in greeting him, Brother Dao said with a sycophantic smile, then turned coldly to his frightened subordinates, reprimanding them. Greetings, Master Qin, they stammered in unison. Qin Ming cast a frigid glance at Brother Dao and the others, instilling in them a profound sense of dread, akin to standing at the edge of an abyss. I am willing to submit. The man gasped, on the verge of asphyxiation. Driven by a desperate will to survive, he abandoned his pride and pleaded for mercy. Too late, Qin Ming replied coolly and with a sharp crack. He twisted the man's neck, extinguishing his life in an instant, causing his guardian spirit to dissipate alongside him. The inherent weakness of spirit guardians was glaringly apparent. Their corporeal forms were too feeble, rendering them susceptible to exploitation. In a past life, there had been individuals who summoned terrifyingly powerful guardian spirits. Yet tragically, They met their demise through treachery, an irony that culminated in a woeful end. The other two spirit guardians, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, fled without a backward glance, summoning their spirits to assist in their escape. Today, the world would learn that certain individuals were not to be trifled with. Qin Ming bent his body, planting his feet firmly on the ground, as an eruption of blazing flames enveloped him. With a thunderous roar, the sheer force of his physical prowess sent tiles flying from the ground, and he darted like lightning, brushing past the two remaining guardian spirits. In that fleeting moment, the two colossal figures stood frozen, incredulous as they gazed upon their lifeless master. With a resounding explosion of spiritual energy, the two spirit guardians, having lost their hosts, succumbed to eternal silence. The disturbance caught the attention of numerous spirit guardians nearby. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's swift dispatch of his foes, they fled in terror, seeking refuge elsewhere to plunder. Rising to his full height, Qin Ming's gaze flickered, the sanguine flames receding to reveal his normal demeanor. He surveyed his surroundings with a detached calm, noting that the spirit guardians dared not approach him any longer, their fear palpable. Upon reaching the entrance of the Qianlin Hotel, Brother Dao's subordinates were visibly shaken, lowering their heads in deference, unwilling to meet Qin Ming's gaze. "Master Qin, please," Brother Dao urged. In relative terms, Brother Dao maintains a certain composure. After all, he has encountered Qin Ming's guardian spirit, and compared to his current demeanor, it pales in significance. A throng of underlings surged back to Beijing, where the gates stood resolutely closed. Upon reaching the penthouse, Qin Ming reclined on his central leather sofa, flanked by Brother Dao on his left and Long Air, along with Xiao Jiu on his right. Noticing Qin Ming produce a cigarette, Brother Dao hurriedly stepped forward to ignite it. Without the support of Qin Ming, his Beijing would be utterly unsustainable. "What a losses?" Qin Ming exhaled a plume of smoke, inquiring nonchalantly. Brother Dao's expression darkened at the question, and he sighed, shaking his head. "The losses are severe, aside from Beijing. All other enterprises have been obliterated." Qin Ming furrowed his brow, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. The onset of chaos had arrived prematurely, catching him off guard and disrupting his plans. "What Huayuan? How is he?" "I do not know. The hospital where Huayuan was located also suffered a terrorist attack." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming sprang to his feet, an aura of terror emanating from him, instilling fear in those present, causing them to kneel and tremble. "Immediately take me there. Huayuan must not come to harm. He is crucial to my future plans." "At your command, Master Qin," Brother Dao replied urgently, leading Qin Ming to the underground garage. With a thunderous roar, an SUV surged out, racing towards the hospital. Along the way, Qin Ming unleashed the formidable presence of Li Xinyu, the overwhelming pressure from his powerful spirit instilling dread in several practitioners who attempted to impede their passage, causing them to hastily retreat. 10 minutes later, the SUV halted at the hospital entrance. Qin Ming alighted and gazed upwards. The entire edifice lay in ruins, reduced to rubble. As practitioners rampaged, wreaking havoc upon the hospital, venting their grievances for past injustices endured within its walls. Some manipulated their guardian spirits, seizing nurses and doctors, subjecting them to brutal torment, tearing them asunder amidst a grotesque display of carnage. "Begone!" Qin Ming's thunderous roar reverberated, sending shockwaves that toppled the debris ahead, causing guardian spirits to flee with their hosts in fear. Step by step, Qin Ming advanced into the hospital's wreckage, searching for Huayuan's figure. Half an hour later, all practitioners had fled the premises, including the surviving medical staff, leaving the place desolate. "Master Qin, could it be that Huayuan has perished?" Brother Dao mustered the courage to inquire cautiously. "Impossible. Huayuan would not succumb so easily," Qin Ming replied, narrowing his blood-red eyes as he suddenly turned toward a passage at the back of the hospital. There, two shadowy figures, hastily retreating while holding Huayuan captive, caught his attention. "Found you." Qin Ming smirked, a sinister grin gracing his lips. With a slight movement of his foot, the terrifying strength of his physique surged forth, propelling him forward in a single leap across hundreds of meters, landing with a resounding crash before the two figures, blocking their escape. "What do you intend to take Dr. Huayuan?" Qin Ming's voice emerged from the dust, his brilliant crimson gaze illuminating the haze. With measured footsteps, he advanced, confronting the two pallid-faced individuals before him. "Who are you to dare obstruct our path? Do you have any idea to which organization we pledge our allegiance?" A brawny man on the left laid down the unconscious Huayuan and stepped forward, speaking coldly. "Jinling Pavilion, I am aware. I shall repeat myself. Release Huayuan, or you shall leave here in pieces," Qin Ming replied, maintaining his composure as he approached the trio with deliberate steps. "Their intentions are malevolent. You should depart. I will deal with this individual." The brawny man, upon hearing this, let out a chilling laugh and gestured for another man to take Huayuan away. He turned his gaze toward Qin Ming and muttered a phrase, performing a hand gesture. In the next moment, a colossal ethereal form materialized, towering an impressive height of 5 zhong, a D-grade spirit manipulator. This figure wielded a spear and donned armor reminiscent of the Tang dynasty, radiating an aura of spiritual brilliance, clearly embodying a general from that illustrious era. Chapter 21. Saving Huayuan, Visitors from the Spirit-Suppressing Pavilion. "Boy, let me see your guardian spirit and test your true capabilities. Knowing we are from the Spirit-Suppressing Pavilion, you still dare to obstruct us." Qin Ming cast a fleeting glance at the man who was carrying Huayuan away, disinterested in engaging with him, and unleashed a burst of lightning speed, intending to bypass him. His objective was Huayuan. Eliminating the man before him would serve no purpose. The burly man observed Qin Ming's terrifying velocity and sneered. His guardian spirit leaped into action, wielding a colossal spear to initiate an indiscriminate assault. In that instant, the entire building trembled and began to collapse. Debris and dust swirling around as hundreds of stones were sent flying by this force, hurtling towards Qin Ming. Noticing this, Qin Ming narrowed his blood-red eyes and swiftly retreated to his original position. TSK, you do not dare to use your guardian spirit? Are you afraid I might uncover your identity?" The burly man mocked, his gaze scrutinizing Qin Ming's face, which evoked no recognition. Qin Ming sighed softly, rubbing his temples in frustration. "I do not wish to thrust myself into the spotlight so soon. Why do you insist on pressing me? The headquarters and the spirit-suppressing pavilion alike." "What do you mean?" The burly man felt a flicker of unease at the sight of the flames engulfing Qin Ming. His guardian spirit sprang into the air, positioning itself behind him, fixated on Qin Ming to prevent any underhanded tactics. "What I mean is, I intend to kill you. I need not waste any more time." In the next moment, as disbelief washed over the burly man, a towering figure of 9 zhong emerged from the blood-red circle on the ground, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Lin Xinyu materialized, wielding a massive sword, gazing down with a detached demeanor upon the burly man's guardian spirit. That dreadful aura surged like waves, one after another, spanning the void and causing the remaining skyscrapers to tremble and collapse. How could this be? The burly man's words faltered as Lin Xinyu swung the giant sword, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that erupted in a tangible crimson light, slicing through the air. In that moment, both his guardian spirit and the burly man himself were cleaved in twain, their eyes forever wide in shock. The residual force of the sword energy penetrated deep into the earth, creating a pit dozens of meters deep. The man who had been fleeing with Huayuan was thrown back by the aftermath, crashing into the ruins and losing consciousness. Qin Ming snapped his fingers, and Lin Xinyu vanished. He then leaped once more, landing beside Huayuan, lifting him effortlessly with one hand, and proceeded towards another spirit-suppressing pavilion practitioner. "Keep him useful." Qin Ming, like a farmer lifting a chick, grasped the man by the neck and walked towards the distant figure known as Brother Dao. At that moment, Brother Dao stood agape, still reeling from the earlier shock. "Let us depart. The spirit-suppressing pavilion will soon arrive, and this place is no longer safe." Qin Ming preferred to avoid a direct confrontation with the pavilion and the headquarters for now. "Understood, Master Qin." Subsequently, Qin Ming tossed both men into the back seat, and with a roar of the engine, they sped away. As anticipated, half an hour after Qin Ming and his companions departed, Three figures materialized seemingly out of thin air, surrounded by a palpable aura of spiritual energy, especially the man in the middle, with a stern visage and a robust physique. Draped in a long black robe that starkly contrasts with the fashion of this era, emanates an aura reminiscent of an 8th-tier A-class spirit master, which is profoundly fearsome. With his hands clasped behind him, his eyes glimmering faintly like distant stars, he gazes upon the corpse of the burly man beside him. It is evident that someone has discerned Huayuan's identity and preemptively taken his life. A low murmur escapes the man as he directs his gaze toward a vast pit not far off, observing the lingering flames of sword energy and furrowing his brow. Not a simple matter, quite formidable. Could it be the headquarters has intervened? The alluring woman nearby speaks softly, her expression indifferent as she surveys her surroundings, speculating. Impossible. The headquarters cannot spare assistance. It seems that this city of Daqian is teeming with hidden talents. Intriguing. The man rises, casting a fleeting glance at the deceased giant, coldly uttering 2 words, worthless. Let us depart. The chaotic era has dawned, and it is not yet the moment for the Spirit Guardian Pavilion to take action. The formidable spirit masters who have allied with Huayuan will eventually surface on their own. There is no need for haste. With that, the figures of the 3 dissolve into streaks of light, vanishing swiftly from the scene. Qin Ming and the others soon return to Beijing, arriving at the uppermost floor. From the heights of the building, Qin Ming gazes down upon a city that has suffered significant devastation, a sight both tragic and harrowing. Even some spirit masters have begun to clash violently with one another, igniting extraordinarily fearsome battles. The conflict among spirit masters results in the collapse of buildings and the destruction of streets, a truly terrifying spectacle. Fortunately, these are merely ordinary spirit masters, whose capacity for destruction is limited. Although Daqian City has been ravaged, certain special locales remain unscathed. These areas are the domains of powerful families, guarded by spirit masters, thus remaining impervious to harm. The true victims of this catastrophic upheaval are the common folk and the affluent who lack the protection of spirit masters. Qin Ming turns, regarding Huayuan, who lies discarded on the ground, and commands, awaken him. He then takes a seat on the sofa, speaking in a calm and measured tone. Long steps forward, applying pressure to Huayuan's acupoint, and shortly thereafter, signs of life return to him as he gradually regains consciousness. Confused, Huayuan surveys his surroundings and rubs the back of his head, feeling a sharp pain. He recalls a spirit master invading the hospital and witnessing a scene of utter horror, before being struck unconscious and losing awareness. Dao, Brother Dao, Huayuan inquires tentatively, eyeing Dao with a mix of uncertainty and respect. At this moment, he notices a young man before him, possessing a tranquil demeanor and an aura of cool detachment, calmly observing him. Huayuan rises, puzzled, and asks Qin Ming, "Who is this?" "Master Qin," Dao interjects, offering a reminder. Upon hearing this, Huayuan is taken aback. Dao's status in Daqian City is exceedingly prominent, yet he refers to this young man as Master Qin. Qin Ming turns his gaze upon Huayuan, speaking in a tone as serene as a still pond. "Huayuan, you should be aware of the events unfolding in the outside world. A global transformation has occurred. The era of guardian spirits has arrived, and the future belongs to the spirit masters. To speak candidly, you possess a guardian spirit, though it remains dormant. I can assist you in awakening it." Within Huayuan's heart surged tumultuous waves, and a look of astonishment flitted across his face. Yet, he did not doubt the veracity of Qin Ming's claims regarding the global anomalies. After all, he had personally witnessed those supernatural entities laying waste to the hospital. Huayuan was a discerning individual. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Qin Ming and inquired, "Lord Qin, you would not offer your assistance without a motive. I assume my guardian spirit holds some significance for you." Qin Ming revealed a smile of appreciation and nodded, saying, "Indeed, to speak candidly, my intention in saving you is to enlist your service." Huayuan, taken aback, ventured to ask, "What if I refuse?" "Quite simple," Qin Ming replied. "I have saved your life, and thus you owe me a debt of gratitude. Should you choose not to submit, death awaits you." As he spoke, Qin Ming extended his right hand, and a fiery inferno erupted with startling intensity. The crimson glow illuminated his face, rendering it particularly ghastly and terrifying. Witnessing this, Hua Yuan swallowed hard, his heart racing at the sight of Qin Ming's extraordinary powers. Chapter 22. Subduing Hua Yuan. May I inquire why does I? Hua Yuan hesitated for a moment before voicing his inner doubts. With so many spirit tamers in the world, it was clear that Qin Ming had chosen him for a reason. You ask too many questions, Hua Yuan. You have two choices, either death or submission. Qin Ming spoke coldly, his palm clenched, causing the flames to vanish. He believed that in this world, few would willingly choose death over compliance. The momentum of fate left Hua Yuan with no room for choice. Observing Qin Ming's icy demeanor and the cold gazes of others like Gaozu, Hua Yuan understood that this was no jest. He possessed a certain pride, yet he was unwilling to perish in vain. What can you offer me in exchange for my submission? Hua Yuan's mind had already begun to settle on a choice. Faced with the threat of death, he was not inclined to be obstinate. You are a physician, thus, I shall introduce you to the extraordinary realm of medicine in this wondrous world. Qin Ming replied softly, gradually reclining on the sofa. He would not make excessive promises. Ensuring their survival was already a considerable grace. To desire more would be sheer greed. Hua Yuan recognized that Qin Ming merely painted a nebulous future. Yet feeling the weight of Qin Ming's cold gaze, he sighed inwardly. He then nodded affirmatively. Very well, I am willing to follow Master Qin. Excellent. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise, Hua Yuan. You shall not regret your choice today, Qin Ming said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Master Qin, may I ask what my guardian spirit is? Upon deciding to submit to Qin Ming, Hua Yuan felt a release of the tension within him, no longer troubled by that inquiry. Instead, he quickly accepted this new reality, looking forward with curiosity about his guardian spirit. Who is your ancestor? Qin Ming inquired, gazing at Hua Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Yuan revealed with pride, the divine physician of Huaxia, Hua Tuo. With an inexplicable smile, Qin Ming regarded Hua Yuan in silence. Gradually, Hua Yuan began to grasp the implication of Qin Ming's words and, in astonishment, exclaimed, Are you suggesting that my guardian spirit is my ancestor, Hua Tuo? Precisely, Hua Yuan. Do you possess any ancestral tokens from Hua Tuo? At this, Huiman's pupils narrowed as he touched the ever-present backpack by his side. Yes, the Qingsheng Classic. The culmination of my ancestor Hua Tuo's lifelong efforts. It is through this text that I have acquired my medical skills. Yet the Qingsheng Classic is far too profound and intricate. My understanding barely reflects a fraction of my ancestor's knowledge. I feel unworthy. A look of shame crossed Hua Yuan's face as he lamented. His ancestor was a renowned divine physician of Huaxia, tragically perishing at the hands of Cao Cao, a lamentable fate indeed. Very well. I shall assist you in awakening your guardian spirit, allowing you to explore the vistas of extraordinary medical practices. Qin Ming rose and approached Hua Yuan, signaling him to retrieve the Qingsheng Classic. After a moment's hesitation, Hua Yuan opened his backpack and extracted an ancient tome, presenting it to Qin Ming. As Qin Ming gazed upon this relic, it exuded the essence of time itself. His palm stirred slightly, as the formidable power emanating from the imperial seal of the nation infused the essence of the Qin Nong Sutra, forcefully awakening the dormant spirit of Hua Tuo. At that moment, the entire room radiated a chilling glow, the temperature plummeting to an alarming degree. In Hua Yuan's incredulous gaze, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. His blood surging, a spectral figure, ethereal and elusive, manifested before him. This apparition was not particularly imposing, merely a stature of one zhang, lacking any significant threat. However, its role transcended that of a mere powerful guardian spirit. This unique soul spirit, by design, could be classified as a revered-level entity, yet its combat prowess was exceedingly feeble. Hua Tuo's figure gradually materialized, suddenly opening his verdant eyes and gazing at Hua Yuan. In their exchanged glances, Hua Tuo recognized Hua Yuan's identity, merging with his corporeal form like a tide. The overwhelming force of this union caused Hua Yuan to faint, collapsing into unconsciousness. Take good care of him. Once he awakens, inform me. Qin Ming instructed tersely before turning to exit the room. Long Da and Long Air hastily and carefully lifted Hua Yuan onto the sofa, vigilantly watching over him. They understood the profound significance Hua Yuan held for Qin Ming and dared not falter, remaining steadfastly by his side. Upon leaving the room, Qin Ming turned to Brother Dao and said, "Lead me to the room of that student and the middle-aged man." "Yes, Master Qin, follow me," Brother Dao replied, hastily leading the way to the 5th floor. Before long, they arrived at a room where the student and the middle-aged man were engrossed in a video game, seemingly oblivious to the chaos of the outside world. Upon noticing Qin Ming's arrival, they promptly set aside their phones and half-eaten chicken legs, standing up respectfully. "What is this? Haven't awakened your guardian spirits yet?" Qin Ming inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The student and the middle-aged man exchanged apprehensive glances, quickly swallowing their food as they stammered. "Master Qin, we're not sure what is going on. I've been sleeping with it in my arms all day, yet there has been no response." As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Qin Ming, a sense of trepidation gnawing at his insides. Qin Ming turned his attention to the middle-aged man, removing the bronze cauldron from the table before him, his arm emanating a faint, ghostly light as he sensed the slumbering spirit within. Suddenly, his brow furrowed deeply as he muttered in confusion, "Gone? What could be the reason?" I have no idea," the middle-aged man stammered in fear, hastily kneeling, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Could it be a failure to awaken? After so many years, the spirit may lack the strength to transform into a guardian spirit." Muttering to himself, Qin Ming cast the bronze cauldron onto the table and proceeded to sense the student's jade pendant, only to receive the same disheartening result. After a brief pause, his expression remained unchanged as he turned to leave the room, leaving the two trembling in his wake. "Master Qin, how should we deal with these two?" Brother Dao inquired cautiously. "Of no use. Take them away. Confine them. Treat them as experimental subjects," Qin Ming replied, his face devoid of emotion, showing no concern for their fates. "Go to where Lin Xinyu is detained. I wish to see what has become of my former girlfriend." A hint of malice lingered in his eyes as he spoke. The betrayal of Lin Xinyu led to his demise in a past life. No amount of torment could suffice to quench his resentment. Soon, several individuals entered a dimly lit room, and upon opening the door, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Qin Ming covered his nose, signaling Brother Dao to illuminate the space. The moment the lights flickered on, Qin Ming was taken aback. In a corner, a figure, barely clothed, huddled and trembled uncontrollably. Her disheveled hair was matted together, obscuring her face. She appeared utterly filthy, the ground littered with excrement, an abhorrent sight to behold. Rodents, insects, snakes, and ants crawled incessantly, inducing a sense of unease. "Master Qin, as per your command, I have kept her alive," Brother Dao stated. Qin Ming smiled with satisfaction, patting Brother Dao on the shoulder. "Well done." Lin Xinyu, upon noticing their presence, remained utterly unresponsive, her mind having shattered long ago, leaving her a complete lunatic. Chapter 23 Long-Term Plans. Upon leaving the room, Qin Ming took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. Send someone out to capture ordinary people amidst the chaos and confine them. They will prove useful, Qin Ming instructed. Brother Dao, though unsure of the purpose behind capturing these ordinary individuals, dared not question his superior and nodded in agreement. Just then, Qin Ming's phone rang. It was a call from Gongsun Xiao. Qin Ming was not surprised. Gongsun Xiao was the leader of the spirit guardian stationed in Daqian City, and it was not unusual for him to have obtained Qin Ming's phone number. "Captain Gongsun, what can I do for you?" Qin Ming asked calmly, already anticipating the reason for Gongsun Xiao's call. "Qin Ming, we need your assistance in suppressing the turmoil caused by the spirit guardians. I can assure you that the headquarters will owe you a favor, provided you do not act recklessly. We will not trouble you in the future." Gongsun Zhao's anxious voice came through. "Captain Gongsun, can you not see the situation clearly? The new era has dawned, marked by bloodshed and the turning of a new page. You cannot control it, nor should you waste your energy. When the sky falls, there are taller individuals to hold it up. This is an inevitable phase of transition. After the chaos, a new order will emerge, Qin Ming replied, waving his hand. Brother Dao understood and quickly lit a cigarette for Qin Ming. As he inhaled the smoke, Qin Ming continued his conversation with Gongsun Xiao. The turmoil in Daqian City was beyond suppression. Thousands of spirit guardians were involved. Unless Qin Ming exerted his full strength to eliminate them all, it was impossible to quell the uprising. However, Qin Ming would never take such drastic measures. If he did, he would become a thorn in the side of the ancient clans, hidden forces, and even the top-tier spirit guardian faction, the Jinling Pavilion, along with the headquarters. I understand, but some things, even if they seem futile, must be done. It is my duty. I cannot turn a blind eye. Gongsun Xiao on the other end of the line remained silent for a while before responding with a heavy sigh. He was a wise man and understood this straightforward truth. Yet, his sense of responsibility did not permit him to stand idly by. Qin Ming halted his steps, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and after exhaling, calmly replied, I can agree to take action, but on one condition. Speak, Gongsun Xiao said, furrowing his brow, sensing Qin Ming's considerable ambition. I want Daqian City. At this declaration, Brother Dao and Xiao Jiao were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief as they looked at the composed Qin Ming. Although Brother Dao was known as a dominant force in Daqian City's underground, he would not dare to act recklessly in the presence of official personnel, let alone demand the entire city. Qin Ming's implication was clear. It was akin to a feudal lord claiming territory in ancient times. Gongsun Xiao, equally stunned, exhibited a look of incredulity, questioning whether he had misheard. Gritting his teeth, he enunciated each word carefully. I didn't catch that. Please repeat yourself. I want Daqian City. You heard me correctly. From now on, Daqian City belongs to me, Qin Ming. No one shall interfere, understand? Qin Ming, you are delusional if you think you can resurrect the chaos of feudal lords. It is absolutely impossible. Your appetite is far too great, and I fear you may not be able to digest it. Gongsun Xiao spoke coldly, his demeanor drastically altered. Qin Ming's actions were nothing short of treasonous, disrupting the delicate balance of Huaxia. Should he be permitted to open this Pandora's box, other spiritual guardians would surely follow suit. This is something the headquarters would never condone. Even the Jinling Pavilion dares not claim dominion over its territory. Is that so? Then brace yourself for the utter destruction of Daqian City, where millions may not survive. Qin Ming's tone remained composed, unperturbed by Gongsun Xiao's refusal. Even if Daqian City were to perish, it still belonged to the headquarters, and he, Qin Ming, would never allow it to be surrendered. If you wish to avoid being labeled a historical villain, cast aside this notion. Gongsun Xiao, seething with rage, hung up the phone, shedding his usual calm facade to mutter curses at Qin Ming, the traitor to the nation. Qin Ming gazed at the disconnected call, a smile gracing his lips, unperturbed. Even envisioning Gongsun Xiao's exasperated expression, shaking his head, he murmured to himself, the age of guardian spirits has dawned, and the world is already in disarray. How can one speak of unity? Moreover, my ambition extends beyond mere recognition from him. I aspire to unify not just Huaxia but the entire globe. Qin Ming required no validation from others. His path was his own to tread, indifferent to external judgments. Without such grand aspirations, he could never have earned the acknowledgement of the imperial seal. Master Qin, Dao Ge hesitated, casting a glance at Qin Ming. What is it? Do you also deem my actions treasonous? Dao Ge remained silent, unable to voice his thoughts. I do not blame you, but I expect no further questioning of my decisions. If you doubt me again, you need not accompany me. With that, Qin Ming strode forward, leaving behind his chilling words. Dao Ge shuddered involuntarily, chastising himself. What am I thinking? Without Master Qin, I'd be dead long ago. He quickly suppressed his misguided patriotic sentiments and hurried to catch up. As dusk fell, chaos continued to reign among the spiritual guardians. The sounds of slaughter echoed, and buildings crumbled, casting Daqian City into a hellish inferno. Qin Ming and his companions stood atop a building, silently observing the scene below. Qin Ming emanated a trace of Lin Xinyu's aura, instilling fear in the hearts of the spiritual guardians who dared not strike at Beijing, retreating in terror. Master Qin, How long will this turmoil persist? Do ye incurred? His expression fraught with complexity. Though he was no stranger to bloodshed, he did not wish for his homeland to become ruins. Perhaps a month, perhaps 6. It is uncertain. Qin Ming replied, shaking his head. Due to his rebirth and the resulting butterfly effect, the information he once knew had become inaccurate. 6 months? Doubt swallowed hard, gripped by fear. In just a day, a third of Daqian City had been reduced to rubble. He dared not fathom what would become of all of Huaxia, or even the world, in half a year. Have you prepared the supplies I requested? Qin Ming suddenly inquired. Rest assured, Master Qin, there is enough food to sustain 1,000 people for 10 years without worry, along with 50 pickup trucks, 50 SUVs, and a considerable cache of military supplies. Qin Ming nodded in approval, satisfied with Dao Ji's performance. Moreover, I shall dispatch individuals to relocate various equipment, facilities, and medical resources from the hospital. I will leave a trace of my essence upon the vehicles, ensuring that these spirit manipulators dare not act recklessly. Qin Ming observed the tumultuous battles unfolding around him and spoke calmly. Understood, Master Qin. Brother Dao sighed lightly before hastening to fulfill his duties. Among the myriad of scenes, his subordinates numbered nearly 100. Many of the other subordinates from the outside world had perished or gone missing, while some had become spirit manipulators and would no longer heed his commands. Soon, the underground garage was filled with 20 vehicles and 60 subordinates. Qin Ming stepped before them, abruptly emanating an overwhelming inferno of the Nine Nether, leaving Li Xian's essence upon the cars and these subordinates as a guise. He gazed at the terrified crowd and spoke with tranquility. Return alive, and I promise you shall all possess this world-destroying extraordinary power. At his words, the crowd erupted in ecstatic joy, a cacophony of excitement filling the air. Go forth, and remember, return alive. With a command issued, the vehicles roared out of the underground garage, dispersing in all directions. Chapter 24. A month in turbulent times, Master Qin. Is it truly possible for us ordinary individuals to possess guardian spirits and become spirit controllers? Brother Dao and his companions inquired eagerly, their faces alight with astonishment. Of course. What? Do you doubt me? Qin Ming's icy gaze compelled Brother Dao to hastily shake his head in denial, a sycophantic smile gracing his lips. I would never, Master Qin. Very well. Let us proceed and observe the condition of Huayuan. Qin Ming asserted, his confidence stemming from Huayuan. In a previous life, Huayuan, upon awakening his guardian spirit, swiftly developed methods to graft soul spirits and even to forge a legion of spirit controllers. This legion differed vastly from individual spirit controllers. Their methods were exceedingly ruthless, necessitating the erasure of the soul spirit's consciousness, transforming new hosts into obedient puppets, akin to death warriors, an army of soul spirits unafraid of death, truly terrifying. In his former life, the Spirit Suppression Pavilion swept all before it using this very technique. Upon entering Huayuan's chamber, they found him awake, his countenance brimming with joy. Engrossed in the awakening of his guardian spirit, his understanding of medicine profoundly enhanced. Upon noticing Qin Ming and the others, Huayuan hastily rose and respectfully addressed Qin Ming. Master Qin. Yes. Qin Ming settled onto the sofa, gesturing for the others to sit without reservation. He turned to Huayuan and said, Now that you have awakened your guardian spirit, you must be aware of the intricacies of this world. There is no need for superfluous words. Serve me, and I can guarantee you will attain what you desire, ensuring your safety in these chaotic times. Rest assured, Master Qin, I know what I must do. As for Huayuan, I may not boast of many things, but I will certainly not go back on my word, Huayuan declared, thumping his chest in earnest assurance. A satisfied smile graced Qin Ming's lips. He did not require absolute loyalty from these individuals, but those who dared to betray him would find only death awaiting them. Excellent. Huayuan, I need you to delve deeply into the art of controlling guardian spirits. Moreover, I want you to learn how to graft the guardian spirits of others onto ordinary individuals. Additionally, I require an army of absolutely loyal guardian spirits. Do you understand? The gravity of Qin Ming's words struck the others with shock. Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical, beyond comprehension. After the initial astonishment, Huayuan began to analyze the feasibility of the plan in his mind. Ultimately, he arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Qin Ming's vision was indeed entirely plausible. Guardian spirits were undeniably powerful and terrifying, beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, spirit controllers possessed a fatal weakness: their physical forms. Despite their extraordinary powers, ordinary spirit controllers remained mere mortals, unable to escape the fate of a century-long cycle. Only a select few extraordinary spirit controllers held guardian spirits of such immense power that they shattered the shackles of humanity, giving rise to transcendent artifacts capable of altering the host's physical body, thus addressing this critical flaw. Qin Ming was one such individual. He possessed the Nine Nether Abyss, which allowed him to temper his physique daily. At present, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation, transcending the ordinary. "Master Qin," Huayuan exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "The method you spoke of is indeed feasible. If successful, I shall alter the course of history and etch my name into the annals of time." Qin Ming smiled faintly, his gaze profound and inscrutable, leaving others to ponder his thoughts. He patted Huayuan on the shoulder, reiterating, "It is not merely this. You can also devise means to enhance the power of guardian spirits, and even more. Huayuan, do not betray my expectations, nor the illustrious reputation of Hua Ta." Huayuan nodded vigorously, but then expressed his concerns. "Master Qin, all of this necessitates experimentation, requiring highly sophisticated medical apparatus, spirit practitioners, and even—" He cast a furtive glance at Qin Ming's expression, noticing his impassive demeanor before continuing, "and a considerable number of ordinary individuals. Such actions are profoundly heretical and would invite scorn from society, branding one with infamy for eternity. Fear not, I can address these matters for you. Focus solely on your research," Qin Ming assured, pausing to direct his attention to Brother Dao. "From now on, the 5th level shall be heavily guarded. Without my explicit instructions, no one is permitted entry. Sever the tendons of the spirit practitioners captured today, as well as that man in the suit, and administer tranquilizers to maintain them in a semi-comatose state. Deliver them to Dr. Hua, and do not waste my classmates either." Brother Dao nodded in acknowledgement, replying earnestly, "Rest assured, Master Qin. With me, Xiao Dao, there will be no mishaps. The equipment will be delivered to you by tomorrow at the latest." Qin Ming turned to Huayuan, promising, "Thank you, Master Qin." Huayuan responded, rubbing his hands together, eager to commence his experiments. The following day, of the 20 vehicles dispatched, 3 were lost, while 17 returned successfully, laden with supplies. The high-precision medical instruments Huayuan required were also delivered. His experiments commenced smoothly upon the arrival of the medical equipment. 10 days later, the entire city descended into chaos. 90% of the streets lay in ruin, and resources began to dwindle. A more horrific wave of violence and looting ensued. Not only did spirit practitioners vie for territory and resources, but ordinary people also resorted to mutual slaughter over sustenance and safety. Moreover, some spirit practitioners enslaved ordinary individuals, treating them as subjects to serve their whims. Transportation ground to a halt. Communications were severely disrupted, and countless ordinary citizens fled to rural areas or other cities. However, upon reaching these destinations, they were met with even greater despair. A month later, as the turmoil gradually subsided, the ruins were populated by wandering ordinary people, their faces pale and weary, scouring the debris for food. The few intact buildings were seized by spirit practitioners. Yet, apart from the chaos, certain exceptional locales remained untouched, such as the Yuan family estate, the police headquarters under the protection of spirit practitioners, and the ancestral homes of families with awakened spirit practitioners. These entities had long-term plans, far beyond the aspirations of these suddenly empowered ordinary spirit practitioners, and awaited their opportune moment. Consequently, a multitude of ordinary individuals flocked to these sanctuaries, seeking refuge and assistance. To the aristocracy, these ordinary individuals are merely burdens, easily suppressed by firearms, instilling fear that keeps them at bay. The police headquarters has taken in a multitude of refugees. Yet this effort is but a drop in the ocean, utterly insufficient to alter the tide of chaos engulfing the land. Surrounding the periphery of Beijing, sandbags stand sentinel, while armed subordinates wielding rifles and even AKs patrol day and night, ensuring that these common folk dare not encroach upon Beijing. Even atop the rooftops, snipers vigilantly observe around the clock. Moreover, Qin Ming subtly emanates his spiritual aura, instilling trepidation in those ordinary spiritual practitioners who do not dare to approach. Today, hundreds of refugees have surged once more to the outskirts of Beijing, beseeching entry for sanctuary. Qin Ming, ensconced in a lavish chamber on the ground floor, gazes silently through the window, observing the scene unfold. Over the course of this month, he has personally apprehended nearly 100 spiritual practitioners, delivering them to Huayuan for experimentation, which has yielded considerable progress. Regrettably, such experiments are exceedingly taxing on the subjects, particularly the ordinary people, who are utterly incapable of withstanding the formidable power of the guardian spirits, resulting in the demise of many. Chapter 25. The Intoxicated Man Master Qin. Should we drive them away? Daoge inquired respectfully, appearing behind Qin Ming. The captors of ordinary people conducted their experiments discreetly, avoiding any overt actions that might draw attention. No need. I recognize a few familiar faces. I shall take a stroll, Qin Ming remarked, his gaze falling upon two disheveled women, astonished that they had managed to survive until now. These two were indeed Lin Xinyu's close companions, one of the true culprits behind his demise. Understood, Master Qin. Subsequently, the group entered a grand hall. Qin Ming waved his hand, and the armed subordinates instinctively parted to clear a path. The sight of these fierce and armed figures prompted the downtrodden to show deference, aware of the presence of a significant figure. As Qin Ming appeared, the desperate individuals hastily knelt, pleading for mercy, their demeanor exuding humility. My lord, I implore you, allow us entry. I am willing to toil without pay. Just grant me a morsel to eat. Indeed, my lord, I am healthy and capable of many tasks. Please accept me. My lord, I can warm your bed and do anything you desire. Even a young woman, displaying her grimy skin, entreated earnestly. Qin Ming's gaze remained calm, fixating on the uncertain expressions of Lu Fangfang and Wang Yu. You are Qin Ming? Wang Yu increasingly affirmed, recognizing this profound young man before her, her heart swelling with joy as she exclaimed. Lu Fangfang, brimming with pride, shoved aside the subordinates barring their way, turning to Qin Ming. It is us, your friend from Xinyu. Do you remember? Is Xinyu inside? How remarkable that you have become a master here. Please let us in. I feel suffocated after a month of mingling with these wretched people. The pitiful demeanor that Lu Fangfang once exhibited vanished, replaced by an air of arrogance as she regarded her companion with evident disdain. Indeed, they reek, Wang Yu added, pushing closer to Qin Ming. The subordinates, witnessing this, dared not intervene, fearing that the two women genuinely were acquaintances of Qin Ming. A flicker of coldness passed through Qin Ming's eyes as he turned to Long to beside him. Take them to find Xinyu. Let the sisters reunite. Understood, Master Qin. Long to step forward, addressing the two women with an impassive expression. Please follow me. Aware of Lin Xinyu's fate, Long to comprehended Qin Ming's intentions. Lu Fangfang and her companion let out a sigh of relief, recalling how they had previously mocked Qin Ming openly. Behind his back, they had spoken ill of him extensively. The two women eagerly followed Long into the Beijing. Observing this, others surged forward, seeking refuge within Beijing. However, the cold barrels of the subordinates' weapons dissuaded them from overstepping. At that moment, a middle-aged woman, clutching her grandson, forcibly squeezed through the crowd, pointing at Qin Ming. Young man, do you still have room for my grandchild and me? If not, I shall lie here at your doorstep, refusing to leave, attending to all my needs right here. Just look at my adorable grandson. Please allow us entry. If you deny us, it will be a sign of a heartless and immoral nature, and the world will surely condemn you for it. One must possess kindness, otherwise, retribution will come. The elderly woman continued her incessant pleas, clearly intent on not leaving without gaining entry. Qin Ming silently observed the crowd, who were accusing him of being cold-hearted as they attempted to morally bind him. Eventually, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to step aside. You all have valid points. We are descendants of Yin and Huang. How can we stand by and do nothing? All who wish to enter may do so. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao discerned the icy glint in Qin Ming's eyes and suddenly comprehended the situation. Others swiftly surged into the establishment, exclaiming, "Make way! Do you not see that this promising young man has permitted our entrance?" "Ha! I shall remember you. You had the fiercest expression," one remarked. How fortunate we are to encounter such kindness. Look at this splendid place." They were in awe, discovering delectable food and fine wine. Heavens, this sofa is so comfortable. I haven't had a proper rest in ages. Once granted access to the establishment, the newcomers acted as if it were their own home, indulging in food and drink, fearful of losing their spoils. In mere minutes, the once pristine hall had devolved into chaos. Brother Dao approached Qin Ming, bowing slightly. Awaiting his instructions, after they have eaten their fill, confine them to the 5th floor. We cannot allow such valuable items to fall into neglect. Do you understand? Understood. Master Qin, Brother Dao nodded, instructing his subordinates to keep a close watch on the newcomers to prevent any mischief. Just as Qin Ming prepared to return to the main area, he was suddenly startled by a languid groan. Turning towards the source of the sound, he spotted a long-haired, disheveled man reclining beneath a stone lion, clutching a gourd-shaped wine flask. Brother Dao, noticing Qin Ming's shift in demeanor, also observed the scruffy figure and furrowed his brows, inquiring of a nearby subordinate, "When did he arrive?" "Didn't notice him at all," came the reply. At these words, Brother Dao immediately became alert, instinctively stepping back. Qin Ming's gaze remained fixed on the disheveled man, who was shaking the empty gourd in a futile attempt to extract more wine, yet he made no move. The aura surrounding this individual was formidable. He appeared languid and carefree, yet he was akin to a hidden blade, poised to unleash a terrifying attack at any moment. "Good sir, do you have any wine?" the man inquired, rising to reveal a strikingly handsome but carefree visage, as if still under the influence of intoxication. He staggered toward the stairs, approaching Qin Ming and the others. In that instant, many of the subordinates tensed, their bodies rigid with anxiety, even causing their weapons to tremble, ready to discharge at any moment. Qin Ming gestured for his subordinates to lower their weapons, watching the man with keen interest. As he approached within a meter, Qin Ming smiled and began to speak. "There is an abundance of drink, far more than you could possibly consume. If the supply here runs dry, I can procure some from elsewhere." "Excellent. Excellent, I am quite pleased. If you provide me with a lifetime of liquor, I shall guard this place for you." "What do you say?" The man displayed a satisfied smile as he approached Qin Ming, patting him on the shoulder. His demeanor suggested that he might soon regurgitate his entire meal onto Qin Ming, causing Brother Dao and the others to feel uncertain about whether to intervene or to stand back. Qin Ming gestured for them to withdraw, personally assisting the man into the grand hall and settling him onto the sofa. He then turned to Brother Dao and commanded, "Hurry and bring forth the finest wines." Brother Dao, perplexed but obedient, instructed his subordinates to gather the rarest wines from their collection. "I do not desire foreign wines. They taste as foul as horse urine," the man remarked, propping himself up against the sofa and lazily casting an intrigued glance at Qin Ming. Chapter 26. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Li Taibai, you possess a certain charm. I have visited several other factions, aside from the headquarters of the Spirit Guardians, whose demeanor was somewhat amiable. The others treated me as if I were an unsightly object to be cast aside. Yet you possess a unique allure, standing out in this dwindling paradise amidst chaos. Qin Ming took a seat, observing the seemingly dazed man before him, whose eyes sparkled with an intimidating brilliance. Perhaps due to their shared level of guardian spirits, Qin Ming immediately recognized this individual's extraordinary nature. "How should I address you?" Qin Ming smiled faintly, gesturing to his subordinates who were eager to confront the man for his perceived disrespect. The man's gaze fell upon the array of fine wines laid out on the table, and suddenly he sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Everyone present, save for Qin Ming, instinctively recoiled several steps, their faces betraying fear. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. His interest peaked as he scrutinized the man. Just a moment ago, the fleeting essence of his spirit had surged forth like an endless sea of swords, imbued with boundless, supreme sword intent, vast and majestic, akin to a mighty river flowing through the heavens. Li Changye. As he spoke, Li Changye filled his wine jug, taking a hearty swig before shaking it playfully to signal Qin Ming to join him in a toast. Qin Ming chuckled, unperturbed by Li Changye's casual demeanor. Others lacked the audacity and the merit to behave so boldly in his presence. Yet Li Changye had that privilege. Qin Ming naturally extended the proper respect to such a formidable figure. At that moment, upon hearing the name Li Changye, Qin Ming instantly discerned his true identity. Are you not curious about who I am? Or perhaps about the identity of my guardian spirit? Li Changye stretched lazily, reclining on the sofa, drinking heartily without a care for who truly held dominion over the scene. Qin Ming rose, his expression growing increasingly solemn as he paced thoughtfully, speaking with the gravity of respect. In the vast firmament of the celestial empire, amidst the boundless sea of literature, there exists a figure whose eloquence can invoke the splendor of the Tang dynasty, whose words, once spoken, become timeless verses. To slay a man with every 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. What audacious and wild proclamations! In the embrace of verdant mountains, where tranquility dwells, the path leads to the ethereal realms. A bard of wind and moon, his verses echo through the ages, embodying the precariousness of existence. The poet immortal Li Bai. Yet I prefer another title, the azure lotus sword immortal, Li Tai Bai. As Qin Ming's words echoed in the air, astonishment gripped the onlookers, who collectively gasped in disbelief. Li Changye rose, studying the youthful demeanor of Qin Ming, finding it difficult to gauge him. Instinct warned him that this young man was perilously dangerous. Marvelous, Li Changye replied earnestly, performing an ancient gesture of respect. Qin Ming smiled in return, reciprocating the gentlemanly courtesy as he introduced himself. Qin Ming of the Great Qin. His declaration left the others bewildered, uncertain of its significance, while Li Changye's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Ming, hesitant to speculate on the meaning behind his words. The implications are far too terrifying. Qin Ming, you are a person of integrity. I am indifferent to how others perceive you. At least in my eyes, you are someone worthy of companionship. But most importantly, you possess wine? And that is sufficient, ha ha ha. Li Changye laughed heartily, holding a wine jug and drinking boisterously. His carefree demeanor evoked the image of the immortal poet of antiquity, as if he had returned to the mortal realm. Jian Xian Li Tai Bai, one of the world's foremost spirit manipulators, appeared sooner than expected. However, it is fortunate that he has become a member of my ranks, compensating for the lack of combat strength among my other subordinates. Li Changye's arrival eased Qin Ming's tension. Although Li Changye had not summoned his protective spirit, the aura he emanated was formidable enough to reach the level of a revered master. His subsequent plan is to seize complete control of the entire city of Daqian, and those who had once harmed him must pay the price. The Yuan family. Qin Ming murmured, his gaze igniting with a fearsome intensity. The others, including Brother Knife, were alarmed and filled with trepidation. Before long, Qin Ming regained his composure and instructed Brother Knife. From now on, any requests made to Li Changye must be met without hesitation. There is no need for caution, as he is a trustworthy individual. Those who inherit protective spirits often share a similar disposition with them. Otherwise, it is difficult to gain the acknowledgement of ancient souls. Understood. Qin Yi, Brother Knife nodded in agreement. Yes, continue to discreetly capture ordinary individuals. It is prudent to maintain a low profile to avoid becoming a target. We must thoroughly investigate the spirit manipulators within a 10-mile radius. The plan is about to commence. Qin Ming stood at the entrance on the steps, gazing at the city reduced to ruins and calmly instructed. From this decay, a resurgence will arise. The order and rules belonging to me, Qin Ming, will emerge from the remnants of a shattered civilization. Understood, Qin Yi. Should we continue to gather food and resources necessary for life? Currently, the storage in Beijing is sufficient to sustain the entire community for a decade. Qin Ming shook his head, replying, "No need. The establishment of a new civilization does not require 10 years. Within a year at most, the world belonging to me will rise from the ground. Dakian City is merely a springboard. Brother Knife, perform your duties well, and you will soon possess extraordinary abilities." Upon hearing this, Brother Knife's expression was one of ecstatic joy. He had long envied the powers of the spirit manipulators wreaking havoc outside, lamenting his own inability to awaken a protective spirit. "Thank you, Qin Yi." Brother Knife expressed his gratitude with excitement. "Rest assured, you are all my capable aides. Follow me and witness the unfolding of my dominion, the dawn of my era." Qin Ming opened his arms, embracing the atmosphere of this transformative age, his expression unfurling into one of avarice. Observing this countenance, Brother Knife and the others felt increasingly apprehensive, their reverence for Qin Ming penetrating to the very marrow of their bones. The following day, Qin Ming ascended to the 5th floor to inquire with Hua Yuan about the progress of the experiment. Upon entering the laboratory, he witnessed an ordinary person being carried out, evidently deceased. Within the fortified glass enclosure, a spirit clad in armor writhed in agony, its limbs ensnared by iron chains adorned with arcane runes, uttering a cacophony of furious roars punctuated by wretched cries of pain. Upon the arrival of Qin Ming, Hua Yuan, dressed in protective gear, revealed a pallid visage and greeted him. "Master Qin, you have arrived. How progresses our endeavor?" Approaching the fortified glass, Qin Ming's gaze ignited with a flicker of fervent flame. The chilling aura he exuded, rendering the enraged spirit momentarily subdued, steeped in fear and trepidation. "It shall not be long, Master Qin. Grant me but a month more, and I shall successfully integrate the spirit. However, during this time, I have also unearthed several intriguing innovations," Hua Yuan declared with palpable excitement, eager to share his advancements in the realm of the extraordinary. "Oh, pray, elaborate," Qin Ming inquired, his interest piqued as he turned his attention to Hua Yuan. "Master Qin, do you observe the golden runes upon these chains? They are a remarkable concoction derived from the blood of spirit manipulators, fused with the essence of the spirit and the teachings of the Qing Nong Sutra. When applied to objects, they can temporarily suppress the powers of guardian spirits." Qin Ming regarded the chains with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. If applied to bullets, could it not also inflict harm upon the spirit manipulators? "Indeed it can," Hua Yuan affirmed, with unwavering conviction. Chapter 27, Network Recovery, Headquarters Entry. Indeed, quite intriguing. Qin Ming expressed his satisfaction and gestured for Hua Yuan to continue. Hua Yuan nodded and proceeded. "I have named this device Spirit Binding." He chuckled, evidently pleased with his research in the extraordinary realm. "Quite good," Qin Ming acknowledged, his palm gently resting upon the reinforced glass cover. Under Hua Yuan's astonished gaze, a terrifying blaze erupted from Qin Ming's hand, instantly melting the fortified glass. The spirit within gazed at Qin Ming in terror, acutely aware of his formidable aura, trembling involuntarily, its eyes betraying a human-like fear. Qin Ming remained indifferent, lightly touching the spirit-binding chains. In that moment, a faint golden light flickered, and the spirit's power surged forth, attempting to invade Qin Ming's meridians like microorganisms, striving to obstruct the spirit's energy. Yet, Qin Ming's physique was far too powerful, rivaling that of an ordinary spirit master. The moment the spirit binding's power intruded, it was devoured by a surge of crimson flames. Not bad. It holds some efficacy against ordinary spirit masters, but Hua Yuan, you must endeavor further to confront more formidable opponents. Indeed, Hua Yuan's heart was shaken, his perception of Qin Ming's strength profoundly reset. "Is there more?" Qin Ming retracted his hand, casting a languid gaze at Hua Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Yuan retrieved a porcelain vial from the table, presenting it to Qin Ming. "Master Qin, I have named this essence Devouring Pill. Upon ingestion, it can temporarily double a spirit's power, but the cost." He glanced at Qin Ming before continuing. "The first use requires a sacrifice of 5 years of life. The second, double that, 10 years. The third, for an ordinary spirit master, it could lead to immediate demise." Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he opened the vial and inhaled its aroma, nodding in approval. Quite good, but it can be further refined. Hua Yuan was momentarily taken aback, sheepishly scratching his head. Rest assured, Master Qin, this is merely the initial version created for the study of spirit grafting. Once I resolve the issues of spirit grafting, I will optimize the essence-devouring pill to minimize side effects. Qin Ming casually shook his head, toying with the porcelain vial as he softly remarked, Hua Yuan, you misunderstand my intent. I mean, it can have a more potent effect, directly amplifying a spirit master's combat power exponentially. As for side effects, they're inconsequential. Even if one were to perish after a single use, it matters not. Do you comprehend? He placed the vial down, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he patted Hua Yuan on the shoulder. In that moment, Hua Yuan felt a chill envelop him, his scalp prickling. Gazing into Qin Ming's indifferent and profound eyes, he understood that Qin Ming was utterly indifferent to the lives of spirit masters. His only concern was maximizing profit. I understand. Hua Yuan swallowed hard, responding respectfully. Good. You're a clever man and a valuable assistant. The future holds limitless potential for you. I trust you comprehend what must be done. Some matters and words need not be articulated too explicitly, Qin Ming remarked, his gaze shifting toward a corner of the laboratory. There exists a ventilation duct that leads directly to a deep underground pit, specifically designated for the burial of deceased experimental subjects. Understood, Master Qin, rest assured. Hua Yuan hastily replied, fearful that his words might lead to him being discarded down the duct by Qin Ming. Is there any further valuable research? The purpose of Qin Ming's visit was to ascertain Hua Yuan's progress in his studies. It appears that Hua Yuan has not wasted the effort Qin Ming had invested in bringing him under his wing. Master Qin, I have also developed an electromagnetic induction field here, which utilizes magnetic forces to temporarily prevent spirit tamers from summoning their guardian spirits, severing the connection between the host and their guardian. The efficacy of this device is quite similar to that of spirit binding techniques, with the distinction that this electromagnetic field is considerably more potent, albeit somewhat cumbersome to employ. It requires the prior placement of electromagnetic stakes to draw the spirit tamer into the field, at which point the magnetic field can be activated to capture the spirit tamer. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes glimmered slightly as he observed the 1-meter-tall metallic electromagnetic stake that Hua Yuan retrieved from the storage cabinet, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. With this, capturing spirit tamers will indeed be much more convenient in the future. Hua Yuan, you have done well, Qin Ming remarked with a smile. He then offered a few instructions, advising Hua Yuan to directly inform Brother Dao of any needs he might have, assuring him that they would be met to the best of their ability, whether it be money, beauty, or material goods. Subsequently, Qin Ming departed the laboratory and returned to his room on the 6th floor. At that moment, Xiao Jiu knocked and entered. What is it? Qin Ming's body was currently undergoing the refining process of the 9 Hell's Nether Sea, enduring excruciating pain, yet he appeared outwardly unchanged. By now, Qin Ming had grown accustomed to this suffering, even finding pleasure within it. Master Qin, the headquarters has restored the network. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming gestured for Xiao Jiu to place the computer on a coffee table. Xiao Jiu nodded and approached Qin Ming, opening the computer and logging into the WeChat network. At this moment, the entire trending list was filled with news and videos pertaining to the extraordinary world. Qin Ming scrolled through the trending topics, which were dominated by those fortunate enough to have survived, fervently discussing and even seeking information online through their mobile devices. The top trending topics included global human population reduced by 1/3. What causes the emergence of extraordinary beings? Why are they referred to as spirit tamers? What exactly are spirit tamers? The official spirit tamer organization of Huaxia has emerged, beginning to suppress civilian spirit tamers. They urged civilian spirit tamers to voluntarily register and submit to the various city branches of spirit tamers, promising that past transgressions would be forgiven. On the 15th of August, a blood moon descends, heralding global anomalies. Civilian spirit tamers are wreaking havoc in cities. Qin Ming quietly observed the frenzied, trending topics, his expression disturbingly calm. Suddenly, an official announcement from the headquarters appeared on the list. Within 10 days, all civilian spirit tamers must report to the various city branches for registration into the system, or face lethal consequences. Quite intriguing, he mused, as the butterfly effect indeed reveals alterations in history. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, contemplating internally. All of this bears a striking resemblance to the scenes from his past life, merely occurring ahead of schedule. The headquarters was initially caught off guard by the sudden onset of chaos, yet they would soon adapt and establish a new order. However, their assumptions were overly simplistic. Ordinary spirit manipulators could indeed be easily subdued, and even some official announcements would suffice to intimidate them into submission. Yet formidable spirit manipulators would opt for concealment, quietly enhancing their strength, consolidating their ranks, and forming powerful factions. Before long, when the new paradigm becomes thoroughly entrenched, even the headquarters would find itself powerless, resigned to the emergence of these formidable forces. "Master Qin, what should we do?" inquired Xiaojio. "Patience. We have 10 days, ample time for me to unify the Qin city completely. By then, even if the headquarters descends upon us, they shall find themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Moreover, I, Qin Ming, am no pushover. If the headquarters wishes to manipulate me, they must be prepared to pay a considerable price," Qin Ming replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. The vast expanse of Huaxia was simply too immense for the headquarters to manage comprehensively. Chapter 28. Submission? That phone call. Qin Ming's gaze was fixed upon the trending search rankings, his mind racing with calculations on where to commence. According to his memories from a past life, the most formidable force of spiritual practitioners in Daqian City was the Yuan clan, followed closely by the team of practitioners led by Gongsun Xiao. There were also a dozen other families, large and small. Daqian City was merely a small town, devoid of ancient powers or hidden families. This was fortuitous news for Qin Ming, as he was not yet inclined to confront these forces brimming with powerful practitioners directly. At that moment, his phone rang, revealing a call from Gongsun Xiao. "Captain Gongsun, is there something you need?" Qin Ming's voice was icy. Gongsun Xiao appeared haggard, his energy depleted, clearly burdened by the concerns for Daqian City. "Qin Ming, have you seen the announcement from headquarters?" he inquired. "I have," Qin Ming replied curtly. "Submit to the headquarters. I assure you, you will at least become the head of the practitioners in this city. If you wish, I can recommend you as the head of Daqian City as practitioners. What do you say?" Gongsun Zhao's weary voice carried a hint of pleading. He was driven by a selfless concern for the welfare of the populace, unwilling to see them suffer once more. Qin Ming fell silent for a moment, feigning contemplation before responding. "Your verbal assurances do not inspire confidence. The headquarters is rife with intrigue. It is those ancient families that truly hold the reins, and you lack the authority to represent them." Gongsun Xiao was momentarily taken aback, detecting a subtle shift in Qin Ming's tone, and his expression brightened with hope. "Qin Ming, trust me, I have deep connections with a high-ranking official at headquarters. If you agree to submit and serve the headquarters, I guarantee that you will be the head of the practitioners in Daqian City. How does that sound?" At this, Qin Ming's eyes glimmered with curiosity. He had not previously heard of Gongsun Zhao's connections. "Oh, pray tell, perhaps you can persuade me," he probed, adhering to the principle of understanding one's adversary better. Gongsun Xiao hesitated, reluctant to exert pressure. Yet, to gain Qin Ming's trust, he found it necessary to reveal his backing. "My surname is Li, of the Tang dynasty." The revelation left Qin Ming astonished, murmuring to himself, "So, it is him. He is indeed one of the decision-makers at headquarters. Very well, I can agree to your proposal. However, I must first eliminate a few troublesome individuals in Daqian City to facilitate future governance. Captain Gongsun, you will assist me, will you not?" Qin Ming's demeanor returned to calm as he spoke. Gongsun Xiao furrowed his brow, uncertain whether Qin Ming was genuinely inclined to submit or merely playing a strategic game. Nevertheless, he resolved to take a gamble on Qin Ming's sincerity. "All right, I can assist you in suppressing these disobedient practitioners, but I require a 10-day time frame. After all, this is a promise to headquarters. Once the 10 days have passed, I will aid you in unifying Daqian City. Additionally, you need to come to my location to register your information, allowing me to report to headquarters. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Qin Ming's lips, his corner of the mouth curling upward. No, similarly, I need to see the sincerity of the headquarters. First, obtain the official order from the headquarters on my behalf, and I shall agree to your request. It's impossible. I am not even aware of who your guardian spirit is. How can I report to the headquarters? Gongsun Zhao's tone suddenly heightened, resolutely refusing to comply. Qin Ming, however, remained unfazed, for his intention was to stabilize Gongsun Zhao. Captain Gongsun, I shall grant you time to contemplate. Weigh your options carefully, for this is my bottom line. If you do not acquiesce, then so be it. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Ming promptly ended the call, his gaze shifting towards Xiao Jiao as he instructed. Direct the orders such that, aside from the essential defenders of Beijing, everyone else is to proceed to Huayuan to acquire binding spirits and electromagnetic stakes for a widespread apprehension of spirit manipulators. The spirit manipulators roaming the city are predominantly ordinary ones. The truly formidable spirit manipulators have chosen to conceal their prowess from the moment of awakening, avoiding such foolishness. Thus, Qin Ming's target is solely the ordinary spirit manipulators. In confronting them, coupled with the research products from Huayuan, as long as sufficient caution is exercised, there is little danger involved. Xiao Jiao nodded, packed up the computer, and exited the room. Qin Ming rose, extinguished his cigarette, and approached the window, gazing down upon the city, now reduced to ruins, his eyes flickering with a cold flame. It is time to commence. Meanwhile, Gongsun Zhao, infuriated by the abrupt disconnection, slammed his hand upon the table. Qin Ming's arrogance is intolerable. After a moment, he regained his composure, revealing a troubled expression. Qin Ming's guardian spirit is exceedingly powerful enough to redefine his understanding. The cost of suppressing such a terrifying spirit manipulator is too great. Even knowing that Qin Ming may be deceiving him, he has no choice but to place his trust in him. Subsequently, Gongsun Zhao dialed a mysterious number. "My lord, is there something amiss?" A voice imbued with authority resonated from the other end. "My lord, an extraordinarily powerful spirit manipulator has appeared in Daqian City. His condition for aligning with the headquarters is to become the head of spirit manipulators in Daqian City, thereby controlling it." The man on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding. "Gongsun Zhao, you have always acted with prudence. I trust your judgment. Compile and transmit his information to the headquarters, and it will be duly verified. If there are no issues, I shall consent." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Zhao's heart sank, for it had indeed come to this. The headquarters, being an official organization, meticulously scrutinizes the information of every spirit manipulator before acceptance, ensuring there are no discrepancies. Moreover, being the head of spirit manipulators in such a city is a position of immense power, rendering the process even more intricate. "What is it? Is there a problem?" The man on the other end sensed Gongsun Zhao's hesitation and inquired. His condition is that it must be an official appointment from the headquarters before he agrees to join. Gongsun Zhao ultimately spoke under pressure. As expected, an indignant voice erupted from the other side. "Nonsense, Gongsun Zhao. This is the appointment of a city leader. It cannot be treated so lightly. My lord, I am aware this does not conform to regulations, yet his guardian spirit is far too powerful, likely an S-rank revered soul." As soon as these words were uttered, a brief silence enveloped the conversation on the other end. Once a soul spirit acquires a title, whether at the rank of a junior or a venerable, it embraces boundless possibilities and possesses limitless potential for growth. Below the junior rank, the classifications of soul spirits remain fixed, devoid of attributes for advancement. Naturally, there exist exceptionally rare soul spirits capable of undergoing transformation and evolution from the most rudimentary levels. The realm of the extraordinary is shrouded in profound mystery, making it exceedingly challenging to draw any definitive conclusions about its next phase. I shall convene a high-level meeting to deliberate with esteemed council members, exercising utmost caution in our considerations. After concluding the call, Gongsun Zhao exhaled a sigh of relief, harboring a glimmer of hope for a peaceful resolution. "I sincerely hope that Qin Ming is not deceiving me. Otherwise, alas." Gongsun Zhao sighed softly, deeply troubled, as strands of white hair began to emerge amidst her locks. Chapter 29. The Yi family at this moment in Beijing, numerous subordinates were fully armed, departing with spirit-binding devices and electromagnetic fields to apprehend ordinary spirit manipulators. Qin Ming observed their departure with an expressionless visage. Brother Dao appeared from behind Qin Ming, his countenance reflecting a tinge of complexity. The capture of spirit manipulators by ordinary individuals was a perilous endeavor, a venture fraught with mortal danger. It remained uncertain how many of these subordinates would return alive. Little Dao, remember this. Those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. The establishment of a new era necessitates a baptism of blood. Should they miraculously survive, they will acquire extraordinary powers and earn the right to witness the dawn of my era, Qin Ming stated, turning to pat Brother Dao's shoulder with an impassive demeanor. You are my first confidant, destined to be immortalized in history. Do not let me down. Understood, Master Qin, Brother Dao nodded, responding with utmost respect. Qin Ming's aura grew increasingly profound, his demeanor chillingly stoic. This transformation instilled in Brother Dao a deeper sense of reverence, trepidation, and fear. It was as if he beheld a blood-red star of slaughter rising amidst the ruins of a chaotic future. Little Dao, gather 20 of my most trusted men, and let us depart in the off-road vehicles. It is time to eliminate these ants that obstruct my unification of Daqian City. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao nodded, but expressed a hint of concern. Master Qin, will anything go awry in Beijing in your absence? He subtly gestured towards the half-awake, half-drunken Li Changya nearby. Li Changya, with a slight smile gracing his lips, reclined on the sofa, snoring peacefully, seemingly indifferent to Brother Dao's words. Qin Ming cast a glance at Li Changya and shook his head. Trust is paramount. Do not doubt those you employ. Rest assured. Prepare for our departure in half an hour. Yes, Master Qin. Brother Dao bowed respectfully and exited the spacious room, leaving only Qin Ming and Li Changya together. Brother Li, I entrust you with the guardianship of Beijing during my absence, Qin Ming said as he approached Li Changya. Do not worry. Even if an S-rank spirit manipulator appears, I can ensure Beijing's safety, Li Changya replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as he shifted to a more comfortable position and resumed his slumber. Qin Ming smiled and turned to leave. Strong individuals are always unique, unconstrained by conventions. He cared little for Li Changya's demeanor. What mattered was his formidable strength. Such power commanded respect. Half an hour later, in the underground parking lot, with the roar of engines, a modified steel behemoth, a monstrous pickup truck, led the charge, followed closely by 9 black off-road vehicles as they departed for Beijing. The path was strewn with the remnants of collapsed structures, as if the aftermath of a world war lay before them. Faintly, one could observe ordinary individuals huddled amidst the ruins, struggling to survive. As this grand procession appeared, many ordinary refugees emerged from the wreckage, astonished and curious. Some even rushed forward, seeking assistance from the convoy. Qin Ming, however, paid them no heed. Many roads ahead were obstructed by fallen buildings, and the lead vehicle, equipped with a rocket launcher, forcefully cleared the way, igniting a cacophony of explosions. This magnificent display attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, who captured the spectacle and shared online. Though they struggled to secure their basic needs, their reliance on mobile phones remains unwavering, and their penchant for gossip is undiminished. Soon, the peculiar actions of this convoy surged into trending topics. Master Qin, we have made it to the trending list, Dao Gu remarked, handing his phone to Qin Ming. Qin Ming cast a fleeting glance at the headline. Shocking. Unknown forces armed with formidable weapons breached disaster zones. It's nothing to worry about. It will soon be overshadowed, he replied calmly. Indeed, moments later, a new trending topic emerged, pushing the video down the list. What is the closest force that has not been affected by the spirit guardians? Qin Ming inquired softly, his eyes closed in contemplation from the back seat. Dao Gu, driving, glanced at Xiao Jiu in the passenger seat, signaling her to inform Qin Ming. Master Qin, according to intel gathered by our brothers these past few days, the nearest entity on the map appears to be the Yi family in Daqian City, a local enterprise with a century-long legacy, boasting assets worth billions, though not among the elite families of Daqian City. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming opened his luminous eyes. Recalling his past life, he remembered that his university-class leader, Yi Lingqing, was the eldest daughter of the Yi family. During the rampant destruction by spirit guardians, the Yi family fortuitously awakened several spirit guardians, thus escaping the turmoil. However, 3 years later, the Yi family was ultimately consumed by the Yuan family, and Yi Lingqing fell victim to the vile acts of Yuan Quan, the Yuan family scion, ultimately taking her own life out of despair. In his previous life, Qin Ming's survival during the chaotic early days was largely attributed to Yi Lingqing, who selflessly sheltered many classmates, including him, allowing them to weather the initial storm under the Yi family's protection. Very well, let us proceed to the Yi family, Qin Ming concluded, his expression chillingly calm, hiding the tumult within. Meanwhile, at the Yi family estate, amidst the opulent luxury of the villa, Qin Ming's former university classmates gathered in a spacious room. Celebrating with abandon in this chaotic era, 18 individuals were present, including Wang Hu. They sang, drank, feasted, and reveled, as if indulging in the utmost pleasures of a world on the brink of collapse. In a corner, Yi Lingqing sat on a sofa, her once radiant complexion appearing less than favorable. Shortly, a middle-aged man resembling a butler approached her, wearing a frown. "Miss, your classmates seem to have overstepped their bounds, treating the Yi family as their own home and behaving with utter disregard. Just days ago, they even intruded into the master's study, disturbing him." Yi Lingqing sighed inwardly, fully aware of the impropriety. Initially, she had taken them in out of compassion, unwilling to witness their innocent demise amidst the turmoil. Yet, they had transitioned from cautious guests to reckless interlopers, causing chaos within the Yi household. Despite her attempts to subtly warn them, they had not only ignored her but also resorted to moral coercion, claiming that with greater abilities came greater responsibilities, and that the Yi family had an obligation to protect them. Eventually, the Yi family could no longer tolerate their antics and planned to expel them forcefully. To her astonishment, several among them awakened their guardian spirits, becoming spirit guardians themselves. Yi Lingqing felt helpless, hesitant to sever ties completely, fearing that they might retaliate and shatter the fragile peace her family enjoyed. However, the group led by Wang, who has increasingly overstepped their boundaries, audaciously reversing roles and repeatedly encroaching upon the family's limits. They summoned the servants of the Yi family at will, treating them with utter disdain, even going so far as to utilize the direct descendants of the Yi family as mere servants. What does father mean by this? Yi Lingqing inquired softly, her luminous eyes momentarily reflecting a coldness. Though she possessed a kind heart, she was far from being weak. She would never show mercy to those who were ungrateful. The headquarters has now entered the fray, issuing a proclamation. Their arrogance will not endure for long. The master intends to dispatch someone to the division of spirit practitioners in Daqian City to seek assistance from the official spirit practitioners, driving them away. I plan to personally visit the spirit practitioners division to demonstrate our sincerity. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingqing nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Chapter 30. The malice of human nature. Yi Lingqing remained silent, contemplating the treachery of Wang Hu, Zhou Shun, and Su Lian. Had it not been for their apprehension of the spirit master, her family would have long expelled such ungrateful wretches. Did they truly believe that the Yi family could withstand a century into Qian City, merely to be treated as easy prey? Seeing Yi Lingqing's taciturnity, the steward discreetly departed. Soon after, Wang Hu approached, a bottle of red wine in hand, his demeanor intoxicated as he settled beside Yi Lingqing, deliberately encroaching on her space and inhaling her fragrant scent. Yi Lingqing furrowed her brow, instinctively creating distance. "Wang Hu, you have had too much to drink. Class monitor, why not join us? Let's revel together. After all, it is the end of days. Seize the moment." Wang Hu disregarded her discomfort and inched closer, his hand resting on her delicate shoulder. Yi Lingqing's expression darkened as she abruptly stood, shifting to another spot. "Wang Hu, I implore you to conduct yourself with dignity." "Ah, everyone look." The usually good-natured class monitor is angry. Wang Hu mocked. "Class monitor, Are you dissatisfied with our presence in your home? Surely, with so many of us, the expenses must weigh heavily on you. It seems even the affluent Yi family cannot accommodate us, mere commoners. How typical of capitalists. The cacophony of accusations and derision reached Yi Lingqing's ears, deepening her vexation. Some even recorded videos to distort the truth and manipulate public sentiment. At that moment, the infamous green tea socialite Su Lin sauntered over to Yi Lingqing, whispering conspiratorially, "Lady Yi, do you truly believe we are unaware of your family's intentions to seek aid from the Spirit Master Division? Have you not noticed Joshin's absence? TSK, the university goddess, born into affluence and blessed with beauty. Yet in these chaotic times, even we common folk have our chance to rise above you." Su Yin's unabashed mockery ignited a furious blaze within Yi Lingqing. Her cheeks flushed crimson, tears brimming in her eyes as she pointed toward them, rendered speechless by her rage. You! Ultimately, Yi Lingqing stormed out, the unabashed laughter that echoed within the room, igniting her fury further. "Miss!" At that moment, a bodyguard, his expression grim, approached with a menacing air. "What is it?" Yi Lingqing felt an unsettling premonition and inquired. "Steward Yu has passed away. He was crushed beneath a collapsing building shortly after leaving the Yi residence. I suspect foul play by those wretched individuals." "What?" Yi Lingqing faltered, collapsing to the floor as tears streamed down her face. The steward had raised her. Her bond with him was akin to that of kin, if not closer. In that instant, her heart surged with an overwhelming tide of rage and guilt. "It is my fault that Uncle Yu is dead. Had I not allowed my compassion to blind my judgment, we would not be in this predicament." The sorrow in Yi Lingqing's heart was palpable as she whispered her self-reproach, evoking a profound sense of pity. The bodyguard hastily helped Yi Lingqing to her feet and coldly addressed the room. "Miss, this is not your fault. We underestimated the ugliness of human nature. These individuals deserve to perish in such chaotic times, for they have caused the old stewardess demise." Yi Lingqing wiped her tears and, summoning her strength, stood upright. "Let us go. I must see my father. They shall pay for their misdeeds." Meanwhile, Wang Hu and his cohorts continued their revelry, entirely indifferent to the Yi family's plight. They boasted 3 spirit masters, while the Yi family had merely awakened 3 of their own. The Yi family was utterly powerless against them, and Wang Hu's group had already begun plotting to seize control of the Yi estate, at the very least negotiating to divide it equally. "Brother Wang, it's done. That old fool is dead beyond resurrection," said Zhou Shun, who entered the room, seated himself beside Wang Hu, and lit a cigarette, exuding confidence. Su Yin lay languidly against Wang Hu, her demeanor flirtatious as she whispered, The Yi family deserves this lesson, lest they continue their arrogance, believing themselves the masters here." Wang Hu embraced Su Lian's delicate form, unrestrainedly caressing her, eliciting soft gasps from her lips. "This is merely the beginning. In a few days, we shall confront the Yi family. If they do not relinquish half of their assets, we shall engage in a total annihilation. We are barefooted, and we fear not those who wear shoes. Ha ha ha." The group audaciously conspired over the Yi family's fortunes, their anticipation of the future palpable. At this moment, the head of the Yi family, Yi Jin, sat in his study, his face darkened as he regarded the 3 spirit masters before him. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "Master, these ruffians have gone too far. It is only a matter of time before they clash. We might as well strike first. If it comes to it, we are not afraid of mutual destruction," one replied. "Indeed, those ungrateful scoundrels must perish for their role in the steward's death. To hell with them. No, we cannot act impulsively. If a conflict arises, the Yi family will be ruined, and countless innocent lives will be lost at the hands of those 3 scoundrels. We should swiftly contact the Spirit Master Division into Qin City for assistance." Upon hearing this, Yi Jin exhaled a heavy breath, suppressing his inner fury. He was not alone. He bore the responsibility of safeguarding the lives of many within the Yi family and could not afford to act recklessly. "Very well. Let us heed the 4th S Council and seek aid from the official Spirit Master organization." At that moment, Yi Lingqing entered, her eyes red-rimmed. Upon seeing Yi Jin, she could no longer contain herself and tears streamed down her face. "Father, it is all my fault that Uncle Yu is dead. It is all my doing. Sobi. Qing'er, this is not your fault. Your kind heart is not to blame. The error lies in our underestimation of the complexities of human nature." Yi Jin comforted her warmly, embracing her tenderly. The three spirit masters of the Yi family echoed his sentiments. "Ling Xing, do not blame yourself. It is not your fault. They will surely face the consequences." Meanwhile, 10 black cars roared to a halt outside the Yi family estate. In these tumultuous times, the sound of revving engines was indeed a rarity. The noise instantly captured their attention, prompting them to hurriedly approach the window to peer outside. A colossal pickup truck, accompanied by 9 sleek black SUVs, came to a halt outside the Yi family estate, their formation impeccably arranged. The monstrous pickup was armed with an array of heavy weaponry, exuding an aura of intimidation. Yi Jin's expression shifted subtly, a twinge of unease creeping into his heart. How could vehicles traverse the ruins and arrive here at this time? It was perplexing. Could it be that the Spirit Conjurers Division had sent someone? Speculation arose among the onlookers. We do not know for certain. Let us proceed with caution and investigate who dares to approach the Yi family. Yi Jin instructed, commanding Yi Lingxing to remain in the study and not to wander off. He then descended with 3 spirit conjurers and several dozen bodyguards armed with handguns. Wang Hu and the others were likewise stirred, peering down from above with curiosity at the procession. Chapter 31. Will you bow to me? Yi Jin arrived at the entrance, signaling the bodyguards to be on high alert, their guns loaded and aimed at the convoy. Stepping forward, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Might I inquire which esteemed guest has graced the Yi family with their presence? It would be most courteous to reveal yourself." As his words echoed, the other vehicles remained still, save for the second car from which Brother Dao emerged, his grotesque form swaying as he descended. Following closely was Xiao Jiao, clad in professional attire. He cast a glance at Yi Jin, recognizing him, for the Yi family held a modicum of prestige in society. "Brother Dao, what brings you to the Yi residence?" Yi Jin's expression shifted, his unease deepening at the sight of Brother Dao. This was a man known for his ruthless nature. Into Qian City, only the Yuan family could rival his power. Even amidst the chaos of the current era, Yi Jin remained wary of Brother Dao's fearsome reputation. Brother Dao paid no heed to Yi Jin, instead respectfully approaching the rear seat of the vehicle, opening the door and bowing slightly. "Master Qin, we have arrived." Yi Jin, taken aback and curious, pondered who could command such deference from Brother Dao. Yi Lingxing and Wang Hu, too, regarded the back seat of the SUV with intrigue. As a figure clad in a black casual outfit, with a stern expression and tousled bangs, emerged, they were momentarily struck dumb, unable to suppress their astonishment. "Qin Ming? Is it truly you? Remarkable. This fellow is still alive. How amusing. He has hidden away after striking it rich, and yet fate has brought him to my doorstep today." Wang Hu remarked coldly, a mocking expression gracing his features. Yi Jin, upon hearing the exclamations from above, paused, recollecting that Yi Lingxing had once mentioned a classmate from university who was frequently bullied, a boy named Qin Ming. He scrutinized the composed Qin Ming, then glanced at the ever-respectful Brother Dao behind him, struggling to reconcile this man with the Qin Ming spoken of by Yi Lingxing. What was even more disconcerting was the faint, chilling aura emanating from Qin Ming, an unsettling presence that sent shivers down Yi Jin's spine, even as an experienced individual in the world of intrigue. "Qin Ming, you are Lingxing's classmate?" Yi Jin ventured cautiously, his heart racing with unease. The timing of this group's appearance felt oddly sinister. In an era where spirit manipulators wreaked havoc, traversing the ruins unscathed was hardly the behavior of ordinary individuals. At that moment, a line of black-suited subordinates armed with heavy weaponry stood in disciplined formation behind Qin Ming, their demeanor one of utmost respect and vigilance, resembling a formidable battalion. Qin Ming's gaze briefly appraised Yi Lingxing and Wang Hu before settling on Yi Jin, his tone calm as he stated, "Indeed, out of respect for Yi Lingxing, I offer your family a choice. Submit to me." The moment those words left his lips, not only were Yi Lingxing and Wang Hu left dumbfounded, but Yi Jin too furrowed his brow in disbelief. Anger surged within him. Wang Hu and his cohorts were scheming against the Yi family, and now Qin Ming was doing the same. How audacious. Did he think the Yi family was a soft target? Qin Ming, irrespective of your relationship with Ling Qing or your true identity, if you believe that your fortunate ascent to becoming a spirit master grants you the license to act recklessly, you are gravely mistaken. The Yi family also possesses spirit masters. Yi Jin, gritting his teeth, spoke coldly like a furious lion, his expression dark and foreboding. Behind him, 3 spirit masters stepped forward, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy that intimidated Qin Ming and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Gaozu and his group exchanged glances of disdain. They would not believe in Qin Ming's might had they not seen it with their own eyes, yet he was far from being an ordinary spirit master. Qin Ming gestured for Gaozu and the others to remain where they were, advancing step by step until his palm rested against the iron gate. In the next moment, a glint of crimson flashed in his eyes as he violently tore the gate from its hinges and cast it aside. "You seek death. Kill him," Yi Jin uttered coldly. Qin Ming's readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation showed a blatant disregard for the Yi family, coupled with the death of Steward Yu. Yi Jin was now consumed with rage. The 3 spirit masters, upon hearing his command, instantly unleashed their spiritual power, colossal figures materializing before them with a resounding thud that echoed through the air. Qin Ming gazed calmly at the 3 spirit masters. Are they merely F-grade spirit masters? At this moment, Wang Hu and the others could not help but scoff. Is Qin Ming truly a fool? Ha ha! He was a coward in university, and now he is just a simpleton. Wang Hu's mocking voice was deliberately loud, meant for all to hear. Gaozu and his companions' expressions darkened as they exchanged knowing glances and retreated in unison. Given Qin Ming's vengeful nature, they felt that these oblivious fools were destined for a fate far worse than death. With his head bowed, crimson light enveloped his eyes, and terrifying flames erupted from the corners. The overwhelming aura instilled fear in the hearts of the 3 spirit masters, causing them to involuntarily step back. Refusing a toast and opting for punishment, do not blame me for lacking compassion. As his voice fell, Qin Ming abruptly lifted his head, appearing utterly sinister, his palms engulfed in crimson flames. "Stop him!" Yi Jin exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing this, the 3 spirit masters of the Yi family commanded their grand, radiant figures to charge at Qin Ming. A smirk curled on Qin Ming's lips, revealing his disdain. With a slight movement, he left behind crimson afterimages, swiftly bypassing the 3 guardian spirits to appear before the essence of the spirit masters. This is bad. How is this possible? Something is amiss. He is not an ordinary spirit master. With alarming rapidity, Qin Ming had grown formidable, rendering him even more terrifying than before. Against ordinary spirit masters, he was capable of delivering a lethal strike. The crimson afterimage flashed by, and Qin Ming materialized before Yi Jin, mere inches away. Yi Jin felt an aura akin to that of death, his body trembling uncontrollably. He looked in disbelief at the 3 spirit masters of the Yi family, only to witness fiery crimson holes burning through their chests. Their guardian spirits, in a torrent of despair, howled away into nothingness, dispersing into the ether. Qin Ming raised his bloodied right hand, his expression devoid of emotion. "I have given you an opportunity. Why do you not believe me?" Upon witnessing this, the multitude of bodyguards from the Yi family immediately unleashed a hail of gunfire towards Qin Ming. At the very instant the bullets drew near, a hazy silhouette flickered around Qin Ming, effortlessly dissolving all the projectiles as if they had never existed. Observing this, Brother Dao waved his hand, and his armed subordinates surged forward, swiftly regaining control of the situation. Faced with the overwhelming might of superior weaponry and the seemingly divine presence of Qin Ming, they promptly abandoned all resistance, gripped by terror. "I shall ask you once more, are you willing to bow before me? To submit?" The moment that frigid voice resonated, Yi Jin's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, murmuring, the Yi family, am willing to submit." Chapter 32. The live broadcast, Murder Qin Ming offered a faint smile, gently patting Yi Jin's shoulder, his gaze shifting to the anxious expression of Yi Lingqing. then to the incredulous faces of Wang Hu and others. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Here with me, Qin Ming. There are no traitors, only the deceased. You should comprehend that." Rather than merely passing by, he stepped forward, addressing Wang Hu and the others. "Wang Hu, I have arrived. Were you not searching for me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hu swallowed hard, too intimidated to respond, and promptly retreated into his room. He glanced at Su Yin and Zhou Shan, his face darkening with urgency. This Qin Ming must have stumbled upon some fortuitous fate, awakening a formidable guardian spirit. He can eliminate the Yi family's spiritual practitioners without even summoning his guardian. We are undoubtedly no match for him. We have often bullied him in the past. He will undoubtedly seek revenge. We must flee at once. Su Yin and Zhou Shan nodded, each summoning their guardian spirits to break through the walls, preparing for escape. Others, witnessing the scene, urgently exclaimed, "Wang Hu, if you leave, what shall we do? We are merely ordinary people. We cannot escape." "Yes, indeed. Wang Hu, take us with you. We seem to have participated in the humiliation of Qin Ming. Scram, you worthless fools. Your lives or deaths have nothing to do with us." Wang Hu dismissed them, commanding his guardian spirit to envelop his body as he leaped from the high building, fleeing into the distance. Su Yin and Zhou Shan followed suit. Three resplendent figures soaring high, accompanied by a thunderous sound, kicking up immense dust as they fled. At that moment, Qin Ming snapped his fingers. Instantly, a colossal entity, exuding a cataclysmic aura, descended upon the world. "Bring him back." "At your command, my lord," Li Xian replied, stepping forward and vanishing from the spot in an instant. The ground where he had stood cracked open, creating a massive pit, with molten lava causing a sizzling sound. The Yi family members were left in stunned disbelief, their hearts gripped by an indescribable fear. In recent days, they had encountered many spiritual practitioners, yet none compared to such a formidable being. The aura of this entity was beyond the qualifications of ordinary practitioners. Yi Lingqing gazed at Qin Ming, the master of life and death, with a complex expression, her heart swirling with myriad emotions. "Is this still the once timid youth?" she murmured to herself. Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the room Wang Hu had vacated, and with a flicker, he leaped to the fourth floor. A faint smile graced his lips as he surveyed the fearful and restless crowd. Taking in the surrounding scenes of decadence and luxury, he chuckled softly, "Long time no see, my old classmates. Qin Ming, you are incredible. Simply amazing. You are my idol. Indeed, I always thought you were exceptionally handsome. Qin Ming, I have liked you for a long time. I just never had the courage to say it before. Qin Ming, we are willing to follow you." Qin Ming silently observed this scene, saying nothing, reveling in the fear emanating from them. At this moment, Yi Lingqing pushed the door open, her first close encounter with Qin Ming in many years. "Qin Ming, it has been a long time." She managed to force a smile, yet her heart was filled with trepidation at the sight of him. Especially after witnessing him, just moments ago, murder 3 spirit manipulators from his own family. She found herself at a loss on how to confront him. Qin Ming, upon hearing her words, turned to gaze at this university goddess, her beauty as captivating as ever, a radiant presence cherished by many, including himself, who had once indulged in youthful fantasies. However, now, his heart was as cold as a secluded pond, no longer swayed by any affections. "Long time no see. Class leader Yi," Qin Ming replied with a faint smile. He continued, "May I borrow your room for a moment? I trust you won't mind?" Yi Lingqing hesitated, unsure of Qin Ming's intentions regarding the room, but having just witnessed her father, the head of the Yi family, express submission, she felt she had no grounds to refuse. Of course, she softly nodded. At that moment, Brother Dao and his group arrived upstairs. He looked at Qin Ming and whispered, "Master Qin, those fellows have been captured and bound with spirit-binding iron chains. How shall we proceed?" "Take them back. They can be repurposed," Qin Ming instructed. Brother Dao turned to Long Da, signaling him to keep a close watch on Wang Hu and the others. Yi Jin also entered the room, unaware of Qin Ming's intentions. Qin Ming leisurely approached the sofa and sat down, beckoning Brother Dao closer. "A handgun," he commanded. Brother Dao was slightly taken aback, but then handed a pistol to Qin Ming. The others in the room, witnessing this, became increasingly terrified, kneeling and pleading for mercy, asking Qin Ming to spare them for the sake of their past camaraderie as classmates. Some were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, while others lost control of their bladders, filling the air with an overwhelming stench. At that moment, Zhang Hao stepped out, his expression cold as he raised his phone to point at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, I am live streaming this across the internet. If you dare to kill us, you will face legal consequences. The official spirit manipulator organization has issued a statement, and the headquarters is already mobilizing to address rogue spirit manipulators. If you act recklessly, the headquarters will not spare you, nor will the countless online viewers. Indeed, everyone look. This is the person, Qin Ming, an orphan with a twisted psyche and a perverse nature, who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Remember his loathsome face. Someone shouted, emboldened by Qin Ming's silence. Before long, a throng of curious onlookers flooded the livestream, eager to discover Qin Ming's intentions. Qin Ming found their threats to be exceedingly juvenile. Suddenly, he raised the handgun and fired a shot at Zhang Hao, striking him directly in the forehead. In an instant, the room fell silent, save for Zhang Hao's body convulsing on the floor, his gaze filled with a profound sense of unwillingness as life swiftly ebbed away. Moments later, chaos erupted within the room. Those who had recently boasted now huddled in the corners, trembling in fear. The livestream broadcasted this scene online, igniting a tremendous uproar. A live murder. This was the first of its kind in an era of turmoil, an exceedingly heinous act. There are those who condemn Qin Ming's actions, those who stand up for justice, and even some psychologically disturbed individuals who openly express their delight. The members of the Yi family, however, are incredulous that Qin Ming would dare to defy the world so brazenly, live streaming a murder in broad daylight. With his right hand gripping a pistol, Qin Ming picks up the smartphone that is broadcasting the event and places it on the coffee table, aiming it at the crowd. He then addresses them, stating, "Among you, I will permit one person to leave alive. You have 30 minutes. Once the time elapses, should I discover more than one person still breathing, all shall perish." As Qin Ming's emotionless words resonate, he gestures for his underlings to place the pistols on the coffee table. 10 firearms are arranged in an orderly fashion. Very well. The game commences. The timer has begun. With that, Qin Ming disregards the palpable fear emanating from the crowd and turns to leave. The likes of Brother Dao and others hastily follow him, while Yi Jin and the others remain frozen in place, unable to process the unfolding situation. Chapter 33. The Yuan family. Envoy of the Spirit Guarding Pavilion, a warning was issued. 10 seconds hence, should any members of the Yi family remain within this room, they need not emerge. In an instant, the members of the Yi family fled the chamber in a panic. Even Yi Jin could not suppress a shiver, hastily pulling Yi Lingqing away. He was utterly convinced that defying Qin Ming's words would lead to their demise, without a doubt. Under Yi Jin's guidance, Qin Ming and his entourage proceeded to another room, awaiting in silence. Throughout the ordeal, the Yi family dared not utter a single word. Qin Ming was terrifying. He would take lives at a whim, showing no inclination for reasoned discourse. As for moral coercion, if Qin Ming were concerned about it, he would not have allowed the live broadcast to commence, showcasing murder for all to witness. Master Qin, could this potentially be detrimental to us? Brother Dao expressed his concerns. Qin Ming, with a cigarette poised between his fingers, exhaled a cloud of smoke and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. I have my own plans." Simultaneously, the livestream murder incident surged to the top of the trending charts, drawing countless netizens who flocked to witness the spectacle. Many powerful factions also observed the unfolding events. This act was a blatant challenge to the established legal order of the old civilization, a silent declaration of war against the era of guardians. Consequently, numerous influential entities were left wondering about the headquarters' stance on the matter. The team of spirit guardians led by Gong Sunshao was equally engrossed in the live broadcast, their expressions as dark as the depths of the sea, lawlessness, arrogance, and a provocation to the headquarters order. After a prolonged silence, Gong Sunshao clenched his teeth and coldly uttered a few words. "Captain, what shall we do? Should we encircle Qin Ming?" Hu Xing inquired. Gong Sun Xiao remained silent, letting out a weary sigh, feeling utterly powerless. In this era, faced with a plethora of unruly spirit guardians, they found themselves at a loss. Moreover, confronting a top-tier spirit guardian like Qin Ming, who possessed a formidable guardian spirit, seemed insurmountable. At that moment, Gong Sun Xiao's phone rang. "Gong Sun Xiao, what on earth is happening into Qian City? Livestream murder? Are you aware of the severity of this situation? This is an outright challenge to the rule of law." The cold voice on the other end held him accountable. "My lord, he is the Qin Ming I mentioned, suspected to be an S-rank spirit guardian. Do you think our team is equipped to handle him?" Gong Sun Xiao responded calmly, hoping that the headquarters would assist him in resolving the issue concerning Qin Ming. However, it was evident that the headquarters, stretched thin, could not deploy an S-rank spirit guardian against Qin Ming. The cost would be too great. Unless Qin Ming were to betray the nation or directly provoke the headquarters, they would not mobilize their full strength to suppress him. Yet, Qin Ming was merely probing the limits of the headquarters, rendering them helpless. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking official on the other end fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Do your utmost to mitigate the impact of this incident. The headquarters is swiftly suppressing the unrest among spirit guardians across various regions. An enforcement team will soon be established and deployed. For now, keep Qin Ming calm. Inform him that the headquarters agrees to his demands. Appointments will follow, but some time is required." Sensing the headquarters' evasive tactics, Gong Sun Xiao felt no surprise. The headquarters does not wish to suppress Qin Ming. Rather, the rampant disturbances caused by spiritual practitioners across the nation are far too numerous to manage. With this understanding, Gong Sun Xiao promptly terminated the call and dialed Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, what is amiss? You had vowed to refrain from indiscriminately slaying the innocent and instigating chaos. Are you now betraying that promise?" Gong Sun Xiao's voice dripped with accusation. In response, Qin Ming revealed a faint smile, retorting, "Captain Gong Sun, this is hardly an act of indiscriminate slaughter. They conspired against me, and I am merely resisting, a righteous resistance, mind you. Do not unjustly tarnish my reputation, or I shall accuse you of defamation." "Qin Ming, you..." Gong Sun Xiao seethed with indignation, aghast at Qin Ming's audacity to twist the truth and display such contemptible behavior. Yet, he understood that completely severing ties with Qin Ming would yield no benefit for him or for the city of Daqian. "Very well, Qin Ming. I shall regard this as self-defense. Cease the live broadcast immediately and resolve your grievances before departing. The headquarters has already consented to your appointment, and I trust you do not wish to forfeit your chance to lead Daqian." Gong Sun Xiao endeavored to suppress his inner fury and maintain composure in his discourse with Qin Ming. "Understood. I have no further matters to discuss, so I shall take my leave." After ending the call, Qin Ming glanced at the time. It had nearly been half an hour. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, gunfire erupted. Chaos ensued, and the individuals engaged in mutual slaughter. Through the live broadcast, viewers witnessed former classmates who had rejoiced together merely an hour ago, now viciously attacking one another with extreme brutality. Some, lacking firearms, resorted to biting through the necks of their opponents. In a grotesque twist of fate, those who had once adored and idolized their goddess were the first to strike. At that moment, the grotesque nature of humanity was laid bare for all to see. Simultaneously, at the Yuan family estate, the scene resembled a lavish resort, with opulent villas standing tall amidst artificial mountains and flowing waters, an embodiment of extravagance. In a certain conference hall, the senior members of the Yuan family gathered, equally engrossed in the unfolding live broadcast of the massacre. The head of the Yuan family, a formidable spiritual practitioner awakened to a D-class guardian spirit, observed the brutal scene with the quiet intensity of a dormant tiger. Subsequently, he gestured for his subordinates to terminate the broadcast, losing interest in the spectacle. "Gentlemen, how do you perceive the situation?" Yuan Ba, the head of the Yuan family, surveyed the assembly with an air of authority, speaking in a measured tone. "Merely a band of clowns, seeking attention through such antics. Nothing to fear." In the face of the headquarters announcement, they brazenly challenged the established order, courting their own demise. I believe it unwise to squander our time on such insignificant figures. We should swiftly devise a strategy to secure our dominance over Daqian. Indeed, with the Yuan family as the sole powerhouse in Daqian, even if the headquarters spiritual practitioners harbor intentions to intervene, they will be utterly overwhelmed. Yuan Ba listened attentively as the discussions unfolded, refraining from interjecting. 10 minutes later, Yuan Ba gently tapped the table, and an immediate silence descended upon the room, as palpable as the sound of a pin dropping. As the head of the Yuan family, and now its most formidable spiritual practitioner, his authority was augmented, and none dared to provoke him. Ladies and gentlemen, the emergence of spirit guardians can be traced back many years. The foundation of the Yuan family is not deep, and in this tumultuous era, it is exceedingly challenging to rely solely on the mere dozen spirit guardians currently within our ranks to establish dominance. Yuan Ba expressed his concerns. At this moment, Yuan Ba turned his gaze toward Yuan Ao, the eldest son of the Yuan family, who stood to his left. Aoer, what is your perspective? Yuan Ao's piercing gaze swept over the assembly. He too had fortuitously awakened as a spirit guardian, possessing an E-class guardian spirit, which should not be underestimated. There are two choices. The first is to pledge allegiance to the headquarters. With your strength, father, coupled with the authority of the Yuan family, preserving our original influence should not be overly difficult. However, becoming the head of the Qian city presents a formidable challenge. The second option is to align with the Spirit Suppression Pavilion. An envoy from the pavilion is currently within our household, and should we choose to ally with them, they have promised to bestow upon the Yuan family the governance of the Qin city. Chapter 34. Alas, you have died again. As these words were spoken, the senior members of the Yuan family exchanged glances, murmuring in hushed tones, a wave of astonishment washing over them. They would prefer to maintain control over Daqian City rather than submit to any external forces. However, the current situation rendered such aspirations utterly impractical. Enough. I have reached a decision. Further discussion is unnecessary. At this juncture, Yuan Ba interjected, disrupting the ongoing discourse. He continued, the headquarters is far too intricate. The ancient families of the imperial capital would never permit the Yuan family to dominate Daqian City. Given their tyrannical nature, even if they refrain from immediate action against us. Once the situation in Huaxia stabilizes, they will undoubtedly devise a means to dismantle our family, annihilating the sole entity that poses a threat to their control over Daqian City. Thus, aligning with the headquarters is not only unrealistic, but could also obliterate the legacy of the Yuan family built over centuries. I intend to ally with the Spirit Restraining Pavilion, as their strength could provide a tenuous balance against the headquarters. Upon hearing Yuan Ba's declaration, no one dared to oppose. It was, after all, the most prudent choice. Just then, the conference room doors swung open, and a robust man clad in a black robe entered with measured steps. An aura of palpable spiritual energy emanated from him, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that caused the Yuan family's upper echelon to tremble with unease. Following closely behind him were a man and a woman. The man donned a black combat outfit, his countenance sinister, exuding a ghostly presence, while the woman was alluring. Her lips curved in an enigmatic smile, as if she could ensnare souls with a mere gesture. Allow me to introduce the esteemed envoy of the Spirit Restraining Pavilion, an 8th-rank A-class Spirit Master. Yuan Ba rose, his demeanor one of respect, yielding the seat of honor. The man, resembling an ancient general, passed by the assembly with an ethereal glimmer in his gaze, sending shivers down their spines with an air of dread. He took his place at the head of the table, while the two companions positioned themselves on either side. Spirit Restraining Pavilion, Wang Xiao, a pleasure to meet you. Wang Xiao spoke in a calm tone, his gaze sweeping across the room, where no one dared to meet his eyes, their hearts pounding in trepidation. Since the head of the Yuan family is willing to ally with our Spirit Restraining Pavilion, we naturally extend a warm welcome. Rest assured, our commitments are unequivocally binding. He then made a solemn promise, simultaneously admonishing the Yuan family members to be mindful of their limitations. He would personally oversee the Yuan family's endeavors. aiding them in unifying Daqian City and expelling the headquarters spirit masters, such as Gong Sun Xiao, from the region. Meanwhile, as half an hour elapsed, Qin Ming rose and made his way towards the room. The followers behind him tread cautiously, not daring to deviate even a step. The door to the room was riddled with bullet holes. As he pushed open the door, a nauseating stench of blood assaulted his senses. The sight that met his eyes was one of utter carnage. The floor was drenched in crimson, blood staining the furniture, walls, and marble tables. Scattered across the ground were numerous corpses, some in horrific states, their eyes wide open, forever frozen in death. In a corner, a man clutching a pistol appeared to oscillate between laughter and tears, his clothes soaked in blood, his sanity fraying as he roared at Qin Ming. "I have succeeded. I am alive. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful." He rose in a frenzy, attempting to weave through the crowd and escape from the hellish chamber. Qin Ming merely cast a cursory glance before forcefully kicking him back. With a flick of his finger, Brother Knife hurriedly presented him with a handgun. The moment the gun fired, the phone broadcasting live exploded, enveloping the room in a cloud of smoke. Thereafter, Qin Ming, with an expression devoid of emotion, aimed the pistol at the man. In that instant, the man feigning madness abruptly regained his senses, glaring furiously at Qin Ming and bellowing, "Qin Ming, what do you mean? I succeeded. I've already killed them." "Oh, is that so? Excellent, I am quite pleased. I grant you a reprieve, but let's count down 3, 2, 1. Qin Ming remarked with a faint smile, shrugging his shoulders in feigned resignation. At that moment, even Brother Knife gazed at Qin Ming's retreating figure in disbelief, a chill running down his spine. Throughout, Qin Ming had never entertained the notion of sparing those who had once tormented him, those who had bullied him. "You!" Bang! Qin Ming reclaimed the handgun and tossed it to Brother Knife, turning away with an impassive demeanor. He was disinterested in listening to this man's idle chatter. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate any threats. To spare him? Such a notion was sheer folly. He was a man who harbored a vengeful spirit, and those who crossed him could expect nothing but death. This scene left the members of the Yi family shuddering in horror as they beheld Qin Ming's silhouette, their hearts filled with trepidation. Was this truly Qin Ming? Yi Lingqing, her complexion pale, looked at Qin Ming's departing figure with a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Similarly, Yi Jin felt a profound fear. He had never encountered someone so decisive in their ruthlessness. A tyrant in chaotic times, such a person was most suited for this era. Yi Jin sighed softly, dispelling any thoughts of seeking aid from the Spirit Master headquarters. He dared not gamble. Should he fail, given Qin Ming's temperament, there would be no mercy for the Yi family, not even for a blade of grass. The bloody scene was one he could scarcely endure, sending tremors through his heart. Upon reaching the ground floor, Qin Ming fixed an impassive gaze upon Yi Jin, issuing a stern warning. "Yi family head, you ought to know what is expected of you. Do not disappoint me, or your entire clan will face dire consequences." Without a backward glance, Qin Ming entered his vehicle, resuming his purge of the residual family forces into Qian City. As the convoy departed, the Yi family members collectively exhaled, gasping for breath as if resurfacing from drowning. Remember, all of you must keep today's events buried within your hearts, not allowing a whisper to escape. Otherwise, the entirety of the Yi family shall meet an irreversible fate. Yi Jin coldly admonished the gathered individuals. He then turned his attention to Yi Lingqing, feeling grateful that her kind nature had forged a connection with Qin Ming. Otherwise, the Yi family would not have escaped calamity today. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Jin tentatively inquired of Yi Lingqing, "Lingqing, what are your thoughts on Qin Ming?" Yi Lingqing was momentarily taken aback, her immediate response being one of fear and anxiety. Sensing her trepidation, Yi Jin hastily clarified, "What I mean is the feelings between men and women." Upon realizing his intent, Yi Lingqing's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head and spoke softly. "Father, what feelings could I possibly harbor for him? Initially, I merely felt pity for his plight, unable to bear the sight of others ganging up on him, which is why I often offered him protection. After so many years apart, it is inconceivable that any special romantic sentiments could have blossomed." Upon hearing this, Yi Jin felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he was reluctant to compromise his daughter's lifelong happiness merely to curry favor with Qin Ming. After all, given Qin Ming's formidable presence, women were to him as easily obtainable as fallen leaves. Never mind, the Yi family can only navigate one step at a time. Yi Jin lamented, pondering how his family could possibly contend in this chaotic era, feeling entirely devoid of the means to resist. Yi Lingqing lowered her head, lost in thought, remaining silent. Chapter 35. The final foe, the Yuan family. In the ensuing week, Qin Ming led his convoy to sweep through all remaining factions in the entire Deqian city. Every spiritual practitioner encountered along the way was not spared. They were either captured alive or slain. In no time, the atmosphere in Deqian city became one of dread, with everyone living in trepidation. Wherever the convoy passed, the living would retreat, and online, they referred to the convoy as the Death Convoy. Qin Ming's actions were deliberately recorded by onlookers and uploaded to the internet. Unfortunately, similar occurrences were happening across the nation, gradually losing their shock value. On the 10th day, which marked the final deadline set by the headquarters, warnings were issued that any remaining civilian spiritual practitioners who failed to register at various city branches would be deemed dangerous elements and hunted down by headquarters. On this day, Qin Ming's convoy arrived at the outskirts of the Yuan family estate. Gazing upon this opulent expanse, covering dozens of square kilometers, Qin Ming felt a stirring within. It was an ideal location for a new base, far superior to Beijing. The Yuan estate was fortified with towering walls, adorned with thorny barbed wire connected to high-voltage electricity, creating a formidable barrier that ordinary individuals could not breach. Moreover, from the elevated watchtowers, cold gun barrels were poised to target anyone outside. Any disturbance would be swiftly detected. As Qin Ming's convoy approached, they were already spotted by the Yuan family's guards. Inside the most exquisite villa, the Yuan family's higher-ups surveyed the vehicles beyond the walls. These jesters dare to approach our Yuan family. How laughable, one remarked. I hear it is that so-called Brother Dao, who is allied with a young spiritual practitioner sweeping through the powers of Deqian city. TSK. He even aspires to unify Deqian city. How absurd. Ha ha ha. Indeed absurd. To think he believes he can unify Deqian city by himself. Has he lost his mind? Let us not speak too harshly. After all, one must have dreams. Without dreams, what differentiates one from a salted fish? Their derisive chuckles echoed within the room, as they ordered the guards not to act hastily, wishing to observe what these insignificant creatures intended to do for their amusement. However, Yuan Ao furrowed his brow, glancing at Yuan Ba with an air of caution. Father, do you not find this situation rather peculiar? Under normal circumstances, an ordinary spiritual practitioner would not dare to recklessly sweep through the factions of the Deqian city, nor commit indiscriminate killings. Given Gongsun Zhao's nature, how could he possibly turn a blind eye? Yuan Ba nodded in agreement. It is likely that he is not an ordinary practitioner. Otherwise, Gongsun Zhao would not choose to remain an observer. Yet, I remain perplexed as to what emboldens him. Does he truly believe that our Yuan family stands unyielding, devoid of any foundation? Nevertheless, Yuan Ba was not overly concerned. After all, he had the backing of the Zhenling Pavilion, with its emissary being a 9th-tier, A-class spiritual practitioner. Regardless of the cards his opponent held, he felt no fear. Bring him here. Let us test this fellow's capabilities, Yuan Ba commanded. Moments later, 2 F-class spiritual practitioners entered the courtyard, making their way towards the entrance. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao and his companions observed this scene with keen interest from another room. The investigation revealed that the leader, Qin Ming, hails from an unremarkable background. However, he is indeed a spirit master. Before the onset of the anomaly, he conspired with an individual known as Brother Dao. Curiously, it appears he may have awakened his guardian spirit ahead of time, thus becoming a spirit master. A shadowy figure nearby, scrutinizing the information on his tablet, reported this. Wang Xiao sat quietly by the window, his gaze calmly surveying the convoy. An early awakening is not entirely implausible, yet if it is indeed the case, his guardian spirit may be extraordinary. It would be prudent to assess these individuals' capabilities. If they are worthy of cultivation, their admission into the spirit guild could be considered. At that moment, the car door swung open, and Qin Ming stepped out, his expression indifferent as he regarded the two F-grade spirit masters behind the imposing iron gate, along with the dozens of snipers concealed in the loft on either side. The Yuan family. Qin Ming's indifferent gaze grew increasingly complex, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. In his previous life, the Yuan family successfully seized control of Daqian City, basking in unparalleled glory. Yet, it was also the Yuan family that orchestrated his demise. Lin Xinyu conspired with the Yuan family's young master, Yuan Ao, forcing him to leap into an abyss. Most of his enemies from his previous life had fallen into his grasp, either dead or imprisoned. The Yuan family remained as his final adversary. To settle this grudge would bring closure to the myriad grievances of his former existence. Murmuring softly, Qin Ming's gaze hardened, radiating an air of ruthless authority. It seems there are formidable spirit masters within the Yuan family, perhaps from the Spirit Guild? Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of surprise, as he could easily deduce the identity of the hidden power within the Yuan family. In his previous life, the Yuan family had indeed allied with the Spirit Guild, granting them their illustrious status, which deterred the headquarters from taking aggressive action against them. Who are you to trespass upon a Yuan family? You seek death. A spirit master from the Yuan family stepped forward, their soul energy swirling ominously, manifesting as a formidable spectral figure behind them. The immense power stirred up clouds of dust, causing the ground to tremble. Another spirit master remained silent, directly summoning their guardian spirit, a military figure wielding a long spear, exuding a palpable aura of menace and brilliance. Qin Ming donned a chilling smile, and before the gazes of the gathered onlookers, he extended his right hand, crimson flames undulating like serpents around his arm. His black and white eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a hellish specter. "Summon your guardian spirit, or you shall not withstand me," he declared, his tone dripping with disdain. "Is that so?" A flicker of derision crossed Qin Ming's blood-red gaze as his form vanished in an instant, channeling terrifying power into his fist. He struck the 3-meter-high iron gate with tremendous force. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the massive iron gate hurtled backward, crashing toward the two spirit masters. The guardian spirit behind them wielded its spear, sweeping the gate aside effortlessly, taking control of the guardian spirit to launch an attack against Qin Ming. The spear, extending 6 or 7 meters, descended with a fierce soul energy aimed directly at Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked up, igniting the 9 nether flames to envelop his right foot. Executing a spinning kick, he met the spear head-on. In an instant, the terrifying power emanating from Qin Ming's body surged forth, akin to a speeding train, sending the guardian spirit wielding a spear soaring several meters before crashing into the artificial rockery. Observing this, another guardian spirit promptly sprang into action. Its colossal fist, several times larger than Qin Ming's head, descended with formidable force. "I prefer strength," Qin Ming remarked coldly, meeting the onslaught with a punch of his own. Bang! The sheer might tore through the guardian spirit's arm as if it were mere fabric. In the eyes of the two onlookers, filled with fear and disbelief, Qin Ming's figure left behind streaks of crimson afterimages as he seized each head with one hand and forcefully slammed them into the ground. Splatter! In an instant, brain matter and blood cascaded across the ground, rendering them utterly lifeless. With the demise of their host, the guardian spirits, no matter how reluctant, were doomed to dissipate from existence. Rising to his feet, Qin Ming disdainfully wiped the blood from his knuckles and cast his gaze towards the chamber occupied by the upper echelons of the Yuan family. Chapter 36. Deterrent of the Yuan family. Why are you still watching the show? Qin Ming remarked with a chilling smile, his tone nonchalant. He had no intention of employing his guardian spirit to deal with these insignificant minions. On one hand, he was reluctant to exert his full power, and, on the other, he sought to hone his own combat skills. True strength is not nurtured in a greenhouse, but forged through brutal conflict. At that moment, not only were Yuan Ba and his companions astonished, unable to fathom how one could withstand a guardian spirit using mere physical prowess, but even Wang Xiao, the envoy from the Spirit Suppression Pavilion, narrowed his pupils in disbelief. Interesting, he mused. while I too can confront these F-rank spirit manipulators without summoning my guardian spirit. Achieving such ease is quite challenging. My lord, could it be that he has awakened a guardian spirit of the same caliber as yours? A sinister-looking man beside him inquired, noting the shift in Qin Ming's demeanor from disdain to grave contemplation. Not necessarily. It is possible that his guardian spirit possesses unique qualities that allow for a fusion with its host. If that is the case, defeating F-rank spirit manipulators would not be surprising, Wang Xiao pondered. But a seductive woman probed curiously, her tongue gliding over her crimson lips. Intrigued by Qin Ming. After all, she relished the notion of captivating youthful souls, watching them kneel before her in submission. If his guardian spirit does not merge with him, that would be truly alarming, Wang Xiao continued, as it would signify his own formidable power. Legends speak of imperial-grade guardian spirits, capable of generating spiritual entities. Our own strength is bolstered by the progeny of the Lord's guardian spirit. However, Wang Xiao soon shook his head, dismissing this thought. Impossible. An imperial-grade guardian spirit would have long awakened, unbound by the laws of nature. If he possessed such a spirit, he would not be so unremarkable. Yet, at this moment, his interest in Qin Ming was undeniably piqued, as he closely observed how the young man would confront the impending onslaught from the Yuan family. Meanwhile, the members of the Yuan family were gripped by trepidation, particularly Yuan Ba, whose eyes glinted with malice, his aura chilling and formidable. The provocative gaze from Qin Ming only fueled his inner fury. How could the dignified head of the Yuan family, once the possessor of vast wealth, be so scorned by this mere individual? Notify the bodyguards to eliminate him, he commanded, and with those words, a palpable wave of murderous intent surged through the estate. Without warning, a silent sniper took aim, firing with deadly precision. Each bullet was directed toward Qin Ming's vital points. Child's play, Qin Ming scoffed, his blood-red eyes indifferent as flames erupted around him, forming a blazing barrier. In that instant, every structure within a 3-meter radius was obliterated, unable to withstand the unimaginable heat. As the bullets approached this zone, they too were melted away, transforming into molten metal that cascaded to the ground. Like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, Qin Ming advanced step by step toward the main building of the Yuan family. The marble tiles beneath his feet and the lush greenery surrounding him disintegrated into nothingness in his wake. Master Yuan, it would be unwise to resort to such trivial tricks that might bring embarrassment upon yourself. It is time for you to take matters into your own hands. Otherwise, the centuries-old foundation of the Yuan family may very well be obliterated in an instant. As Qin Ming spoke, he arrogantly raised his head, his scarlet eyes engulfed in flames, exuding a terrifying aura that could captivate the soul. Allow me to assist you, all spiritual practitioners of the Yuan family. Join me in action and demonstrate to these petty clowns what true heritage entails. Yuan Ba coldly responded, leading the charge as he leaped from the 7th floor. Surrounded by ethereal light, with a thunderous crash, he landed safely amidst a cloud of dust. Behind him, a colossal guardian spirit, towering 5 zhang, materialized, shrouded in ghostly light and emanating an icy chill, wielding a pair of massive iron hammers. The sheer force of its presence rent the ground asunder. Shortly thereafter, a series of guardian spirits emerged, each accompanied by a spiritual practitioner standing before them. A total of 13 spiritual practitioners, their formidable auras resonating in unison, conjured a terrifying whirlwind that devastated the trees, rockeries, and streams of the estate. Yuan Ao appeared beside Yuan Ba. His guardian spirit was no ordinary entity, but an E-grade guardian spirit. This assembly was more formidable than the teams of spiritual practitioners from the Greater Qin city. Meanwhile, Gaozu and the others had already received Qin Ming's instructions, retreating in their vehicles to a safe distance to avoid the impending chaos. In the midst of these towering guardian spirits, Qin Ming appeared diminutive. Do you truly believe that the Yuan family is like those external forces, allowing you to dictate terms unchecked? How laughable! Yuan Ao coldly remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon Yuan Ao. who bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self, exuding the same arrogance and contempt as before. Yuan Ao, it is time to settle the grievances between us, Qin Ming stated softly. Yuan Ao furrowed his brow in confusion. Grievances between us? Did I bed your wife or slay your entire family? Yet, such matters are trivial. A person of your insignificance is hardly worth my concern, he sneered, dismissing any memories of Qin Ming. However, Yuan Ba sensed the overwhelming hatred emanating from Qin Ming, pondering what grievous act this son of his had committed against him. Nevertheless, the current scene rendered such inquiries moot. Eliminate Qin Ming, and all enmities shall vanish, Yuan Ba coldly commanded. In an instant, 13 guardian spirits materialized, unleashing a terrifying assault toward Qin Ming's position. In the following moment, a flash of crimson light surged forth, causing the temperature in the air to rise dramatically, rendering it unbearable. Subsequently, the 13 guardian spirits were sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ruins of the villa. The earth trembled beneath them, flames engulfing the ground and sweeping across a radius of 1,000 meters. Then a colossal figure arose from the depths, akin to an ancient god of war, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence, standing ominously behind Qin Ming. At the moment of Lin Xinyu's arrival, the Yuan family's villa appeared diminutive, akin to a mere toy. Clang! The colossal entity descended upon the ground, engulfed by flames that surged upwards, unleashing a terrifying force that twisted the very fabric of the void. Debris was sent scattering in all directions. In that moment, amidst the conflagration, the world seemed to be enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the crackling sounds of the inferno. All present gazed in disbelief at the imposing figure radiating an aura of reverence. The 13 guardian spirits trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by dread. This was the overwhelming presence of a higher-tier guardian spirit, rendering them incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. Yuan Ba and his companions collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, gazing up at Lin Xin's silhouette, unable to trust their own vision. Wang Xiao suddenly sprang to his feet. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked towards Lin Xin, his body instinctively retreating several steps. A 9th-tier revered one, an S-class guardian spirit. How could this be possible? Chapter 37. The annihilation of the Yuan family. Negotiation. The two individuals beside Wang Xiao were utterly disconcerted, their earlier composure shattered. All they desired was to flee from this place. The essence of the revered soul. It was unfathomable that such a presence could manifest in an inconspicuous individual. The sinister man murmured, his eyes filled with dread and terror. Within the entire spirit-suppressing pavilion, there existed only 4 revered ones, 2 saints, alongside the pavilion master, that esteemed emperor. Yet, the aura emanating from Lin Xin surpassed that of any of the 4 revered beings, more terrifying and potent. Cursed be it. The one who sees Huayuan is he. The Qin city is doomed. A revered one has taken dominion over the city, and the headquarters cannot intervene, lest it ignites a cataclysmic war. The entire city, with its million souls, would be left with no survivors. Wang Xiao murmured, deeply apprehensive of the revered spirit controller. The guardian spirits with titles can no longer be categorized by their concrete realms. Their might is more contingent upon the spirit controller themselves. And clearly, Qin Ming's true strength is far from simple. At this moment, Qin Ming cast a detached glance at the Yuan family, his voice icy as he spoke. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single one. Regarding the Yuan family, Qin Ming felt no inclination even to suppress them for experimentation. In this age, spirit controllers are abundant. He had no need to squander time on them. As you command, my lord, Lin Xin responded nonchalantly, drawing forth the gigantic sword embedded in the ground with a resounding thud. With a single sweep, he obliterated the lower-tier guardian spirits effortlessly. Flee! Yuan Ba exclaimed in terror, disregarding his own dignity as he fled into the distance. Witnessing this, Qin Ming's hand moved slightly, sending dozens of pebbles soaring through the air, shattering their kneecaps and causing them to collapse in agony. Meanwhile, the guardian spirits, in a final desperate surge, decided to swarm Lin Xin. Lin Xin, upon seeing this, displayed a flicker of disdain in his gaze. Nameless wretches are not worthy of name. He uttered these words coolly, and in that instant of their assault, the gigantic sword swept through, its terrifying sword energy piercing through their spiritual forms, annihilating all guardian spirits in an instant. Subsequently, he strolled towards a villa engulfed in flames. His gaze fixed steadily upon Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao's body stiffened, a grimace etched upon his face. He found himself caught in a dilemma, unable to flee or remain. The aura of your guardian spirit seems intriguing. Summon it for a duel with me, Lin Xinyu declared, for since his awakening, he had yet to engage in a genuine battle, encountering only insignificant insects unworthy of his seriousness. Wang Xiao's aura piqued his interest. Wang Xiao managed a bitter smile, fully aware that his guardian spirit could never contend with one of the revered level. Moreover, given Qin Ming's formidable nature, his own guardian spirit would surely be even more fearsome than an ordinary revered guardian. Qin Ming cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xinyu and Wang Xiao, then turned to stand before Yuan Ao, placing his foot upon his chest. The formidable force rendered Yuan Ao breathless, blood spilling from his mouth. Yuan Ao, I have stated, today our grievances will be settled. Yuan Ao, amidst his cries of despair, bore a look of utter bewilderment. He could hardly recall the moment when he had provoked Qin Ming. You wretched son, it turns out you are the one who has offended this esteemed individual. You truly deserve death. Had I known this day would come, I should have restrained myself and shot you against the wall. Yuan Ba scolded furiously. He had previously turned a blind eye to Yuan Ao's outrageous behavior. After all, as a member of an ancient aristocratic family, he considered himself above ordinary people and had little regard for such matters. Yet now, as Yuan Ao had drawn a formidable enemy upon their family, leading them towards annihilation, Yuan Ba lamented his earlier leniency, regretting that he had allowed Yuan Ao to act recklessly. Yuan Ao remained utterly bewildered. He was certain he had never provoked Qin Ming and had no recollection of his appearance. And my lord, I, Yuan Ao, have never offended you, right? If you would be so gracious as to spare me, I would be willing to. Before he could finish, Qin Ming seized him by the neck, effortlessly snapping it and tearing his head from his body, discarding the lifeless head into the distance. He surveyed the other terrified spirit practitioners of the Yuan family, who were now desperately pleading for mercy, even considering abandoning their family to submit to Qin Ming. Those whose guardian spirits had been rendered useless were a waste of life. Qin Ming unleashed a terrifying blaze from his hands, consuming them in flames, leaving them to perish in agony. When it was Yuan Ba's turn, he gazed sincerely at Qin Ming and earnestly proclaimed, My lord, it was this wretched son who provoked you. Today I, Yuan Ba, sever all ties with him. From this day forth, I am myself, and he is merely himself. Observing this scene, Qin Ming could not help but smirk in derision. The once lofty head of the Yuan family, a figure he could only aspire to in his previous life, was now nothing more than a cowardly jester clinging to life. Qin Ming turned and strolled towards the villa where Wang Xiao and the others resided. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Ba felt a surge of elation, believing he had survived. Yet in the next moment, a searing flame descended upon him, and his wails echoed throughout the estate. Qin Ming's body sank slightly, and with a surge of terrifying power, he propelled himself upwards like a cannonball, leaping to the 7th floor. With a resounding crash, the glass of the landing window shattered, and Qin Ming landed gracefully before Wang Xiao and his companions. The three of them swallowed hard, instinctively retreating in fear, maintaining a safe distance. The aura emanating from Qin Ming was overwhelmingly intimidating, instilling a deep sense of dread within them. Spirit Suppression Pavilion? Qin Ming inquired nonchalantly as he sat expressionlessly upon the sofa. Outside the shattered window, a figure cloaked in blazing flames stood tall, exuding an aura of immense authority. Yes, I am Wang Xiao, a messenger of the Spirit Suppression Pavilion. It is an honor to meet you, my lord. Wang Xiao spoke, striving to quell his own fear as he addressed Qin Ming with respect. Observing Qin Ming's youthful visage, Wang Xiao began to question whether those responsible for intelligence within the Spirit Suppression Pavilion had been negligent, failing to investigate such a fearsome entity thoroughly. However, despite his trepidation, Wang Xiao felt secure about his own life. Behind him stood the Spirit Suppression Pavilion, and as its representative, he embodied its power. If Qin Ming dared to harm him, it would lead to an irrevocable rift with the pavilion, a choice not befitting a wise man. Is the Spirit Suppression Pavilion here, into Qin City, to subjugate the Yuan family and claim this city for itself? Qin Ming inquired casually. At these words, the expressions of the three shifted noticeably. Wang Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Qin Ming pondered deeply, aware that he could not afford to sever ties with the headquarters, the Spirit Suppression Pavilion. At least not until he had awakened other guardian spirits and secured the capacity to contend with the pavilion and the headquarters. Otherwise, if these two formidable forces were to unite with full force against him, all his schemes would amount to naught. In this chaotic era, one must be ruthless to stand firm, yet excessive ruthlessness only makes one a target. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be beset by the wind. The Spirit Suppression Pavilion can be either our ally or our adversary. Wang Xiao, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao felt a sense of relief, realizing he would be able to leave alive today. With a serious expression, he nodded and replied, "Your words hold wisdom, my lord. There is no enmity between us and the Spirit Suppression Pavilion. It is unnecessary to forge an indelible feud." Chapter 38, Lin Xinyu versus Wang Yinzhong. Qin Ming revealed a satisfied smile and continued, "Very well, I shall take the Qin city. I hope the Jinling Pavilion will not interfere, otherwise with my strength. My options are plentiful, as you can comprehend. It is far better to have an ally than to gain another adversary." Wang Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that the Qin city had slipped beyond his grasp. However, relinquishing control over a city in exchange for the favor of a powerful spiritual master was undoubtedly worthwhile. "Very well, I shall convey your agreement to the Jinling Pavilion. However, you might also consider joining our ranks. With your abilities, you could easily ascend to the status of the fifth esteemed master within our pavilion, enjoying wealth, power, and women in abundance." Wang Xiao tentatively invited Qin Ming to join the Jinling Pavilion. Should he succeed, the accolades would far exceed those gained from conquering a city. Qin Ming shook his head impassively. Joining the Jinling Pavilion was out of the question. Possessing the imperial seal of the nation destined him to become the strongest in the world, and he would never willingly submit to another. Observing Qin Ming's refusal, Wang Xiao was not surprised, though he felt a tinge of regret. The matter of joining the Jinling Pavilion need not be revisited. However, establishing a friendly rapport would be advantageous. Naturally, Wang Xiao nodded, recognizing the merit in securing a formidable ally in the form of a spiritual master. The encounter was not entirely devoid of gain. Subsequently, the two men, akin to cunning old foxes, engaged in mutual probing, yet to no substantial effect. Wang Xiao and his companions turned to Qin Ming, offering their farewells as they prepared to depart the Qin city. Wang Xiao needed to return to Magic City promptly to report this matter unchanged to the Jinling Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming stood, no longer inclined to press Wang Xiao and his companions further. Just as the three were about to leave, Lin Xinyu moved slightly, his frigid voice cutting through the tension. "My lord, I wish to meet his guardian spirit." Having grown weary of monotony, Lin Xinyu was eager to seize the opportunity presented by encountering a guardian spirit that piqued his interest. At this declaration, Qin Ming paused, finding it difficult to refuse. Simultaneously, he was intrigued by the strength of Wang Xiao's guardian spirit. It would serve as an excellent benchmark to test the Jinling Pavilion's prowess. Wang Xiao was taken aback, his expression darkening. "What do you mean by that?" he asked coldly, his displeasure evident. "Do not be hasty, Wang Xiao. My guardian spirit has been dormant for far too long. You should be relatively suitable for a game. Rest assured, I guarantee he will not employ lethal force." Qin Ming replied with a faint smile. Seeing this, Wang Xiao's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood that should they fail to acquiesce to Qin Ming's guardian spirit's desires, their departure would be impeded. At that moment, a sinister-looking man stepped forward and coldly stated, "Qin Ming, do not overstep your bounds. Although you are powerful, you stand alone, and provoking the Jinling Pavilion is beyond your qualifications." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhao's countenance changed dramatically. He knew Qin Ming's reckless approach was that of a madman, and such actions would only serve to incite his wrath. As anticipated, in the next instant, Qin Ming's figure vanished from the sofa in an eerie manner. The three men narrowed their eyes, their vigilance heightened. Bang! Qin Ming appeared like a specter, his speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. In the span of a mere second, the sinister man endured dozens of assaults, blood spurting from his mouth as he was forcefully slammed against the wall. Stepping forward once more, Qin Ming seized the man's neck with an iron grip, coldly declaring, "I detest threats, especially from the Spirit Guardian Pavilion. What are you to dare threaten me?" The sinister man met Qin Ming's icy, bloodshot gaze, and in that moment his scalp prickled and his body trembled. The look in Qin Ming's eyes, akin to those of a hellish fiend, blurred his consciousness, and he realized that Qin Ming would not hesitate to take his life. "Qin Ming, cease. I concede to you. I will battle your guardian spirit." Wang Zhao interjected anxiously, fearing that Qin Ming, in a fit of rage, might indeed slay his subordinate. After all, with Qin Ming's prowess, eliminating a sea-level spirit master would be trivial, and the Spirit Guardian Pavilion would not retaliate over such a loss. Qin Ming remained indifferent, his cold, detached gaze still fixated on the sinister man. Just as the man was on the verge of asphyxiation, Qin Ming suddenly released him. The sinister man collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his eyes bloodshot. He was mere seconds away from death. The terror of mortality deepened his dread of Qin Ming to the very marrow of his bones. "Gustayist Wang Zhao. No need to be so tense. I intend to collaborate with your Spirit Guardian Pavilion. Why would I indiscriminately slay the innocent?" Qin Ming shrugged, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke nonchalantly. The enchanting woman hurriedly rushed to assist the sinister man, her gaze never daring to meet Qin Ming's. Wang Zhao's expression towards Qin Ming shifted once more. He was dealing with a capricious and formidable individual, a madman. "Do be careful. Let us head to the city ruins to avoid damaging the Yuan family manor. This is a fine location. It would be a pity to ruin it. A waste of nature's bounty." Qin Ming, hands tucked in his pockets, strolled to the window and gestured for Wang Zhao to take action. Wang Zhao fell silent, then turned to the enchanting woman, instructing her to look after the sinister man as he approached Qin Ming. The two watched Wang Zhao's retreating figure, their eyes filled with anxiety. Qin Ming was terrifyingly powerful, far beyond Wang Zhao's capabilities. Upon reaching Qin Ming's side, Wang Zhao paused momentarily, then gazed up at the massive armored blood figure, inhaling deeply before murmuring a phrase. In an instant, the ethereal silhouette of an ancient general rose skyward, crashing to earth with a thunderous sound. Clad in the armor of the Tang dynasty and wielding a gleaming spear, he emanated a resplendent aura, an A-level guardian spirit. The figure of Wang Yinzhong appeared diminutive beside Li Xian. Upon witnessing the emergence of Wang Zhao's guardian spirit, a flicker of interest ignited in Li Xian's fiery eyes. "The battle in the ruins," he proclaimed. As he spoke, Li Xian's figure soared into the air with a resounding crash, plummeting like a meteor into the city ruins miles away. The sheer force he unleashed stirred the earth, sending plumes of dust soaring and fissures sprawling across the ground, extending for kilometers. Wang Zhao's guardian spirit followed suit, arriving at the ruins. With a spear radiating a chilling glow in his right hand, he introduced himself, "Daliang, Wang Yinzhong." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming expressed surprise. He was well aware of this ancient general's reputation and notable figure during the later Liang period, recognized in the annals of history. The Qin, Li Xian granted him ample respect and spoke softly. With a thunderous roar, Li Xian drew forth the colossal sword embedded in the ground. With a powerful push of his foot, he obliterated countless dilapidated structures, thrusting into the air with a single strike. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yinzhong's expression shifted drastically as he brandished his spear to defend himself. The two titanic figures engaged in a frenzied battle amidst the ruins of the city, dust swirling violently and enveloping the area for miles, obscuring the details of their fierce confrontation. Flames and ethereal light intertwined, intermittently sparkling through the billowing dust, radiant and fervent. At this moment, Wang Xiao stood utterly astonished, not merely because he sensed that his guardian spirit was utterly overmatched and powerless to retaliate, but also due to the name that resonated within him. In disbelief, he turned to Qin Ming and inquired, "Is he the renowned general of the Great Qin, Lin Xinyu? This cannot be right. Your surname is Qin. How could you awaken the guardian spirit of Lin Xinyu?" Qin Ming smiled gently and replied, "The world of souls is profoundly mysterious. How could we possibly comprehend it, right?" Observing Qin Ming's calm demeanor, Wang Xiao felt an increasing chill settle within him. Chapter 39. Appointment of the responsible individual. At this moment, Wang Xiao's attention was no longer fixated on the battlefield. Instead, he found himself pondering the farcical display put on by Lin Xinyu against Wang Yinzhong, the outcome of which was beyond doubt. His mind was plagued with questions, particularly regarding the awakening of the famed General Lin Xinyu of the Qin dynasty by Qin Ming. According to the information network of the Spirit Control Pavilion, none of the illustrious generals of the Great Qin Empire had ever awakened. He mused to himself, is Lin Xinyu truly his sole guardian spirit? Or could it be that his guardian spirits are not limited to just Lin Xinyu? If that were the case, a chill ran down Wang Xiao's spine, and he dared not delve deeper into his speculation. Qin Ming cast a fleeting glance at Wang Xiao, who was lost in thought, yet he paid it no heed. The more the Spirit Control Pavilion failed to discern his hidden cards, the more they would regard him with trepidation. Given sufficient time, Qin Ming would undoubtedly emerge invincible, unafraid of any faction. At that moment, the battle amidst the ruins of the city ceased. Lin Xinyu, with a single stroke of his sword, sent Wang Yinzhong flying, ceasing his relentless assault. With a dispassionate gaze, he regarded Wang Yinzhong and remarked, "Not bad, but insufficiently strong. Quite dull." With those words, the imposing figure of Lin Xinyu vanished, leaving behind a sullen Wang Yinzhong, who was left with no recourse. Wang Xiao sighed internally, signaling for Wang Yinzhong to retreat. He then turned his attention to Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, may we take our leave?" "Please do," Qin Ming replied calmly without turning back. The spirit controllers of the Spirit Control Pavilion were urged to depart swiftly, allowing him to unify the Qian city without interference from these nuisances. Before long, Wang Xiao and his companions exited the Yuan family villa. Under Qin Ming's direction, Brother Dao and his entourage hastily arrived at the villa and entered Qin Ming's chamber. Master Qin, Brother Dao, having witnessed the clash between Lin Xinyu and Wang Yinzhong, felt an increasing anticipation for becoming a true spirit controller. Yes, imprison all of Yuan family's original members. Those who resist shall be executed on the spot. Additionally, expedite the transfer of all personnel and equipment from Beijing. This place will henceforth be our stronghold. Brother Dao was elated. He had long coveted the Yuan family villa, but previously he had lacked the standing to do so. Understood, Master Qin. I shall proceed swiftly to resolve this matter. I will have Li Changya protect and assist you. Qin Ming turned and sat upon the sofa, his countenance devoid of emotion as he spoke. After Brother Dao and the others departed, gunfire erupted shortly thereafter, indicating that resistance was met. Qin Ming remained unfazed, his expression steady as he contemplated his next course of action. The following day, all personnel and supplies from Beijing were transported to the villa. Over 100 black SUVs and pickup trucks traversed the desolate cityscape, drawing the attention of many spirit controllers. Yet, those with any sense understood that they could ill afford to provoke the formidable presence backing this convoy, which had instigated a massacre of spirit controller factions into Qian City within a mere 10 days. Of course, a few misguided individuals attempted to intercept a vehicle, only to be swiftly dispatched by a single strike from Li Changya's sword. After spending a day settling everything in the laboratory of Huayuan, Qin Ming made a decisive gesture, securing a villa, much to Huayuan's exhilaration. He promised that within a week, experiments on soul integration with ordinary individuals would yield initial results. The chamber uniquely belonging to Qin Ming occupies the pinnacle of the most opulent villa in the heart of the city, serving as his office domain. At that moment, his phone chimed, revealing a call from Captain Gongsun. "Captain Gongsun, is there something you need?" Qin Ming inquired nonchalantly. Gongsun, at this juncture, felt both apprehensive and resentful towards Qin Ming. This was due to the fact that Qin Ming had never fulfilled his promises, resorting to indiscriminate slaughter and ruthlessly eliminating all spirit user factions in the grand city of Qian. Furthermore, he brazenly seized the former estate of the Yuan family, leaving no doubt that the Yuan members were in grave peril. However, due to Qin Ming's formidable power, Gongsun could only retreat repeatedly. "Qin Ming, you have monopolized the entire grand city of Qian. Are you satisfied now?" Gongsun's voice crackled through the phone, laced with venom. Qin Ming chuckled lightly. His satisfaction was far from complete. "What do you wish to convey?" Gongsun inhaled deeply, striving to quell his anger, and coldly demanded. "There have been numerous disappearances of spirit users recently. Is this your doing?" Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, firmly denying the accusation. "Captain Gongsun, you are unjustly accusing me. Are you not aware of what I have been preoccupied with these past few days? I hardly have the energy to deal with those insignificant minions." Hearing Qin Ming's casual tone, Gongsun scoffed. "There are those who have captured spirit users using technological means, yet you still refuse to acknowledge it. You're not only untrustworthy, but also remarkably audacious. Is that so?" "Thank you for the compliment," Qin Ming replied wearily, uninterested in engaging in further argument. As Gongsun was powerless against him, Gongsun fell silent, not due to a lack of retort, but rather because his inner fury required time to subside. After a prolonged moment, Gongsun regained his composure and spoke. "Qin Ming, regarding your position as the head of the grand city of Qian, a messenger from headquarters will arrive in a month to deliver the official appointment. Allow me to remind you, as the head of the grand city, you will not be the sole authority. The headquarters will appoint 2 inspectors, one of whom is myself, and the other will be a messenger sent by headquarters. Henceforth, all decisions must be made collectively by the 3 of us. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming internally scoffed. What kind of hollow position was that? While it sounded flattering, it was merely a means for the headquarters to utilize his strength to maintain order in the grand city of Qian, bestowing him with a title devoid of substantial power. Is that so? The headquarters is quite considerate, Qin Ming responded with an impassive demeanor, having no intention of adhering to headquarters commands, nor did he care for their petty schemes, merely a temporary measure. Sensing the coldness in Qin Ming's tone, Gongsun hastily clarified, "Qin Ming, this is not intended to curb your power, but to better manage the grand city of Qian. The distribution of spirit users in every city follows this protocol, so do not overthink it. Additionally, I must caution you, the messenger sent by headquarters is not of ordinary status. He is a figure personally designated by high-ranking members of the headquarters, and the backing he possesses is formidable. Do not act recklessly. Rest assured, I am well aware of my boundaries." Qin Ming responded dismissively, fully cognizant of the headquarters' tactics. In his previous life, the headquarters had employed such methods to exert control over cities and dominate spirit users. These so-called envoys are predominantly offspring of ancient noble families, bolstered by the might of revered elders or sanctified spirit masters, which is indeed formidable. Such entities effortlessly instill fear in the average spirit masters. However, for Qin Ming, their existence holds no significance. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Shao felt a wave of relief wash over him, albeit tinged with surprise at Qin Ming's unexpected compliance. Given Qin Ming's nature, such obedience seemed out of character. Dismissing further thoughts, he attributed it to Qin Ming's apprehension of the headquarters' power and continued, "Qin Ming, regarding the Spirit Master Division, I propose establishing it within the police headquarters for seamless collaboration with the law enforcement officers. What are your thoughts? Whatever you deem appropriate. Just inform me of any developments. You are quite aware of my whereabouts, are you not? Until then, we shall reconnect when necessary." Without waiting for Gongsun Shao to respond, Qin Ming abruptly ended the call. Chapter 40. The intricacies of Huayuan and the subtle thoughts of Brother Dao listened intently, his mind swirling with questions. "Master Qin, do you truly wish to assume the role of this so-called leader?" From my understanding of these top-tier families, they would never permit you to genuinely control the city. This title, I fear, is merely a fade to have you labor on their behalf without compensation. Qin Ming nodded, his expression impassive as he replied, I am well aware. They are nothing but self-serving individuals. Whether during the era before the guardian spirits or in the present, their sole desire is to retain power firmly within their grasp. Then why? Dao inquired, his curiosity piqued. I have my own considerations, little Dao. Ensure that the manor is under tight surveillance. Not even a mosquito should be allowed to slip through. With that, Qin Ming rose and, after imparting his instructions, retreated to his chamber. He would not neglect his daily cultivation. In less than 2 months, Qin Ming had already learned to withstand 50% of Li Xian's strength, allowing him to harness half of his potential. Yet, this was still insufficient. The gulf between him and those formidable spirit masters of the powerful factions was one of time. They had long awakened their guardian spirits, and some of them had likely ascended to the realm of true terrestrial immortals, their might beyond imagination. Thus, Qin Ming's strategy was to bide his time. Now that the structure of Daqian City had begun to stabilize, it was time for him to commence the formation of his own legion of spirit masters. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Qin Ming whispered softly before his consciousness plunged into the blood-colored realm of the imperial seal, continuing his study of combat techniques. Concurrently, he had extended his physical training from 1 hour to 3 each day. A week later, Huayuan arrived, his face alight with exuberance. Master Qin, it is a success. I have succeeded. He danced about, recounting the process and outcome of his triumph. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming shared in the joy, his countenance brightening. The success of the experiment signified that the birth of his spirit master legion was nigh. After a while, Huayuan drained a glass of red wine before stating, however, this technology is still in its infancy, with a high failure rate. Should it fail, there is a 90% chance the host will perish, and even if they survive by some miracle, they will be rendered useless. What is the failure rate? Qin Ming inquired. 50%, a coin toss, Huayuan replied, his lips curling in dissatisfaction, ever the perfectionist. At this, Qin Ming felt content, as long as success was attainable. The probability would surely rise in the future. Indeed, if that were the case, those powerful spirit masters unwilling to submit could be directly implanted with soul spirits, extracting their guardian spirits with ease. Yet, Qin Ming aspired to forge a legion of puppet spirit masters unafraid of death. Only such beings, devoid of independent consciousness, would inspire the greatest trust. Very well, expedite the refinement of this technology. We can begin to have some of our subordinates undergo the soul spirit implantation, attempting to transform them into spirit masters. After all, it is more reassuring to use our own. Qin Ming mused thoughtfully before continuing. What is the current progress on the research into puppet spirit masters? As he spoke, Qin Ming offered Huayuan a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. Huayuan respectfully accepted the cigarette, hesitating to light it, instead playing with it, a look of indecision crossing his face. Noticing this, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, what troubles you? Nothing. Just. Huayuan stammered. Just what? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Huayuan inexplicably shivered, hastily replying, Master Qin, this research is actually simpler than grafting a soul. It does not require consideration of the spirit controller's consciousness or even the potential harm to their physical soul. However, to create a puppet spirit controller, one must extract the consciousness of the spirit controller and their guardian spirit, erasing it, or rather altering the consciousness, simplifying their thoughts to a singular command of obedience. This method is too. Huayuan hesitated, cautiously observing Qin Ming, fearful of inciting his displeasure. Qin Ming chuckled icily, his breath growing frigid, his tone devoid of emotion as he stated, Huayuan, you must understand that times have changed. Concepts of humanitarianism and moral righteousness are obsolete. Only survival holds truth. Cast aside your feudal sympathy. What I require is a functional, obedient spirit controller. Do you comprehend? I hope this is the first and last time we discuss this. Feeling the emotional void in Qin Ming's voice, Huayuan trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had underestimated Qin Ming's indifference and cold-bloodedness. Understood. Master Qin, Hua Yuan replied respectfully. Very well, you may leave. If you encounter difficulties, seek Xiao Dao for assistance. Additionally, within a month, I need the puppet spirit controller army to emerge. Do not disappoint me, Hua Yuan. At your command, Master Qin, Hua Yuan said, leaving with an overwhelming sense of fear and unease. The moment he exited Qin Ming's chamber, it felt as though he awoke from a dream. Realizing he was drenched in sweat. Outside, Brother Dao observed Hua Yuan's disheveled state and chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Dr. Hua, our survival in these chaotic times relies entirely on Master Qin's protection. It would be wise to temper your personal opinions. Simply fulfill Master Qin's orders to the best of your ability. Otherwise, it may not be others who perish but you. Hua Yuan offered a wry smile, shaking his head with a sigh. Understood. I must hurry. Master Qin has issued his ultimatum. After taking a few steps, Hua Yuan turned to Brother Dao and said, Brother Dao, I need 10 ordinary individuals to undergo formal soul grafting. Preferably, they should be from our own ranks, but there is a 50% chance of mortality. Handle it as you see fit and bring them to me. Brother Dao nodded in acknowledgement, waving his hand. Understood. I'll have long to bring them over shortly. As he finished speaking, Brother Dao donned a sycophantic smile and knocked on Qin Ming's door. Enter. Upon hearing Qin Ming's voice, Brother Dao approached with utmost reverence. Master Qin, have a seat. Certainly. Once seated, Qin Ming crossed his legs, closed his eyes to rest, and casually inquired, what is the progress on capturing the spirit controllers? In response to Master Qin, it has been reported that since acquiring the research product from Hua Yuan, we have apprehended a total of 228 spirit manipulators. However, my subordinates have also suffered significant losses, with nearly 20 of them perishing. I plan to replenish our ranks shortly, replied Brother Dao. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully. Very well, proceed as you see fit. Assign the most loyal of your men to critical positions, while the newly recruited should be tasked with less significant duties. If they prove their loyalty, we shall truly welcome them into the estate. I understand, Master Qin. You can rest assured, I possess ample experience in this regard. Once a formidable gang leader, Brother Dao was well-versed in such processes. After a brief moment of hesitation, he rubbed his palms together and cautiously inquired, Master Qin, during these chaotic times, the brothers are feeling quite stifled. What do you think? Qin Ming opened his eyes and, observing Brother Dao's rather lascivious demeanor, chuckled softly while waving his hand dismissively. In this current state of turmoil, where the roads are littered with the bones of the frozen dead, is it not simple to procure women? The villa at the far east is yours. Handle it as you wish, but do not let any trouble arise. Ha ha! Thank you for your generous gift, Master Qin. Brother Dao chuckled, his eyes glinting with desire. Chapter 41. The arrival of the envoy and the display of authority Qin Ming was indifferent to the opinions of Gaozu and others. Lust is a natural human instinct. In today's chaotic world, the era where the powerful could easily crush the sycophants has long passed. Women, in times of turmoil, have become the most undervalued entities. When they're compelled to barter their bodies for survival, they will willingly comply. This is a transaction, one that may appear inequitable at first glance but is, in reality, fair. 3 days later, Gongsun Xiao made a phone call. Qin Ming, the envoy from headquarters has arrived, and you are summoned to the Public Security Bureau to receive your appointment. Qin Ming's expression remained calm as he replied leisurely, I am the one in charge. Logically, it should be your superior who comes to meet me at the villa. Having spoken, he hung up the phone before Gongsun Xiao could respond, disregarding further communication. At this moment, in the meeting room of the Spirit Masters Division, Gongsun Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he looked up at the young man seated in the primary position. The man exuded a flamboyant demeanor, reclining arrogantly in his chair. Standing behind him was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, his face devoid of emotion. Gongsun Xiao, where is he? When will he come to see me? The young man, known as Wu He, was a scion of one of the foremost ancient families in Huaxia. In response to Wu Xiao, Qin Ming has instructed us to meet him at his villa. Gongsun Xiao hesitated momentarily before stating the truth. He understood that a young aristocrat confronting a merciless killer would inevitably lead to conflict. At this point, Gongsun Shao could only hope for a peaceful resolution between the two. Otherwise, trouble loomed large. Wu He, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. With a cold chuckle, he lightly tapped the table and said, "What a grand display of authority! This city of Daqian was once mine for the taking, yet has been seized by this unknown rustic. I have already taken a step back, and yet he dares to press further. Very well, very well." His tone grew increasingly frigid as he abruptly stood, casting a chilling glance at Lu Feng and the others, grinding his teeth as he declared, "What? Must I request you to lead the way? Today, I shall see what capabilities this unexpected adversary possesses that warrant my personal attention." The others, upon hearing this, hastily moved to lead the way, fearing even the slightest negligence. After all, he was a scion of a prestigious ancient family, and his aunt was a member of the headquarters council, wielding immense power that could dictate their fates. Wu He departed, his icy aura palpable. "Wu Lao, let us see what Qin Ming is truly capable of. If he is merely a paper tiger, I shall ensure his suffering is beyond measure." The middle-aged man behind him remained silent, expressionless, nodding in agreement as he closely followed Wu He. Once Lu Feng and the others carefully escorted Wu He away, Hu Xing, filled with confusion, finally inquired, "Captain Gongsun, why has he come to our Daqian city as the inspector? This young master's reputation is far from commendable. Moreover, I've heard he has not become a spirit master. How can he hold the position of inspector?" Gongsun Shao sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. Speak less to avoid courting unnecessary disaster. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Gongsun Shao cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and then spoke softly. "It is said that most of the disciples from various families have ascended to positions as city leaders, with only a few not becoming spirit masters, while those favored disciples have taken on the role of inspectors. Yet, due to his aunt's influence, Wu He could have been appointed as the head of Daqian City. But because of Qin Ming's unique circumstances, the headquarters ultimately decided to designate the leadership of Daqian City to Qin Ming to stabilize him. Thus, Wu He arrived in Daqian City filled with rage. Upon hearing this, Hu Xing realized why Wu He had arrived with such a grim expression, as if someone owed him money. "Let us hope that these two ancestors will consider the bigger picture and avoid a confrontation," Gongsun Shao said, patting Hu Xing on the shoulder, clearly troubled. Soon, two off-road vehicles roared away from the location, heading towards Qin Ming's villa. At that moment, Qin Ming was not particularly concerned about the so-called envoy. The high mountains and distant emperors offered him little apprehension. Moreover, the trump cards he possessed were not something these forces could comprehend. Just as Brother Dao and the others were reporting the recent situation in Daqian City, a tremendous sound echoed as an iron gate was smashed down. Almost immediately, gunfire erupted. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had just stood up when the wails of anguish spread throughout the air. As several individuals approached the window, they beheld a middle-aged man behind Wu He, radiating a formidable spiritual aura, unarmed yet effortlessly eliminating all hidden snipers around the villa without leaving a single one behind. "Damn it, who is this guy? How dare he come here to kill us?" Brother Dao exclaimed in fury, preparing to notify the other subordinates for a siege when Qin Ming, with an expressionless face, waved his hand and said, "If you do not wish for your subordinates to be annihilated, let them all retreat." Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man, then shifted to the young man behind him and the visibly distressed Gongsun Shao, and he instantly discerned the identity of the visitor. "A display of power, is it?" Qin Ming sneered, locking eyes with the middle-aged man from a distance. He understood that this individual was no ordinary foe. "Director Qin, I have arrived. Yet you do not come out to greet me?" Wu He stepped forward, unperturbed despite being an ordinary person. Rather, it was the spirit masters who regarded him with trepidation. Suddenly, Li Changye, reclining on the sofa, spoke up. "Qin Ming, do you require my assistance?" "No rush. You are one of my hidden aces and will be of great use in the future," Qin Ming replied casually, his attention fixed on Wu He. Suddenly, A terrifying inferno erupted from Qin Ming's right hand, crashing against the window glass. The intense heat instantaneously melted the glass. With that, Qin Ming stepped forward, plummeting from the 7th floor in free fall. As he descended, flames encircled him, and with a graceful maneuver, he landed several meters away from Wu He and the others. Upon landing, Qin Ming gestured for his armed subordinates to withdraw. Alone, with his hands in his pockets and an expressionless face, he regarded the distressed Gongsun Shao. Captain Gongsun, what is the meaning of this? I have yet to become the leader, and you already feel free to act against my people? Gongsun Shao let out a bitter smile, preparing to offer an apology when he was interrupted by Wu He. You must be Qin Ming, he said. I am an envoy dispatched by headquarters, Wu He. As for ordinary people, their lives are inconsequential. They can be disposed of without a second thought. As he spoke, Wu He casually surveyed Qin Ming's estate, nodding occasionally, as if the residents were already within his grasp. This place is quite suitable. I shall establish the division of spirit guardians here. Qin Ming's brow twitched slightly as he regarded Wu He. With the surname Wu, hailing from headquarters and dealing with ordinary folk, it was not difficult for Qin Ming to deduce the man's origins. According to his memories from a previous life, the Wu family is among the foremost ancient clans in Huaxia. Their enduring presence since the era of spirit guardians is attributed to their martial prowess, sharing the same surname as the first empress of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 42. Turning against each other. Seeking revenge on the spot, how dare the envoy treat my territory as if it were his own possession? Qin Ming remained unperturbed, waving his hand to dispel the surrounding flames, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Wu He, with an arrogant countenance and lofty gaze akin to that of deity, regarded Qin Ming disdainfully. Qin Ming, our headquarters has investigated your past, revealing a life characterized by chaos, akin to a rat dwelling in the sewers. It is surprising that after the global upheaval, you fortuitously became a spirit guardian. I have heard whispers that your guardian spirit is rather formidable. Otherwise, you would not have usurped my position as the leader. In times past, a person like you would have repulsed me to the extent that I would not care to glance in your direction. Nay, I misspoke. A person like you is simply unworthy of even crossing paths with me. Haha. Wu He shamelessly belittled Qin Ming, oblivious to the alarmed expressions of Gongsun, Shao, and the others behind him. These young scions of noble families were ignorant of Qin Ming's terrifying reputation, while those who understood it were painfully aware. Even Lu Feng, who had once suffered grievous injury at Qin Ming's hands, dared not harbor thoughts of vengeance. In the brief span of 2 months, Qin Ming had unified the entirety of the greater Qin city, with countless spirit guardians mysteriously disappearing, and the most prestigious family, the Yuan clan, annihilated in a single night. Such a decisive and ruthless individual, who acted without regard for consequences, would not concern himself with your identity. Upon hearing Wu He's words, Qin Ming merely smiled lightly, unperturbed, for Wu He's assertions were simply the truth. Individuals like Wu He, whether in times of chaos or in the future, would live freely and easily, devoid of worries, provided they did not provoke Qin Ming. Proceed. Qin Ming maintained his smile, speaking with tranquility. At this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow deeply, sensing an inexplicable dread emanating from the young man before him. His body tensed, fully on guard, prepared to act at a moment's notice to ensure Wu He's safety. Wu He's scornful smile faltered. Witnessing Qin Ming's indifference rendered his insults meaningless. He waved dismissively. Forget it, it's of no consequence. Ultimately, you are merely fortunate, a product of the times that has forged a hero. This is your appointment, and I must remind you that although you are the leader, you possess no authority to interfere with my actions. Do not seek discomfort for yourself. If it were not for my aunt's influence, With a cold snicker, Wu He carelessly tossed the appointment letter onto the ground, showing no concern for whether Qin Ming would harbor resentment. At that moment, Gongsun Shao and Brother Dao's expressions changed drastically. They understood Qin Ming's nature. He bore grudges and was merciless, coupled with formidable strength, acting without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, Li Changye had already arrived at a discreet corner of the window, observing the scene with keen interest, curious about how Qin Ming would respond. Qin Ming narrowed his chilling eyes, slowly withdrawing his hands from his pockets, as a palpable fear distorted the atmosphere. Wu He, wearing a brazen smile, eagerly anticipated Qin Ming's retaliation. Should that occur, he would likely have to relinquish his position as leader. At that moment, Gongsun Shao hurriedly dashed forward, retrieved the appointment letter from the ground, and approached Qin Ming with a friendly smile. Director Qin, do not act impulsively. The Inspector Wu may have simply made a slip, he whispered to Qin Ming as he approached. Wu He hailed from the esteemed Wu family of the imperial capital, and his aunt was a high-ranking member of the headquarters. Qin Ming cast a detached glance at Gongsun Shao, suddenly bursting into laughter. He took the appointment, scrutinized it for a moment, and slowly folded it before placing it in his pocket. He then raised his gaze toward the disappointed Wu He and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Inspector Wu, do you truly believe that I, Qin Ming, covet this position of responsibility? Or that I fear the headquarters to the extent of refraining from taking action against you? Or do you think he can stand in my way? At these words, Gongsun Shao was left utterly stunned. He had informed Qin Ming of Wu He's background in hopes that it would instill some caution and prompt a step back. To his surprise, Qin Ming showed no regard for such considerations and coldly rebuked him. In that moment, Wu He's expression darkened, his gaze towards Qin Ming brimming with murderous intent. TSK, the Wu family? Without their backing, you would not survive a single day in this era. Qin Ming continued to mock. You seek your own demise. Wu He spat through clenched teeth, his tone frigid as he prepared to retaliate. Suddenly, a terrifying inferno erupted around Qin Ming, a roaring flame bursting forth from his form and surging in all directions. Like a specter, he lunged at Wu He. Qin Ming was not one to delay revenge. He believed in resolving grievances on the spot rather than waiting for a decade. This abrupt turn of events sent Gongsun Shao into a panic, without a moment to think. He hastily fled. Elder Wu, witnessing this, also underwent a drastic change in expression. He had not anticipated that this young man, who had instilled a sense of threat in him, would suddenly choose to attack. His eyes flashed with an eerie white light, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, moving so swiftly that he became nearly invisible. Bang! In an instant, Elder Wu positioned himself in front of Wu He, colliding with Qin Ming. The force of the clash between flame and lightning created a 2-meter radius of devastation around them, tearing apart the very fabric of the void. The sheer power was lethal to any ordinary spirit user. Qin Ming, you dare strike at me? Elder Wu, eliminate him. Wu He roared in fury, having never before faced such humiliation and provocation, let alone an attack against him. In all of Huaxia, few dared to act in such a manner. Young Master Wu, we must leave. Something is amiss. Elder Wu's anxiety deepened. He had been a formidable spirit user for nearly a decade, achieving mastery over his physical form and guardian spirit powers. Yet at this moment, Qin Ming, relying solely on his physical prowess, was a match for him, which was utterly terrifying, akin to a seasoned cultivator of millennia being bested by a mere ant with a decade of training. Hearing this, Wu He's expression shifted dramatically as disbelief washed over him as he looked at Elder Wu. He knew of Elder Wu's might. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched by his aunt to protect him. Young Master Wu, we must leave, Gongsun Shao urged, unwilling to let any harm befall Wu He, and quickly pulled him away. Although Wu He was a reckless youth, he was not a fool, promptly following Gongsun Zhao's lead. At that moment, Qin Ming abruptly raised his blood-red eyes, fiery crimson flames erupting from his pupils. Elder Wu's gaze narrowed in disbelief as he murmured to himself, it is improbable that, even with the protection of a revered guardian spirit, one could master its power perfectly after merely 2 months of being a practitioner, let alone possess such formidable physique. A smirk of disdain flitted across Qin Ming's lips. Old man, times have changed. Suddenly, Qin Ming's body surged with energy, propelling Master Wu back several meters and forcefully collapsing the steel barrier. His gaze, unfazed, casually glanced towards the escape route of Wu He and the others, exuding an air of indifference. Let's have some fun, Li Xian. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, the clear sky above transformed, vanishing into a tumultuous sea of crimson mist that swirled ominously overhead. In the void, countless blood-red flames flickered into existence, consuming the very fabric of reality. A colossal figure, clad in blood-soaked armor, emerged from the inferno, descending upon the world like a deity of death from the depths of the abyss. Chapter 43. The Great Battle. Headquarters meeting. Elder Wu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the towering crimson figure before him, brandishing a colossal ancient sword, while a blood-red cloak fluttered ominously behind, a guardian spirit of formidable strength. How could it be? Your esteemed guardian spirit is so powerful. There was no time for further contemplation as Elder Wu let out a furious roar. Thunderous rumbles erupted from behind him, heralding the arrival of a spectral figure clad in Tang Dynasty armor, brandishing a long spear, descending into the mortal realm with a resounding crash. The two stood poised in a standoff, yet their expressions differed. Li Xian's eyes glimmered with disdain, while the guardian spirit opposite him displayed a hint of trepidation. Qin Ming, with his blood-red gaze, regarded Elder Wu's guardian spirit with indifference, casually gesturing with his fingers. Li Xian, entertain him. At your command, my lord, came Li Xian's deep, icy voice. He slowly raised his sanguine eyes, flames of terrifying intensity swirling around him. With a thunderous roar, Li Xian extracted the enormous sword embedded in the ground, positioning it beside him before slamming it down with a resounding thud, sending plumes of dust into the air. From the sword, droplets of molten rock, imbued with immense power, dripped down, incessantly corroding the earth beneath. At that moment, Elder Wu's guardian spirit instinctively took a step back, yet did not flee in fear. Loyal to its master, it would not retreat even in the face of death. Nevertheless, a grave expression crossed the guardian's visage as it spoke. Master, he is too strong. I cannot withstand him for long. Elder Wu's countenance darkened further upon hearing this. The headquarters had provided scant information regarding Qin Ming's strength, merely vague descriptions of his boundless potential. In that instant, Elder Wu found himself cursing the ineptitude of the headquarters. Such nonsense about boundless potential when his strength had clearly reached the pinnacle of spirit masters in this world. The terrifying pressure he exuded surpassed that of any spirit master of the esteemed level he had encountered, regardless of the circumstances. My mission is to buy time for young Master Wu He to escape. Retreat is not an option. Elder Wu took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within. He spoke again, his tone grave and cold. Qin Ming, stand down. With your capabilities, the headquarters will not hold you accountable for acting against the inspector. Yes, you. The Wu family will not trouble you further. However, should you persist in this course of action, the consequences will be dire. The individual accompanying young Master Wu He is a member of the headquarters, an apex spirit master of Huaxia. His strength is not something you can contend with. With the headquarters backing him, you stand no chance. Do not court your own demise. Qin Ming regarded Elder Wu with an impassive expression, subtly gesturing with his right hand. Li Xian understood the cue, unleashing a terrifying speed as he seized Elder Wu's guardian spirit with his left hand, plummeting into the ruins of a city several miles away in an instant. You people from noble families are truly difficult to deal with. If you endure in silence, you face endless humiliation. If you retaliate, you claim I cannot provoke your powerful allies. Pray tell, what must I do to satisfy you? By my own hands? Await the judgment of the noble families? Wait for your Wu family's judgment? Qin Ming remarked with an expression of helplessness, raising his hands in exasperation. As Elder Wu prepared to speak again, attempting to sway him, Qin Ming's expression suddenly turned icy. What? Do you wish to deceive me with more promises from the noble families? You, who arrogantly presume to reign over the lives and deaths of ordinary mortals, show not the slightest concern for our existence. The promises you utter are merely a reflection of your temporary retreat, born of your weakened position. Should you allow the likes of Wu He to escape, it would inevitably lead to an unending wave of clandestine assassinations. Therefore, why not instill fear in your esteemed families, making it abundantly clear that I, Qin Ming, am not to be trifled with? As these words fell from his lips, Qin Ming erupted with an astonishing speed, instantly closing the distance to the Elder Wu, engaging in a fierce battle. The clash of thunder and flames intertwined, resembling a celestial confrontation among cultivators, unleashing terrifying power that ravaged the surroundings. Frowning with concern, Qin Ming forcefully propelled the elder Wu several thousand meters away to prevent further destruction of the estate, landing them amidst the ruins of the city. Both combatants possessed formidable physical prowess. Each collision threatened to bring down the surrounding structures, sending steel and concrete flying. Innocent bystanders and ordinary spirit practitioners were caught in the aftermath, reduced to mere blood mist before they could even react. With a powerful punch, Qin Ming sent the elder Wu, enveloped in a dense aura of thunder, hurtling away. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss without a proper weapon in hand. The elder Wu crashed through several dilapidated rooms, collapsing amidst the rubble. In the next moment, he roared in fury, his eyes sparking with lightning as he leaped from the debris. A trickle of blood flowed from his mouth, evidence of significant internal injury. Observing Qin Ming, enscathed and cloaked in flames, he felt a chill of dread. How terrifying it would be if this man had only just begun to temper his physical strength after his transformation. What might the future hold? The elder Wu dared not dwell on such thoughts, for Qin Ming descended upon him like a meteor, once again charging through the ruins. The intertwining of flames and thunder, the vivid clash of crimson and stark white, turned the vicinity into a deadly battleground. In the distance, survivors captured the spectacle on video, uploading it to the internet. In an instant, the footage surged to trending status, garnering the attention of numerous powerful factions. Meanwhile, within the headquarters, a gathering of senior officials convened. The speaker urgently summoned us, demanding our presence for an undisclosed matter. In the dimly lit conference room, figures cloaked in shadows gazed with piercing eyes. These were the true backbone of the headquarters, the most elite spirit practitioners of Huaxia. Let us view the video, the speaker commanded, gesturing, and the secretary beside him promptly activated the screen. At that moment, the battle between Qin Ming and the elder Wu was laid bare for all to witness. Moments later, as the video concluded, the speaker turned his gaze toward a woman seated to his right. Wu Mu, what are your thoughts? This individual appears to be a high-ranking spirit practitioner from your Wu family. Wu Mu's expression was grim, her features obscured, yet her eyes shone with the intensity of a tempest, crackling with interwoven lightning. Her long black hair and robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. Under the immense pressure, the very fabric of space seemed to fracture, fissures appearing in the air. I recognize him. He is the newly appointed leader of Daqian City. Qin Ming. His guardian spirit is ominous, and his true strength remains unknown. However, given that Wu He acted against the elder Wu upon his initial appointment, and with Wu He's fate uncertain, such an arrogant and reckless individual cannot be spared. He must be eliminated. Wu Mu's chilling voice echoed throughout the conference room. Were it not for the distance separating them, she would have personally intervened to subdue Qin Ming. Thou madwoman, ever so quick to advocate for bloodshed, dost thou consider the land of Huaxia to be thine own battleground? I cannot acquiesce to such fervor. Even if Qin Ming is indeed a lunatic, he would not strike against the inspector without just cause. I believe it prudent to appoint a new inspector to investigate thoroughly before reaching a conclusion. Suddenly, a voice imbued with authority resounded, dismissing Wu Mu's suggestion. I find merit in the words of Counselor Wu Mu, regardless of the motivations. To lay hands upon the inspector is akin to slapping the headquarters in the face. Those former scoundrels of the sewers, having fortuitously become spirit masters, seem to have lost all sense of their own insignificance. The headquarters must take action to issue a warning to the world. Another voice emerged, supporting Wu Mu's proposal. Chapter 44. Suppression of Elder Wu. Interception of Wu He. I believe it is imperative to halt Qin Ming's pursuit of the inspector and to inquire into the reasons behind it. Should we indiscriminately execute the responsible parties, we risk alienating the hearts of the ordinary spirit practitioners. Some council members proposed to remain impartial and express their own views. Observing that Wu Mu was about to speak again, the chairman of the headquarters rapped the table, drawing the attention of all present, who seemed to regard him with utmost caution, refraining from further disputes. Following Counselor Yang's suggestion, Orders were promptly dispatched for the nearby officials to proceed to the Qin city and put an end to the conflict. Hearing this, Wu Mu dared not countermand the chairman's command, coldly uttering a harsh remark before vanishing into the dimly lit conference room. Should anything happen to Wu He, the entirety of the Qin city would face ruin. The others remained indifferent, their gazes devoid of surprise or curiosity. Though Wu Mu was a woman, she acted with a dominance that rivaled any man. The meeting concluded swiftly and soon. Several newly appointed officials in the vicinity received their directives to head to the Qin city to cease the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, the clash between Qin Ming and Elder Wu raged on, a one-sided massacre. Qin Ming grew increasingly exhilarated, relishing the thrill of battle like never before. With a single step, he unleashed a devastating force that toppled a precarious high-rise, then converged his arms to transform the raging crimson flames into a colossal sword spanning 40 meters. Striking downward with ferocity, the sheer might stirred the very fabric of the void, instantly melting the surrounding ruins into a sea of lava. Elder Wu gazed in disbelief at this cataclysmic blow, exerting every ounce of his strength to channel his surrounding lightning into a protective barrier, attempting to withstand Qin Ming's onslaught. Crack! The relentless flames spiraled around the void, morphing into a vast inferno that surged upward into the heavens. Exhausted beyond measure, Elder Wu was unable to withstand such overwhelming force, sent hurtling hundreds of meters before crashing into the debris. Suspended in midair, Qin Ming was enveloped in flames, his eyes glowing with a sinister blood-red light as he regarded the scene with cold indifference. He uttered 4 chilling words, utterly foolish. Simultaneously, Lin Xinyu, resembling a demonic entity from the depths of hell, wielded a massive blade nearly 10 zhang long, cleaving through the air to collapse a 100-meter-high building, sending Elder Wu's guardian spirit flying. He followed closely, traversing hundreds of zhang in a single stride, and crushed Elder Wu's guardian spirit beneath his foot. The guardian spirit glared in fury, never having endured such humiliation, yet as it attempted to resist, Lin Xinyu disdainfully snorted, stepping down once more to drive it into a deep pit, stripping it of its power to retaliate. Such insignificant beings dare to provoke my master. They are utterly unworthy. Lin Xinyu's deep, raspy voice resonated with palpable contempt. Witnessing this, Qin Ming moved with a slight shift, tearing through the void and crashing down upon Elder Wu's battered form. Grasping his neck and lifting him into the air, his expression inscrutable as he regarded him. Qin Ming, you cannot kill me. I am backed by the Wu family and Counselor Wu Mu, who commands a saint-level guardian spirit. Do not misjudge your own capabilities. A saint-level spirit practitioner, indeed, how intimidating, Qin Ming retorted mockingly, as 4 fiery tendrils erupted from behind him, piercing through Elder Wu's limbs and sealing his soul's power. In that instant, his guardian spirit vanished from the battlefield, returning to Elder Wu's form. What are you doing? Whether to kill or to maim, do as you please. But why must you sever my meridians? The old man, Wu, roared in agony, his eyes bloodshot, as the disruption of his meridians directly diminished his innate strength, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Qin Ming chuckled softly, dragging the old man's body like a lifeless dog, and with a few leaps, returned to the manor, casting him before Brother Dao and the others. Keep a watchful eye on him. Such a top-tier guardian spirit is both rare and invaluable. Brother Dao's face lit up with uncontainable joy. If Huiyan's technique could be applied, this extraordinary guardian spirit would undoubtedly be grafted onto him. Qin Ming turned, his gaze icy as he regarded the fleeing figures of Wu He and Gongsun Shao, who had escaped several dozen miles. Lin Xinyu, pursue. As you command, my lord. Lin Xinyu crouched down, and with a leap, Qin Ming landed upon his armored shoulder. With a surge of power, he unleashed a terrifying force, propelling himself like a meteor, each stride covering 1,000 meters, swiftly closing in on Gongsun Shao's vehicle. Wherever he passed, the ground crumbled into ruins. Innocent lives scorched in a fleeting moment by the searing heat, their bodies reduced to lifeless husks. My heavens, run! What kind of monster is this? So terrifying. How could this possibly be a guardian spirit? Damn it. I'm also a spirit user, and I cannot withstand the overwhelming heat. We must flee. Countless onlookers, witnessing the blazing figure cloaked in blood-red armor rushing towards them, scattered in panic, fearing the impending disaster. At that moment, Wu He, who believed he had narrowly escaped, wore a grim expression, ready to revert to his frivolous nature, intending to scold Gongsun Xiao and the others for their inadequate defense. Suddenly, a tremor shook the earth, followed by the sound of collapsing skyscrapers, a sight most alarming. They turned abruptly to see Li Xin advancing rapidly, leaping over 1,000 meters and crashing down before their vehicle with a thunderous impact. Instantly, the ground was transformed into a massive crater, hundreds of meters wide. Fissures splitting the earth, and debris flying in all directions, a cloud of dust swirling ominously. Gongsun Xiao hastily applied the brakes, casting a fearful glance towards the towering dust cloud. Emerging from the swirling haze was a magnificent figure engulfed in flames, slowly rising, his blood-red helmet visible amid the chaos. A diminutive silhouette stood resolutely upon the shoulder of that colossal figure. Witnessing this scene, Gongsun Xiao could only manage a bitter smile, realizing there was no escape left. Well, he was utterly undone, trembling uncontrollably. The moment Qin Ming appeared, he understood that the old man Wu was finished. With a leap, Qin Ming landed before the vehicle, his demeanor indifferent as he regarded Gongsun Xiao and the others. What is this? Do I need to personally invite you out? Qin Ming, you cannot kill him. Otherwise, your relationship with headquarters will become irreparably strained, leading to inevitable conflict. Gongsun Xiao, recognizing the lack of an escape route, was compelled to exit the car and attempted to reason with him. Lu Feng, Hu Xing, and the other ordinary spirit users were paralyzed with fear, too terrified to exit the vehicle, their eyes glued to Qin Ming's imposing figure. In response, Qin Ming offered a cold smile, his disdain evident. What? Does the Wu family represent Huaxia? Or is it that the Wu family holds absolute sway over headquarters? Based on memories from my past life, the members of headquarters are each driven by their own agendas, not united in purpose. As these words were uttered, Gongsun Xiao found himself utterly speechless, at a loss for how to offer consolation. Deep within, he harbored immense anger towards Wu He. Of all people to provoke, why choose Qin Ming? Qin Ming approached the vehicle, engulfed in flames, and his hand slowly descended upon the car window. In an instant, the terrifying heat melted the glass, revealing the pallid visage of Wu He. Qin Ming, I was wrong. I should not have been so haughty. Yet, between us, there is no irreconcilable enmity. Why must you, in a moment of impulse, bring upon yourself such catastrophic consequences? Observing Wu He in such a wretched state, Qin Ming seized him by the throat, yanking him from the passenger seat with an impassive expression. When our interests clash, it is inevitable that our fates are entwined in this relentless struggle. Your clan acts with such arrogance. Do you truly care for the life or death of a mere insignificant individual like me? You are not in the wrong. You are merely driven by the fear of death. Chapter 45. The three key figures at this moment. Wu He felt an increasingly terrifying force emanating from Qin Ming's palm, inducing a profound sense of suffocation. He struggled frantically in the air, his pupils turning pale. Just then, three figures emerged atop the surrounding ruins, positioning themselves around Qin Ming. Each wore an expression of indifference, their silence heavy, their gazes icy as they fixed their eyes on Qin Ming. Qin Ming slightly relaxed his grip, granting Wu He a moment to breathe, yet the iron-like pressure still rendered him unable to break free. His cold, bloodshot eyes surveyed the three individuals. On the left, a man clad in black formal attire stood tall and composed, his demeanor cold and his aura deep and lingering. The man in front appeared to be a casual, unkempt figure resembling a butcher. To the right stood a robust man whose white shirt could hardly conceal his bulging muscles. Are these the reinforcements sent by the Wu family? I had anticipated that Councilman Wu Mu would arrive in person, Qin Ming remarked with a sardonic smile. Behind him, Li Xian loomed like a specter, his blood-red cloak billowing ominously, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intent to kill. At a mere command from Qin Ming, he would obliterate them all. Qin Ming, You are the head of the Qian city, correct? I am Zhang Yin, the head of the neighboring Yun city. This is Li Quan from the Chuan city, and Zhou Mian from the Qing city. Qin Ming, the Wu family is not someone you should provoke. Release Wu Xiao and hand over Wu Lao. The headquarters will dispatch a new inspector to investigate the matter thoroughly, ensuring you're not wronged. Li Quan spoke calmly from the center, signaling Qin Ming to release Wu He. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, fully aware that these leaders have been dispatched by headquarters to prevent him from eliminating Wu He. The fundamental requirement to become a leader in this new era was to be an A-class, 8th-tier spirit master, one who held the title of a general-level spirit master. Their authority was immense, governing a city, their words akin to laws, reminiscent of the city heads before the era of guardian spirits. They were the elite chosen from countless spirit masters by headquarters. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming chuckled softly and shook his head. If he wished to establish a firm foothold in this era, he needed to break free from the control of ancient families and the constraints of headquarters. Thus, he was eager for a confrontation, to demonstrate his strength, to intimidate others, and to serve as a warning. Well, he was merely unfortunate enough to be caught in the crossfire. 3 general-level spirit masters, TSK, their strength should be commendable. I am curious to test the mettle of the other city leaders, he declared. At this pronouncement, the expressions of the 3 men shifted dramatically, becoming grave and apprehensive. They were acutely aware that the formidable figure looming behind Qin Ming was a true revered-level spirit master, surpassing them in terror by an immeasurable margin. Even if they joined forces, they held little confidence in overcoming Qin Ming. Qin Ming, do not misjudge your position. We are merely the vanguard. Should the strong from headquarters descend, you must realize you are no match for them. This colossal being from headquarters is not something we, at our level, can provoke. Li Quan cautioned, unwilling to engage Qin Ming in battle, opting instead for patient persuasion. Qin Ming cast a cold gaze towards Wu He, who was still cursing and threatening him. In disbelief, Wu He watched as terrifying flames, resembling serpents, coiled down Qin Ming's arm and enveloped his body. In an instant, Wu He was consumed by the inferno, letting out a harrowing wail. After a few breaths, he ceased to struggle and, under the watchful eyes of all, was reduced to a pile of charred remains. Qin Ming casually clapped his hands, stuffed them into his pockets, and glanced at the 3 remaining individuals, softly stating, "It's done." At that moment, their expressions changed drastically, their hearts shaken as they regarded Qin Ming with incredulity. They could hardly fathom how Qin Ming dared to kill the beloved nephew of Councilman Wu Mu. Such an act was a blatant provocation, a decision to sever ties with the headquarters and the Wu family. Furthermore, due to Wu He's demise, the 3 of them would likely face retribution from the headquarters, suffering the consequences from the Wu family. Even those observing this farce, who had been covertly broadcasting it, were rendered speechless by the shock. Within the spiritual guardian pavilion, an elder stared in astonishment at the live broadcast of Qin Ming's act of killing Wu He, incredulously turning to the envoy Wang Xiao. "Is this the Qin Ming who you said was willing to collaborate with our spiritual guardian pavilion? He's a ticking time bomb. He might one day bring our pavilion to ruin." Wang Xiao forced a somewhat awkward smile, equally surprised by Qin Ming's audacity to commit such an act in broad daylight. "Esteemed elder, I too did not anticipate that Qin Ming would be so ruthless," Wang Xiao sighed, a hint of trepidation creeping in. He was relieved that he had maintained a respectful attitude, not underestimating Qin Ming because of the support from the spiritual guardian pavilion. However, this young man was in deep trouble. Wu Mu's wife was not a benevolent soul and was known for her tyrannical ways. It remained uncertain whether Qin Ming was genuinely fearless due to ignorance or possessed hidden cards of his own. The elder of the spiritual guardian pavilion murmured, deciding to keep a close watch on this unfolding drama. Simultaneously, various divine factions and powerful spirit masters were closely monitoring the situation. In an obscure village, a formidable figure with a stern visage witnessed the scene and suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly pleased with Qin Ming's actions. "Ah, Qin Ming, my old friend from the Great Qin, how interesting you are. If you can survive this ordeal, there shall surely be a place for you in this era." Suddenly, a hand struck the head of the imposing man, and a tall, A luring figure approached, playfully tugging at his ear. You, Xiang Tian, were supposed to go buy fish. Yet here you are sneaking a peek at the live broadcast. In this day and age, what is so captivating about live streaming? Basic necessities are what truly matter. The man named Xiang Tian quickly donned a sycophantic smile, begging for mercy, his earlier bravado evaporating. The woman huffed disdainfully, kicking Xiang Tian out of the room before turning back to calmly watch the broadcast. Not only here, but countless remote regions had also remained untouched by the unprecedented tribulations faced by spirit masters. Life had its changes, yet the impact was minimal, largely because terrifying spirit masters lurked in those areas, suppressing all turmoil from the onset of the upheaval. They all awaited the opportune moment to emerge into the world and ignite the turmoil of conflict. At this juncture, Li Quan, Zhou Mian, and Zhang Yan exchanged glance, stepping forward with a sense of resignation as the aura of their spiritual essences surged around them. Guardian Spirits, Li Shangjin. Guardian Spirits, Zhang Shudua. Guardian Spirits, Zhou Dui. The trio spoke no further, uniting their voices in a powerful summons. Accompanied by the resounding rumble of thunder, three colossal figures descended upon the rooftop with a thunderous crash, each wielding a sharp blade and emanating an aura of terrifying spiritual energy, their icy gazes fixed upon Li Xinyu. "My master, I shall proceed," Li Xinyu declared, drawing the massive sword embedded in the ground, stepping forward resolutely to shield Qin Ming. Chapter 46. A lesson in authority. Go forth and let the world witness the unparalleled majesty of a renowned general of the Great Qin. Qin Ming leaped backward, landing with a resounding thud on the roof of Gongsun Zhao's carriage, startling those nearby into a tremor of fear and unease. Gongsun Zhao, his face a mask of despair, realized their fate was sealed. Regardless of Qin Ming's outcome, their group of 6 was doomed, even if the headquarters refrained from punishing them. The repercussions from the Wu family would surely cast them into an abyss from which they could never rise. At this moment, global powers and formidable spirit masters alike were fixated on this confrontation. Li Xinyu, wielding the colossal sword, advanced step by step, leaving a trail of blazing flames in his wake, melting everything in his path. As he approached a short distance away, he suddenly lifted his gaze, blood-red eyes fixed on 3 formidable guardian spirits descending from the heights. Kill! In that instant, Li Xinyu felt as though he had been transported back to the era of the Great Qin Empire, rekindling the might of a legendary general. The sounds of battle echoed through the heavens and the earth. An endless ocean of flames erupted around him, transforming the terrain within a 1,000-meter radius into a realm of shadows and despair. His colossal form melded with the infernal fire, arms wielding the sword, moving with a speed that transcended mortal comprehension, engaging in combat with the 3 ancient guardian spirits. The sheer force of the clash distorted the very fabric of space, flames bursting forth and scorching the already devastated city. The resounding clang of cold steel reverberated like thunder within the ruins, resonating throughout the world. Qin Ming observed this scene with an impassive expression, akin to an emperor overseeing his army, entirely untroubled. He had long instructed Li Xinyu to conceal his true strength and play with these adversaries. Otherwise, with his current form, he could easily sustain 80% of Li Xinyu's power. These mere guardian spirits would be vanquished with a single strike. At this juncture, Li Quan and his companions wore grave expressions, their unease growing as they witnessed their guardian spirits being gradually overwhelmed by Li Xinyu. 2 of you. The defeat of our guardian spirits is merely a matter of time. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If we can apprehend Qin Ming, his guardian spirit will be rendered powerless, reasoned the leader of Li. Let us make our move and test the mettle of this Qin, who dares to oppose the ancient families and the headquarters. With these words, Li Quan and his companions swiftly descended from the crumbling structure, closing in on Qin Ming. Their aura of spirit energy intensified, shimmering with a sinister glow as they advanced menacingly towards him. Li Xinyu, observing the scene, felt a flicker of disdain in his blood-red gaze, as the 3 ancient guardian spirits deliberately positioned themselves between him and Qin Ming. He coldly uttered a few words, a frog at the bottom of the well. That profound insult ignited the fury of the three guardian spirits. Despite their status as legendary warriors of antiquity, they possessed their own sense of pride and could not tolerate such humiliation. In that moment, the battle grew even more ferocious. Li Xin faced his adversaries with calm composure, effortlessly engaging three foes at once. As the trio of lightning-fast figures drew near, a smile crept upon Qin Ming's lips. His black and white pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, flames erupting around him. He leapt into the air, crashing down upon the ground and raising a colossal cloud of dust. In the next heartbeat, the three figures approached Qin Ming, exerting their full strength without an ounce of hesitation. The ordinary guardian spirit masters were simply too weak. Qin Ming spoke softly, and amidst the terrified and incredulous gazes of the three, flames erupted around him like a dense fog, an overwhelming aura sweeping through the surroundings, forcing their rapidly approaching figures back by several dozen meters. In the next moment, Qin Ming's form flickered like a wraith, appearing behind Li Quan in an instant. At that moment, a chill ran down Li's spine and cold sweat streamed down his body. He had miscalculated, completely underestimating Qin Ming's true power. Zhou Mian and Zhang Yan's expressions shifted dramatically, staring blankly at Li Quan and the figure shrouded in crimson flames behind him. Leaning closer, Qin Ming spoke softly. "You are far too weak, even inferior to that old man Wu." Boom! A tremendous force struck from his waist, rendering Li's mind blank and consciousness muddled as he was sent crashing into the ruins a kilometer away. Qin Ming's figure shifted once more, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he charged toward Zhou Mian. Caught off guard, Zhou Mian raised his arms in defense. Boom! With a single punch, Zhou Mian's arms were enveloped in darkness, and he was smashed into the ground, his limbs skyward, utterly devoid of resistance. Turning around, Qin Ming looked at Zhang Yan, who remained frozen in place, unsure whether to speak or fight, and chuckled lightly. "What's the matter? Do you wish to continue?" Zhang Yan's expression shifted slightly, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asked, "You want to kill us?" At this moment, Li Xin had already subdued the three guardian spirits, leaving them without the power to retaliate. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, shrugged innocently, and replied, "Why would I want to kill you? You are from the headquarters, and I'm the person in charge. We are colleagues, after all. It was you who invaded my Dacian city. I merely acted in self-defense, did I not?" Zhang Yan's lips twitched. He truly did not comprehend Qin Ming's peculiar intentions. Given his unhesitating nature in dispatching Wu He, how could he genuinely refrain from killing them? "All right, the game is over. Take your guardian spirits and leave my Dacian city. Remember, this is the first and last time. Should you dare to enter Dacian city again without my permission, there will be no mercy." Suddenly, Qin Ming turned, his blood-red pupils fixed on a certain direction. There, a spirit master was stealthily broadcasting the battle to the outside world. In that instant, all those who were watching the fight fell silent, realizing that Qin Ming's rise was indeed unstoppable. His earlier words served as a warning, a lesson to others. In the headquarters, the presiding chairman, who had been observing the battle, chuckled softly and remarked, "What an intriguing young man." The man beside him frowned and said, "Chairman, he has killed the nephew of Counselor Wu. This upheaval may not conclude so easily." The chairman raised his hand to interrupt, smiling as he replied, "He is quite clever, making a show of strength without crossing the headquarters' bottom line. If the headquarters insists on troubling him, sending powerful spirit masters to encircle him, given his now exposed strength, I believe there are many formidable factions eager to welcome him, even the Spirit Convergence Pavilion. This young man certainly presents me with a significant dilemma. It is difficult to decide." The chairman rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, the man beside him inquired with a hint of confusion, "Esteemed speaker, what is there to deliberate? The Wu family is one of the foremost ancient clans of Huaxia, boasting a sage-level spirit master in their ranks. Yet this individual is merely a respectable spirit master. Though formidable, does he truly present such a dilemma for you?" The speaker, upon hearing these words, offered a subtle smile. his deep and insightful eyes concealing his true thoughts. He was far from simple-minded or foolish. "You may leave now. I need to contemplate the headquarters stance towards Qin Ming," he replied. The man, recognizing the gravity of the situation, respectfully took his leave. Chapter 47. The conclusion and the subjugation of Gongsun Lu and others at this moment. Within the opulent and extravagant chamber, only the chairman of the headquarters remained. He reclined quietly on the sofa, his gaze curiously surveying the formidable and imposing figure of Qin Ming, murmuring to himself, "Li Xian of the Great Qin, do you possess but a single guardian spirit? Or do you, perhaps, possess a rare constitution that grants you multiple guardians? If that is indeed the case, then it would signify the grandeur of the Great Qin Empire." Meanwhile, in the city of Daqian, Qin Ming casually pointed, obliterating the broadcasting equipment, and the sneaky spirit wielder was reduced to a pile of charred remains. "Come back, Li Xian. At your command, my lord." Li Xian, resembling a divine being, gradually vanished from the spot, leaving behind 3 guardian spirits on the brink of demise. Observing Zhang Yan assist the severely injured individuals to their feet, they approached him. Qin Ming's expression remained impassive as he spoke coldly. "Leave." Zhang Yan remained silent, ultimately sighing softly, bowing respectfully and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, Director Qin." He then hoisted each of the 2 individuals and swiftly departed, disappearing from Qin Ming's sight. Qin Ming watched the 3 city leaders retreat, choosing not to detain them all. To do so would be tantamount to declaring enmity with the headquarters, irrevocably shattering any semblance of peace, leading to a relentless cycle of violence. Killing Wu, he merely incurred the ire of the Wu family. Through Wu He's demise, he proclaimed to the world that Daqian City belonged to him. Qin Ming, an area no ordinary individual had the right to encroach upon. Of course, such a conclusion would invite a terrifying adversary. Qin Ming had no choice. He understood that only by demonstrating his ruthless methods could he establish his foothold in this chaotic era and keep various nefarious entities at bay from Daqian City. All of this was part of his meticulous plan. Turning around, Qin Ming approached Gongsun Shao and the others with a subtle smile. The 6 individuals instinctively took a step back, fearing that Qin Ming was about to exact retribution upon them. As they trembled with anxiety, Qin Ming's hand unexpectedly landed on Lu Feng's shoulder, brushing off the dust. In that moment, Lu Feng nearly lost control of himself, his face turning pale. "Do not be alarmed. It seems there has been a misunderstanding between us. I, Qin Ming, am no indiscriminate killer of the innocent, as Captain Gongsun has warned me." Qin Ming spoke with a smile. Gongsun Shao awkwardly chuckled, inwardly cursing. How could someone who dared to offend the Wu family be afraid of anything else? "Captain Gongsun, I believe that Wu He's death in Daqian City, even if not at your hands, will still place an undeniable responsibility upon you." He pondered aloud. Given Wu Mu's domineering nature, what sort of punishment do you think you would face? At best, you might lose your guardian spirits and become an ordinary person, at worst. Qin Ming did not continue, his expression shifting to one of inexplicable mirth as he regarded Gongsun Shao. He was aware that Gongsun Shao was astute and understood the implications of his words. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Shao let out a bitter laugh, likely grasping Qin Ming's intentions. Inside, "Director Qin, please speak your mind directly." The other individuals watched Qin Ming with bated breath, aware that their fates rested solely in his hands. "You are indeed a clever individual, and I hold you in high regard. Continue to assist me in managing Daqian City. I shall shield you from the Wu family's retribution. How does that sound?" He spoke casually, ambling about. At that moment, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Qin Ming's intent was clear: to betray the headquarters and pledge allegiance to him. Henceforth, they would follow his lead unconditionally. The chilling aura that Qin Ming exuded felt as if the specter of death lingered nearby, poised to claim their lives at any moment. Lu Feng and the others turned their gazes toward Gongsun Shao. Although they were eager to preserve their lives and wished to acquiesce, Gongsun Shao was their steadfast anchor, and they instinctively awaited his decision. After a moment of contemplation, Gongsun Shao inquired with uncertainty, "Qin Ming, given your prowess, it would not be difficult for you to recruit a more formidable spirit master than myself. Why choose me? Simply put, I trust your character. Is that reason sufficient? Qin Ming replied, leaving Gongsun Shao utterly astonished. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of emotion, realizing the depth of Qin Ming's trust in him. Unbeknownst to him, the Qin Ming of his previous life had already comprehended everything about Gongsun Shao, recognizing him as a paragon of loyalty and righteousness. Noticing Gongsun Shao's lingering hesitation, Qin Ming remained unperturbed and continued, Gongsun Shao, you are an astute individual. You must understand that in the face of the Wu family, even if you possess a strong backing to survive, what are the others? In the eyes of the Wu family, they are akin to ants, easily crushed. Furthermore, I have not betrayed the headquarters, nor have I turned against them. Otherwise, I would not have spared the three leading figures. My sole adversary is the Wu family, which does not represent the headquarters. Do you comprehend? I believe your supporters wish for you to remain and continue serving as the inspector. What do you think? Gongsun Shao suddenly lifted his gaze, looking at Qin Ming with growing trepidation. The perfection with which Qin Ming analyzed the situation instilled a profound fear within him. It felt as though from the moment he met Qin Ming, every step he took and every move Qin Ming made were anticipated. An entity embodying both wisdom and strength in this era was destined to become a formidable figure, a true powerhouse. Qin Ming, who exactly are you? Gongsun Shao found himself compelled to voice his inner turmoil once more. The advent of the Guardian Spirit era and the turmoil among spirit masters had rendered even the headquarters somewhat challenged. Yet, a mere ordinary individual like Qin Ming had astonishingly ascended to this level in just 2 short months, an unfathomable feat. The horror of it was akin to a lowly worker transforming into the mayor of a city within a mere 2 months. You will find out soon enough, Gongsun Shao. Provide me with a definitive answer. My patience wears thin. While Qin Ming's smile remained unwavering, the temperature of the air around them plummeted, and the palpable aura of murderous intent instilled fear in their hearts. Very well, I shall comply. Ultimately, Gongsun Shao acquiesced, recognizing that aligning with Qin Ming was the wisest choice, given both the current circumstances and future developments. With those words, a genuine sigh of relief escaped Lu Feng and the others. D-level Spirit Master Gongsun Shao had met the leader. D-level Spirit Master Su Jiaojiao had also encountered the leader. The E-level Spirit Masters Hu Xing have met with the person in charge. The E-level Spirit Masters Lu Feng and Lu Hong have also encountered the responsible individual. The E-level Spirit Master Yi Run has had the same experience. Qin Ming smiled slightly, pleased with the attitudes of Gongsun Shao and the others. As for these individuals, he was indifferent. What truly concerned him was that the current state of Deqian City was in dire need of restoration, requiring dedicated personnel for oversight. He simply did not possess the time to deal with such trivial matters. As for Brother Dao and others, they were currently unable to become spirit masters, rendering them somewhat superfluous. Li Changye was indeed formidable and was one of his current trump cards. However, the role of Li Changye should not be squandered on such minor issues. Chapter 48 Headquarters Decision upon returning to the estate. Qin Ming instructed Xiao Jiu to arrange accommodations for the 6 individuals. Subsequently, he engaged in a conversation with Gongsun Shao, reaching an agreement whereby he would oversee the management of the vast city of Deqian, restoring its fundamental urban operations. All resources within Deqian would be at his disposal, be it manpower, materials, or other necessities. Qin Ming's demands were straightforward. Within a year, he desired to witness a transformation in Deqian, ensuring that at the very least, a basic order befitting him was established. Gongsun Shao did not evade the responsibility, merely promising to exert his utmost effort in resolving the matter. Meanwhile, within the conference room of the headquarters, numerous council members took their places on either side of the table, their attention focused squarely on Wu Mu. Her countenance was dark and foreboding, her eyes occasionally igniting with a terrifying, storm-like fury. She was suppressing her anger, awaiting the headquarters decision. Regardless of the ancient family's might, none dared to defy the resolutions of the headquarters. Any unilateral actions would be deemed treasonous, and in the face of the headquarters' unfathomable strength, even Wu Mu had to consider the broader implications, refraining from reckless behavior. Although publicly the Spirit Suppression Pavilion appeared comparable to the headquarters, such notions were merely rumors. Only the higher echelons understood the true depth of the headquarters' power. On the surface, the speaker was a formidable imperial-level spirit master. The exact nature of the headquarters' might was known only to the speaker. Even Wu Mu and the other council members remained in the dark regarding its full extent. At that moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the foremost seat as the speaker materialized, assuming his position with an aura that was both profound and inscrutable. His eyes, gleaming with golden radiance, seemed capable of devouring souls, causing several council members to avert their gazes. The instant he appeared, all members stood in unison, bowing respectfully. "Salutations, Speaker." The speaker acknowledged with a faint hum, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. His gaze fell upon Wu Mu as he addressed her directly. "Wu Mu, this matter pertains to your family. What is your perspective?" In response, Wu Mu lifted her darkened visage, her voice laced with an icy, murderous intent. "The culprits, these insignificant rodents, who dare to provoke the authority of the headquarters and challenge the order of Huaxia, deserve death. And as for the Spirit Suppression Pavilion, they mistakenly believe that possessing an imperial-level spirit master allows them to stand on equal footing with the headquarters. Such arrogance is unwarranted. I believe the headquarters should employ iron-fisted measures to proclaim to the world who truly reigns over Huaxia." The speaker, upon hearing her words, smiled faintly, offering no immediate response. Instead, he turned his attention to Counselor Yang, inquiring, "Counselor Yang, what is your opinion?" Counselor Yang straightened his posture, disregarding Wu Mu's threatening gaze. And after a moment of serious contemplation, he spoke. "I believe we should not act so rashly. Firstly, the true extent of Qin Ming's strength remains an unknown variable. From the live broadcast, it is evident that Qin Ming's guardian spirit stands against the three major guardian spirits with little distinction from overwhelming force. Qin Ming himself is equally formidable, and surrounding him could come at a great cost. Secondly, besides the Spirit Suppression Pavilion, other factions are lurking, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this juncture, it would be unwise to create additional conflicts, as I suspect those factions would eagerly welcome the headquarters taking action against Qin Ming, and will be quite pleased to see him turn against us. Thirdly, Qin Ming did not eliminate the three city leaders from headquarters. He did not cross the bottom line of the organization. As for the death of Wu, he from the Wu family, it is well known that the reputation of that dandy in the capital is a matter of debate regarding right and wrong. Fourthly, Qin Ming's actions are measured and prudent. His decision to spare Gongsun Shao and the three city leaders indicates that he is not a man of mere bravado without intellect. Such a person would not expose their cards so recklessly. I suspect that a guardian spirit of his caliber is far from his ultimate trump card." As Councilman Yang concluded his remarks, Wu Mu erupted in fury, pounding the table and directing his ire towards him. "Yang Sui, what do you mean? Are you implying that my nephew, Wu, he deserves to die? After all, he is an inspector from headquarters. What is your true intention in saying this?" Yang Sui, unfazed by Wu Mu's outburst, wore a serene smile. While others may fear the Wu family, the Yang family has never cowered. As fellow spirit masters of the saint rank, the balance of power remains uncertain. "Enough, sit down," the speaker interjected, his tone laced with subtle dissatisfaction. The unintentional aura of imperial authority emanating from him caused Wu Mu's expression to shift, and with a cold snort, he refrained from retorting. "Wu Mu, remember, headquarters is the head of the Huaxia organization, not your Wu family's domain." Feeling the speaker's chilling gaze, Wu Mu experienced a moment of trepidation and dared not speak further. "Regarding the circumstances surrounding Wu He's demise, I will dispatch a new inspector to the Qian city to investigate and provide an explanation to the Wu family. As for the grievances between the Wu family and Qin Ming, if you wish to resolve them privately, do so discreetly. Furthermore, all of you harbor ulterior motives. During this period, I expect you to remain silent." Upon finishing his remarks, the speaker vanished, leaving behind a hushed assembly. Returning to his chamber, the speaker gestured for a man nearby to approach. "Sir Speaker, send Di Jiang to the Qian city to investigate the matter. Remember to instruct him to avoid any conflict with Qin Ming. Understood. After the man departed, Gongsun Shao called to relay the details of the situation and to clarify their continued presence into Qian City. Yes, you have done well in this matter. Remain into Qian City to assist Qin Ming in rebuilding the city. Fulfill your responsibilities without the need to monitor him closely, or you may face personal threats. Understood, Sir Speaker. Upon ending the call, the speaker remained composed, contemplating Qin Ming's true intentions. On the coffee table before him lay information regarding Qin Ming, detailing everything from his birth to the present. Was Wu Yi's provocation a mere coincidence, forcing Qin Ming to retaliate, or was it all part of a meticulously crafted plan? He had previously expressed a desire to control the Qian city. It seems this young man had long been scheming, proving to be quite formidable. The speaker smiled faintly, intrigued by how the once tumultuous life of Qin Ming might unfold in the future. As for how to address the situation, he had never given it much thought. In this chaotic era, one cannot stand firm without a resolute heart. He did not believe Qin Ming had erred. On the contrary, he admired Qin Ming's actions. Di Jiang was merely a formality, a means to appease the Wu family. Some of the antiquated individuals, clinging to their outdated ways, still harbor concerns for their own interests rather than the greater good in this era. They incessantly strive to meddle in the central authority and vie for control over the city. Contemplating this, the speaker's expression gradually turned indifferent. He had long sought to purge these parasites of the headquarters, but had yet to find an opportune moment. However, the emergence of Qin Ming now presents a fitting opportunity, a sharp sword that advances without hesitation. Little one, do not let me down. Meanwhile, in the Wu family conference room, Wu Mu sat in the primary seat with a grim countenance, while the other senior members of the Wu family dared not breathe, carefully seated below him. After a prolonged silence, Wu Mu spoke coldly. Dispatch someone to keep a close watch on the Qian City, monitoring Qin Ming's every move. The moment he departs from the Qian City, inform me immediately. Chapter 49. Striking Di Jiang. Anticipated reunion 3 days later at the Qin Ming Villa in the Qian City. Master Qin, the new inspector from headquarters has arrived, reported Gongsun Shao as he entered Qin Ming's chamber. Qin Ming halted his meditation, exhaling a breath of stagnant air before slowly opening his profound eyes. The fleeting glimmer of crimson within them sent a shiver down Gongsun Zhao's spine, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. For reasons unknown, he felt that Qin Ming had grown exponentially stronger since their initial encounter. A perplexing thought crossed his mind. How could a spirit master's power escalate so rapidly? Oh, pray tell, what information do you have on the visitor? Qin Ming inquired as he rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the unfamiliar middle-aged figure entering the villa. Gongsun Shao gathered his thoughts for a moment before relaying the details. The visitor was named Di Jiang, an A-grade spirit master and the foremost detective of the headquarters. Although his strength was not particularly formidable, he possessed a unique guardian spirit, reputed to have the ability to reverse time and discern whether a person was lying. Oh, Di Renji, you say? Fascinating. Wu Mu, Di Jiang. Could there be a connection to the Wu family? Qin Ming mused with a hint of curiosity. Gongsun Shao shook his head in negation. There is no connection. Di Jiang is directly under the speaker. Very well. Let him in, Qin Ming replied with an expressionless calm. Before long, in the conference hall, Qin Ming occupied the seat of honor, an array of energy-rich delicacies laid out before him. Roasted venison, steak, suckling pig, and fine red wine. As his power burgeoned, so too did his need for sustenance, with an increasing appetite for meat. Flanking him were Li Changye, Brother Dao, Long Da and Long Air, and Xiao Jiao, all of whom sat silently. Though Qin Ming had invited them to partake, none dared to join him apart from Li Changye. Creak. The door swung open, and Di Jiang, led by Gongsun Shao, entered the conference hall. The scene before him caused him to pause momentarily. There was Qin Ming, indulging heartily, downing a glass of red wine in one swift motion. Master Qin, Inspector D has arrived, Gongsun Shao announced, lifting his gaze to meet Qin Ming's. In that instant, Di Jiang's eyes emanated a faint gray mist, as if capable of devouring one's very soul. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming's gaze transformed into a blood-red hue, the harrowing imagery of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood flashing before him. In that fleeting moment, cold sweat streamed down Di Jiang's forehead as he involuntarily staggered backward, half kneeling on the ground, his body trembling in sheer terror. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze, and only then did Di Jiang escape the suffocating sensation, gasping for air. The onlookers were astounded by this sudden turn of events, but dared not inquire further. After a considerable time, Di Jiang regained some semblance of strength and rose, the remnants of fear still evident in his eyes. He observed Qin Ming, who, disregarding decorum, continued to feast unabashedly. In that moment, Di Jiang's heart was consumed by dread, eclipsing all else. Just moments prior, he had attempted to probe Qin Ming's mind. The next instant, he bore witness to a true purgatorial vision, the cataclysmic waves of the Nine Hells abyss crashing towards him, seemingly intent on engulfing him. Moreover, terrifying figures loomed between heaven and earth, regarding him with a gaze that disregarded humanity. The ghastly spectacle nearly shattered his mental fortitude. It was far too horrific to contemplate. At this moment, Di Jiang was certain that the young man before him was far more formidable than the one who effortlessly subdued the three formidable spirit masters in the live broadcast. The Inspector Di Jiang bowed respectfully, acknowledging the head of the Qin organization. "Please, have a seat," Qin Ming said nonchalantly without lifting his gaze, continuing to indulge in the exquisite delicacies on the table, causing Gaozu and the others to swallow nervously. In that instant, Di Jiang shed any sense of superiority that came from his position at headquarters. A single glance from the man before him, akin to a glimpse of hell, made him realize that this individual was infinitely more terrifying than the so-called Wu family. He possessed a unique guardian spirit, and his instincts were remarkably acute. The sensation of anxiety he felt in the presence of Qin Ming was comparable to facing the speaker himself. The moment this thought surfaced, Di Jiang almost believed there was something awry with his guardian spirit. Seated uneasily, Di Jiang hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to speak. "Head of Qin, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. May I trouble you for a moment of your time?" Qin Ming, having just finished a hearty meal, let out a satisfied burp, prompting Xiao Jiao to hurriedly offer him a napkin. After wiping the corner of his mouth, Qin Ming tossed aside the napkin and glanced at Gaozu, saying, "Xiao Dao and Gongsun Xiao are familiar with the situation. Just inquire with them. Remember, cooperate with Inspector Di without delay." Rising to leave, Di Jiang dared not interrupt him or even call for him pause, resigning himself to Qin Ming's arrangements. As Qin Ming reached Di Jiang's side, he suddenly halted, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Inspector Di, my subordinates will fully cooperate with you. Feel free to express any needs you may have, without hesitation. By the way, speak of what should be spoken, and let the rest remain buried within your heart." The moment Qin Ming's hand departed from Di Jiang's shoulder, Di Jiang nearly collapsed into his chair, overwhelmed. Upon contact, he felt as though his very veins were under Qin Ming's control, severing the connection with his guardian spirit instantaneously. This was terrifying, utterly unfathomable. As Qin Ming approached the door, he unreservedly waved for Gaozu. "Xiao Dao, it's not easy for Inspector Di to visit. Ensure he is well taken care of with food and entertainment. Additionally, prepare 50 million as a token of appreciation for his efforts." In the aftermath of chaos, currency still remained king. Of course, this applied to ordinary people or regular spirit masters. For someone like Qin Ming, however, money held no significance. He could summon as much as he desired. Once Qin Ming departed, Di Jiang finally regained his composure and cast a wry smile at Gongsun Xiao. He had not anticipated that his first mission in this tumultuous world would nearly be the end of him. Gongsun Xiao, equally resigned, shrugged and approached Di Jiang, offering a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. "Brother Di, accept the benefits that Lord Qin has bestowed upon you. I believe you are a wise man." Di Jiang nodded slightly, not refusing. To reject would mean tearing the FA with Qin Ming, although he had the backing of headquarters and would not face dire consequences. He understood that neither Qin Ming's terror nor the speaker's stance would allow headquarters to stand against Qin Ming. His journey, in truth, was merely a superficial display for the Wu family and the world at large. At this moment, Di Zhang finally took note of the sole individual who dared to indulge in wine and meat before Qin Ming without a trace of hesitation. He scrutinized him for a moment but dared not delve further into his thoughts. However, the faint yet sharp aura emanating from Lin Xinyu made it evident to him that this was yet another formidable spirit master. Qin Ming, how many more secrets do you conceal? Di Zhang lamented inwardly as he rose and followed Gaozu out of the conference room. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Ming suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision gradually blurring. He remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he swiftly locked the door, then settled onto his bed, assuming a meditative posture with his eyes closed. "Is it you who wishes to see me? I have awaited this moment for quite some time," he murmured. As his words faded, Qin Ming's consciousness slipped into chaos, surrendering to slumber. Chapter 50. The Qin Emperor's summons and the grasp of power once again. With eyes wide open, Qin Ming found himself amidst a crimson-hued realm. However, this time, his position had shifted to the summit of the dark Taiwan mountain. Surrounding him was a chaotic expanse, shrouded in a blood-red mist, obscuring his view of the environment. The desolate ground, the frigid air, and the eerie silence created an unsettling atmosphere. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming pondered why the first emperor had summoned his consciousness into this blood-soaked domain yet remained unseen. Tentatively, he advanced forward, the thick crimson fog swirling around him, almost tangible. After several minutes, he abruptly halted. Not far ahead, a towering figure stood resolute within the blood-red mist. His back turned, rendering his face indistinguishable. The figure possessed a mane of thick black hair cascading over his shoulders, and merely glimpsing him instilled an overwhelming sense of imperial authority, evoking an instinctive urge to kneel in submission. At that moment, Qin Ming's heart raced uncontrollably, even as one who had lived a second life. Witnessing the silhouette of this ancient emperor stirred an exhilarating tremor within him. "Is it you? Why have you chosen me? What commands do you have for me?" Qin Ming's mind buzzed with countless questions, yet the figure raised a hand, silencing him. Just as Qin Ming was engulfed in confusion, the majestic presence vanished before his eyes, replaced by an ancient sword. This sword, emblematic of power, honor, and supreme authority, emanated an aura of dread. Ethereal black dragon energy coiled around its blade, glinting ominously, instilling a profound sense of fear. Stunned, Qin Ming gasped. He had never fathomed that a mere sword could exude such terror and dominance, as if it were the sovereign of all blades, commanding every renowned sword throughout the realm. In that instant, a flicker of understanding ignited within him, and he murmured heavenly inquiry. In the next heartbeat, his consciousness returned to his body, and he abruptly opened his profound eyes. Rising slowly, he approached the window, gazing down upon the city, ensconced in silence. After a prolonged moment, he spoke softly to himself. "Has your treasured sword been lost? Do you require my assistance in reclaiming the heavenly inquiry, the sword of the first emperor?" Recalling the memories of his past life, he realized he had never encountered any information regarding the heavenly inquiry sword. "This poses a challenge," he lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. Whoever possessed the heavenly inquiry sword would never dare to make their acquisition known. Patience was essential, he whispered to himself, his gaze as deep as a tranquil pond, surveying the world. 1 month later, Di Zhang had already departed from Daqian City, returning to the imperial capital with his findings. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had secluded himself for the entire month, diligently honing his skills in preparation for the formidable foes that lay ahead. Lin Xinyu was merely an external force. Ultimately, Qin Ming would rely solely on himself. Whether it was Lin Xinyu, Brother Dao, or Gongsun Shao, they were merely tools for him to establish his footing. If the day ever came when his life was at stake and he had to abandon them, Qin Ming would do so without hesitation. On this day, the sound of a knock on the door roused Qin Ming from his reverie. Slowly opening his blood-red eyes, a faint glimmer of joy illuminated his expression. Finally, He had ascended to a new level. He murmured to himself, concealing his aura, retracting his sanguine gaze, and calmly spoke. Enter. Hua Yuan entered Qin Ming's chamber, his face alight with joy as he spoke. Master Qin, it is accomplished. Observing Hua Yuan's pallid and haggard appearance, Qin Ming recognized the immense effort and dedication he had devoted to his research. Oh, excellent. Let us commence. We shall first forge an army of 100 puppeteer spirit manipulators. There should be a sufficient number of experimental subjects, correct? Qin Ming remarked with a faint smile. Hua Yuan nodded slightly, taking a seat at Qin Ming's gesture, draining a glass of ice water before catching his breath and saying, Indeed, in recent days, we have captured nearly several hundred spirit manipulators. As for the soul spirit grafting experiment, through continuous refinement over the past month, the success rate has now reached 80%. Qin Ming reclined thoughtfully on the sofa, crossing his legs. After a moment, he turned his gaze towards Longda at the doorway. Summon Xiao Dao. Yes, Master Qin. Shortly thereafter, Dao Gu arrived at a brisk pace, offering a respectful greeting to Qin Ming. Xiao Dao, regarding the soul spirit grafting experiment with an 80% success rate. Further enhancement in the short term seems challenging. What are your thoughts? Dao Gu paused momentarily, comprehending Qin Ming's intent. However, he resolutely replied, Master Qin, I trust Hua Yuan. Allow me to take the place of that old guardian. I have long coveted his spirit. There will be a mortality rate. Consider it carefully, Qin Ming cautioned. Master Qin, without you Xiao Dao, would have perished in the chaos long ago. I have already reclaimed a life, and I fear not death. Dao Gu chuckled. Though he did not wish for demise, he was not averse to it either. Otherwise, he would not have conquered a realm before the era of guardian spirits. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming chose not to elaborate further and turned his attention to Hua Yuan. Let's begin. How long will it take for the puppeteer army and Xiao Dao's soul spirit grafting? Hua Yuan pondered briefly, extending 5 fingers. Very well, proceed swiftly. Soon, Dao Gu departed with Hua Yuan. 5 days later, in the cold and expansive basement, Qin Ming surveyed the 100 puppeteer spirit manipulators before him, their expressions devoid of any human emotion. He nodded in satisfaction and inquired of Hua Yuan, How do we command them? Master Qin, these puppeteer spirit manipulators are crafted using advanced identification technology. By recording your voice, they will heed only your commands henceforth. Qin Ming contemplated for a moment, glancing at Dao Gu behind him, who remained silent, exuding a chilling aura. A few days prior, he had successfully grafted the old guardian spirit, becoming a true guardian spirit himself. Xiao Dao stepped forward. The onlookers were taken aback, puzzled at Qin Ming's command. Such a lethal weapon was undoubtedly safest in one's own hands. Yet Qin Ming's choice to entrust Dao Gu with the control of the puppeteer's spirit manipulators astonished everyone. Master Qin, this seems inappropriate. Though Dao Gu felt a stirring of ambition, he understood that he lacked the qualification to wield such a formidable instrument of destruction. He has become a spirit master, a formidable general-level spirit master, which is already a tremendous blessing. How could he dare to covet the authority over the puppet spirit masters? Qin Ming, with a tranquil expression, gazed at Brother Dao, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke softly. Xiao Dao, I believe you would never betray me, so what harm is there in entrusting you with the control? Do you harbor thoughts of treachery? Upon hearing these words, Brother Dao's countenance changed dramatically. He hurriedly knelt and prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he declared, Master Qin, my loyalty to you is unwavering. I harbor no intentions of betrayal. Qin Ming, his expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze on Brother Dao for a moment before suddenly laughing, personally helping him to his feet and symbolically brushing off the dust from his clothes. I trust you. Thus I bestow upon you the authority over the puppet spirit masters. Brother Dao appeared overwhelmed, nodding vigorously as he replied, From now on, should Master Qin command me to descend into the sea of fire, I shall never ascend the mountain of blades. Ha ha, splendid. Let us commence. Qin Ming's laughter echoed ominously, causing those around him to feel a sense of trepidation, and they could only smile in uneasy agreement. Chapter 51. The unyielding and the urban village, the process of mastering the puppet spirit manipulators is remarkably straightforward, akin to the act of recording one's fingerprint. It can be accomplished within mere minutes. Qin Ming entrusts the puppet spirit manipulator to Brother Dao for two primary reasons. Firstly, his unwavering loyalty is evident, and secondly, Qin Ming harbors no fear of mere puppet spirit manipulators. No matter how numerous they may be, they remain but ants, posing no threat to him. As Brother Dao opens his eyes once more, an eerie aura of soul energy flickers momentarily, causing the lights in the entire basement to flicker erratically, accompanied by an unsettling, chilly breeze. The others, apart from Qin Ming, involuntarily shudder. Brother Dao hastily restrains his soul power as a novice spirit manipulator. Coupled with a guardian spirit of extraordinary caliber, an A-grade, 8th-tier guardian spirit, his ability to exert control is already commendable. Achieving perfect mastery, however, necessitates time. Thank you, Master Qin. Brother Dao expresses with a look of reverence, bowing respectfully, his loyalty to Qin Ming reaching unprecedented heights. The others present, Long De, Long Air, Xiaojiu, and Hua Yuan, are all captivated by Qin Ming's imposing presence. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Qin Ming nods slightly and places a reassuring hand on Brother Dao's shoulder, saying, "Your loyalty to me will not go unrewarded." Upon leaving the basement, Brother Dao strategically positions the puppet spirit manipulators throughout the hidden corners of the villa, establishing dozens of sentinels to ensure that any disturbances are detected immediately. In Qin Ming's chamber, Hua Yuan reports the shortcomings of the puppet spirit manipulators. Master Qin, these puppet spirit manipulators, having expended significant amounts of their life essence and soul energy, possess a lifespan considerably shorter than that of ordinary spirit manipulators. They may only last a decade. Qin Ming, upon hearing this, remains unperturbed, recognizing the balance of pros and cons inherent in the situation. It matters not. In this world, spirit manipulators are in abundant supply. He continues, furthermore, distribute the devouring yuan pills to each puppet spirit manipulator. Along with the spiritual artifacts you have been researching for the spirit manipulators. Understood, preparations are already in place, Hua Yuan acknowledges. Fully aware of Qin Ming's character and his indifference to the fates of ordinary individuals or spirit manipulators. Next, Qin Ming turns his gaze towards Gongsun Shao. Gongsun Shao, what is the status on your end? Gongsun Shao is tasked with organizing the civilian spirit manipulators of Deqian City, working to restore the city and reinstate basic urban order. After a brief silence, he replies, most spirit manipulators in Deqian City have been registered, their information incorporated into the newly established spirit manipulator system. However, a small faction has declared independence, unwilling to submit. They even incite public opinion against our summons. Qin Ming's expression remains unchanged as he leans back on the sofa, momentarily lost in thought. He then inquires, how many are unwilling to submit? A rough estimate indicates nearly 1,000 spirit manipulators resist submission, while around 10,000 are registered in the spirit manipulator system. Gongsun Shao responds. Is there anything else? Qin Ming prompts further. The temporary housing for ordinary residents of Deqian City will take approximately 6 months to complete, and restoring basic urban order is likely to require a year, Gongsun Shao concludes. As for restoring Deqian City to its former glory, achieving such a feat would take decades. Sighed Gongsun Shao. The regression of civilization due to global anomalies is too profound, making it nearly impossible to revive past splendor in a short period. Moreover, in this era, the destruction of a city's civilization is alarmingly effortless. Qin Ming nodded in agreement, but refrained from elaborating further. Very well, you shall expedite the oversight. As for those stubborn individuals resisting, I will handle them personally. As he spoke, a flicker of ominous light glinted in Qin Ming's eyes. He needed to expand the puppet spirit master legion, and since they were oblivious to the changing times, they would have no one to blame but themselves. The so-called pressure of public opinion held no weight for Qin Ming. When one's strength is sufficiently formidable, the views of the world become trivial. By the way, Master Qin, there is another matter that requires your attention. Recently, several unfamiliar spirit masters have infiltrated Daqian City, acting surreptitiously. They likely harbor ill intentions. Should we address them? Qin Ming waved his hand, fully aware these individuals were spies from other factions, perhaps even the headquarters, as well as the Wu family. However, he dismissed them as mere clowns. No need, I have my own plans. After the meeting concluded, Qin Ming sat alone on the sofa, contemplating future strategies. At that moment, Xiao Jiu approached and stood before him. Master Qin, here is the information regarding the spirit masters unwilling to submit. Please take a look. As she spoke, Xiao Jiu handed over a computer, retrieving information about the leaders of the defiant spirit masters. Qin Ming scanned the details with an indifferent expression, but suddenly, his gaze froze in surprise. Fan Xin, she has awakened a guardian spirit and become a B-class spirit master. How intriguing. Does she dare to defy submission? In a low voice, Qin Ming inquired of Xiao Jiu. Where are they hiding now? Without hesitation, Xiao Jiu replied, in the urban village of Yinyan District. Due to its impoverished condition, it has not been significantly affected by the turmoil among spirit masters, remaining largely intact. Moreover, with Fan Xin at the helm, they are formidable enough to deter other spirit masters, creating a unified and tightly guarded enclave. Qin Ming chuckled softly, recalling Fan Xin's disappointed departure. He had never anticipated her awakening a guardian spirit. Quite interesting. Inform Xiao Dao to prepare. We need not many, for I shall personally pay a visit to these so-called individuals. Understood, Master Qin. Shortly thereafter, Dao Gu received the command and drove alone to wait at the entrance of the villa. Qin Ming approached the vehicle and calmly stated, "Let us depart." Yes, Master Qin. Meanwhile, in Yinyan District, within the urban village, spirit masters lay in ambush among the densely packed old buildings, monitoring every route leading into the village. Should any disturbances arise, they would promptly report to the leader stationed in the village. Have you heard? Daqian City is undergoing a transformation. The head of the headquarters has brazenly challenged its authority, yet remains unharmed. It's all rather suspicious. Indeed, I too witnessed that harrowing battle. It was truly terrifying. Presently, the spirit practitioners, led by that individual in charge, appear to be rallying the civilian spirit practitioners to submit. If we remain steadfast here, shall we not risk facing an assault from that leader? How disheartening. With several commanders stationed here, even if that leader were to arrive, he would likely retreat in the face of our resolve. At this moment, within the confines of the room, two spirit practitioners, tasked with guarding the crucial passage to the village, engage in a cautious conversation. You make a valid point. We have gathered nearly 1,000 spirit practitioners here. To think they could overpower us is but a foolish fantasy. One of them scoffs, his expression revealing disdain. Alas, though your reasoning holds merit, it is disheartening that as spirit practitioners, we find ourselves hidden away in this dilapidated village. What a bitter fate. But what can we do? Shall we truly align ourselves with that leader? The world outside lies in ruins, hardly preferable to our current situation. Indeed, you are right. There's a certain truth in that. Chapter 52, Arrival at the Village in the City. The web revealed as the two engaged in pleasant conversation. A blood-red figure flashed by in the surveillance footage, unnoticed by anyone. Do you not feel that the temperature around us seems to have risen? One of them suddenly furrowed his brow, removing his jacket in confusion. Certainly, this wretched room has no air conditioning. It's a travesty. But wait, it's winter. Why is it getting warmer? The two stood frozen, gazing at the flames that suddenly materialized within the room. Disbelief etched on their faces as they turned to behold the apparition behind them, an ominous figure reminiscent of a hellish specter. When did you? The words barely escaped their lips before two serpents of fire lunged forth, piercing their hearts in an instant, extinguishing their lives before they could even close their eyes. With an expression as impassive as stone, Qin Ming approached the fallen figures, casually discarding two orbs of flame. His gaze remained calm as he scrutinized the surveillance screen, positioned perfectly to monitor the path ahead. Having dealt with the hidden sentries, it wasn't long before Brother Dao drove his exclusive G-Class into the village. Qin Ming's figure flickered before he strode directly to the vehicle and entered. Let us go. Yes, Master Qin. Brother Dao maneuvered the car with a swagger into the village. Soon, this opulent automobile, one of the few in Daqian City, attracted the attention of several spirit practitioners. However, due to the absence of an alarm, they hesitated to intervene, assuming it was merely a guest of the local leaders. "Brother, doesn't this car seem familiar to you?" Suddenly, one remarked, glancing at the man beside him. The man frowned, deep in thought. Then his expression shifted, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "I think I've seen it on television. It belongs to Brother Dao, a figure of great renown in Daqian City. Should we inform the leaders? Are you seeking death? Since there is no alarm, and they can brazenly enter the village, it must be a negotiation between the leaders and Brother Dao. I've heard he has aligned himself with the head of Daqian City." "That makes sense. Haha, you're quite astute. Our intellects are indeed comparable to that of the legendary Zhuge Liang and his companion." Half an hour later, the car arrived near an old building. Brother Dao turned off the engine and glanced at Qin Ming in the passenger seat. "Master Qin, according to the intelligence, the three leaders of the unwilling spirit practitioners reside here." At that moment, numerous ghostly gazes from the surrounding vintage buildings scrutinized the incongruous vehicle. "Wait here. I shall personally meet with them." Qin Ming spoke softly, and as he stepped out of the car, murmurs erupted around him. They had all witnessed Qin Ming's terrifying prowess in online videos, where he single-handedly subdued three formidable spirit practitioners, a sight both awe-inspiring and fearsome. He has indeed come. At this moment, within the foremost old building, three figures fixated their gazes upon Qin Ming, their expressions grave. Fan Xin, no longer the delicate figure of yore, donned a fitted attire, her eyes flashing with a mixture of coldness and complexity as she regarded Qin Ming. She would never forget the humiliation of that day, nor could she erase the memory of their serendipitous encounter. She was an ordinary individual, yet blessed with remarkable beauty, always believing that she cherished herself and sought to carve out a niche in the world through her own efforts. Alas, reality proved to be harsh. Her sole reliance was her innate charm. Ultimately, she resolved to submit herself to a wealthy scion whom she could tolerate, offering her innocence in exchange for a promising future. Little did she anticipate crossing paths with Qin Ming, a cold-blooded figure. As she stood in a daze, a man beside her interrupted her thoughts. "Commander Fan, what should we do? This fellow is formidable. The three of us cannot possibly contend with him." Fan Xin shook her head, uncertain of how to confront Qin Ming. After all, against such formidable power, all schemes and machinations appeared utterly ludicrous. "Fear not. He is merely a revered spirit master. I have my own methods." A calm voice emerged from the darkness behind them, belonging to Yan Ling, the third leader of the city's village. He approached Fan Xin, placing his hand upon her delicate frame. Fan Xin frowned slightly, stepping back to create distance. She had never favored this man, who exuded an unsettling aura and often dared to touch her. Yet, due to his status as an equally formidable B-rank spirit master, she found herself forced to tolerate him time and again. "Yan Ling, what do you mean by this? Do you have a trump card against a revered spirit master?" At that moment, Lin Jun's expression brightened. He was aware of Yan Ling's feelings for Fan Xin, yet weighed against his own interests, he remained indifferent, even oblivious. Unperturbed by Fan Xin's rejection, Yan Ling sat on the sofa with a smile. "Have either of you heard of the Web of Luo?" Upon uttering this, both individuals displayed expressions of confusion and shook their heads. In contemporary China, aside from the headquarters and the Spirit Guard Pavilion, the other Spirit Master factions remained well hidden, and there was no mention of a Web of Luo. Fan Xin spoke up. Yan Ling chuckled, finding no surprise in their ignorance, and continued, "No. I believe you have heard of it. You simply dare not ponder it further." "What do you mean?" Lin Jun asked, perplexed. Given the scant information currently emerging about Spirit Master factions, there was indeed no trace of the Web of Luo. "Allow me to remind you, the Great Qin Empire." Upon this declaration, both Lin Jun and Fan Xin froze, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could the Web of Luo from the Great Qin Empire have persisted into this era? "Yan Ling, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Jun shook his head, convinced that Yan Ling had lost his mind. "You would not understand. The world of souls is profoundly terrifying. And while the current Web of Luo is not the same as that of the Great Qin Empire, there exists a significant connection between them. The influence of the web of Luo now permeates China, though not overwhelmingly powerful. The information it controls is undoubtedly the most formidable force outside of the Spirit Guard Pavilion and the headquarters, Yin Ling stated calmly. Are you one of them? Suddenly, Fan Xinxin spoke, unveiling the truth. Yin Ling looked at her with increasing admiration, secretly vowing to possess this woman. Indeed, esteemed gentleman, the current leader of Daqian City has arrived in the urban village. Relying on your strength, it is impossible to thwart that individual. Only by aligning ourselves with the web of Luo can we hope to protect the urban village. The master of the web, a saint-level spirit master, possesses a unique physique and is guarded by 6 revered spirits. United, they can rival even the saint-level guardian spirits. Furthermore, he commands a plethora of formidable allies, particularly skilled in assassination and information control. By pledging allegiance to the web of Luo and becoming one of its members, I assure you that the leader of Daqian City will not be able to lay a finger on this place. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jun fell into a contemplative silence. Both he and Fan Xinxin are natives of Daqian City, while Yinling arrived here just a month prior. His identity shrouded in mystery. In retrospect, it is evident that he must be an envoy dispatched by the web of Luo, seeking to subjugate their faction for the benefit of the web. Chapter 53. The web? I have been searching for it for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, Lin Jun turned to Fan Xinxin and said, Captain Fan, I believe Commander Yan's words hold merit. The headquarters is too complex and unsuitable for our allegiance. We have no means of contacting the Spirit Guarding Pavilion, making it difficult to seek their support. This web appears to be a commendable option. Fan Xinxin remained silent. Her emotions towards Qin Ming were exceedingly intricate. It was not so much affection, but rather an obsession that was hard to relinquish. She wished to demonstrate to Qin Ming that she was not merely a woman who relied on the allure of her body, but possessed formidable strength. Yet, the present Qin Ming was beyond her capacity to confront. Gentlemen, he has already arrived. Please make a decision swiftly, Yin Ling stated, exuding confidence as if victory was assured. With no concern that either of them would decline, Lin Jun displayed a fervent eagerness, seemingly inclined to agree, but ultimately turned to Fan Xinxin, seeking her perspective. After a moment's hesitation, Fan Xinxin inquired, Commander Yin, how can you assure us that the web can contend with Qin Ming? In all of the web, aside from your leader, I doubt anyone could withstand Qin Ming, especially here at Qian City, his territory. He commands nearly 10,000 ordinary spirit manipulators now. How can we possibly resist? With a light chuckle and a dismissive gaze, Yin Ling replied, those 10,000 spirit manipulators are merely a result of circumstance, compelled to pledge allegiance. Qin Ming cannot truly command them. As for dealing with Qin Ming, the web has long been prepared for this. Upon hearing these words, Fan Xinxin abruptly stood, her expression shifting as she asked, What do you mean? Though she bore a grudge against Qin Ming, she did not wish for his demise. You need not concern yourself. The web only requires your stance. At that moment, the temperature around them suddenly surged, inciting a sense of unease. The golden door before them turned an ominous crimson. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of the gathered individuals, the door was melted away, molten iron pooling on the ground. A figure stepped through the searing iron, a flame flickering upon his right hand. Having quite the lively discussion, are we? Why not continue? Qin Ming, wearing a faint smile, nonchalantly seated himself beside the sofa, his gaze fixed upon Fan Xinxin. She, for reasons unknown, dared not meet his eyes, remaining silent. Lin Jun, filled with dread, instinctively retreated, his eyes betraying his fear and anxiety. Merely the unintentional aura of Qin Ming's spirit left him feeling desolate. In contrast, Yin Ling remained seated on the sofa, unperturbed as he met Qin Ming's stare. Qin Ming regarded Yin Ling with a hint of curiosity, intrigued by the hidden cards these individuals possessed. You must be the one in charge, correct? A pleasure to meet you. I am Yin Ling of the web. Qin Ming maintained his composure, as though every occurrence was well within his control. As for the web, it was the force he had long coveted. However, He chose to disregard Yan Ling's words, his gaze once again settling on Fan Xinxin. Fan Xinxin, my promise to you still stands. This is your final opportunity. Come forth. A low, cold voice emerged from Qin Ming, his domineering words causing Fan Xinxin's delicate body to tremble involuntarily, compelling her to step towards him as if under some mysterious force. Although she had envisioned countless scenarios confronting Qin Ming, the reality of his overbearing demeanor rendered all her fantasies illusory. Lin Jun and Yan Ling exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They had not anticipated that Fan Xinxin was acquainted with Qin Ming, and their relationship seemed far from simple. Fan Xinxin, what are you doing? Come back, Yan Ling exclaimed, his dissatisfaction palpable. What was this? The goddess he had long yearned for was being summoned and dismissed by another, an utter affront to his pride. His harsh tone jolted Fan Xinxin back to her senses. She defiantly gazed at Qin Ming, wishing to hurl some cutting remark, but ultimately settled on a simple question. Can't you speak nicely? Qin Ming's expression returned to its usual indifference, the smile fading from his face. If you wish to live, obey, he declared, his words as domineering as ever. He turned to Yan Ling, his face devoid of emotion, as he stated, I care not for your hidden cards or your powerful backing. In my domain of the Qian city, no force other than my own is permitted to exist. Submit or perish. In that instant, the atmosphere grew intensely tense. Lin Jun and Yan Ling were momentarily stunned. Qin Ming's attitude was so overbearing that it brooked no dissent or negotiation. Commander Yan, I agree to join the Luo network, Lin Jun conceded. Though he was wary of Qin Ming, his dissatisfaction with such an arrogant demeanor simmering beneath the surface. He had no desire to live a life of subservience after finally becoming a formidable spirit master. Ah, those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Lin Jun, you shall not regret your decision, Yan Ling remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Fan Xinxin, who had slowly moved behind Qin Ming, betraying her previous stance. Fan Xinxin, how could you lack conviction? I am utterly disappointed in you. He had hoped she would align herself with the Luo network, providing him with more opportunities to win her affection. Alas, things were not unfolding as he had wished. Unmoved by his words, Fan Xinxin stood steadfastly behind Qin Ming, her head held high. Since the day the global upheaval began, she had become a spirit master, possessing formidable strength. During this time, she had meticulously investigated Qin Ming's past, paying close attention to every detail concerning him. The deeper she delved into his life, the more fear, anxiety, and unease consumed her. From a nameless individual, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, orchestrating events even before the global upheaval. She even harbored suspicions that Qin Ming had awakened his guardian spirit long ago and faced the martial families of the imperial capital without a trace of fear. This line of thought led her to believe that Qin Ming was either a madman or had prepared extensively for all that was to come, as if the future lay perfectly within his grasp. Regardless of her motivations, Fan Xinxin resolved not to oppose Qin Ming. Qin Ming cast a fleeting glance at Fan Xinxin before retracting his gaze, calmly fixing his eyes on Yan Ling. It seems you have no intention of submitting. If that is the case, then there is no longer a need for you to live. Rising to his feet, a terrifying blaze swirled around him, making him appear extraordinarily radiant, as if he were a miniature sun. A fringe of disheveled hair entwined in crimson flames, yet strangely untouched by their searing embrace. Those once profound black and white pupils transformed instantaneously into a sanguine hue as tendrils of malevolent fire emanated forth, exuding an eerie terror. In that fleeting moment, both Yan Ling and Lin Jun's expressions shifted dramatically, retreating several paces until their backs pressed against the wall. Through the digital screen, one could never truly grasp the oppressive dread that emanated from the depths of hell. Only when standing before Qin Ming does one truly comprehend the essence of fear. Qin Ming, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Are you aware of the formidable ally that stand behind me? The Web, a dreadfully powerful assassin organization beneath the influence of the headquarters and the spirit-restraining pavilion. Yan Ling bellowed furiously, his aura of soul energy swirling around him in an attempt to quell the fear within. The Web, I have been searching for you for quite some time. And here you are, presenting yourself. How intriguing. Qin Ming's voice turned deep and hoarse, imbued with a captivating power, as he scoffed. Chapter 54, Master of the Web. Entangled upon the utterance of these words, not only were Fan Xinxin and Lin Jun left in a state of shock, but even Yin Ling of the Web was equally taken aback, unable to grasp the implications of Qin Ming's statement. Qin Ming offered a faint smile as he approached the two, each step leaving behind fiery imprints upon the solid floor, marks that lingered ominously in the air. The surrounding furniture melted away as Qin Ming passed, creating a scene of sheer horror. What do you mean? Yin Ling gulped, increasingly filled with dread. Qin Ming smiled again, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The web, after all, belongs to my dominion. How could it stand independently as a sovereign entity? Wouldn't you agree? With this declaration, Yin Ling and his companions were utterly bewildered, unsure to whom he was addressing. In that instant, the temperature within the room fluctuated rapidly, terror-inducing spiritual energies clashing, causing all porcelain and furniture to shatter explosively, fragments scattering in all directions. The entire old building trembled, seemingly unable to withstand some overwhelming force. Poised on the brink of destruction, misty shadows materialized, enveloping the surroundings in a dense haze. Shortly thereafter, faint footsteps echoed from within the mist, though subdued. They sent tremors through the hearts of all present. Even a B-grade spirit master could not suppress a gasp of astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. Only Yin Ling's eyes gleamed with wild joy. He recognized that his ally had arrived. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the mist, resembling a grim reaper of the night. Wherever he tread, darkness descended, consuming all vitality. This figure bore an ominous visage, a hint of amusement playing upon his lips. Yet his movements lacked any semblance of masculine vigor. Qin Ming, I am most curious about your connection to the Great Qin. Pray, enlighten me. The voice was flat, cold, and somewhat sharp, instilling fear in those who heard it. Qin Ming remained expressionless as he met the gaze of this figure, exuding calmness. The other three had long since fled the scene, eager to evade the fiery wrath and the suffocating mist. At that instant, the towering old structure split in twain under the pressure of their auras, dust swirling as the sound of collapsing debris echoed through the air. Both spirit masters and ordinary mortals alike fled in a frenzy, desperate to escape the terrifying force that spiraled into a vortex of flame and mist. Sweeping across a kilometer radius, standing atop the crumbling edifice, Qin Ming was enveloped in flames, his gaze gradually becoming domineering, proud, and disdainful. The web, now that I have returned, it is time to fulfill your purpose, to return to the Great Qin and submit to my will or face death. Qin Ming spoke with unyielding authority, leaving no room for negotiation. As he heard Qin Ming's arrogant proclamation, the man's pupils constricted. He felt as though that figure had returned to the world, an inexplicable fear gripping his heart, compelling a primal desire to submit and kneel. Is it him? No. Your guardian spirit is not that one. Otherwise, who in this realm could challenge you? The man refuted, slowly extending his right hand and suddenly clenching it tightly. In the next moment, 6 ethereal shadows emerged behind him, each towering over 9 feet, their resonating auras reminiscent of a dark deity of death, instilling terror in all who beheld them. Qin Ming narrowed his blood-red eyes, acknowledging the undeniable prowess of the master of the web. Kulme, let's engage in a game and unveil the essence of your arrogance. The man uttered a cold command, as from behind him, 6 indistinct figures stirred. The one on the far right taking a deliberate step forward, gradually solidifying, clad in a unique battle garb and bearing twin blades upon his back. This figure's eyes shimmered with an eerie glow. Wraith, entertain him. The man spoke softly, showing disdain for deploying his full strength, opting instead for merely one of his revered guardian spirits. The wraith halted a short distance from Qin Ming, its hand gesturing slightly as the twin blades whirled forth into its grasp. A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Ming's lips, revealing his scorn. How could one of the mere 6 sword servants hope to rival Li Xian? Li Xian, do not let me down. As you command, my lord, a deep, raspy voice reverberated across the heavens as flames erupted, coalescing into a colossal fireball. Li Xian stepped forth from the inferno, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the wraith. "You, a mere wretch, dare to provoke my master? You seek your own demise." In the next moment, Li Xian wielded his great sword, igniting a fiery domain that ensnared the wraith in combat. The sheer force of their clashes warped the air, causing countless structures to collapse and the earth to fissure. Yet, the sinister man remained unfazed by the titanic clash of the two guardian spirits. His eyes fixed intently upon Qin Ming, his mood fluctuating ominously. "What's his name? Li Xian?" A faint smile played upon Qin Ming's lips as he casually replied. "Did you not already suspect as much? Why feign ignorance?" At this, the sinister man shuddered slightly, whether from fear or excitement was uncertain. Meanwhile, Li Xian was a force to be reckoned with. Even the wraith's elusive movements could not inflict a scratch upon him. Li Xian swung his great sword, establishing a fiery domain that rendered the wraith unable to approach. However, he remained vigilant against Li Xian's assaults. The sheer magnitude of power sent him hurtling thousands of meters away with each clash, shattering numerous structures in his wake. In just a few brief minutes, the entire town had been nearly obliterated. The ferocity of a revered spirit master's battle was beyond comprehension, a realm unattainable for ordinary spirit masters. To annihilate a city was but a trivial task for a revered spirit master. Observing the wraith being dominated by Li Xian, the sinister man showed no concern. Nor did he summon other guardian spirits to besiege Li Xian. His gaze remained fixated on Qin Ming, who, unbeknownst to him, seemed to emanate an aura suggesting the presence of a formidable figure behind him. In that moment, cold sweat trickled down his brow, and he began to believe that Qin Ming possessed not just one guardian spirit, but a terrifying multitude akin to his own. "You ought to return. The web was always meant for him. Why resist so stubbornly? Must that esteemed figure personally intervene to reason with you?" Qin Ming stated coldly, attempting to summon the first emperor. Unfortunately, the first emperor remained unresponsive, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the sinister man abruptly lifted his head, his conviction solidifying. Qin Ming's guardian spirit was not merely Li Xian. As the current master of the web, he naturally deduced that Qin Ming was unable to summon that esteemed figure. Yet what of it? The rise of Qin Ming is indisputable. Even if he were to exert his utmost effort, he would still be unable to subdue Qin Ming. This uncertainty gnaws at the sinister man. He is unsure how many illustrious generals of the Qin dynasty have been awakened within Qin Ming. Merely the presence of Li Xian is sufficient to keep the malevolent spirits firmly at bay. The sinister man is convinced that to defeat Li Xian, at least 3 guardian spirits, if not more, would be required. However, should Qin Ming awaken a second illustrious general of the Qin dynasty, the outcome would be drastically altered. His heart is torn with hesitation and conflict. Must he truly relinquish the power he painstakingly built? From the very first day, when he glimpsed Li Xian for the network, he has known no peace, for he understands that the moment Li Xian manifests in the world, the arrival of that eternal emperor is but a breath away. Chapter 55, Return, meeting a thunderous crash erupted suddenly, as Li Xian's sword sent the malevolent creature, the wraith, soaring through the air. With a single step, he landed upon the ground, creating a massive crater that extended for thousands of meters. The terrifying force resonated like an earthquake, leaving cracks sprawling throughout the city and village. Innocent mortals and ordinary spirit practitioners suffered heavy casualties. In disbelief, Fan Xinxin and her companions stood at the edge, their eyes wide as they beheld the Xian, resembling a god of war, standing atop the fallen wraith. The disparity in power was staggering. Despite being of the same rank as spirit practitioners, the gap was insurmountable. Lin Jun exclaimed, still entranced by the surreal scene. Yin Ling shared the sentiment, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. What perplexed him further was why the master of the web chose to confront Qin Ming from a distance, not exerting his full strength. Under the combined might of 6 sword servants, who could withstand the onslaught of a holy-level spirit practitioner? At that moment, a scene filled with dread unfolded before them. The sinister man hesitated for a long while before lifting his head and sighing. Bowing deeply in a manner of the ancient Qin, he declared, "Zhao Ju of the Web is willing to submit." Upon hearing these words, Li Xinyu halted his movements, raising his fiery foot, his gaze cold as he turned towards Qin Ming. The wraith, now calm, rose unperturbed, accepting its defeat as if it were inevitable. Qin Ming, witnessing this, revealed a satisfied smile. "Zhao Ju, what a splendid name. You shall not regret your choice today. The great legacy of the Qin era, once unfulfilled, will continue through us." Zhao Ju regarded Qin Ming's ambitious visage, and in that moment, he grasped why the figure had chosen him. Let us hope so. His expression was complex. He had anticipated this day would come, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. It felt as though it had been predestined. He was not a spirit awakened in the era of guardians. Rather, he had become a formidable spirit practitioner long ago and established the Web organization. In this world, every notable power concealed similar entities behind the scenes, those who had awakened their guardians in advance. At this moment, Qin Ming gestured, and Li Xinyu's towering figure vanished in an instant, the city and village scorched by flames receding like a tide at his command. "Let us depart. It is time to return." While Qin Ming felt joy at having subdued Zhao Ju, it was no surprise to him. This was the essence of the Qin influence, rightful in its return. "As you command." Zhao Ju said no more, reflecting on his complex thoughts, yet feeling no regret. For behind Qin Ming stood the legendary Eternal Emperor, a figure who had altered the course of Chinese history for millennia, a being whose achievements surpassed those of the divine, even in mortal form. Before long, the two boarded a vehicle driven by Brother Dao, arriving at the outskirts of the city and village. At that moment, Fan Xinxin and her companions awaited respectfully outside. Yanling no longer bore the arrogance he had displayed upon their first meeting. Only endless fear and trepidation remained. Seeing Zhao Ju, who followed Qin Ming with utmost reverence, Yanling felt puzzled as to why such a prominent master of the web would choose to submit to this young man, who was still new to the world. Yet he found himself with no alternative but to bow his body, his expression adorned with a semblance of reverence to signify his submission. Fan Xinxin's countenance was somewhat intricate, her heart letting out a quiet sigh. Indeed, it seemed that all the variables in this world were within his grasp, as if nothing could possibly astonish or confound him. Only Lin Jun trembled slightly, for he had betrayed the village and the city, switching sides to ally with the web of intrigue. "Director Qin, I am willing to represent the village and the city and submit to you." Lin Jun, gripped by the fear of death, hurriedly offered a fawning smile and spoke with utmost respect. Qin Ming, with an expression as inscrutable as stone, approached, quietly scrutinizing him. Suddenly, his icy voice pierced the air, instilling dread within Lin Jun's very being. "I harbor a disdain for betrayal, even if you are not betraying me." Lin Jun's complexion drained of color in an instant, and he hastily fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Director Qin, I merely wish to survive. The web of intrigue is terrifying." Qin Ming, uninterested in his explanations, cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Ju behind him. "Disable him, but leave him useful." As the words fell, before Lin Jun could comprehend the situation, for tendrils of shadow erupted from Zhao Ju's body, piercing through his limbs with a sickening thrust. His wretched screams echoed in the vicinity as Zhao Ju exhibited a look of disdain, swiftly rendering him unconscious. "Let us depart, Yanling. You remain here to keep these spirit practitioners in the village under control. Someone will connect with you shortly." With that, Qin Ming glanced at Fan Xinxin, signaling him to follow. Subsequently, Zhao Ju, carrying the unconscious Lin Jun, joined Qin Ming and Fan Xinxin in their departure from the area. Once they were gone, Yanling dared to rise, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his limbs stiff and numb. How terrifying it was! A mere B-rank spirit practitioner could be so easily incapacitated. Even a master of the web chose to submit to him. Who on earth was he to inspire such fear? Muttering to himself, Yanling did not dare to relax. Hastily returning to the village to attend to the surviving spirit practitioners, awaiting Qin Ming's orders. Soon, the group returned to the manor. where Qin Ming instructed Brother Dao to hand Lin Jun over to Hua Yuan for spirit fusion, with the chosen subjects being either Long De or Long Air. In the conference hall, Qin Ming reclined in the seat of honor, his demeanor calm as he gazed at the others. Zhao Ju. Why yes, Master Qin. Zhao Ju, slightly uncomfortable, nonetheless responded. Expedite the relocation of the web's headquarters to the Qin City. I require the entirety of the Qin City to be impenetrable, without a single drop of water leaking through. Furthermore, Qin Ming beckoned with a finger, signaling Zhao Ju to draw nearer. Zhao Ju rose and leaned closer to Qin Ming. Seek the celestial inquiry. At this utterance, Zhao Ju's pupils constricted, an inexplicable tremor coursing through him. Whether from excitement or fear, he could not tell. After a brief moment, he clasped his hands in respect and replied, "At your command." Returning to his position, Zhao Ju remained preoccupied, reflecting on Qin Ming's words. To seek the celestial inquiry implied that that figure would ultimately emerge, and it was his fated sword. Then, Qin Ming turned his gaze toward Brother Dao. Seal and suppress all spirit practitioners in the village, transporting them to the laboratory to expand the army of puppet spirit practitioners. As these words were spoken, Fan Xinxin furrowed her delicate brows. Ultimately, she remained a woman, and once the leader of these spirit masters, which made it difficult for her to be indifferent. Qin Ming turned to her and said with a hint of detachment, "Remember, they once relied on you solely because of your formidable strength, which afforded them security. The day may come when their power surpasses yours, or when you find yourself in mortal peril, and they will choose to abandon you. Human nature is invariably the most grotesque, and these lower-tier spirit masters are no exception. Do not waste your meaningless compassion on them." Upon hearing this, Fan Xinxin let out a soft sigh and fell silent. She was an astute individual, fully aware of this truth, yet her innate disposition ultimately prevailed. Chapter 56. The turmoil of public opinion. The terrifying forces emerge subsequently. Qin Ming cast his gaze upon the assembly, his tone calm as he spoke. Esteemed colleagues, I hope we can join hands to forge a monumental legacy, one that transcends both time and history. Upon hearing his words, the crowd rose, bowing in respect. We are willing to follow Master Qin. Even Li Changye at that moment stood up, his expression earnest. His willingness to align with Qin Ming stemmed largely from the latter's indomitable spirit and ambition. In this chaotic era, where lives were in disarray, the only solution lay in utterly dismantling the current disorder to establish a new order. As the meeting concluded, everything appeared to return to tranquility, proceeding in an orderly fashion. Not only into Qin City, but also in other cities and indeed throughout the entirety of Huaxia, a brief calm ensued. Initially, people cheered, believing the chaos had passed, that the headquarters had quelled all unrest, and that it was now merely a matter of reinstating order to regain stability as in former times. This serene period lasted for 3 months. As winter yielded to spring, life burgeoned anew, with vibrant greenery enveloping the land, symbolizing rejuvenation. The Qin City had notably restored basic order, ensuring the fundamental livelihoods of its citizens. Those integrated into the Spirit Guardian system gradually acclimated to their new lives, requiring little effort to earn a salary and even being allocated residences, thus achieving a state of complacency. However, they remained oblivious to the gradual decrease in the number of ordinary Spirit Guardians within the Qin City. Over the span of 3 months, the count of Spirit Guardians dwindled from nearly 10,000 to around 8,000. The missing Guardians had naturally become part of the puppet army. Qin Ming's puppet Spirit Guardian Legion rapidly expanded to nearly 4,000. This figure, comprising 4,000 extraordinary warriors, was alarmingly formidable if unleashed in full force. It would result in catastrophic consequences. One day, Qin Ming awakened from his training. No longer did he follow Li Xian's teachings. As Li Xian remarked, Qin Ming had graduated. What he now required was to absorb the power of the 9 Nether Abyss, reaching a level capable of sustaining all guardian spirits. Shedding his blood-red gaze, Qin Ming exhaled a breath of murky air. As he stood, his body emitted unsettling cracking sounds. The exact extent of his strength remained elusive even to him. let alone to others. Knock, knock, knock. Master Qin, enter. Qin Ming's voice grew increasingly indifferent and serene. Dao Ge, having fully mastered the A-level guardian spirit, experienced a qualitative leap in his strength. Upon approaching Qin Ming, he felt an uncontrollable fear grip him. Even his guardian spirit trembled in dread. Dao Ge inhaled sharply. It had been too long since Qin Ming had genuinely showcased his power, and now, merely a glance instilled trepidation within him. What is it? Qin Ming, seated on the sofa, habitually lit a cigarette and spoke with a casual air. Dao Ge suppressed his inner fear of Qin Ming and turned towards the entrance. Xiaojiu, come in. Xiaojiu, clad in a sharp professional outfit, approached and, at Dao Ji's gesture, positioned a computer before Qin Ming. Master Qin, there have been numerous unfavorable reports about Deqian City circulating online recently. Qin Ming gazed at the screen where various accusations against the leaders of Deqian City were scrolling. His brow slightly raised, a faint smile gracing his lips. The claims seemed plausible, rather than mere fabrications. Numerous spiritual practitioners had vanished, exhibiting a domineering attitude, defying the headquarters' authority, declaring themselves sovereign and wantonly slaying the innocent. This was an article penned by a blogger known as Si Shui. The content vehemently criticized Qin Ming for his lack of compassion as a leader, almost branding him a tyrant. However, despite the article's exaggerations, it was largely grounded in truth. Upon hearing Qin Ming's sardonic remarks, Xiaojiu displayed a hint of exasperation and felt compelled to elucidate once more. Master Qin, this article has stirred a considerable uproar online. Many hired commentators are manipulating the narrative, causing ordinary citizens of Deqian City and those spiritual practitioners who had previously settled down to abandon the city in favor of others. This person harbors ulterior motives, seeking to undermine Deqian City and render it desolate. If that were to happen, Deqian City would merely exist in name. Furthermore, he was inciting public opinion to pressure the headquarters into dismissing you from your position. He even instigated other city leaders and certain factions of spiritual practitioners to take action against Deqian City. At this, Qin Ming scoffed derisively, dismissing the notion. In this era, how laughable it is to attempt to ruin a person through public opinion. Master Qin, this matter should not be taken lightly, as positioning you as the antagonist is exceedingly detrimental. Qin Ming nodded slightly at the remark. Although he was indifferent, he preferred not to become a target. Have you discerned which faction is instigating this? Exhaling a thick plume of smoke, Qin Ming remarked nonchalantly, whoever it may be, those who dare to challenge me, Qin Ming, must face annihilation. Xiaojiu pondered for a moment and suggested a few possibilities. Tracing the IP address online is challenging, but we can surmise that the most likely culprits are the Wu family, followed by the ancient clans from the imperial capital and perhaps even the Jinling Pavilion. Rubbing his temples, Qin Ming snapped his fingers and commanded, "Summon Zhao Ju to see me." Before long, a wisp of ethereal mist flickered, and Zhao Ju materialized before Qin Ming. Master Qin, is your network incapable of tracing even the source of a mere blogger? Qin Ming inquired casually, though his black and white pupils glimmered ominously. Zhao Ju shuddered involuntarily, sensing that Qin Ming appeared far more formidable than he had 3 months prior. Master, my network's operatives are dispersed across the realm. Tracing the IP of a simple blogger is trivial. However, the forces behind him are likely far from simple. Oh, continue. Qin Ming's interest peaked, and he straightened in his seat, gesturing for others to take a seat as well. Judging by Zhao Ju's tone, it seemed this conspiracy of public opinion was not orchestrated by the Wu family. Once seated, Zhao Ju carefully organized his thoughts and spoke respectfully. Although the IP address is well concealed, my network boasts numerous top-tier talents, making it easy to decipher the address. The source leads back to Dapei City. Qin Ming frowned, recalling memories of Dapei City from his past life. However, in the end, he shook his head, revealing no recollection. This was primarily due to his past life, which had been fraught with humiliation and turmoil, leaving him little room to contemplate such matters. Proceed, Qin Ming uttered, his voice measured. Zhao Ju nodded and continued. Dapei City is quite extraordinary. Despite the advent of the Guardian Spirit era and the ensuing chaos among the Spirit Guardians, it seems that Dapei City has remained unscathed. The entire city resembles a realm of enchantment, akin to that of a magical metropolis or an imperial capital, having suffered minimal destruction. It appears to be as tranquil and blissful as it was prior to the Guardian Spirit era, a place longed for by countless souls. So, what you imply is that Dapei City harbors a formidable force of spirit guardians, akin to the Zhenling Pavilion, wielding immense power and maintaining order, thus preventing any disruption. Qin Ming remarked, narrowing his chilling gaze. Indeed, Master Qin is astute, Zhao Ju replied. Chapter 57. Target. Dapei City. Qin Ming's fingers gently tapped the table, producing a crisp sound that reverberated throughout the expansive room. He was unfamiliar with Dapei City, and even more so with the hidden forces of the spirit manipulators lurking beneath the surface. In his previous life, he could only recall the dominating power that suppressed the world, which consisted solely of the headquarters and the spirit control pavilion. Perhaps those forces had also emerged from the shadows, but in the past, he lacked the qualifications to know. Master Qin, I have dispatched someone to investigate the family behind Dapei City. They bear the surname Liu. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming abruptly straightened his posture, an aura emanating from him that was both captivating and terrifying. Liu? Could it be him? After a brief moment, Qin Ming regained his composure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a chilling grin. In that instant, those present instinctively recoiled, sensing the formidable presence of Qin Ming. If my conjecture is correct, this could indeed be intriguing. In the past, when that individual was alive, these petty characters dared not act out of turn. With his demise, chaos ensued, and one by one, they emerged from the darkness, leading to the disintegration of the Great Qin Empire. That individual once single-handedly suppressed the myriad schools of thought, instilling fear in all forces across the realm. It is time for a confrontation, to ascertain whether these insignificant beings truly possess the qualifications to consume the real Great Qin. At this declaration, Brother Dao and the others displayed expressions of confusion, unable to grasp the profound implications hidden within Qin Ming's words. Only Zhao Ju exhibited an awkward demeanor, feeling a sense of restlessness. As a person of a unique constitution, he inherited more than just the 6 sword slaves. Deep within his soul, a certain presence was subtly awakening, conveying a sense of dread and unease. Qin Ming regarded Zhao Ju with interest, choosing not to elaborate further. He was well aware of ancient history. The Zhao Gao of yore was a figure shrouded in ambiguity, loyal yet treacherous. His allegiance had always been to that one eternal emperor. Yet ultimately, he chose to betray the Great Qin. Thus, from beginning to end, Zhao Gao had only been faithful to one and feared only one. This was precisely why Qin Ming had taken Zhao Ju under his wing. For the one who had returned could subdue the Zhao Gao who could not be contained by the Great Qin. With him present, even if Zhao Gao had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to betray. Since these fellows are so eager to test my depth, let's indulge them. Shall we, Zhao Ju? Qin Ming's voice was icy, imbued with an increasing sense of authority and domineering charm. Suddenly called upon, Zhao Ju shuddered and hastily clasped his hands in agreement. I heed Master Qin's command. As for public opinion, instruct Luo Wang to swiftly suppress and retaliate, ensuring that this murky water spreads across all factions so that Daqian City does not suffer alone. The more muddy this water becomes, the more advantageous it will be for Daqian City. Zhao Ju nodded in acknowledgement, responding, as you command. Then, Qin Ming turned his gaze toward Brother Dao and Xiao Jiao. It is likely that numerous spies have infiltrated Daqian City during this time. They must be captured and eliminated without exception. Furthermore, those wavering spirit manipulators who sow discord shall be utilized as resources, handed over to Huayuan for the creation of puppet spirit manipulators. As for ordinary individuals, who would dare to leave the grand city of Qian? There would be no mercy. Indeed, we cannot resolve matters concerning these common folk under the auspices of our esteemed Qian. Since they wish to play their games, let us bestow that name upon them. Brother Dao rose and respectfully spoke, as you command, Master Qin. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming issued another directive. Where's Gongsun Shao? Summon him to me." Shortly thereafter, Gongsun Xiao hurried over, his expression tinged with confusion as he regarded the gathered individuals. "Gongsun Xiao, contact headquarters and inform your superior that there are those with ulterior motives seeking to exploit my influence to disrupt the current fragile tranquility. Let him handle it as he sees fit. Should he fail, I shall become a weapon for others, ushering in true chaos." Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Zhao's pupils constricted in alarm, and he wasted no time in preparing to depart to report back to headquarters. Meanwhile, amidst the reverent gazes of those present, Qin Ming slowly rose and cast a casual glance at Zhao Ju, who was hastily standing, his body slightly bowed. "Have there been any updates regarding that matter?" Zhao Ju shook his head. "There is no trace to be found." Yet, Qin Ming was neither disappointed nor surprised. The Tianwan sword, an artifact belonging to the first emperor, would not be so easily located. "It is time to venture forth and explore this new era," he declared. "Zhao Ju, arrange everything. Our destination is to Pei City, where I shall meet those individuals." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ju displayed a look of hesitation and hastily cautioned, "Master Qin, this is ill-advised. The hidden forces into Pei City are likely imperial-level spirit manipulators in this. Fear not, for I am not setting out to engage in battle. Am I?" Qin Ming replied with a smile, unfazed by the warning. He had his own plans and would not act recklessly. At that moment, Li Changye, reeking of alcohol, staggered in from outside, his wine jug never leaving his hand. He flopped onto the sofa, belching and saying, "Qin Ming, I've been enjoying your hospitality for quite some time. How about we go for a stroll?" The current Li Changye was more formidable than when they first met, resembling a celestial sword poised to unsheathe and cleave through mountains and rivers. His sharp aura seemed to transcend the constraints of a venerable being, hinting at an ascendance to a saintly level. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, as if perceiving Li Changye's intentions, and nodded with a smile. "If you wish to accompany me, you are most welcome. However, I cannot help but feel uneasy leaving to Qian City without Li Changye's presence. Relying solely on Brother Dao and the puppet spirit manipulators is rather precarious." After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming turned to Brother Dao, who was fidgeting with anticipation. "Little Dao, should a powerful spirit manipulator launch a sudden attack onto Qian City, you must abandon this place and take Huayuan with you. Remember, your purpose is not to gallantly face death, but to serve me. I shall not permit anyone to take your lives." Upon hearing this, Brother Dao and the others were shaken, a profound sense of gratitude washing over them. Qin Ming paid little heed to their inner thoughts. Huayuan held significant value for him, and he could not afford to lose him. If Brother Dao and the others exercised caution, they would surely evade a surprise assault from powerful spirit manipulators. After all, the entirety of the Qian City was rife with their spies, and the puppet spirit manipulators were scattered throughout every corner of the city. "Understood, Master Qin. You may proceed with peace of mind." With a soft acknowledgement, Qin Ming donned an impassive expression and stepped outside. At the corner, the silhouette of Fan Xinxin emerged, seemingly having awaited this moment. I wish to accompany you." She hesitated, her voice filled with inner turmoil. Qin Ming shook his head firmly, dismissing any argument. "There will be opportunities to take you out, but this time is not suitable." Subsequently, the three departed, leaving Fan Xinxin in a state of sorrow. Observing this, Xiao Jiao, being a woman herself, could comprehend Fan Xinxin's conflict. Master Qin is a man of significant endeavors. He cannot be encumbered by personal sentiments. To be in his presence is already a stroke of fortune. You must recognize that Master Qin does not favor those who oppose him. He seeks not a spirited wildcat, but a docile house cat. Upon hearing these words, Fan Xinxin nodded, resolving to put aside her thoughts and diligently fulfill her responsibilities. Chapter 58. The hidden dangers of the Pei City outside. A rugged Mercedes-Benz awaited, the driver hastily dismissed by Zhao Ju. He took the wheel himself, driving for Qin Ming. As for Li Changye, that fellow, with 10 parts blood and 8 parts alcohol, was undoubtedly driving under the influence. The adage rings true. One must not drink and drive. Safety should always be paramount. "Let us go," Qin Ming stated from the back seat. closing his eyes with a serene expression. "Indeed, Master Qin," Gaozu replied, glancing at the front passenger seat where Li Changye drank heartily, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Brother Changye, can you not exhibit some restraint? What do you know? This is called enjoyment, a hobby. Life is utterly dull without wine. Just drive." Li Changye mumbled, leaning back into the seat, succumbing to slumber. With a thunderous roar, the car sped away, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the Luo network commenced its operations online, steering public opinion as a cacophony of disarrayed statements emerged. Regardless of the factions involved, including the headquarters and the Spirit Guardian Pavilion, they found themselves ensnared by the media's onslaught, submerged in a tide of mudslinging. Qin Ming even recalled various factions from his previous life, utilizing them as shields against the barrage of accusations. Thus, the events of the Qian city were swiftly overshadowed by these explosive revelations, rendering them seemingly trivial in comparison. At this moment, the internet was in turmoil. Those factions mentioned were left bewildered, grappling with the torrent of rumors, unable to respond promptly. The prowess of the Luo network's elite was formidable, as they fabricated countless alias accounts through coding to manipulate public sentiment. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Guardian Pavilion, a venerable spirit master wore a grim expression as he addressed the assembly of other spirit masters in the conference hall. "Explain to me what is occurring. How has this wave of public discourse regarding the Qian city ensnared our Spirit Guardian Pavilion?" Among them was Wang Xiao, who hesitated before speaking. Could this be a counterstrike from the Qian city, deliberately muddying the waters to extricate themselves? I concur with Wang Xiao's assessment. It is the only plausible explanation. But who is targeting the Qian city, or rather, targeting Qin Ming? Could it be that old lunatic from the Wu family? The room buzzed with various opinions and discussions. The presiding elder rubbed his temples in frustration, dismissively waving his hand. Enough. It is too late for such discussions. We must promptly issue a statement to clarify matters and prevent public opinion from adversely affecting the interests of the Spirit Guardian Pavilion. Other factions were equally beleaguered. The indiscriminate attack from the Qian city caught them off guard. They were left with no choice but to contend with the ramifications of the Qian city's tactics, which disregarded the usual decorum of combat, pulling them all into the fray. At the headquarters, the speaker listened quietly as Gongsun Xiao relayed Qin Ming's words. After a moment, a composed smile graced his lips. Interesting, this young man is indeed a thorny character. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, the speaker recognized that Qin Ming, as the head of the headquarters, faced unwarranted exposure. Not merely slander, but the revelation of truths that tarnished the prestige of the headquarters. He instructed Gongsun Xiao to convey to Qin Ming that the headquarters would not remain passive in this matter, advising him to maintain his composure into Qian City and avoid reckless actions. Upon hanging up the phone, the speaker paused for a moment before summoning his secretary. "My dear speaker, please investigate the authorship of the article targeting Daqian City, and also keep a close watch on the movements of the Wu family. At your command." After the secretary departed, the speaker opened his browser, only to be greeted by a deluge of public outcry. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the headquarters had also been subject to considerable slander, trending incessantly. Why stir up trouble? Why provoke someone who fears neither heaven nor earth? The speaker chuckled bitterly, uncertain whether it was Qin Ming's wrath or the machinations of a hidden puppeteer that incited his anger. After a lengthy pause, he reclined on the sofa and sighed softly, engaging in a complex self-dialogue. The brief tranquility was shattered once more, as those lurking beneath the surface seemed eager to emerge and begin to feast upon spoils. The speaker recognized that while the headquarters possessed formidable strength, suppressing the current chaos was akin to chasing phantoms. Not to mention the behemoth of the Spirit Suppression Pavilion, along with the hidden imperial-level spirit manipulators, who were also watching with keen interest. 3 days later, a group arrived not far from Dape City. Along the way, numerous villages and towns had suffered horrific calamities and had yet to recover. The headquarters' influence was unable to reach these smaller locales. For the ordinary folk, it was as if they had returned to a time of war, utterly terrifying. However, none of this concerned Qin Ming. His aspiration was to achieve a harmonious world, fulfilling the unaccomplished legacy of the first emperor. Upon reaching the outskirts of Dapei City, Luo Zhu parked the vehicle in an inconspicuous location and summoned several operatives from the Luo network for surveillance. Although the Luo network could not rival the imperial-level powers of the Spirit Suppression Pavilion, it seemed to be omnipresent, with operatives scattered everywhere. Zhao Zhu approached Qin Ming and respectfully bowed. Master Qin, Dapei City has established a new order. Entry requires a pass issued personally by the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. It was merely a pass, and he knew it would pose no challenge to Zhao Zhu, the master of the Luo network. Let's proceed and see what makes Dapei City so special. Qin Ming strolled towards the city, with Li Changya and Zhao Zhu closely following. Before long, they traversed the necessary route to Dapei City, easily blending in with false identities. Upon entering the city center, the environment resembled that of a prosperous era before chaos. Vibrant and suffused with modernity. The streets were bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, creating a lively atmosphere. Everywhere, spirit manipulators mingled with ordinary people, coexisting harmoniously without any apparent discrimination. Some spirit manipulators were even engaged in mundane tasks such as delivering food or working as waitstaff, as if the global upheaval had not altered their lives in the slightest. Quite intriguing how they managed these spirit manipulators with such order, without any grievances. The Lu family is no ordinary clan, Li Changye remarked. In response, Zhao Zhu shook his head in disagreement. No, the Lu family is mistaken. This is merely a method of drinking poison to quench thirst, and it will inevitably lead to great turmoil. Becoming a spirit manipulator, possessing extraordinary abilities, should inherently place one above ordinary people. Equality cannot persist, or the world will surely descend into chaos. The tranquility of the present is merely a fade, born from their fear of the Lu family. Unrest is only a matter of time, waiting for the right moment to ignite. Zhao Zhu perceives this with remarkable clarity. It is akin to having toiled for half a lifetime, only to be presented with a chance to defy fate, only to be forcefully suppressed by others. How could one not harbor resentment, or even a profound hatred for this world, a sentiment far more intense than before becoming a spirit master? You gaze upon your former oppressors, the capitalists, who now appear as feeble ants, easily crushable beneath your hand, yet you are compelled to endure in silence. A stark injustice indeed. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, turbulent currents have long been surging. The Lu family's initial intent was to maintain peace, yet they have chosen the wrong means. Or perhaps they are aware of the inherent dangers of their actions, but disdain the opinions of ordinary spirit masters. As the three stroll leisurely down the street, Qin Ming quietly articulates the essence of the current situation in Dapei City. The Lu family is not ignorant. Rather, they are dismissive. In their eyes, the lower echelons of humanity are destined to remain in the sewers, forever unworthy of ascending to the grand stage. Chapter 59. The current state of the Lu family. As chaos descends upon Dapei City, how nauseating are those hypocritical individuals, even more so than true scoundrels. Li Changye, having regained his composure, muttered angrily under his breath. For these lofty capitalists, maintaining the status quo is the most favorable option. Unfortunately, their disdain for empathy will ultimately lead to their downfall. Their vision is so limited, as it has always been, the Lu family. Indeed, an unbroken lineage of hypocrisy. Zhao Zhu smiled maliciously, revealing a sinister visage. It is only natural. When one possesses absolute power, it is easy to be blinded by the allure of authority. The rise and fall of dynasties have often followed this pattern, where even the most brilliant minds succumb to the corruption of decadence and indulgence. Qin Ming surveyed his surroundings, observing the seemingly harmonious coexistence of mortals and spirit practitioners. Yet, within the eyes of each spirit practitioner resided a profound sense of discontent. Sir Qin, the residence has long been arranged. Shall we settle in first, or let us rest for the night? There is no rush. Time is abundant. Qin Ming replied calmly with a nod. Zhao Zhu slightly inclined his head and suddenly gestured towards the distance. In the next moment, An unremarkable passerby jogged over and nodded respectfully to Gaozu. "Sir, lead the way." "At your command," the man replied, guiding the group to the residence prepared by the web into Pei City. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, "Gaozu, your web truly leaves no stone unturned. It is omnipresent." "You flatter me, Sir Qin. The web is but a sharp blade in your hands. It will do whatever you command." Gaozu responded with utmost humility, lacking any trace of the authority one might expect from the master of the web. The man leading the way seemed oblivious to their conversation, his ears deaf to their words. Every operative of the web is meticulously trained. They never overstep boundaries of what should not be questioned or overheard. Li Changye cast a deep glance at Gaozu, realizing that the latter's humility stemmed from the terrifying prowess of Qin Ming's guardian spirit. Without Qin Ming's suppression, Gaozu would hardly spare a glance at anyone else. Before long, they arrived at a quaint villa with a private courtyard, not far from the most prosperous area of the city. "The environment is rather pleasant," Qin Ming casually complimented. Gaozu smiled in response, stating, "This residence has been specially prepared for you in advance." Qin Ming chose not to elaborate further, yet he was keenly aware of the web's formidable strength. In a city where others would struggle to gain entry, he had effortlessly obtained a pass. Moreover, within mere days, he had acquired an independent villa, suggesting that the web's operatives had already infiltrated the upper echelons of the Liu family. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by spirit practitioner servants amidst a picturesque setting of flowing water and vibrant flora. As they arrived, the leading man bowed to Gaozu and swiftly departed, resuming his role into Pei City. Moments later, a tall, alluring woman clad in a qipao approached them. "Sir, Master Qin, Lord Changye, please." The woman was already well aware of several identities and personally led the way. Gaozu softly explained, "Her name is Lin Xinyu, the head of the branch of the Luo network into Pei City, a B-level spirit tamer. All matters concerning to Pei City are arranged by her. Indeed, it is essential to recognize and utilize talent without the prejudice that women cannot achieve greatness," Qin Ming remarked with understated praise, causing Lin Xinyu to blush slightly, as she quickly turned to perform an ancient gesture of gratitude. "Thank you for your kind words, Master Qin." Qin Ming maintained his composure, merely nodding in acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, they arrived at an opulent room. Qin Ming took the seat of honor, flanked by Li Changye, Gaozu, and Lin Xinyu on either side. "Master Qin, Lin Xinyu is the most knowledgeable about matters into Pei City. If you have any inquiries, you may direct them to her." Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the strikingly beautiful woman, her aura reminiscent of a viper. He understood that to emerge from the Luo network and become the head of such an important branch into Pei City, she must possess formidable capabilities. "Let us discuss the Liu family," Lin Xinyu said, lowering her head to gather her thoughts before looking up and speaking earnestly. "Currently, the situation with the Liu family is quite complex. Among the main lineage, there are very few who have awakened their guardian spirits. In contrast, some collateral branches and subordinates have awakened particularly powerful guardian spirits. However, the current head of the Liu family is exceedingly domineering and does not allow anyone to threaten the status of the main lineage, leading to his ruthless suppression of them. Thus, the situation for spirit tamers into Pei City is similarly precarious, appearing calm while being on the brink of turmoil." Leaning back on the sofa, Qin Ming closed his eyes in contemplation and inquired, "The head of the Liu family must be terrifying, correct?" Lin Xinyu pondered for a moment and then shook her head. "I cannot say, as very few have seen the true face of the head of the Liu family. However, his words are law. No one into Pei City or even within the Liu family dares to oppose him." "And what else? Please continue." Qin Ming, having an inkling of the situation, refrained from further probing into the head of the Liu family's information. "We know very little about the core secrets of the Liu family. The Luo network has infiltrated the Liu family, but it is challenging to intervene in the affairs of the true upper echelons. The distribution of power within the Liu family resembles that of an ancient royal family. Only the true main lineage is privy to the specifics. However, but what?" Qin Ming opened his enigmatic eyes and calmly inquired. Lin Xinyu exchanged a brief glance with Qin Ming, her expression shifting slightly as she hurriedly averted her gaze. The intensity of Qin Ming's stare was daunting, instilling a profound sense of pressure within her. However, a new force has recently emerged within the Liu family, led by a spirit tamer from the collateral branches, who seems to have awakened an exceptionally formidable guardian spirit, possessing a unique constitution and multiple guardian spirits. Consequently, those who were once discontent with the head of the Liu family have begun to rally around this individual. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming scoffed and shook his head dismissively. They are already in a precarious position and yet dare to strike at us into Qian City? How absurd. As he spoke, Qin Ming turned to Zhao Ju beside him. What do you think we should do? Zhao Ju, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and replied, "Into Pei City, all that is needed is a singular opportunity, a leader to rally the ordinary spirit masters to rise up and shatter the tranquility of the city with ease. However, confronting the Liu family or even dismantling their power proves to be a formidable challenge. Not even the spirit town headquarters can guarantee the annihilation of the Liu family. In this era, the ultimate determinant of victory lies solely with the most formidable, and the Liu family likely possesses imperial-level spirit masters. Even if the Liu family were to be destroyed, it would not undermine their foundational strength. Should outsiders harbor malicious intentions towards the Liu family, the internal conflicts within it would pale in comparison. Under the prevailing circumstances, they would likely unite against external threats." Qin Ming nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Indeed, the destruction of the Liu family can only be achieved through absolute strength, rather than through cunning schemes. Subsequently, Qin Ming rose and approached the window, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the city that had remained untouched by the turmoil of the spirit masters. Confronting imperial-level forces is arduous. Yet our city of Qian shall not be a mere lamb for slaughter. First, let the Liu family pay some interest, allowing this chaotic era to descend upon Pei City. Observing Qin Ming's silhouette, the others stood and bowed in response. At your command. Chapter 60, Liu, Zhuge. The last straw following the conclusion of the meeting, under the direction of Ling Yin, the group proceeded to the dining hall to satiate their hunger. The spread was abundant, featuring high-energy foods, including some exotic delicacies. Qin Ming relished the meal with great satisfaction, entirely indifferent to the astonished gazes of Ling Yin and the others. When one possesses formidable strength, the opinions of the world hold little significance. The Liu family, the true power brokers of Pei City, held sway here, beyond their influence. No voice mattered. Their enterprises were woven throughout the entirety of the city. At this moment, within a luxurious villa belonging to the Liu family, in an opulent chamber, a figure reclined with eyes closed on a plush armchair. "Young master, as per your instructions, we have been monitoring the developments in Qin City. As anticipated, the head of Qin City has indeed arrived," reported a middle-aged man respectfully. Upon hearing this, a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, slowly opened his eyes and gazed coolly at the man. "Let him come. There is no need for further intervention. Allow that Qin representative to act freely." The young man was Liu Qingshan, a collateral disciple of the Liu family, known for his terrifyingly powerful guardian spirit. "As you command, young master," the middle-aged man replied before departing. Moments later, another figure emerged from the shadows of the room, possessing a delicate countenance, yet with eyes that bore an uncanny depth, as if containing the dual forces of yin and yang. "Brother Zhuge, what leads you to be so certain that he would come to Pei City?" Liu Qingshan inquired, exhibiting a remarkably congenial demeanor, in stark contrast to his usual indifference towards others. Zhuge Jin smiled, exuding an air of confidence as he responded. "Given that Qin Ming's guardian spirit is Li Xian of the Great Qin, one can surmise that he harbors a natural intrigue towards the Liu lineage. Furthermore, considering his vengeful disposition, he is bound to arrive in Pei City, stirring the seemingly tranquil yet turbulent waters beneath." Liu Qingshan nodded slightly, holding Zhuge Jin in the highest regard. Observing the complex expression on Liu Qingshan's face, Zhuge Jin took a seat on the sofa, raising his glass calmly as he spoke. "Qingshan, you must amend your indecisive nature. The Liu family as it stands is no longer yours. With that imposing patriarch in place, you will never rise again. Only by leveraging the strengths of others can you hope to break this deadlock. Lu Qingshan sighed softly, his expression tinged with complexity. He was reluctant to allow outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the Lu family. Yet, the domineering patriarch adhered too rigidly to outdated methods, leaving him with no choice. Lu Qingshan, possessing a unique physique and multiple guardian spirits, had attained the comprehensive strength of a saint-level spirit master. In the imperial capital, he would be regarded as a figure of utmost importance. However, within the Lu family, he found himself underutilized, often receiving warnings from the family head and enduring humiliation from those deemed inferior. I understand now. I am grateful for your assistance, Brother Zhuge. Without your insight, I would not have devised such a plan to break free from this predicament. Zhuge Jin shook his head, taking a sip of red wine, his eyes shifting ominously. Our fates have long been intertwined. There is no need for such formality. The ambitions left unfinished by our predecessors beckon us to join forces once more in this era, to see if we can continue the legacy of our forebears. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan ceased his inner turmoil, rising to grasp his wine cup and clink it with Zhuge Jin's. It is good to have Brother Zhuge's assistance. With it, our grand ambitions may come to fruition. I hope that the Qin representative possesses some capability to genuinely break the deadlock. As these words escaped his lips, Zhuge Jin's expression turned slightly solemn as he replied, "Let us hope it is merely a matter of breaking the deadlock and not overturning the entire game." Lu Qingshan, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean, Brother Zhuge?" "He is merely a venerable spiritual wielder. Though formidable, I doubt he possesses the qualifications to topple the Lu family's colossal entity." Zhuge Jin pondered for a moment before responding with complexity, "No, he is not simple. His actions may appear reckless and unrestrained, but in truth, he is methodical and possesses profound cunning. I have investigated his past, and it is disconcertingly simplistic. The Great Qin, after all, it is the Great Qin, an empire that should never be underestimated in any era." Lu Qingshan speculated, "Are you suggesting that he, like me, possesses a special constitution with multiple guardian spirits?" He set down his cup, furrowing his brow. "If that is indeed the case, it would be quite terrifying." Zhuge Jin continued, "I am uncertain. Special constitutions are exceedingly rare among spiritual wielders, so I cannot be sure. However, we can seek an opportunity to have someone test this Great Qin city representative, compelling him to reveal his trump cards. If he possesses only a single venerable guardian spirit, the threat is minimal. But if he has others, they would undoubtedly also be of venerable rank, complicating matters significantly." Zhuge Jin shared his thoughts and concerns. Lu Qingshan, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disdain and shook his head, saying, "Venerable guardian spirits can vary in strength. A powerful venerable guardian spirit can contend with 3 or 4 others of the same rank, so there is no need to worry excessively." The two continued their conversation, strategizing for the future. The following day, the dawn pierced the white mist, cascading light upon the earth. The early spring morning carried a certain chill. However, Qin Ming, with his current physique, was no longer daunted by the whims of nature. Having not engaged seriously in a long time, he remained uncertain of the extent of his own formidable strength. After completing his morning practice, Qin Ming held a video conference with Brother Dao and others, listening as they reported on the daily changes in Great Qin City. As the meeting concluded, a knock echoed at the door. "Enter." Qin Ming shut his computer, his expression as composed as ever. Ling Yan, adorned in a flowing red gown and high heels, approached with a graceful sway. Upon reaching Qin Ming, she bowed slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair, spring-like complexion. "Master Qin, breakfast is ready. Additionally, I need to report to you in detail regarding how to incite chaos in Great Qin City." Qin Ming nodded slightly as he stood, brushing past her, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. He paused to remind her, dress warmly to avoid catching a chill. With that, Qin Ming strode out of the room, leaving Ling Yan momentarily dazed. After a brief moment, she regained her composure and muttered softly to herself, "Truly an unromantic fellow. What a waste of beauty." Shaking her head, she followed him out. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Qin Ming swiftly consumed his meal, wiped the corners of his mouth, lit a cigarette, and poured himself a glass of red wine, casting a glance at the others. "Let's converse. What thoughts do you harbor?" Li Changji, naturally disinterested in intellectual exertion, remained unresponsive. Zhao Ju pondered for a moment before speaking. "Master Qin, to incite a riot among the spirit masters of Dapei City, it is imperative to orchestrate significant events that will evoke their empathy, allowing them to perceive the Liu family's indifference towards the lives of the lower-tier spirit masters. Furthermore, it should be made clear that despite their status as spirit masters, they are still inferior to the debauched offspring of affluent families." A faint ripple of realization flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Public opinion and popular resentment are eternally formidable forces. The adage that water can both float a boat and capsize it holds true in this context. When grievances accumulate to a certain threshold, it takes but a final straw to cause the mountain of resentment to crumble. "Very well, do as you see fit. Within a month, I wish to witness Dapei City reduced to ruins akin to my own Dacian city." "As you command," Zhao Ju replied, a sinister smile gracing his lips, already plotting to incite turmoil at the expense of ordinary spirit masters' lives. Chapter 61. Witnessing the final splendor of Dapei City, subsequently, Zhao Ju rose. His sinister smile transformed into one of obsequiousness. He gazed at Qin Ming and clasped his hands together, saying, "Master Qin, since you have graced Dapei City with your presence, you ought to experience the local customs and culture. After all, this is an ancient city, and it possesses a certain charm. Moreover, Dapei City is on the brink of becoming a ruin. It would be a pity not to witness its final brilliance." Qin Ming lifted his gaze, observing Zhao Ju's servile demeanor, and nodded with a faint smile. "You indeed bear resemblance to Zhao Gao. It is no wonder you have earned his approval. However, I hope you do not stray down the wrong path again." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Ju fell to his knees with a thud, hastily responding, "I dare not." Qin Ming leisurely approached Zhao Ju, assisting him to his feet and brushing off his clothes nonchalantly, saying, "Is it truly fear or rather a lack of desire?" Noticing Zhao Ju's despondent expression as he prepared to kneel again, Qin Ming chuckled heartily and patted Zhao Ju on the shoulder. "I was merely jesting. There is no need for anxiety. You may arrange matters as you see fit. Trust is paramount in employing others, and I have faith in you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ju exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his trepidation grew towards Qin Ming's unpredictable temperament. "Ling Yin, you are well acquainted with Dapei City. Accompany Master Qin diligently. Should you fail in your hospitality, I shall hold you accountable," Zhao Ju instructed with a grave expression. At his words, Ling Yan's face lit up with joy, and she promptly replied, "Rest assured, my lord, you need not worry at all." Qin Ming cast a glance at the two, understanding their subtle intentions, yet he remained unconcerned. The affairs of love and desire are but human nature. He, Qin Ming, need not act as a saint, suppressing his own passions. "Let us proceed." "Very well." Ling Yin responded with a light laugh, hastily leading the way. Li Changye, trailing behind, pursed his lips, wishing to explore as well. But it appeared he had not been considered in the plans. Noticing Li Changye's displeased countenance, Zhao Ju quickly commanded someone to present a fine jar of Daughter's Red. "Brother Changye, this jar of Daughter's Red is quite rare, aged for several decades. I wonder, why must Brother Zhao be so courteous?" "If that is the case, I shall graciously accept." Li Changye's expression instantly transformed, cheerfully cradling the jar of wine as he departed. Once he had left, Zhao Ju's smile faded, reverting to his sinister demeanor, his expression now indifferent. Snap! Zhao Ju snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, two figures emerged from the shadows. "Let us commence. At the cost of life, let us baptize this new era and plunge Dapei City into utter chaos." "At your command, my lord," the newcomers, their faces obscured, bore eyes that glimmered with a chilling light. As the words fell, the two dark figures gradually vanished, causing the temperature of the room to rise. Zhao Ju stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil as he gazed out the window, watching Qin Ming and Ling Yin depart. "That king. Surely, that individual has truly awakened. I wonder how the world will tremble when he returns to this realm." Suddenly, An inexplicable chill ran down his spine as he muttered, Li Xin has awakened. Could it be that the god of death will also stir? With this thought, Zhao Ju shivered uncontrollably. In the grand realm of the Qin, few entities instill true trepidation, yet there are a select few. At this moment, guided by Ling Yan, the duo meandered through an ancient thoroughfare. Legends whisper that this locale was once a modest county named Peixian, which gradually expanded to become the present-day Depei City. Although Depei City lacked prominence throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia, it remains one of the ancient towns that cannot be overlooked, particularly during the era of guardian spirits. Cities that have preserved their essence amidst chaos are exceedingly rare. Master Qin, do peruse and see if anything captures your fancy. I shall have it packaged for you. Ling Yan murmured softly, drawing close to Qin Ming. His gaze wandered casually over the surroundings, seemingly indifferent to her proximity. For it is a known truth that the mighty tend to attract the attention of the opposite sex. No need, a simple stroll suffices, Qin Ming replied, observing the street vendors peddling snacks, their fervent cries echoing through the air. Remarkably, these merchants were all spirit tamers, an incongruity in this era. In times past, they toiled tirelessly for their livelihoods, yet now, a glint of latent power flickered in their eyes, evoking an inexplicable dread. As they continued forward, they encountered a commotion ahead. Approaching, they discovered a spirit tamer merchant being mercilessly beaten for accidentally splattering oil from fried food onto a wealthy young master. This young man, adorned with an arrogant grin, disdainfully proclaimed, "What of being a spirit tamer? You are still a worthless wretch. How dare you lay a hand on me? Should you attempt to retaliate, the Liu family's spirit tamers enforcing order will swiftly subdue you and imprison you. Bah, you cur, dare to glare at me? Beat him to a pulp. If you resist, I shall see to it that your entire family pays the price. I loathe your kind of spirit tamers, mere trash who awaken guardian spirits. While I possess wealth beyond measure as a mere mortal, strike him hard." Throughout the ordeal, the assaulted spirit tamer remained coldly indifferent to the wealthy young man's taunts, unwilling to fight back. He had a family, wife, children, and elderly to protect, and in the face of the Liu family's established order, he could not afford to gamble with his fate, enduring the humiliation in silence. Such a life had long since become his norm. Even with a heart brimming with resentment, what could he possibly change? Ling Yan narrowed her alluring eyes, stating icily, "An order built on discrimination is destined to collapse." Qin Ming shook his head, his expression unperturbed. He felt no sympathy for the man's plight, for in his past life, he had endured far greater suffering. Those who establish order remain untouched, perched high above, and even when that order crumbles, they possess the power to forge anew. This era is ailing. It requires a singular force to obliterate the existing chaos and establish a unified order, Qin Ming softly declared, taking measured steps forward. Ling Yan regarded Qin Ming's retreating figure, an unshakable chill coursing through her. His ambitions transcended the mere confines of a single city. Ling Yan smiled, concealing her face, realizing that Qin Ming was a leader worthy of her allegiance. In the afternoon, after resolving their lunch at an upscale restaurant, the two strolled into the most luxurious shopping mall in Dapei City. Along the way, the smile on Ling Yan's delicate face never faded. As a woman, shopping was in her nature. Qin Ming did not object. Shopping was never the purpose of his visit. His intent was to gain a profound understanding of the true essence of Dapei City. As he had surmised, beneath the calm surface lay turbulent undercurrents, a precarious edifice poised to collapse at any moment. At that moment, Ling Yan's gaze fell upon a stunning glass dress, her eyes sparkling with delight, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Master Qin, what do you think of this dress?" With her tall and alluring figure complemented by the sky-blue glass gown, she appeared extraordinarily beautiful, reminiscent of an ancient beauty gracing the modern world. Passers-by paused to admire her, their faces revealing admiration, while some discreetly captured her image with their phones. Upon hearing her words, Qin Ming nodded slightly, offering a serene compliment. "Indeed, it suits you well. If you like it, do purchase it." Chapter 63. Conflict. How much is it? Please wrap it up for me. Ling Yin said, casting a feigned shy smile at the attendant. The staff member hesitated, carefully cautioning, "Miss, this glass skirt is a high-end item, worth 180,000. Are you certain?" Ling Yin cast a faint glance at the attendant and nodded slightly. As the head of the Luo network branch in Depay City, with a monthly salary exceeding $1 million, how could he be unable to afford such a trivial garment? "Excellent. I shall wrap it up for you at once." The attendant responded with delight. It was rare for them to sell a luxury item in a day, and the arrival of a wealthy patron brought her immense joy, as her commission would be substantial. Just then, a delicate voice interrupted the moment. "Qian Xiao, I want that skirt too. Will you buy it for me?" The crowd turned to see a rugged man, a member of the Lu family, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman with porcelain skin and features reminiscent of green tea. Ahead of them, bodyguards cleared a path, pushing aside onlookers with an air of authority. "Run, the Lu family spoiled heir, Lu Qian, is coming." "That woman, is she not one of the contemporary 4 little flower daughters, Ming Qi? Goodness, what is there to be surprised about? The Lu family is like a deity in Depay City. Their word is law. To us, these stars seem untouchable, but to them, they are merely playthings. Keep your voice down, or Lu Qian will overhear. You might end up regretting it. I heard that just the other day. Someone accidentally stepped on his foot and was beaten to death in the street without anyone intervening." At this moment, Lu Qian noticed Ling Yan's exquisite appearance and grace, far surpassing that of the little star beside him, and he couldn't help but reveal a lascivious grin. Qian Xiao, Meng Qi, noticing Lu Qian's lecherous demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety. After all, she had worked hard to climb the social ladder at such a cost, and she couldn't let anyone else take her place. Lu Qian playfully patted Meng Qi's curvaceous figure and chuckled. "No need to rush." He then swaggered over to Ling Yin, unabashedly inspecting her alluring form from head to toe. Ling Yin narrowed her eyes, a cold glint passing through them. Had it not been for the inopportune timing, she would have made it clear that such lecherous gazes would come at a price. "Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Qian, a scion of the Lu family. May I ask for your name? If you make me happy today, I shall cover all your expenses." Lu Qian leered, licking his lips as if barely containing his drool. Meng Qi's expression darkened as she inwardly cursed Lu Qian but quickly composed herself, grasping his arm and pressing her half-exposed bosom against him, saying, "Qian Xiao, that glass skirt has been on her mind for quite some time. You can't do this." Throughout the entire exchange, Ling Yin maintained an expressionless demeanor, observing the farce unfold. Lu Qian was quite taken with Meng Qi's ploy, offering her a reassuring smile and a promise. He turned his attention back to Ling Yin, adding, "Have you given it any thought? Just a reminder, in Depay City, my Lu family is like a deity. If you anger me, you may find yourself in considerable trouble." As he spoke, a dark-faced man emerged behind him, exuding an aura that was utterly terrifying, a B-rank spirit master. Misfortune. Ling Yin, with her cold demeanor, disregarded her translucent skirt and turned to stand silently beside Qin Ming, intertwining her arm with his, deliberately pressing her delicate form against him. "Master Qin, shall we depart? I fear I have disturbed your enjoyment. I shall leave it to you to decide my punishment." Her suggestive words caused Lu Quan's expression to darken instantly, as the allure of the woman beside him faded away. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, and under Lu Quan's murderous gaze, he placed his hand on Ling Yan's slender waist and began to walk away leisurely. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, who instinctively retreated to avoid the wrath of Lu Quan. With a grim visage, Lu Quan's spirit master stepped forward and inquired softly, "Young Master Quan, shall I bring her back to the manor?" "Go ahead. Anyone who dares to disregard the Lu family must possess some backbone. I want to see that woman tonight, her bare form lying on my bed. And that man, capture him. I wish for him to witness the degradation of his beloved, to hear her pleasurable moans." "Understood." The spirit master nodded and hurried off, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Meng Qi adopted a cautious demeanor, refraining from her usual theatrics, fearful of incurring Lu Quan's wrath. After all, in the city of Depay, those who openly defied him were as good as dead. Upon leaving the shopping mall, Ling Yin quickly released Qin Ming's arm, treading lightly as she apologized. "Master Qin, I apologize for disturbing your mood." Qin Ming's gaze remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly. "No matter. Lu Quan from the Lu family, is it? This presents a fine opportunity to toy with them." A smirk of disdain graced his lips, showing no concern for those trailing behind. Before long, they departed the bustling city center and arrived at a more secluded suburban area, characterized by dilapidated houses resembling a refugee zone. Qin Ming halted, for in their path stood the spirit master who had followed Lu Quan, blocking their way. "You seem to have anticipated my movements, deliberately luring me to this desolate place?" The man squinted, a swirling aura of soul energy enveloping him, emanating a chilling light. Qin Ming remained composed, pulling Lin Yin aside and stretching his limbs as he stepped forward. "Actually, I wish to test the limits of my physical prowess." Lin Yin was taken aback, unable to comprehend Qin Ming's intent, yet she dared not oppose him, fully aware of his strength. The man across from them frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. However, considering they were in Depay City, the territory of the Lu family, he felt emboldened. Here, even the headquarters and the spirit control pavilion could not stir up much trouble. "Your physical prowess? Nonsense. You offend the Lu family and still wish to escape? I care not who your backing is. Surrender the woman behind you, and I shall grant you a swift death." The man barked coldly, stepping forward as a faint blue light soared into the sky behind him, intertwining and coalescing into a formidable figure. An ordinary Barank spirit master stood 7 zhang tall. The figure was clad in shimmering blue armor and wielded a sharp blade. As it landed, the ground trembled violently, an awe-inspiring sight. Qin Ming raised his head, his expression gradually becoming indifferent. He had long since become accustomed to the unreasonable attitude of these aristocratic families. After all, how could a deity, who regards themselves as exalted, condescend to reason with mere mortals? Yet, regrettably, he, Qin Ming, was no ordinary mortal. He took a step back, his body slightly bending as his voice transformed into a low, hoarse, and chilling tone, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yin hastily retreated, eager to avoid being caught in the impending turmoil. Her curiosity piqued. She yearned to witness firsthand just how formidable Qin Ming's power truly was. In the next moment, amid their fearful gazes, the ground emitted a crackling sound of flames, as crimson infernos surged forth from Qin Ming's form, spreading across the earth and consuming a whole. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his black and white pupils morphing into a vivid scarlet, with wisps of flames spilling from the corners of his eyes, rendering him remarkably otherworldly, surrounded by a fiery armor reminiscent of the infernal realms. He radiated a brilliant and overwhelming aura. A special guardian spirit? Could it truly merge with its host? The man felt an immense pressure wash over him, his complexion shifting dramatically. He could not discern the level of Qin Ming's guardian spirit, instead assuming it to be a unique soul entity. At this moment, Qin Ming stood within the fiery armor, his gaze domineering and devoid of any emotion. He slowly uttered a few words. "I grant you a chance to strike. Should I choose to act, you will stand no chance at all." Chapter 64. The temptation as the words escaped his lips, the man's complexion changed dramatically, revealing a ghastly expression. It was merely a special guardian spirit. What was there to fear? Eliminate him. In the next instant, a colossal silhouette loomed behind him, leaping several dozen meters forward, brandishing a sharp blade, poised to strike from the air. A terrifying sword intent swept across the surrounding area, extending over 1,000 meters, causing the dilapidated buildings to collapse instantaneously, turning them into ruins. The sword intent traversed the void, leaving horrifying pale blue marks upon the ground and walls. At that moment, Ling Yan's delicate features betrayed her confusion. She was aware that Qin Ming possessed a guardian spirit, and it was an extraordinarily formidable one at the esteemed level. What could he possibly intend? To confront a B-grade guardian spirit with mere physical prowess? Such strength was inconceivable. It could not exist. Qin Ming's bizarre actions shattered Ling Yan's understanding. She felt both apprehensive and eager to witness a miracle. As the enormous blade descended from the heavens, drawing near to Qin Ming, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying force, intertwining flames converging around his fist, defying the heavens. Boom! In that instant, Qin Ming clashed against the full force of the B-grade guardian spirit with his physical might. An overwhelming power erupted, radiating intense brilliance, resonating through the void and distorting it. The searing flames engulfed the pale, blue sword intent of the guardian spirit, resulting in a momentary stalemate. The man observed this scene, his expression shifting drastically as he sensed something extraordinarily peculiar about Qin Ming's state. How strange! It was as if he could not detect the aura of a summoned guardian spirit emanating from him. He murmured softly to himself. Suddenly, Qin Ming raised his hand abruptly, his eyes glowing with a blood-red light, surging like a blood column toward the guardian spirit's eyes. In that instant, the man's guardian spirit was compelled to retract the blade rapidly to defend against the assault of the blood column. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming's lips curled into a smirk, his right hand forming an empty grip in the air, flames intertwining to manifest a fearsome flame sword. With a powerful surge, he stomped the ground, and the crimson flames instantly engulfed a radius of 100 meters, transforming into a realm of hellish flames. Once more, Qin Ming commanded, his voice firm as he leaped into the air, soaring several dozen feet high. In the incredulous gaze of the man's guardian spirit, the originally 3-foot-long flame sword in Qin Ming's hand expanded to a staggering 40 meters, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom! The force was so terrifying that it caused the pale blue guardian spirit to half-kneel on the ground, struggling to maintain its stance with the blade. It lifted its enormous head, the disbelief in its eyes gradually morphing into dread and terror. My lord, run. He has not even summoned his guardian spirit. This is solely the strength of his physical form. The guardian spirit howled in fear, its voice echoing in that moment, leaving the Liu family's B-grade spirit master utterly stunned. Regaining his senses, he did not hesitate for a moment, fleeing without a backward glance. To confront a B-grade guardian spirit with mere physical strength, this was beyond human capability. He whispered, his speed escalating as he leapt over a several-meter-high wall, fleeing towards the city. Qin Ming's figure shifted slightly, appearing before the guardian spirit, nonchalantly brushing off his clothes as the flames surrounding him dissipated. This has become rather dull. I shall cease my amusement, he remarked, casting a glance at the pale blue guardian spirit, which displayed a look of apprehension, and suddenly snapped his fingers. Li Xin, play with him. No, it would be inconvenient to take him back. Let us eliminate him. In the next moment, within 100 meters, flames coalesced into a molten state, and a colossal figure emerged from the ground, clad in blood-red fiery armor, draped in a crimson flame mantle, wielding a massive sword and disdainfully gazing down at the pale blue guardian spirit. Ants. Li Xin spoke with an imperious tone, brimming with contempt. He was among the pinnacle of revered guardian spirits, and dealing with a mere B-class guardian spirit was beneath him. The pale blue figure lifted its gaze skyward, staring up at Li Xin's imposing form, utterly devoid of any thought of resistance. In the distance, Ling Yin could not help but gasp in trepidation. Today, she truly felt the terror emanating from Qin Ming. With a slight movement, Qin Ming vanished from the spot at lightning speed. The B-class guardian spirit, engulfed by endless fear, was effortlessly sent flying by Li Xin's horizontal sword, pinned to the ground. The fleeing Liu family man suddenly collapsed, spewing blood. In horror, he turned to see the blood-colored figure standing resolutely on the ground. One strike, and my guardian spirit is dead. How can this be? What is impossible? The ignorant are fearless. The weak often struggle to comprehend matters beyond their understanding. An unknown moment. Qin Ming appeared before the man, slowly crouching down, his smile devoid of warmth as he spoke. How about we discuss matters concerning the Liu family? More specifically, the direct line, the upper echelons. What do you say? At this, the man chose silence. Even in his ignorance, he understood that this person was here for the Liu family, for the city of Dapei. There is no need to waste energy. Even if you kill me, I will not speak. The man shook his head and closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. At this moment, Li Xin, who had eradicated the pale, blue guardian spirit, had already vanished. Ling Yin arrived and whispered, "Qin Yi, someone is coming." Qin Ming's expression returned to indifference as he rose and calmly regarded the man who awaited his demise with closed eyes. A loyal man unafraid of death, I admire that. The man hastily opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of hope. In the next instant, Qin Ming shattered his skull from a distance, the headless corpse collapsing in a lifeless heap. "Thus, I grant you your wish, depart." With hands in his pockets, Qin Ming strolled away. Ling Yin came to her senses and hurriedly followed. The two figures swiftly disappeared into the densely packed, dilapidated neighborhood. Minutes later, several figures arrived swiftly, their expressions grim as they surveyed the devastation surrounding them, remaining silent. Soon, they discovered the headless corpse of the man, dead, a B-class spirit master. From the outbreak of battle to death, no more than 3 minutes elapsed. It is quite likely that an advanced spirit master, perhaps even a revered spirit master, is involved. It seems some sinister individuals are preparing to strike at my Dapei city. This man was a guard for Lu Quan. Find him and inquire thoroughly. I do not agree with granting such high status to these spoiled wastrels, allowing spirit masters to serve as their guards. Now trouble has come. What does it matter if you are dissatisfied? That is the head of the family's decision. In the Lu family, he is a god, and his decisions are beyond reproach. The group exchanged a few remarks before taking the headless corpse away. Upon returning to the villa, Gaozu and the others swiftly made their way to Qin Ming's chamber. "Master Qin, your actions against the Lu family's spirit practitioner may have inadvertently revealed our whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming remained composed and unruffled, gazing at the dark red wine in his hand. Peering through the glass at his companions, he spoke softly. "Do you truly believe that article was authored by the head of the Lu family? Is it an attempt to thrust our beloved Qian city into the limelight? Or perhaps a direct affront against me?" Gaozu and the others were somewhat perplexed by Qin Ming's evasive response, yet they maintained their patience in addressing him. "Master Qin, could it be otherwise? Considering both the origin of the IP address and the underlying motive, it seems solely the Lu family is capable of such an act." Gaozu replied. Chapter 65. The game begins. Qin Ming took a sip of red wine, his gaze fixed on Ling Yin, a faint smile gracing his lips, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. "Ling Yin, as the head of the Luo network branch, you are quite familiar with the Lu family. What is your perspective on this matter?" Ling Yin furrowed her elegantly arched brows, unconsciously crossing her legs, exposing a considerable expanse of her fair, dewy skin without awareness. "Are you implying that someone intends to use me to disrupt the city of Dapei and create turmoil within the Lu family? But who would have the audacity to impersonate the Lu family?" Ling Yin expressed her doubts once more. Qin Ming set down his wine glass and waved his hand. Gaozu instantly understood, hurriedly presenting a cigarette and lighting it for Qin Ming. "Who says it is merely impersonation? Why could it not be someone from within the Lu family itself? The Lu family situation is already precarious. Their patriarch is no fool and would not fail to grasp the complexities of the situation. Even with intricate ties to the Great Qin, he would not provoke the city of Qian at this juncture, courting trouble. Furthermore, I am, in name, the city head of the headquarters. An attack on me would be an affront to the headquarters itself. Thus, the Lu family patriarch would not act so foolishly." Leaning back against the sofa, Qin Ming articulated his conjecture. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, astonished and incredulous. "Ling Yin, tell us about that distant relative of the Lu family who possesses a formidable awakened guardian spirit." Ling Yin nodded and replied with urgency. "I do not possess extensive information regarding this individual. His name is Lu Qingshan, aged 25, and his awakened guardian spirit is ominous. However, the internal strife within the Lu family is largely attributed to his emergence, indicating that his guardian spirit is likely not weak. It is rumored that he is a holy-level spirit master." Realization dawned upon Ling Yin as she covered her astonished mouth with her delicate hand, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that he intends to use your influence to break the deadlock within the Lu family and completely sever ties, establishing himself as an independent ruler?" Qin Ming nodded, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." This individual harbors considerable ambition and is a former emperor in his own right. He is far from simple. Qin Ming had begun to surmise the identity of this person. For among the Liu family's distant relatives, there were few capable of manifesting such a terrifying spirit master. So, you had long contemplated taking action against that Liu family direct descendant who is a guardian spirit master? Zhao Ju queried in astonishment, growing increasingly in awe of Qin Ming. His thoughts were profoundly intricate, evoking a sense of trepidation. The more chaotic this game becomes, the more intriguing it is it not? I, Qin Ming, shall not be reduced to a mere tool for others to wield in their endeavors. How laughable! If they wish to play, I shall indulge them. With a shrug, Qin Ming dismissed the matter nonchalantly. After all, this is Dapei's city. Even if the sky were to fall, it would not concern me. As for those who wish to retain my presence, such aspirations are but delusions. Even if the Liu family patriarch possessed an emperor-level guardian spirit, or even a special constitution to unleash the full power of all guardian spirits at once, well, no one can currently achieve that. Your reasoning is sound. Master Qin, Zhao Ju quickly praised, flattering him. He might barely manage to utilize the full strength of the 6 sword slaves, but should he unleash their utmost potential, he would also be unable to bear the consequences. The strength of a guardian spirit is profoundly linked to the essence of its wielder. This is precisely why Li Xian insisted that Qin Ming undergo daily refinement of his physique in the depths of the Nine Nether Sea, so that he might bear the full brunt of Li Xian's power with the most impeccable form. Unlike other spirit wielders, Qin Ming is perpetually guided by the presence of a legendary emperor from ancient times. It is time to prepare for our departure, otherwise, we shall find ourselves in a predicament. As Qin Ming rose and stretched, his hands tucked into his pockets, he spoke with a gaze as deep as the abyss. Zhao Ju, Ling Yin, and Li Changye simultaneously stood and nodded in agreement. What Master Qin says holds merit. Given the Liu family's capabilities, they will soon locate us. Indeed, I believe the impoverished district will suffice. The most perilous places often provide the utmost security. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Zhao Ju furrowed his brow and spoke cautiously. Master Qin, this is unwise. How can someone of your stature reside in such squalor? Qin Ming cast a glance at Zhao Ju, smiling as he shook his head. I have dwelled in sewers. What is a mere slum to me? Do not hold me in such lofty regard. Gather your belongings. We must depart. Ling Yin, make the necessary arrangements swiftly. We shall leave in 10 minutes. Ling Yin bowed respectfully and hurried away to orchestrate their exit from the manor. 10 minutes later, 3 black SUVs appeared outside the estate and sped away, leaving behind an empty manor. Qin Ming gazed through the glass window, observing the bustling city beyond, so at odds with the realm of guardian spirits. His gaze shifted upward to the surveillance cameras along the route, and a flash of crimson light flickered by, rendering all monitoring systems inoperative. Meanwhile, at the Liu family's headquarters, a spirit wielder returned to report to the acting family head. Esteemed Lord, Liu Ban has perished. The middle-aged man at the helm, upon hearing this, felt a chill in his eyes, and a terrifying aura enveloped the hall, inciting dread among the gathered. Have you ascertained the circumstances? Was it an act of treachery? The man shook his head and replied, the battleground was near the slums, devoid of surveillance. Likely, only young Master Liu Quan is privy to the details. Liu Quan, bring him to me, as you command. Shortly thereafter, a half-drunk Liu Quan was escorted from a woman's bed to the Liu family headquarters, visibly disgruntled as he approached the acting family head. Father, I was preoccupied. What do you require of me? Liu Quan is the sole son of the acting family head, Liu Yin, which grants him the privilege of an A-level spirit wielder as a protector. With a sudden bang, Liu Yin slammed his hand on the table. Gazing at Liu Quan with a look of disappointment, his voice cold. Liu Ban is dead. What transpired? Liu Quan was taken aback. As he regained his composure, the effects of the alcohol faded, and he comprehended the gravity of the situation. He dared not conceal the truth, and quickly recounted the conflict with Qin Ming and the subsequent dispatch of Liu Ban to retrieve the two. However, in his retelling, Liu Quan positioned himself as the victim. Liu Yin paid little heed to his wayward son's faults. His primary concern was the identity of Qin Ming, who dared to slay a member of the Liu family's spirit wielders. Disseminate the order. Immediately retrieve the shopping mall surveillance footage to uncover this person's identity and residence. Within a day, if we fail to clarify the matter, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Upon uttering these words, the crowd hastily dispersed, eager to investigate Qin Ming's identity. You too depart. You squander your days in idleness. It is a disgrace. Liu Yin scolded his ineffectual son, who, frightened, scrambled away in a flurry. Liu Yin resumed his seat, his countenance dark and brooding. Who could possess the audacity to strike against the Liu family? With the family head currently in seclusion, it is imperative that no turmoil arises during my stewardship of the clan. Reflecting on the formidable family head, Liu Yin felt a chill. The mere recollection instilled a sense of dread. Alas, the family head places undue emphasis on lineage. Otherwise, the Liu family would not face such a deficit of strength, leaving our standing in the precarious balance of Dapei City. Liu Yin helplessly rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing headache. Chapter 66. Inspired to forge a new civilization of love and equality in the Great Qin City the following day. Qin Ming and his entourage of 4 arrived at the impoverished district. With the formidable infiltration of the Luo network, they easily settled into a modest dwelling. The environment was unremarkable, yet it was commendably clean and tidy. However, Qin Ming was not particularly concerned about their accommodation. The hardships he endured in his previous life rendered the mere notion of a poor neighborhood trivial. Meanwhile, in the Liu residence, Liu Yin listened to his subordinate's report, his expression growing increasingly grim. Qin Ming, the head of Great Qin City, had audaciously come to stir trouble in my Great Pei City. With a resounding thud, Liu Yin slammed his hand on the table, boiling with rage. A mere city administrator, even if he were a revered spirit wielder, had no right to provoke the Liu family. Esteemed lord, this individual's methods have long been criticized by the public. He is known for his ruthless and unyielding nature. Disregarding even the prestigious Wu family of the imperial capital, someone interjected. I am well aware, but why would he? Suddenly, Liu Yin's fury crystallized as he recalled a recent incendiary article that had stirred a significant uproar online. In an instant, his anger began to subside, and with a composed demeanor, he took his seat once more. So that's it. I thought as much. There is no enmity between our Great Pei City and Great Qin City. So why would he unprovokably target us? Investigate thoroughly who authored that article questioning Great Qin City. Additionally, immediately inform the covert guards to proceed to the villa where Qin Ming resides and bring him back. Should he dare resist, take decisive action. His life or death is of no consequence. Understood. The subordinate swiftly departed. The covert guards were an organization of spirit wielders nurtured by the Liu family, comprising not only Liu family spirit wielders but also formidable outsiders. The leader of the covert guards was a revered spirit wielder of formidable strength. Liu Yin lightly tapped on the table, casting a disdainful glance at the so-called senior members of the Liu family in the hall. They were merely individuals who relied on their status and seniority, clinging to their past glories, even if they awakened a guardian spirit. It was nothing more than an ordinary one, utterly useless in this era. Yet, the head of the Liu family placed excessive value on bloodlines, leaving him exasperated. Alas, that collateral Liu Qingshan was undoubtedly the second strongest of the Liu family. Such a pity. Liu Yin sighed inwardly. Observing these members who merely indulged in life's pleasures, pursuing wealth and leisure, he snorted coldly, choosing not to voice his thoughts further as he turned to leave. At Liu Qingshan's villa, Zhuge Jin wore a serious expression as he looked at Liu Qingshan. Brother Qingshan, we are in trouble. That Qin Ming has acted unpredictably, directly confronting the Liu family's elite guards and laying all cards on the table. Liu Qingshan remained silent for a moment before shaking his head, reassuring him instead. It is of no concern. Schemes and machinations are ultimately mere trifles. This era differs fundamentally from any in the past. The key to victory lies with the spirit wielders, particularly those of formidable strength. Since he has arrived, the game can commence. The outcome remains unchanged, merely revealing our hand a bit sooner, which is no matter. Lu Qingshan shook his head, unperturbed. Indeed, you speak with conviction. In this era, it seems we require not strategists, but rather formidable individuals who, unflinching, can obliterate all obstacles with a mere gesture. Zhuge Jin sighed softly, a hint of regret lingering in his heart. The Zhuge family, renowned for their astute planning, now appeared somewhat superfluous in these times. Do not be disheartened, brother Zhuge. Your presence remains indispensable, and we shall rely on you more in the days to come. Lu Qingshan remarked with a smile, raising his cup in a toast. Zhuge Jin ceased his lamentation, nodding in agreement. It is indeed my great fortune to have encountered brother Qingshan. Meanwhile, the Lu family's covert operatives arrived at the estate previously occupied by Qin Ming, only to return empty-handed. Their spirits dampened. A week later, unrest began to brew in Depay City as the oppressed workers, unable to endure the ruthless exploitation by their capitalist employers, revolted violently, summoning guardian spirits to demolish a towering edifice. By the time the Lu family's enforcers arrived to restore order, hundreds lay dead or injured, with substantial property losses incurred. As the weeks passed, the chaos proved uncontainable. In a single day, flames erupted, and buildings crumbled, debris swirling amidst a cacophony of bloodshed. The city was enveloped in a pervasive atmosphere of dread, with every citizen on edge. And even the so-called capitalists and magnates resorted to hiring guardian spirit protectors for their safety. Yet, the turmoil was too widespread. The day the public's fury erupted marked the dawn of a new era. No matter how formidable the Lu family remained, their efforts to suppress and eliminate hundreds of guardian spirits served only to embolden the dissenters. Each time they quelled the unrest, new insurrections sprang forth as if by design. The Lu family's fury was stoked further when a guardian spirit openly broadcasted a scathing indictment of their inhumane governance, declaring their departure from the Lu family and standing in solidarity with the common guardian spirits against such inequitable treatment. This act became the final straw, leading to the utter collapse of order in Depay City. If even members of your own Lu family perceive the injustice, what grand illusions can you offer us? The ordinary guardian spirits? As resentment festered, these ordinary guardians wreaked havoc reminiscent of the chaos in Qin City, engaging in rampant destruction and lawlessness, their actions echoing across the nation. The source of this turmoil was, of course, the machinations of the web of fate. Its power was not merely in strength, but in its insidious infiltration. From the highest echelons of the Lu family to the common folk, the web of fate had its agents everywhere. Well-trained and unafraid of death, they set in motion a butterfly effect that led to the complete downfall of Depay City. In the span of a mere month, a once orderly city was reduced to ruins, with only the Lu family's heavily guarded territories remaining untouched. The Lu family, consumed by rage, yet feeling helpless, realized that the sheer number of ordinary guardian spirits was insurmountable. In just 1 month, the number of guardian spirits lost at the hands of the Lu family reached a staggering 4-digit figure, yet they still struggled to intimidate these spirits. It was as if an unseen hand guided these events. In the impoverished districts, however, the impact was less severe due to the prevailing poverty. The guardian spirits sought out the prosperous areas, leaving the slums beneath their notice. Certainly, there exist psychological distorters who operate within the impoverished districts. Yet they are effortlessly ensnared by the net, thus averting any repercussions on Qin Ming's abode. At this moment, Qin Ming gazes with keen interest at the decimated city of Dapei on the online video, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Hence, in this world, fairness must prevail. Why should my city, Qin, suffer destruction while yours, Dapei, remains unscathed? Qin Ming's eyes glimmer with a spectral light as he speaks softly. He then turns to Zhao Ju and instructs, notify Gongsun Xiao to issue a communique in the name of the headquarters, declaring that our city, Qin, is willing to embrace these homeless spirit guardians. In our city, all individuals are equal, and we aspire to cultivate a new civilization rooted in love and equality. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Ju, Ling Yin, and Li Changya exchange peculiar glances. Throughout the entirety of Huaxia, apart from Qin City, nowhere else is deemed secure. After all, in Qian City, these ordinary spirit guardians are merely experimental subjects, even candidates for puppet spirit guardians under Qin Ming's control. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Zhao Ju responds, "Rest assured, Master Qin, I shall attend to this immediately." With a nod, he departs the room to contact Gong Sun Xiao. Chapter 67. The Destruction of Depei. Headquarters seeks accountability. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze, continuing to observe the rampant discussions online. Many individuals, fortunate enough to survive the chaos, had entered a fleeting period of tranquility. Witnessing the fall of Depei City, they naturally reveled in schadenfreude. Some even commented that what was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Merely a matter of time. Various formidable factions and hidden powers were taken aback. Although they were aware of the lurking dangers in Depei City, they had not anticipated such rapid occurrence. The moment the announcement from Qian City was released, these factions began to harbor suspicions, quietly cursing Qin Ming for his lack of filial piety. However, some astute observers surmised that the actions of Qian City were a form of retaliation for a recent article that had condemned them. Within the headquarters, the speaker gazed at the announcement from Qian City and the ruins of Depei City, his head throbbing with dismay. This young man was truly a disruptor. Wherever he went, calamity ensued. Did you not realize when he departed from Qian City? The speaker cast an irritable glance at the man beside him. The man chuckled wryly, equally helpless in response. All the operatives stationed in Qian City had vanished overnight, and it was likely that the agents and informants of other factions had met the same fate. For some inexplicable reason, it appeared as though Qian City had suddenly gained control over all information regarding these factions. It was exceedingly strange. I suspect. The speaker paused, looking at the man in inquiry. Suspect what? Do not beat around the bush, speak plainly. I suspect that Qin Ming has collaborated with the Luo network. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cleanse all the spies and operatives in a single night. At this revelation, the speaker fell silent. After a lengthy sigh, he realized that Qin Ming had become an uncontrollable variable, maturing too swiftly. By the time the headquarters had recognized his ascent, it had already surpassed their capacity for control, leaving them with no choice but to employ gentle measures to establish an invisible agreement. Let it be, he thought. After all, the threat of Depei City was too significant, and an explosion was merely a matter of time. He hoped that the Wu and Lu families would refrain from provoking him further. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The speaker shook his head, unwilling to interfere in the power struggles among these factions. What the headquarters needed was to maintain stability within Huaxia and confront the foreign spirit users' invasion. As for internal strife, they were simply too stretched thin. The speaker's gaze remained fixed on the Qian City announcement online, a mixture of amusement and despair. In the silence, his fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, the atmosphere in the quiet room becoming particularly eerie. Suddenly, the phone rang. Speaker, Councilman Yang requests an audience. Allow him to enter. Before long, Councilman Yang arrived at the speaker's office, gesturing for the speaker's secretary to withdraw. The secretary hesitated before glancing at the speaker, who nodded, prompting her departure. Councilman Yang, what brings you here with such secrecy? The speaker inquired amiably, his tone unassuming. Seated opposite the speaker, Councilman Yang got straight to the point. The flaws of the aristocratic families are beginning to surface. These families are employing every means possible to position their spirit users in major cities, even aspiring to become the heads of those cities. After departing from the imperial capital, they have, much like in ancient times, begun to regard themselves as local lords, wreaking havoc across various cities, inciting public outrage to an extent that is simply beyond measure. The speaker nodded, an unsurprising reaction given the shifting tides of time. The most pressing issue lies in the insatiable ambitions of those eager to claim their share, disregarding the sentiments of the common populace. What are your thoughts? The speaker inquired. He did not lack the desire to appoint capable and responsible individuals as heads of major cities. However, the infiltration of the ancient clans into the headquarters was so pervasive that it was nearly impossible to resolve the issue in a short span of time. Moreover, the repercussions of any action would reverberate throughout. These ancient families were hardly benevolent, driven by selfish interests. summoning the heads of various cities to the capital, listing their transgressions, and holding them accountable. Those with severe infractions would be dismissed, while those with lesser faults would merely receive a reprimand. Upon hearing this, the speaker revealed a cryptic smile and turned to Counselor Yang, shaking his head. Your thoughts are overly simplistic, setting aside the fact that these ancient clans will not acquiesce. How do you propose to handle cities like Dapei and Modu? The so-called heads of these cities are merely puppets. Changing them would yield the same results. Furthermore, how do you intend to hold Qin Ming, the head of Daqian City, accountable? His misdeeds are already enumerated online. If we were to implement a plan for accountability, he would be the first. Despite this, Counselor Yang maintained a subtle smile and continued, "This is quite simple. We can bring these heads to the capital in batches, targeting the issue of clan infiltration at the headquarters. The primary objective is to address the clan problem, rather than focusing on individuals like Qin Ming, who do not align with any faction and are resistant to control." Moreover, noticing the sly grin of Counselor Yang, the speaker gestured for him to proceed. Moreover, the Wu family has a long-standing enmity with Qin Ming. Their grievances are deeply rooted. Qin Ming is a mysterious figure, ruthless in his actions and decisive. We could leverage the Wu family's influence to gauge his true capabilities and simultaneously remind him that, ultimately, it is the headquarters that holds the reins of power in Huaxia. Observing the confident smile of Counselor Yang, the speaker's mind began to formulate a plan. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Very well. Let us proceed, as Counselor Yang has suggested. You shall take full responsibility for this matter." "As you command, esteemed speaker," Counselor Yang replied. After Yang's departure, the speaker's expression returned to calm, though he was filled with curiosity about the secrets Qin Ming harbored and the depths of his influence. Lu family, Qin Ming. I wonder what sparks you will ignite. The Jinling Pavilion had shown an unusual degree of tranquility in recent days. The likes of Emperor Ming, the sage martial emperor, and the overlord of the Western Chu had awakened, lurking beneath the surface. None of them were virtuous beings. The speaker murmured to himself, feeling a headache coming on. 3 days later, Dapei City descended into unprecedented chaos. Even with the Lu family's full efforts to suppress the turmoil, it was futile. They could only watch helplessly as their once thriving city crumbled. Lu Yin, overwhelmed, wore an expression of despair. During his stewardship of the Lu family, the destruction of Dapei City would undoubtedly fall upon his shoulders. Alas, the family head remains in seclusion. By the time he emerges, "I fear I shall bear the brunt of the blame," Lu Yin murmured, having given up the struggle and resigned himself to the city's demise. "Esteemed sir, we have clarified the matter regarding holding Daqian City accountable." At this moment, a shadow guard approached to report, speaking in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin's eyes flickered with intensity as he accepted the report handed to him by the guard. It clearly documented everything. With a resounding crash, Lu Yin slammed his palm onto the pearwood table, shattering it into splinters, consumed by uncontainable rage. "The treacherous backstabber, it is you. How dare you, Lu Qingshan, betrayed the Lu family?" After a lengthy silence, Lu Yin sank back into his seat, utterly exhausted. This outcome was one he had foreseen. After all, Lu Qingshan was a formidable saint-level spirit master. How could he possibly settle for being a mere inconsequential branch disciple within the Lu family? Ultimately, it was the family's rules that had faltered. Chapter 68. The fragmented Lu family. Lu Tianjun emerges accompany me to the Yinshu Mountain Villa, that I may meet this distant kin. After a long pause, Lu Yin regained his composure and spoke coldly, directing his gaze towards the shadow guard. He reiterated his orders, commanding the shadow guard captain to assemble all elite shadow guards for our journey to the Yinshu Mountain Villa. As his words fell, the shadow guard's figure melted into the darkness. Lu Yin rose and departed from the conference hall of the Lu family headquarters. Shortly thereafter, a stretched limousine swiftly exited the Lu family estate, heading towards the Yinshu Mountain Villa. Along the way, Lu Yin unabashedly released his aura of authority, intimidating the roaming spiritual practitioners. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted outside the Yinshu Mountain Villa. Lu Yin alighted from the car, casting a fleeting glance around. The shadow guards had all taken their positions, awaiting Lu Yin's command to obliterate the villa. With his hands clasped behind him, Lu Yin stated calmly, "Break open the main gate." In the next moment, a shadow guard appeared before the gate, issuing a fierce command. With a resounding crash, a massive entity was summoned, shattering the iron doors. Subsequently, the shadow guard stepped aside, allowing Lu Yin to enter with a tranquil demeanor, though his brow furrowed slightly. Something felt amiss with such commotion. How could there be no one around? Where are the servants? Search! Lu Yin swiftly reacted, a sense of unease stirring within him. As he issued his orders, shadow guards surged into the Yinshu Mountain Villa, searching for Lu Qingshan. It was not long before shadow guard approached Lu Yin's side, whispering a report. "Esteemed lord, he has vanished. Lu Qingshan is not here." Lu Yin's expression darkened ominously, his fears confirmed. Just as he had suspected, Lu Qingshan was aware that the Lu family would eventually uncover his whereabouts and had fled in advance. After a brief moment, he spoke coldly. The matter of capturing Lu Qingshan must remain known only to the shadow guards. "Captain Fan, do you have no explanation?" As his words echoed, a swirling mass of darkness materialized, revealing a figure with a glimmering aura before Lu Yin. The shadow guards have expanded too widely. It is quite possible that Lu Qingshan's people have infiltrated us, or even turned against us. You must understand that many harbor discontent towards the unjust rules set by the head of the family. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin's countenance darkened further. He abruptly raised his head and commanded, "Initiate a thorough investigation of the Lu family's branch relatives." Lu Qingshan's actions are not solely for his escape. He must have set his sights on a share of the Lu family's fortune. Understood, Captain Fan nodded. Soon, the group returned to the Lu family headquarters. No sooner had they arrived than a shadow guard approached to report, "Esteemed lord, 60% of the branch relatives have vanished, including some direct lineage, senior members, and shadow guards, all of whom are unaccounted for." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin slumped into a chair, his gaze appearing vacant. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to pass. After a lengthy silence, Lu Yin regained his composure, erupting in furious wrath. A terrifying aura surged from him, lifting the ceiling of the grand hall, causing those around him to stagger back several meters, unable to maintain their footing. Only Captain Fan stood steadfast, unperturbed. "Fan Zhen, how have you and your shadow guards monitored the situation? How could hundreds of individuals simply vanish?" Lu Yin cast a cold gaze at Fan Zhen, questioning him with a chilling tone. "Deputy Lu, blaming me is futile. The duty of my shadow guards is not to supervise the Lu family members. Moreover, the sudden disappearance of so many individuals must have been premeditated, employing soul techniques unknown to us." Fan Zhen's expression remained unchanged as he replied with indifference, "Investigate. We must uncover the truth. They cannot have gone far." Lu Yin's expression grew increasingly grim as he gritted his teeth and asserted, "Investigate." Nodding in acknowledgement, Fan Zhen suddenly felt a pang of concern and inquired once more, "Will you not inform the family head? With such a significant occurrence, as the acting head, it will be difficult for you to manage this alone." Lu Yin shot him a cold glance and retorted, "I need no reminders. I will notify him myself." With that, Lu Yin swiftly proceeded deeper into the Lu family headquarters. As he approached the innermost depths, his pace gradually slowed, and his complexion turned increasingly pallid. Upon reaching a secluded courtyard, he found it starkly contrasting with the bustling city outside. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Yin's forehead as he took a deep breath to steady himself. Pushing open the courtyard door, the surroundings instantly transformed into a pale blue hue, enveloped in a thick, rich mist that felt damp to the touch. The entire view was a serene blue world, seemingly isolated from the outside realm. Stepping into the courtyard, ripples spread across the ground like water, radiating outward in concentric circles. "Lu Yin seeks an audience with the family head," he said, swallowing hard and bowing respectfully. His voice resonated in the expansive blue world, echoing into the distance. Receiving no response, Lu Yin dared not move, maintaining his bowed posture as beads of cold sweat dripped onto the pale blue surface, creating an eerie sound. After a brief moment, A voice filled with authority and slightly hoarse emerged from the depths of the blue mist. Enter. At that instant, the dense fog parted, revealing a pathway ahead. Lu Yin lowered his body further, and upon rising, quickened his steps along the pale blue corridor. 10 minutes later, he halted, unable to raise his gaze toward the high platform crafted from water lilies before him. There, atop the platform, sat a figure clad in a pale blue Tai Chi robe. The man was of average stature, his hair cascading over his ears, obscuring his eyes. Though his face appeared rather ordinary, it radiated an aura of authority that deterred direct gazes. He appeared to be around 40 years old. Yet, the head of the Lu family had long surpassed his 60s and was now in his twilight years. At this moment, however, he seemed remarkably youthful and vibrant, devoid of any semblance of age. What is it? The voice of Lu Tianjun, the head of the Lu family, reverberated through the pale blue expanse. The city of Depay has fallen, and Lu Qingshan has betrayed us. Lu Yin proceeded to relay the details meticulously, and as his words fell to silence, he knelt upon the ground, trembling with fear and anxiety. After a lengthy pause, the commanding voice spoke again. I am already aware. Prepare to leave. Find the whereabouts of Lu Qingshan and Qin Ming. You have nothing to fear. I shall personally emerge and confront them. Lu Tianjuan's tone remained calm, as if nothing could astonish him. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yin felt a sense of relief wash over him as he bowed once more. As you command, he replied, and then departed with utmost caution. After Lu Yin had left, Lu Tianjun slowly opened his pale blue, rippling eyes. In that instant, the surrounding mist began to swirl, roiling and tumultuous. Lu Qingshan, Qin Ming, the ties of the past ultimately extend to the present. Allow me to witness the true measure of the chosen representative of the once mighty emperor of yore. Lu Tianjun rose and stepped off the water lotus platform. In an instant, the dense mist coalesced around him, transforming into a series of water lily steps. His figure appeared to move slowly, yet in reality, he traversed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, an exceedingly formidable sight. Before long, Lu Tianjuan's figure vanished from view. Chapter 69. Dialogue Collaboration in the slums. Residence of Qin Ming. At this moment, Qin Ming, who was meditating, suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, a terrifying crimson glow flashing briefly, causing all the electrical appliances to flicker wildly. In an instant, Qin Ming retracted his aura, returning to normalcy. He rose and made his way to the living room, where Zhao Ju, Li Changya, and Ling Yan had been waiting. Upon seeing Qin Ming, the three hastily bowed in respect. Master Qin, they greeted. Well, what news do you bring? Qin Ming asked as he settled onto the central sofa. Zhao Ju stepped forward, clasping his hands. Lu Qingshan has appeared in the outskirts of Dapei City, alone. No traces of the Lu family's collateral branches have been found. The Lu family has issued a comprehensive manhunt for both Lu Qingshan and you, Master Qin. Qin Ming smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed, as his enigmatic gaze drifted, lost in contemplation. Zhao Ju and the others, sensing his focus, dared not interrupt and remained silent, awaiting his thoughts. After a minute, Qin Ming suddenly rose, as if sensing something. His eyes fixed on the direction of the Lu family's headquarters, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. It begins. Since my revival, it seems I have never truly engaged in battle. This time, I find myself rather eager. As he spoke, the pupils of Qin Ming transformed from black and white to a vivid shade of crimson, an invisible aura swirling around him, emanating an aura of terror. Zhao Ju and the others bowed their heads in reverence, unable to meet his gaze. Zhao Ju felt a flicker of doubt. Was Qin Ming orchestrating all of this merely for the sake of battle? Cao Ju, Li Changje, accompagny me. Let us witness the prowess of the world's foremost spirit manipulators. Qin Ming commanded softly, preparing to depart. Ling Yan hesitated and quickly inquired, Master Qin, what about me? Qin Ming paused, turning to Zhao Ju. You are part of the Luo network. Follow Zhao Ju's arrangements. Ling Yan's starry eyes shifted toward Zhao Ju, revealing a hint of pleading. Understanding her unvoiced request, Zhao Ju nodded in agreement. I will arrange for a new head for the Dapei City branch. You may return to Daqian City and await further orders. Understood, Ling Yin replied with a gentle smile, watching the three depart. 10 miles outside Dape City, atop Fengming Mountain, the landscape was a tapestry of undulating peaks and winding paths, the verdant hills stretching endlessly. Upon a massive boulder, Lu Qingshan sat cross-legged, eyes closed as if in anticipation. Before long, a black SUV raced down the dirt road, swiftly approaching the great stone beneath which Lu Qingshan meditated. The vehicle halted, and Qin Ming, Zhao Ju, and Li Changya emerged, gazing up at the figure. As they exited the vehicle, Lu Qingshan opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon them. He slowly rose, the surrounding winds swirling dramatically, tousling the hair between his brows. With a calm smile, Lu Qingshan regarded Qin Ming and the others. "Were you waiting for us?" Qin Ming, positioned at the forefront, stepped closer, his expression serene as he addressed the second strongest member of the Lu family. "Indeed, I trust your abilities allowed you to locate my position." Lu Qingshan then furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance towards Li Changya and Zhao Ju. Unbeknownst to him, two spirit masters stood beside Qin Ming, their strengths a mystery. "So, are you waiting here to engage in a fight?" Qin Ming remarked nonchalantly, hands in pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips. To his surprise, Lu Qingshan shook his head. "No, it is for cooperation." "Cooperation? What do you mean?" Qin Ming pondered for a moment before sighing. "My family head is a domineering figure who does not wish for collateral bloodlines to overshadow the direct line. Thus, he suppresses the collateral branches and, even into Pei City, would rather not utilize the spirit masters than allow them to overstep their bounds. You must understand, I am the second strongest of the Lu family, yet I belong to the collateral line. The indignities I endure are intolerable." Lu Qingshan stood atop a boulder, arms crossed, his expression growing increasingly indifferent as he spoke. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Ming regarded Lu Qingshan's words with skepticism, perceiving a blend of truth and deception. "So, this so-called cooperation?" he inquired. Lu Qingshan cut straight to the heart of the matter. "It is quite simple. My family head and I require a resolution. Without a decisive conclusion, he will relentlessly pursue me and those collateral to my Lu family, even the direct line. However, he is formidable. I am uncertain of the extent of his strength. As a precaution, I ask for your assistance, Qin." Qin Ming narrowed his cold eyes, the two companions beside him remaining silent, with Qin Ming leading the way. "Interesting. So you slandered a Qian City merely to lure me here for cooperation? Do you think I, Qin Ming, would engage with you without any vested interest?" Lu Qingshan fell silent, and after a moment, as if making a significant decision, he spoke earnestly. "If you help me free myself from the pursuit of my family head and resolve this enmity, I am willing to follow you. What do you say?" "Ah, a dignified, saint-level spirit master willing to submit to me. Lu Qingshan, you are indeed an intriguing individual." Qin Ming chuckled, shaking his head, ultimately nodding in agreement amidst the astonished gazes of those present. "Very well, I accept your proposal." "Qin," Zhao Ju began to interject, but Qin Ming raised a hand to silence him, leaning against the off-road vehicle while scrutinizing Lu Qingshan. Coming to his senses, Lu Qingshan's face brightened with joy, and he nodded, clasping his hands together. "Then I entrust this to you, Qin. However, who are the two beside you? Not important. My agreement with you to confront your family head suffices," Qin Ming replied, igniting a cigarette, his gaze as inscrutable as the stars in the night sky. "Ha ha, quite reasonable. Then I shall await your presence here, Qin, as we anticipate the arrival of Lu Tianjun, the head of the Lu family." Lowering his head, Lu Qingshan's eyes flickered with doubt, yet he dismissed it, having concluded from his investigation that Qin Ming was not accompanied by any formidable spirit masters. Merely lesser figures he did not take seriously. Thus, the group remained in a peculiar silence, awaiting the impending encounter. Half an hour later, the warm sunlight abruptly vanished, the surrounding air turning exceedingly humid. A pale blue mist began to swirl and disperse throughout the space. A few individuals were startled, simultaneously gazing towards the distant horizon. There, they beheld a figure clad in a light blue tie chi robe, hands clasped behind their back, swiftly approaching. Wherever they passed, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings. And beneath their feet, water lilies emerged with each step, exuding an air of the uncanny and mysterious. Qin Ming retracted his faint smile, his expression gradually turning solemn. He had never underestimated the world's spiritual controllers, especially those of the imperial level, even though they were currently unable to unleash their full potential. Revealing the true power of an imperial guardian spirit, those of imperial rank were already akin to terrestrial deities, possessing means that transcended the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, it could be said that those with titled ranks among the spiritual controllers were not to be taken lightly. Was he not Lu Tianjun, the master of the Lu family? Indeed, his presence was extraordinary. Zhao Ju's eyes shimmered with a misty intensity, brimming with a formidable fighting spirit. Li Changye cautiously stowed away his wine pot, straightening his posture. The light in his eyes, obscured by disheveled hair, seemed to surge with the essence of a vast river's sword intent. Chapter 70, a name that instills fear in the world in the blink of an eye. Lu Tianjun traversed thousands of meters, materializing a mere 100 meters away from Qin Ming and the others. His expression was inscrutable, his eyes emanating a faint blue glow as he quietly regarded Qin Ming's figure. This gaze carried an air of ancient familiarity, as if the two had shared a profound connection long before this moment. In the realm of Great Qin, Qin Ming's name was renowned, yet meeting Lu Tianjun, the esteemed head of the Lu family, was an honor he never anticipated. Lu Tianjun spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet tinged with a hint of raspiness. I never imagined that a mere individual like myself would catch the ear of the illustrious Lu family head. It is indeed an honor. A cold smile flickered across Qin Ming's face, inexplicably filled with disdain for Lu Tianjun. At that moment, Lu Tianjun unexpectedly turned his gaze towards Lu Qingshan. Qingshan, let us commence. Assist me in dealing with Qin Ming, and in return, you and your supporters shall be free from the confines of my city, a promise that shall remain forever binding. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ju and Li Changye were left utterly speechless, their expressions reflecting profound bewilderment and confusion. Only Qin Ming bore a hint of astonishment. Yet it seemed as though he had anticipated this turn of events, remaining unfazed as he watched Lu Qingshan leap into the air, crossing the expanse to sever off the retreat of Qin Ming and his companions. Your demeanor suggests you are not surprised? Lu Qingshan raised an eyebrow, feeling a subtle unease in his heart. Qin Ming's calmness was disconcerting. Lu Tianjun furrowed his brow, having expected to witness Qin Ming's shock, fear, or anger. However, Qin Ming's reaction was entirely beyond his expectations. Extinguishing his cigarette, Qin Ming shrugged indifferently and remarked, because I have never placed my trust in anyone. After all, you are all of the same lineage, members of the Lu family. Whatever internal strife may arise, it is not for outsiders to meddle. Of course, it is also possible that your intentions are genuine in seeking collaboration, but what does that matter? I, Qin Ming, was born into this world. I have never relied on others. As he spoke, an ominous energy enveloped Qin Ming, accompanied by a chilling voice. The ground transformed into a sea of crimson flames, instantly engulfing the area within 100 meters. His figure resembled that of a fiery sovereign, surrounded by serpentine flames that danced and spiraled around him. Li Changye and Zhao Ju had already distanced themselves by 1,000 meters, avoiding the impending surge of energy as Qin Ming unleashed his spiritual power. It is no surprise that you are the chosen spirit master of a renowned general from Great Qin. But what of it? Do you truly believe that a mere guardian spirit of the revered level can withstand the might of the two contemporary powerhouses of the Lu family? Lu Tianjun replied coldly, maintaining his composure as a mist of pale blue and a realm of flames clashed against one another. At that moment, Lu Qingshan ceased his superfluous chatter. As his eyes flickered, purple lightning surged around him, his spiritual essence gradually awakening, effectively blocking Qin Ming's path of retreat. Qin Ming cast a glance at Zhao Ju and Li Changye, signaling them to remain patient. A faint, emotionless smile graced his lips as he calmly inquired, Lu Tianjun, since you possess such confidence in your ability to subdue me, might you elucidate the reasons behind your targeting of me? Is it solely because my guardian spirit hails from the era of Great Qin? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Tianjun nodded and replied, indeed. Whether it is the famed General Li Xinyu as a guardian spirit or any other figure from the era of Great Qin, you shall not survive in this world. Are you afraid? Qin Ming suddenly raised his head, his crimson gaze laced with mockery. Upon uttering these words, Lu Tianjuan's expression shifted subtly. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge it, the truth was undeniable. Indeed, for a long time, I had been investigating the spirit guardians of the Great Qin, yet regrettably, I had received no news. It was not until the arrival of the guardian spirit period, when a video of you single-handedly battling 3 A-grade spirit guardians was uploaded, that I realized Li Xinyu had awakened. Li Xinyu was one of the formidable generals of that figure, and since he chose you, it is likely that the figure has chosen you as well. I am fearful. The enmity between the Lu family and the Great Qin, even time itself cannot erase. Lu Tianjun spoke calmly, yet his eyes still betrayed a sense of dread and apprehension towards the eternal emperor. It was difficult for him to fathom the terror and power possessed by the first sovereign who unified the realms and suppressed the lands of China, the ancestral dragon. After death, thus, you conspired with Lu Qingshan in advance to lure me here? Qin Ming arched an eyebrow and spoke lightly. Indeed, better to err on the side of caution than to let a potential threat slip by. I would rather mistakenly eliminate than miss a chance. The emperors of past dynasties have not felt the terror of that figure, yet my ancestors have, and I share that sentiment. He must not awaken or else. Who would dare to stand before him, lifting their head as a human? Lu Tianjuan's emotions grew more fervent, and the faint blue mist behind him had already transformed into a surging ocean, enveloping the area for miles in a pale blue world. Quite commendable. Qin Ming surmised the intricate web of intentions. Every move Lu Qingshan made was, in fact, under the watchful eye of Lu Tianjun. Even though he utilized Qin Ming to break the deadlock, Lu Tianjun did not interfere. All he desired was for Qin Ming to perish, extinguishing any possibility of the sovereign's revival. Everything else was inconsequential to Lu Tianjun, including the Lu family. So long as he, Lu Tianjun, remained, the Lu family would endure, and the prestigious ancient clans of China would persist. To this end, he had once relinquished half of the Lu family's foundation to secure Lu Qingshan's assistance and forge a pact. Lu Qingshan's expression gradually turned serious as he gazed at the radiant and brilliant figure. He was unaware of Lu Tianjuan's profound apprehension towards Qin Ming, yet it did not hinder him from exerting his utmost effort to subdue Qin Ming. In any era, the mere mention of your name could instill fear in the hearts of people, and I, Qin Ming, as your earthly representative and executor, shall not disappoint you. Qin Ming lowered his head, uttering words that echoed like a vengeful spirit. In an instant, a magnificent blaze surged skyward, rampaging through the heavens and earth as if in a vacuum. Gaozu, Li Changye, entertain Lu Qingshan for a while. I shall confront the head of the Lu family. At this, Gaozu's face betrayed concern, for that was the legendary wielder of an imperial-level guardian spirit. In his current state, Qin Ming had awakened his guardian spirit for too short time. My commands are his commands. Who dares to disobey? Qin Ming abruptly lifted his gaze, his figure instantly soaring into the heights of 100 zhong, surrounded by thick crimson flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. The moment those domineering words escaped his lips, Gaozu's pupils constricted sharply, his body nearly collapsing to the ground. Let us resolve Lu Qingshan swiftly. Master Qin must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Gaozu no longer hesitated. He stepped forth from the distance, and a torrent of ethereal mist surged around him. Behind him, 6 indistinct silhouettes flickered in and out of sight, their venerable presence permeating the very fabric of the universe. Li Changye nodded, advancing with a fluid grace, his figure blending seamlessly with the wind. In the next instant, an unfathomable and terrifying sword intent erupted from the void, coalescing into a celestial river of blades. From this surging river of sword intent emerged a sword immortal, adorned in flowing white robes, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, wielding a blue lotus and treading upon the void. In a heartbeat, the mountains were cleaved in two, boulders tumbling down, leaving behind countless fearsome sword marks. Lu Qingshan stood utterly stunned, gazing in disbelief at the six venerable silhouettes behind Zhao Ju, as well as the sword immortal that loomed behind Li Changye. Not to mention that Zhao Ju's aura still lingered, with the final guardian spirit yet to make its appearance. Merely the sword immortal behind Li Changye had already attained the preliminary saint level. Qin Ming was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Changye's guardian spirit would be a unique soul, possessing growth characteristics that allowed it to transcend the shackles of venerable status after indulging in excessive libations. Chapter 71. The guardians descend in succession. How on earth can we defend against this? Lu Qingshan exclaimed in frustration, disregarding his demeanor as he shouted at the equally astonished Lu Tianjun. Master, swiftly deal with Qin Ming. He is merely a respected spirit master and cannot withstand your might for long. Otherwise, do not blame me for breaking our agreement and fleeing. As he spoke, Lu Qingshan's eyes crackled with purple lightning, and with a fierce command, he summoned his guardians. 5 tiger generals, assemble. His roar echoed across the heavens. In the next moment, 5 colossal figures emerged, descending into the mortal realm. The 5 tiger generals, Huang Zhong, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Ma Chao. We pay our respects, my lord, they proclaimed in unison. Instantly, 5 formidable guardian spirits of the highest rank materialized, each towering nearly 10 feet tall, exuding distinct powers and an imposing presence. In contrast, the 6 sword servants appeared somewhat more slender, yet they too were esteemed guardian spirits. And with the newly ascended Li Taibai, they were far from being outmatched by the 5 tiger generals. There is no need for a desperate fight. Just hold them off. Lu Qingshan understood that he was no match for them, but he had ample time to stall their advance. At your command, my lord, the 5 colossal figures responded, their presence shaking the very foundations of the earth, each movement distorting the air and creating rifts in the void. Do not hold back. Fight to the death. Li Changye and Zhao Ju exchange a glance, both opting for the most extreme course of action. Uncertain of how long Qin Ming could withstand Lu Tianjun, they resolved to defeat Lu Qingshan as swiftly as possible. Li Taibai stepped forward, facing Zhao Yun and Guan Yu, and engaged them in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the 6 sword servants confronted Huang Zhong, Ma Chao, and Zhang Fei without restraint. In an instant, the world was shattered. Towering mountains crumbled, the earth quaked, and chasms appeared as deep as abysses. The figures clashed like titans, radiating brilliant celestial light, akin to giants of illumination. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze, his expression impassive as he regarded Lu Tianjun. I did not expect you to have a backup plan. You truly are formidable. Now, even if you're not connected to that one, I cannot allow you to live. At this moment, Lu Tianjun harbored not only apprehension towards the first emperor, but also towards Qin Ming's influence. The 2 formidable spirit masters under his command would evoke fear in any faction. It is our turn. Qin Ming's blood-red eyes stirred with the tumultuous waves of an immeasurable nether sea. Surrounding him was a surging inferno, the explosive force of his battle intent rendering him increasingly terrifying, casting illumination over the entirety of the Great Qin city, extending far beyond a 10-mile radius. The ordinary spirit masters ceased their plunder, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed towards the distant sky, now awash in hues of pale blue and crimson, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. You are correct. If I eliminate you, your 2 powerful spirit masters will be left without a home. Perhaps seeking refuge with me would not be a poor choice. With that, Lu Tianjun ceased his idle chatter, his hair shimmering with brilliance as he bellowed, Han, Exine, Peng Yu, Ingbu, reveal yourselves at once. In the next instant, a tremendous surge erupted behind him. 3 water dragon pillars soaring into the sky, as if piercing through the heavens themselves. The torrential flood cascades across the heavens and the earth, transforming into 3 colossal entities. Clad in ancient armor, the guardian spirits, radiating a resplendent glow, gradually materialize. Han Xian wields the white dragon spear, standing upon a 9-petal water lily, exuding an imposing presence, brimming with murderous intent. Peng Yu brandishes a long sword, adorned with a dark helmet, his water-like cloak swirling chaotically in the void, rustling audibly. Ying Bu, donning a pheasant-feathered helmet and dressed in black tortoise armor, holds short blades in both hands. These 3 guardian spirits, birthed from Lu Tianjun's decades of nurturing at the imperial soul level, have ascended to the preliminary sacred level, their forms towering over 10 zhang. Suspended in the realm between water and sky, within Lu Tianjun's very being, a dreadfully formidable imperial guardian spirit lies in slumber. Esteemed, I have never regarded you with any concern. Were it not for your ties to the Great Qin, mere ants such as you would hardly capture my attention. In this moment, Lu Tianjun resembles a sovereign of a new era, exuding overwhelming authority, his gaze laced with disdain. Li Changye and Zhao Ju reveal expressions of apprehension and trepidation. In this instant, they acutely sense the oppressive force of the world's most elite spirit masters. Merely 3 guardian spirits could nearly sweep across the land. Truly, it is he. 3 sacred levels. Qin Ming, you have been defeated. Lu Qingshan lets out a sigh of relief, while simultaneously feeling an increasing wariness towards this head of the Lu family. As the 3 sacred guardian spirits of Lu Tianjun descend, Qin Ming's demeanor grows increasingly calm and indifferent. His voice, resonant like a great bell, slowly echoes through the air. Li Xian, do not let others look down upon you. Come forth and play. As you command, my lord. A tempest of searing flames whirls into a tornado, forming a weighty wall of fire. Soon after, a figure of even greater magnitude and terror emerges, wielding a colossal sword, stepping forth with deliberate strides. At the moment of Li Xian's arrival, flames surge and swirl, his right hand trembling the void, as a blood-colored cloak unfurls with a thunderous roar. In this instant, all are rendered speechless, including Zhao Ju and Li Changye. A sacred level, it is indeed a sacred level. How is this possible? Your guardian spirit is of the esteemed rank. How could it possibly undergo transformation and ascend to the preliminary sacred level? Even Lu Tianjun, whose heart is as still as water, cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. Li Xian is not Li Bai. He is a unique soul spirit. An ordinary esteemed guardian spirit capable of transformation. There exists but one explanation. A faint smile graces Qin Ming's lips as his hoarse, deep voice resonates once more. Is that not enough? Then let us continue. Zhang Han, Wang Bin, come forth. 3 against 3. Now that is what I call fair. The moment his words fall, the world falls into silence. The imperial jade seal, within the blood-colored realm, the towering black mountain that pierces the blood sky, suddenly trembles violently. The vast and boundless nether dark sea churns, unleashing monstrous waves that strike towards the heavens. Amidst the relentless onslaught of blood-red thunder, 2 colossal black dragons, guardians of the Black Mountain, unleash earth-shattering roars, awakening instantaneously, soaring into the blood-hued sky, weaving through the billowing crimson mist. Amidst the thick blood-red lightning, the 2 black dragons transform into gargantuan beings. As the sanguine fog dissipates, Zhang Han is the first to emerge, clad in dark golden armor. His long dark brown hair bound with a golden ribbon, flames serpentine around him, perpetually in motion. He wields long swords in both hands, each imbued with the power of the 9 nether, glimmering with a cold light. Wang Bin stood unarmed, with black flames surging from his fists, akin to the most malevolent forces of the abyss, rendering ordinary spirit manipulators unworthy even to approach. Clad in ebony armor, he wore a helm reminiscent of Li Xian's fiery headgear, his eyes replaced by an inky blaze. At the moment Qin Ming summoned his power, 2 colossal entities rent through the crimson flames, positioning themselves beside him and Li Xian. The 3 initial holy-level guardian spirits descended upon the world simultaneously. In this moment, even Qin Ming found it somewhat overwhelming, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Despite his relentless efforts to refine his body day and night, he still lagged behind these ancient beings who had lived for decades longer. After all, he had merely awakened his guardian spirit for about a year, while Lu Tianjun had awakened his for over 60 years. The disparity of time was simply insurmountable. Chapter 72. The Clash of Han and Qin. Divine miracles in this moment. It seemed as though the heavens and the earth had come to a standstill. All actions ceased, and every gaze was drawn towards the three figures. Barely reaching the height of Tianzhong, Lu Tianjun and Lu Qingshan's expressions changed dramatically, their composure shattered. Despite possessing three formidable sacred guardian spirits, Lu Tianjun felt an overwhelming dread and unease. At nearly 80 years of age, he had awakened his guardian spirits for decades, nurtured by the essence of imperial Grey Guardians, and could barely summon all his spirits. Yet here was Qin Ming, a fledgling youth who had awakened his guardian spirit during the early era of guardian spirits. Who had somehow achieved this monumental feat. How could he not be frightened? Deep within, he had come to accept an unfathomable truth, that Qin Ming's true guardian spirit was none other than the first emperor, the eternal sovereign of ages past. Moreover, he remained unaware of how many more guardian spirits Qin Ming had yet to awaken. Given sufficient time, how formidable would he become? Invincible across the realm, or perhaps even unrivaled on a global scale, capable of opposing the world with sheer will? How could this be? How could it truly be him? Lu Tianjun involuntarily retreated a few steps, not out of fear of Qin Ming in this moment, but of the Qin Ming that lay ahead. Or rather, he feared the shadow of that figure clad in a black and gold dragon robe. Not only did he fear, but also from the depths of his consciousness lay dormant the spirit of the founding emperor. Though he had departed this world, his name would forever endure, his might immeasurable. You must be straining to summon three sacred guardian spirits. Your body cannot possibly sustain it, Lu Tianjun bellowed in a fierce roar. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming waved his arm, and a throne of blazing flames gradually took shape. Once seated, he propped his head upon his arm, nodding in mild agreement. Your reasoning holds merit. I am indeed pushing my limits. However, entertaining you, old man, is quite sufficient. Go forth, restore the grandeur of Qin. Revive the majesty of the first emperor, and do not let me down. Qin Ming spoke coolly. Li Xin, Zhang Han, and Wang Bin stepped forward simultaneously, their voices resonating with an otherworldly tone. As you command, our lord. In the next instant, three colossal beings soared into the air, charging towards Lu Tianjun's three sacred guardian spirits. He is but a fading ember. I will engage Qin Ming while his guardians are occupied, Lu Tianjun coldly declared, fully aware that relying on his guardian spirits would scarcely grant him an advantage. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan's guardians were being besieged by Li Changye and Gaozu, perilously outmatched. At this moment, the six initial sacred guardian spirits leapt into the boundless mountain range, commencing a terrifying battle. Each action reverberated like thunder, rending mountains and rivers asunder. And in an instant, the sun and moon dimmed, and the very fabric of the earth quaked. Even 10 miles away in the city of Dapei, the ground shook as if struck by an earthquake, fear and unrest engulfing the hearts of all who dared not approach the distant battlefield. Lu Tianjun's figure stirred slightly, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Qin Ming, who lounged against the throne of flames. Subsequently, a stream of water flowed from the void and fell into his hand. As the water receded, a 3-foot-long imperial sword gradually emerged. This sword diverges from ancient historical records, for it has absorbed the essence of emperors and the nurturing spirit of souls, now fully revitalized. Ethereal blue dragon shadows spiral along the blade, emanating a brilliance akin to resplendent stars. The sword's radiance stretches for 10 zhong, shimmering magnificently, cloaked in imperial aura. Observing this, Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly solemn as he gradually rose, waving his hand to dispel the blazing throne behind him. The Qishao sword, the treasure blade of Emperor Gaozu of Han. Qin Ming uttered a few words with a hint of envy in his heart. Why is it that others, upon awakening their imperial-level spirits, receive imperial swords, while he must seek one for himself. Qin Ming, you have merely awakened your guardian spirit for a year. Even with exceptional talent and a formidable guardian spirit, you have overlooked a crucial point. Lu Tianjun traversed the air, each step creating ripples in the void. Oh, pray tell. Qin Ming responded with a light chuckle. With his right hand, he grasped the air, conjuring a long crimson sword entwined with flickering flames, its brilliance fierce. The fatal flaw of a spirit master lies in their mortal form. No matter how powerful the guardian spirit, it cannot always shield the host in time. Thus, how can you, having only revived for a mere year, compare to my 60 years of experience as a spirit master? As his words fell, Lu Tianjun stepped forward, his figure flashing like lightning, appearing before Qin Ming in an instant. Qin Ming's blood-red eyes flickered with disdain. He was well aware of this truth. In that fleeting moment, as Lu Tianjun approached, Qin Ming swung his sword in a horizontal arc, colliding with the Qishao sword. In an instant, the world transformed into a tapestry of blood-red and pale blue, dividing into two realms, radiant light coalescing into two luminous screens. At this moment, Lu Tianjuan's pupils dilated in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Qin Ming had effortlessly blocked the Qishao sword. How could this be possible? It is not impossible. With a surge of strength in his arms, Qin Ming forcefully recoiled, both of them retreating hundreds of meters in the void. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized the momentum of the void, stepping upon the rippling air, resembling two shooting stars, one pale blue and the other crimson, colliding once more. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes in the void, the sound of clashing resonating across the heavens and the earth. Their battle, devoid of the violent aesthetics typical of guardian spirits, was a contest of hosts, a conflict of mortals. Reaching such heights in aerial combat was akin to the practitioners of novels. Zhao Zhu, Li Changye, and Lu Qingshan watched in astonishment as the fierce struggle unfolded high above, unable to suppress their gasps of amazement. Lu Tianjuan's strength was within their expectations. A dignified imperial-level spirit master, having lived for 80 years, wielding such power was hardly surprising. What left them astounded was Qin Ming, a mere boy who had awakened his guardian spirit for just a year. Managing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's most elite spirit masters. How utterly shocking. Was it solely because of that individual? Could he truly be that formidable? Lu Qingshan murmured, disbelief etched across his face. Zhao Zhu quickly regained his composure, recalling the existence that, in a mortal form, accomplished feats akin to the divine. It did not find it strange. Unprecedented in the past and unmatched in the future, the first emperor, who pioneered the illustrious path of the Huaxia civilization and embodied the fortunes of the 9 provinces and the vast expanse of the world, stands incomparable to any other sovereign. Long live our emperor! Zhao inadvertently uttered these words, as if he were conversing with the present or channeling the voice of an ancient sage long silenced. At this moment, Lu Tianjun paused, his expression dark and foreboding, already aware that he could not contend with Qin Ming today. Yet, likewise, Qin Ming could not overpower him. It was not due to a lack of strength on Qin Ming's part, but rather the brevity of his development. Among his peers, those who had awakened their guardian spirits were all nameless and obscure. Aside from Qin Ming, who could achieve such heights, akin to that legendary figure who wrought miracles? Qin Ming, withstand my final strike. Should you emerge unscathed, I shall allow you to depart. Lu Tianjun raised his head, his eyes shimmering with divine light. A soft blue glow radiating brilliantly. Qin Ming remained composed, dismissing any need for rebuttal, simply awaiting the unfolding events. Lu Tianjun took a deep breath, his arms gripping the chitty sword. The long sword ascended into the air, and within 1,000 meters, all surrounding waters surged upward like a colossal water dragon, entwined with the sword's luminous brilliance, transforming into an unparalleled strike. In that moment, the terrifying force summoned thunderous roars, fierce lightning flickering ominously, and the heavy, awe-inspiring sound of thunder reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Observing this, Qin Ming no longer acted carelessly. As his gaze shifted, the crimson flames surrounding him intensified. The imperial seal was mobilized, and amidst the blood-red heavens, the nine nether ghosts sea-churned, colossal waves rising against the tide, breaking through the crimson skies to the celestial heights, morphing into a blood-colored domain through Qin Ming's very being. With a resounding boom, the 1,000-meter sword aura descended from the heavens, colliding with the blood-colored domain. In that moment, the world seemed to plunge into a brief silence, utterly hushed. The next instant, the terrifying force erupted completely, the fearsome sword aura surpassing the blood-colored domain, cleaving the ground open with chasms hundreds of feet deep, while a massive mountain crumbled to ruins beneath the might of this sword energy. Chapter 73. Extortion, the fear brought by Qin Ming at this moment. The heavens and the earth transformed into a realm shrouded in a hazy, cerulean mist and a crimson fog, rendering visibility nearly impossible. After a prolonged period, the dense fog dissipated, revealing that the other guardian spirits had ceased their battles, their gazes gravely fixed upon the battlefield. Two pallid figures remained suspended in mid-air, both of whom were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, having suffered mutual injury. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xinyu's expression fell, a mixture of resignation and reluctance swirling within him. Ultimately, it was too late. With a soft sigh, he shook his head in defeat, the Qin Emperor sword vanishing from his grasp. Qin Ming, maintaining a calm demeanor, wiped the blood from his lips. He could not deny Lin Xinyu's formidable strength. In truth, he found himself somewhat at a disadvantage against these imperial-level spirit masters. Furthermore, Lin Xinyun still possessed a hidden card, the slumbering Emperor Gaozu of Han. Yet, should he forcibly summon the Emperor, given his current physical state, he might only manage to call forth once, and that would be the end of it. Only those who were timid would resort to such measures. Qin Ming spoke with a hint of disdain, his tone indifferent. Lin Xinyun, upon hearing this, did not take offense. Instead, he shook his head and responded. The reason the world remains unaware of that figure's terror is simply because they were not born in that era. It has concluded, and persisting further holds no significance. As Lin Xinyu's words faded, the three grand saint-level guardian spirits vanished. Observing this, Lin Xinyun also recalled his guardian spirit. However, his expression remained stern, for he did not believe Qin Ming would simply relent. How can one declare an end and expect it to be so? Such an outcome is far too fortuitous, Lin Xinyun thought. Qin Ming's voice rang out again, his sanguine eyes ablaze, as if eager for further conflict. With this proclamation, the battlefield, which had relaxed, grew tense once more. Lin Xinyun narrowed his icy gaze and coldly remarked, Qin Ming, it was my fault to strike at you, but you have devastated my Dapei city, the legacy of the Liu family for millennia. Is that not sufficient? Today, let us settle our grievances. Why must you relentlessly press on, prolonging this stalemate, which only serves to benefit others? In response, Qin Ming offered a faint smile, walking through the air, his blood-red eyes shimmering. No, I believe you have misunderstood, Liu family head. It is your family that has provoked me, leading us to this predicament. If you cannot appease me. As he spoke, Qin Ming's gaze turned towards Dapei city, revealing a look of regret. Then this Dapei city may very well transform into a veritable hell. Suddenly, Qin Ming crushed the swirling flames in his hand, his voice icy, the threat implicit. In the distance, Lin Xinyun rapidly approached Lin Xinyu's side, a mixture of gravity and fury illuminating his gaze as he glared at Qin Ming. Soon after, Gaozu and Li Changye joined Qin Ming. Qin Ming, my Dapei city has just endured devastation, while your Daqian city has required substantial resources to rebuild. If you dare to destroy my Dapei city, I can just as easily reduce your Daqian city to ruins once more. Go ahead, test me. Lin Xinyun gritted his teeth, his voice laced with coldness, blue eyes suppressing a torrent of rage. He, Lin Xinyun, had never endured such humiliation, even in the face of the headquarters. However, Qin Ming, unconcerned, dusted off his clothes and shrugged. Suit yourself. Do you require me to lead the way? I fear you might lose your way. In the grand city of Daqian, to obliterate it is akin to striking a blow to the headquarters. Moreover, do you truly believe that, given my current prowess, Should I desire to exchange it for a city reborn from chaos, the headquarters would refuse? Upon uttering these words, Lu Tianjun felt as if he were confronting a rogue. He was unable to retaliate nor reason with him. It was impossible for him, unlike Qin Ming, to simply exchange for a new city to rule. Not only was the Lu family already viewed with suspicion by the headquarters, but also, Dapei City was the ancestral home of the Lu clan. How could they abandon it so easily? Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianjun endeavored to quell his seething anger. Gritting his teeth as he asked, "What is it that you truly desire?" "Nothing much," Qin Ming replied calmly. "The reconstruction of Daqian City has drained my resources, and the Lu family is affluent enough to lend a bit." Upon hearing this, Li Changye and Zhao Ju felt a twinge of embarrassment, as Qin Ming had just recently laid waste to their city. "How much? Name a figure, take the money, and from henceforth we shall bear no grudges. What say you?" Lu Tianjun found himself with little choice. Wealth was merely a material possession. Given the devastation of Dapei City, the entire city's riches were ripe for plunder. If necessary, he could discreetly eliminate a few powerful families to seize their fortunes. "Let us make it straightforward. 10 trillion, Lu Tianjun declared. Zhao Ju, Li Changye, Lu Tianjun, Lu Qingshan. The atmosphere grew awkward, lingering in silence until Lu Qingshan hastily restrained the furious Lu Tianjun. Stepping forward with a weary smile, he cautiously proposed, "Director Qin, let us settle on a more realistic sum. How about 5 trillion? As compensation for my family's actions this time?" Lu Tianjun could no longer suppress his inner fury. Though the Lu family wielded immense power and possessed vast assets, the chaos had severely impacted their industries across other cities, resulting in significant losses. Lu Qingshan, feeling helpless, whispered a few words into Lu Tianjun's ear, which finally calmed him down. He then turned his serious gaze towards Qin Ming and stated, "Director Qin, my family acknowledges its wrongdoing and is willing to compensate Daqian City with 500 billion. From now on, let there be no further animosity between us. If you agree, the funds will surely reach Daqian City's account within 3 days." Qin Ming smiled, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qingshan, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy, leading him to lower his head. "Very well. Contact Gongsun Shao of Daqian City. He will oversee these matters. Remember your promise." For the moment, Qin Ming could not act against the Lu family, so why not extort a sum first to facilitate the reconstruction of Daqian City? Once Daqian was restored, his ambitions to invade other cities could be pursued with greater assurance. "I dare not," Lu Qingshan replied, bowing with a forced smile. Had he known the extent of Qin Ming's terrifying power, he would not have dared to provoke him, and now he lamented his foolishness. Qin Ming's expression returned to calm, and with a lingering smile that held deeper meaning, he leapt down and began to walk forward. Zhao Ju and the others followed closely behind. "Master Qin, the car is already arranged on the main road ahead," Zhao Ju said, increasingly respectful and in awe of Qin Ming. Without uttering another word, Qin Ming surged forward, vanishing in an instant. Zhao Ju and Li Changye exchanged a glance before vanishing from Lu Tianjun's sight. At this moment, the two figures landed upon the ground, their expressions exceedingly grave. They had not anticipated his growth to such an extent. Without employing an imperial-level guardian spirit, he was utterly beyond their reach. Lu Tianjun remained silent for an extended period, letting out a soft sigh, his pale blue eyes reflecting a myriad of complexities. Lu Qingshan quietly gazed towards the distant mountains. He too possessed a hidden trump card, yet what did it matter? A peak saint-level guardian spirit could equally do nothing against Qin Ming. He was uncertain whether Qin Ming could summon that being into this world. "Master, we cannot continue to oppose him. Qin Ming has grown too rapidly, far surpassing our understanding. We still remain unaware of just how formidable he truly is," Lu Qingshan lamented softly. However, Lu Tianjun's expression remained unyieldingly grim as he replied quietly, "It is not my desire to be his adversary, but rather the ambition of that being is too vast. Should he emerge, the 4 seas and 8 realms, as well as the 9 provinces of Huaxia, would fall under his command. Indeed, he is strong, Yet I question whether he surpasses the world's spirit masters or the emperors of past dynasties. Lin Xinyu's countenance gradually regained its composure as he spoke coldly. Chapter 74. Returning to Daqian, a cup of wine to relinquish military power. Lin Xinyuan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the head of his family, uncertain how to assess his choices. There was no rush. Those old fellows were all deeply concealed in their intentions. Subsequently, Lin Tianjun shook his head and turned his gaze towards Lin Xinyuan, inquiring, "Xinyuan, have you truly resolved to depart?" Lin Xinyuan remained silent for a moment before nodding with calm resolve. In a mountain, two tigers cannot coexist. Rather than living in perpetual suspicion, it is better for each to reign as a king. With a resigned tone, he added, "Go on, and should the Liu family encounter hardship, I hope you will remember this bond of blood." Lin Tianjun wrestled with his inner turmoil for an extended period, the urge to kill rising and then being suppressed once more, ultimately choosing to let Lin Xinyuan depart. It was not out of a sense of duty to the greater good, but rather an acknowledgement of Lin Xinyuan's formidable strength. Retaining him would come at an unimaginable cost. In this tumultuous time, weighing the pros and cons, Lin Tianjun opted to allow Lin Xinyuan to leave, thus preserving a path of retreat for the Liu family. Lin Xinyuan observed Lin Tianjuan's hesitation, his own body taut in anticipation. When he sensed the murderous intent receding like a tide, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If ever needed, the family head may contact me. Farewell." Lin Xinyuan lingered no longer, apprehensive of Lin Tianjuan's capriciousness, his figure like lightning, vanishing into the wilderness within moments. Lin Tianjun quietly watched Lin Xinyuan's retreating silhouette, a cold smile creeping across his face moments later. How vigilant indeed. Then, recalling the extortion by Qin Ming, his expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, articulating each word with venom. "Qin Ming, of the Great Qin, very well. You are still too young. You will ultimately pay the price." At this moment, on the highway leading to Daqian City, an off-road vehicle sped along. "Master Qin, Lin Tianjun is a formidable adversary. If we do not eliminate him, he is unlikely to let this matter rest," Zhao Ju cautioned. Seated in the passenger seat, Qin Ming closed his eyes, drawing upon the nine nether sea to restore his body. He had sustained some injuries in his confrontation with Lin Tianjun. After all, his awakening of the guardian spirit had come too recently. In response, Qin Ming did not lift his eyelids, maintaining an air of calm as he replied, "Rest assured, Lin Tianjun must die, though not at this moment. If cornered, a desperate dog will leap over the wall. Should he employ an imperial-level guardian spirit, it could spell trouble. Zhao Ju, what do you perceive as the gap between myself and an imperial-level spirit master?" Qin Ming's sudden inquiry sent a flurry of sycophantic thoughts racing through Zhao Ju's mind. He quickly shook his head, internally beseeching the consciousness of Zhao Gao not to influence him further. "I will flatter myself." Muttering to himself, Zhao Ju promptly donned a fawning smile, cautiously stating, "Master Qin, how could you possibly be lacking? They are merely obstinate old fools, out of touch with the times, unable to comprehend your greatness." "Silence. Speak properly," Qin Ming interjected, his brow slightly furrowed, his tone icy. Zhao Ju, shivering at the reprimand, hastily adopted a serious demeanor. "The disparity between you and them, Master Qin, is merely a matter of time. Given sufficient time, none in the realm would stand as your equal." Qin Ming displayed a look of satisfaction. Zhao Ju was indeed an astute individual, though he had a tendency to engage in flattery. Of course, Zhao Ju reserved such behavior solely for him. Otherwise, as the esteemed master of the Luo network, few forces in the world could instill fear in him. "Indeed, I require time, which is why I have chosen to negotiate a temporary truce with the Liu family. There is no need for haste. I shall proceed at a measured pace." Qin Ming ceased his speech, focusing intently on recuperating from his injuries. Zhao Ju and Li Changye exchanged a glance, both maintaining their silence. Yet they understood the truth in Qin Ming's words. His rapid growth was nothing short of miraculous. Days later, Qin Ming and his companions returned to Daqian City. Within the estate, Qin Ming had healed sufficiently and sat on the sofa,
quietly listening as Gong Sun Shao and the others reported on recent happenings in Daqian City. After half an hour, Qin Ming set down his glass of red wine, his increasingly cold and profound gaze fixed upon Gong Sun Shao. Has the 500 billion from Dape City been received? Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Shao immediately broke into a smile, eagerly nodding. Master Qin, it has arrived. That is excellent news. With this 500 billion, the recovery of Daqian City will accelerate significantly. After a brief pause, Gong Sun Shao continued, Master Qin, there is one more matter that requires your attention. Speak. The headquarters has notified all city heads in Huaxia about a training program for the leaders, to be conducted in batches in the capital. You are part of the second batch, scheduled for 1 week from now. What do you think? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. A training program? He scoffed disdainfully, easily surmising that the headquarters had ulterior motives. In batches? Elaborate. Qin Ming spoke nonchalantly. Curiosity piqued regarding the headquarters' intentions during this critical time of reconstruction across major cities. He felt somewhat helpless, as memories from his past life seemed to have undergone significant alterations, with historical trajectories shifting, making many events difficult to reconcile. Thus, Qin Ming chose to relinquish the experiences of his former life, as they were of little utility. According to the intelligence from the Luo network, the first batch of city heads were predominantly individuals from ancient aristocratic families. Upon their arrival in the imperial capital, only half departed, while the rest appear to return to their respective families. Therefore, this training program resembled more a ploy to undermine their power. Master Qin, I believe it would be prudent to avoid going to the capital. After all, this is not the first time you've defied the headquarters orders. Safety is paramount. Suddenly, Brother Dao interjected, eager to assert his presence. Master Qin, Xiao Dao speaks wisely. It is plainly a trap, likely aimed at leaders like yourself who resist authority. Zhao Ju concurred, seeing that others were still inclined to dissuade him. Qin Ming raised a hand to silence them. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up, his expression impassive, and declared, I shall go to the capital. Master Qin, I have my own plans. Upon uttering these words, no one dared to oppose him further. Qin Ming's decisions were beyond the purview of interference. Zhao Ju fell silent for a moment before rising to speak. Master Qin, I must remain by your side. In Kyoto, my influence within the Luo network is considerable, and I can be of assistance. Ling Yin hastily concurred. Master Qin, I too am a member of the Luo network. Ahem, Master Qin, I, Li Changye, also wish to visit the imperial capital. Li Changye took a hearty sip of strong liquor and spoke in a measured tone. He realized that accompanying Qin Ming on this journey, though fraught with danger, was undeniably exhilarating. Master Qin, I too desire to go. Subsequently, Brother Dao and Fan Xin echoed the sentiment. Even Gong Sun Shao displayed a longing to accompany them to the imperial capital. Qin Ming rubbed his forehead and shook his head, speaking softly. This journey is not meant for your enjoyment of the imperial capital's splendor. Rather, it is akin to a feast of deadly intrigue. Though the headquarters may not target me, those ancient families will undoubtedly seek to harm me, particularly the Wu family. This time, Zhao Ju and Ling Yin shall accompany me, while the rest must remain steadfast in Daqian City. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who enters Daqian City without my express permission shall face execution without mercy. Upon hearing this, some rejoiced while others despaired, yet none dared voice any dissent. Chapter 75. The Journey to the Capital, Trials Along the Way Understood. The group responded in unison. Fan Xin glanced at Qin Ming, yet lacked the courage to speak further, remaining silently seated upon the sofa. Ling Yin, on the other hand, wore an expression of delight. Qin Ming cast a sidelong glance at Ling Yin, issuing a cautionary remark. During this outing, we must not be careless. I have brought you along due to your meticulous nature and your experience as the head of the Luowang branch, which should ensure that certain trivial matters are handled appropriately. Understood, Master Qin, Ling Yin quickly replied, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness and resolve. With a snap of his fingers, Zhao Ju immediately grasped the cue, producing a fine cigarette and offering it to Qin Ming, igniting it for him. Brother Dao shot an irritated glance at Zhao Ju. feeling disgruntled that this fellow was encroaching upon his position as the sycophant, harboring profound disdain internally. Exhaling a thick plume of smoke, Qin Ming turned his gaze towards Hua Yuan, who sat in the corner, and spoke. Hua Yuan, have you made any progress with your experiments? Hua Yuan snapped back to attention, realizing it was finally his turn to speak, and hurriedly recited his prepared remarks. Master Qin, during this period, aside from refining the soul-merging techniques and crafting puppeteer spirit manipulators, I have developed a formation suitable for small teams of spirit manipulators that can enhance their power by 3 to 4 times. Additionally, I have concocted a spirit liquid that can bolster the physical strength of spirit manipulators, albeit only effective for those of lower rank. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt a tinge of disappointment and inquired once more, is there truly nothing you have developed aimed at high-rank spirit manipulators? Hua Yuan, wearing a resigned smile, replied with a hint of bitterness, Master Qin, you are aware that high-rank spirit manipulators with titles are already exceedingly powerful. Ordinary items are unlikely to be effective against them. However, if you grant me some more time, I should be able to make further progress. I've already begun to see some promising leads. Qin Ming nodded, refraining from reproaching Hua Yuan. His achievements thus far were indeed commendable. He then turned his attention to Brother Dao, asking Brother Dao, how many puppeteer spirit manipulator legions are under your command? Startled by the mention of his name, Brother Dao quickly responded, Master Qin, the legion of puppeteer spirit manipulators has expanded to 6,000, strategically positioned throughout the corners of Great Qin City, maintaining a vigilant defense. We should temporarily halt the capture of spirit manipulators for puppet creation. If this continues, Great Qin City will truly become a hollow shell. Qin Ming was not inclined to see Great Qin City reduced to a mere refuge for the weak and infirm alongside puppets. He preferred to leave a sliver of hope for the future, lest they become vulnerable to exploitation. Though unafraid, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. That'll be all for today. The meeting is adjourned. After the meeting, Qin Ming finished his dinner and returned to his room, reclining in the luxurious bathtub, indulging in its automated massage features. In his pursuit of power, he still found time to relish the pleasures of life. At that moment, in the corridor of the room, 2 figures encountered each other, their awkward gazes locking momentarily. Ling Yin donned a striking red spaghetti-strap dress, a black silk scarf draped over her delicate shoulders, her long, fair legs exposed to the air. Her cute, plush slippers adorned her feet, revealing toes painted a vibrant red. Opposite Ling Yin stood Fan Xinxin, clad in a silk nightgown, her hair cascading loosely around her shoulders, accentuating her modest curves. Oh, little sister, I must say, you are quite the surprise, Ling Yin remarked, leaning against the wall, her gaze appraising as she playfully scrutinized her from head to toe. In an instant, Fan Xinxin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she muttered softly, I've long since become his woman. What of it? Ling Yin paused, taken aback by the revelation of their connection. With a seductive sway of her voluptuous figure, she reached out to lift Fan Xinxin's blushing face, only to have it swiftly brushed away as she stepped back. Oh, dear girl, grant your sister a chance, will you? Alas, my fate has been a harsh one. It is not every day one encounters such a handsome and formidable man. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. After all, I have been waiting for 30 years. Overwhelmed by Ling Yan's unabashed words, Fan Xinxin hung her head and whispered a reluctant agreement before hastily retreating. Observing her departure, Ling Yan's enchanting eyes sparkled as she chuckled softly, shaking her head in jest. She deliberately slid her shoulder strap down, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her bosom, and knocked on Qin Ming's door. Master Qin, are you asleep? Just emerging from the bathroom, Qin Ming, draped in a bathrobe, paused momentarily before opening the door. A waft of delicate fragrance enveloped him as Ling Yin sashayed in, her half-curled hair flowing gracefully behind her. With an impassive expression, Qin Ming turned and settled onto the sofa. In response, Ling Yin hurriedly closed the door and approached him, pouring a drink. What is the rush to serve me so eagerly? Qin Ming remarked, his gaze unwavering, though he could feel the warmth of her soft, fragrant form beside him. Ling Yin maintained her alluring smile, leaning closer to whisper, in this era, It is the age of the strong. Women admire the powerful, their hearts captivated by them. Yearning for their favor, it is only natural. She made no effort to conceal her desires and intentions. Her aim was to rely on Qin Ming to survive in this chaotic world. Qin Ming lifted his gaze, his dark eyes assessing the flushed, softly panting Ling Yan. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly, stretching his arms as he rose and strode toward the bedroom. He was no saint, unwilling to indulge in carnal desires. Yet he would not be blinded by them either. In this day and age, it was hardly surprising that countless women would willingly offer themselves to him. However, only those deemed worthy could earn his affection. The following day, Qin Ming arose, his bare form making its way to the bathroom, closely followed by Ling Yan. Her enchanting eyes fluttering open as she emerged from the covers, a look of utmost satisfaction gracing her face. You truly are powerful. 2 days later, a black SUV departed from the estate. Inside, Gaozu took the driver's seat, while Qin Ming and Ling Yan occupied the rear. Master Qin, we shall reach the capital within a day at most. However, I fear there may be some obstacles along the way, Gaozu commented, casting a sidelong glance at the now composed Ling Yan. Oh, do elaborate, Qin Ming prompted. Ling Yan, seizing the opportunity to share, beamed with a warm smile as she prepared to relay the information gathered by their network. According to reports from the dark web, following the indictment of the first batch of city leaders in the capital, many individuals were stripped of their positions. Subsequently, certain influential families devised a sinister plan to specifically target the second batch of city leaders, intending to eliminate them before they could reach the capital, thereby vacating the positions for their own gain and allowing these families to seize control of the cities. It is worth noting that the second batch of city leaders does not belong to any influential families. They are formidable spiritual practitioners from the grassroots, devoid of any background. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was not surprised. The headquarters was unwilling to relinquish control of the cities to these ancient families. It is only natural for these families to resort to such underhanded tactics. For those ancient families who mistakenly believe they hold dominion over Huaxia, the idea of their status and interests being encroached upon by grassroots spiritual practitioners is utterly intolerable. How intriguing. It seems this journey truly leads into the heart of peril, though it remains uncertain who the hunter is and who the prey may be. Qin Ming closed his eyes and spoke softly. Chapter 76, The Esteemed One. Merely and soon, the group arrived at the abyss of despair. The terrain here was treacherous, flanked by towering cliffs that rose 100 feet high, making the steep walls difficult to conquer. Master Qin, we have arrived. This is the abyss of despair, the very site where assassins sent by the noble families of the imperial capital lie in ambush. They believe themselves to be meticulous in their scheming, unaware that my web is omnipresent, with agents from all major factions embedded within, Gaozu remarked, a hint of self-satisfaction evident in his demeanor, as if there were no secrets in this world that his network did not uncover. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze transforming into a faint crimson hue. As the car window descended, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the distinct signs of battle, despite the meticulous attempts at concealment. It appeared that considerable effort had been exerted. These individuals were indeed relentless in their endeavors. Qin Ming gently shook his head, holding their actions in utter contempt. True power lies in the ability to shatter all obstacles with overwhelming force and sweep across the world unopposed. As the vehicle traversed the central section, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the surrounding air temperature plummeting. In the early summer, snowflakes began to fall, creating an eerie spectacle. Within mere minutes, the road was encased in ice, transforming the ground into a vast expanse of white. They have come, Qin Ming spoke calmly, as the vehicle became immobilized on the frozen ground. Amidst the flurry of snow, 2 figures appeared, one in front and one behind, blocking both forward and backward paths. Suspended in midair, with icy gazes fixed upon the SUV, behind them loomed a colossal entity, descending gracefully amidst the swirling snowflakes and landing upon the ground. Disembark. You have 2 choices: submit or perish. The chilling proclamation echoed through the valley, reverberating for an extended period. However, despite their words, the car remained eerily silent. Exchanging glances, the two assassins furrowed their brows, sensing an inexplicable unease. The occupants of the vehicle exhibited an unsettling calmness. They were, after all, esteemed spirit guardians, and even the weakest among them was not to be trifled with by mere city officials. Typically, city officials were merely spirit guardians of the lowest tier, with only a select few at the esteemed level. Naturally, some scions of noble families, even with ordinary protective spirits, could ascend to city leadership under the aegis of powerful spirit guardians. Yet, the individuals they sought to eliminate were merely civilian spirit guardians, lacking any significant backing. According to their intelligence, the strongest among these city leaders was the arrogant and domineering head of Qin City, also of the esteemed level. They felt no fear. Master Qin. They are the twin assassins who surfaced after the era of protective spirits, both at the esteemed level. Shall I intervene? Zhao Ju's eyes shimmered with a misty intensity, his spiritual aura gradually surging, brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. The business of assassination was inherently within the purview of his network. These two had overstepped their bounds, encroaching upon his territory, and deserved to be eradicated. Qin Ming slowly opened his blood-red eyes, stirred slightly, and as he spoke, a dense mist of blood surged forth, his gaze igniting with a sinister crimson flame that flickered ominously. Witnessing this, Zhao Ju retracted his aura, comprehending Qin Ming's intent. He would personally take action to obliterate these insolent ants. As the bewildered twin assassins gazed at the black SUV, poised to command their guardian spirits to crush the vehicle, a flash of crimson light streaked past. In the next moment, to their astonishment, a torrent of flames erupted from the sky, expanding rapidly over hundreds of meters. Play tricks and eliminate him, they uttered in unison, their eyes shimmering with intensity. Behind them, a colossal figure stepped forward, wielding a frosty blade that sliced through the air. In that instant, the glimmering cold light spanned 100 meters, instantly shattering the withered vines on the cliffs. Under the terrifying blade's aura, the entire valley roared like a ferocious dragon, as a fierce whirlwind swept through, hurling sand and stones into the heavens. Seeing this, Zhao Ju, intent on preserving the SUV, erupted in thick, dark mist, enveloping the vehicle with 6 towering figures. The twins felt Zhao Ju's presence, their expressions shifting dramatically as disbelief washed over them. 6 esteemed guardian spirits. How is this possible? Suddenly, a tumultuous change occurred. The guardian spirits they had summoned were sent hurtling backward, crashing thousands of meters away, the surrounding cold light dissipating instantly. 2 formidable figures, engulfed in flames, materialized before them. Li Xinyu, wielding a massive sword, regarded them with scornful disdain in his fiery gaze. Merely ants, daring to offend my master, utterly deluded. Li Xinyu, let us end this swiftly, Zhang Han added, his tone equally indifferent and frigid. What? He is Qin Ming, the head of Qin City. How can he possess 2 guardian spirits? It's impossible. Saint level, flee. The two had no time for further contemplation, hastily summoning their guardian spirits back as they sought to escape. This turmoil shattered their understanding. They had believed that even against the head of Qin City, they stood a fighting chance. Little did they anticipate that Qin Ming was not an ordinary esteemed spirit master. A saint-level spirit master. Cursed be it, he possesses a special physique. One of them cursed vehemently, leaping onto his guardian spirit's shoulder, commanding it to flee at full speed. The flames parted, revealing Qin Ming suspended high above. He observed the fleeing spirit masters with a calm gaze, his voice icy as he spoke. 10 seconds. At your command, my master. Li Xinyu and Zhang Han exchanged a glance before bowing respectfully. Then, the two unleashed a terrifying force, shaking the very ground as they leaped into the air. In an instant, Li Xinyu traversed a distance of several thousand meters, ascending into the void, his massive sword igniting the heavens, transforming into a 1,000-meter shadow that sliced down from above. No! With a single stroke, Li Xinyu descended to the ground, vanishing without a backward glance. The next moment, a horrifying crimson sword light pierced through the void, cleaving a massive mountain peak in two,
creating a chasm 1,000 feet deep, with countless boulders soaring into the air. The spirit master and his guardian spirit were pierced through by that terrifying sword, their eyes forever closed in death. Meanwhile, Zhang Han did not embody the same brutal aesthetic as Li Xian's guardian spirit. His movements were agile, like a wraith. The moment he soared into the air, his figure vanished into the void. When he reappeared, his dual blades sliced through the bodies of the spirit master and his guardian spirit. With but a single strike, a revered guardian spirit of the highest order and an esteemed spirit wielder have perished in this realm. They were merely nascent in their status as respected practitioners. How could they possibly compare to the saintly level? The chasm between them is vast, a disparity of an entirely different echelon. After vanquishing the dual-born spirit wielder, Zhang Han's figure also vanished. Qin Ming, with an impassive expression, surveyed the scene, showing no inclination to inquire which ancient family was pulling the strings behind them. For him, any scheme or stratagem could be effortlessly dispelled through sheer power. There was no need for concern. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he returned to his vehicle. The icebound road melted beneath the searing heat emanating from Qin Ming. "Let us depart," he remarked nonchalantly, akin to crushing 2 ants underfoot. Meanwhile, Zhao Ju and Ling Yin regarded Qin Ming with growing awe and trepidation. After all, he was among the most formidable spirit wielders in existence, and to be dispatched so swiftly was a source of profound humiliation. Chapter 77. Arrival in the capital, headquarters training base as the vehicle roared to life once more. It reached the outskirts of the capital the following day. The moment the three arrived at the periphery of Kyoto, the environment and atmosphere underwent a monumental transformation. Even beyond the imperial city, the bustling activity and vibrant energy thrived, reminiscent not of a chaotic era, but rather of a prosperous age before turmoil. A microcosm of a flourishing China. Here, not only the ordinary spirit manipulators, but even the ancient families were compelled to behave with discretion, refraining from reckless actions. Despite the headquarters being infiltrated by various ancient clans, it remained beyond their control. In this era, the ultimate decision-making power lay with the most formidable warriors. The headquarters, under the dominance of a single chairman, could suppress all ancient families. This chairman was an imperial-level spirit manipulator, endowed with an imperial guardian spirit. Within the headquarters, alongside numerous council members, existed a more enigmatic group of elders. The extent of their powers remained a mystery to all, save for the chairman. It was precisely this uncertainty that ensured the survival of China's 9 provinces, even amidst chaos. Ambitious strongmen and their factions dared not act recklessly or infringe upon the headquarters boundaries. The thoroughfares leading into the imperial city had undergone significant changes. Since the advent of the Guardian Spirit era, the headquarters had stationed heavy guards along all major routes, manned by powerful spirit manipulators and equipped with heavy weaponry. Even revered-level spirit manipulators dared not trespass the imperial city's checkpoints. All who sought to enter the urban district of the imperial city were subject to identity verification, requiring proper authorization. At this moment, the off-road vehicle carrying Qin Ming and his companions slowed down, and at the behest of a soldier clad in military garb, Zhao Ju stepped out. "State your identity," the spirit manipulator inquired with a serious demeanor. "I am Qin Ming, the head official of Daqian City. Here on orders to enter the capital," Zhao Ju replied, presenting Qin Ming's appointment to the soldier. Upon hearing this, the gazes of passers-by and soldiers alike fixated on Zhao Ju, their expressions filled with astonishment. The audacity of that lawless figure from Daqian City to venture into the imperial city was indeed brazen. Did he not fear repercussions from the Wu family? Not to mention the numerous crimes attributed to him. Arriving at the headquarters was akin to walking into a trap. In Daqian City, no one could touch him. But here in the imperial city, even a dragon must coil. A single blow could easily crush the thriving realm of title-level spirit manipulators. After a thorough verification, the soldier approached the vehicle's window and saluted. "Head official Qin, please lower the window." As the tinted glass descended, revealing Qin Ming's calm and composed demeanor, the soldier scrutinized him for a moment before returning the appointment. Apologies for the disturbance. You may proceed. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to pass. Zhao Ju re-entered the vehicle, pressing the accelerator as they entered the capital. Once the vehicle vanished from sight, several soldiers exchanged knowing smirks. Indeed, he has come. What audacity! Qin Ming truly believes the imperial city is merely an extension of Daqian City. With the headquarters planning to revoke his position, he is certainly at the top of their list. Who can deny it? Not only do the members at headquarters hold significant grievances against him, but his transgressions have also been laid bare online, provoking outrage. Nevertheless, he is indeed a formidable individual. It is best not to provoke him, for with his extreme temperament, one might find themselves in peril. As the vehicle traversed the capital, the dazzling modern architecture left one in awe. Everywhere one looked, there were spirit masters, and not just ordinary ones. The spirit masters here were markedly different from those in Depay City. They bore no trace of resentment, and even if they did, they would never dare to incite a riot. When the forces that govern this city are sufficiently fearsome, the very thought of rebellion is stifled, leading to an unremarkable existence. It is said that following the arrival of the Guardian Spirit era, there were indeed some reckless spirit masters who attempted to exploit the chaos. Within a minute, they were whisked away by a mysterious organization, and since then, no one has laid eyes on them again. This is quite a splendid place, Qin Ming remarked as he gazed out of the car window, admiring the bustling scene. Naturally, it is the stronghold of the most powerful force in Huaxia. Even Lu Tianjun would think twice before causing trouble here. He must adhere to the headquarters rules. Zhao Ju concurred. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded slightly. He sensed numerous formidable presences at headquarters, at least 3 that were more fearsome than Lu Tianjun. Shall we head directly to the training base arranged by headquarters? Or would you prefer to find a hotel to stay at first? Zhao Ju inquired. Let us proceed directly to the training base. Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed outside the window, surveying the surroundings. Along the way, he noticed several suspicious individuals lurking about, perhaps from the Wu family or another clan. Could it be the Wu family? Or another faction? Qin Ming murmured, dismissing the thought. Suddenly, Ling Yin leaned closer, presenting a computer screen before Qin Ming. Your movements have made it to trending topics. It seems many are keeping tabs on you. Ling Yin teased. A faint ripple appeared in Qin Ming's eyes as he observed the trending topic regarding his arrival in the capital, a smirk gracing his lips. Quite swift indeed. These families are truly relentless. Shall we have the trending topic removed? Ling Yin asked. The power of the web would easily suppress the trending topic. However, Qin Ming merely shook his head slowly and closed the computer. Let the world discuss and judge me as they please. Their whispers are but the actions of petty mice scheming from the shadows, unworthy of concern. These vile beings once dared to belittle that individual S achievements, and now they slander and defame you. Qin Yi. This is utterly unforgivable and deserves punishment, Zhao Ju said through gritted teeth. Qin Ming found this amusing, raising an eyebrow as he softly replied, For me, it hardly qualifies as slander. The deeds they speak of, I have indeed committed. Upon hearing this, an awkward silence enveloped the car. Before long, the trio arrived at the training base. Here stood a mansion, 100 times larger than Qin Ming's estate in Daqian City, a truly magnificent and grand estate. The formidable steel walls are interconnected with electromagnetic induction. Not even a mosquito could breach the entrance without being instantly reduced to dust by the searing voltage. Throughout the entire estate, there exists not a single blind spot in surveillance, and the patrolling spirit guardians remain vigilant around the clock. The defenses are exceedingly stringent, and it is likely that no one in all of China would dare to brazenly trespass into this domain. Having parked the car in the lot, the trio made their way toward the entrance. Along the way, they encountered several unfamiliar spirit guardians. Upon reaching the doorway, Qin Ming promptly revealed his identity. The man responsible for registration exhibited a flicker of strange surprise in his eyes upon seeing Qin Ming's identification. May we enter? Qin Ming inquired, his distaste for the man's gaze palpable. Were it not for the need to exercise restraint in the imperial capital, he would deem such a feeble spirit guardian unworthy of a second glance. Certainly. However, the man replied with a polite smile. I must regretfully inform you that you cannot bring family members or servants inside. I hope you can understand. Despite his apprehension regarding Qin Ming's formidable prowess, the man recognized that no one dared to act recklessly in this place, lest they provoke the rules of the headquarters and invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Chapter 78, Deterrence. The appearance of Counselor Yang upon hearing the words. Qin Ming's gaze turned slightly frigid as he turned around to glance at Gaozu. Gaozu, possessing an all-knowing network, certainly understood whether this was a regulation from the headquarters or a peculiar rule aimed specifically at Qin Ming. Should it be a matter of headquarters protocol, Qin Ming would naturally comply. However, if it were the machinations of someone with ulterior motives, he would never allow himself to feel constrained. Zhao Ju's expression darkened with growing gravity. He knew that revealing the truth to Qin Ming could potentially ignite a conflict. Yet, he also dared not deceive him. And thus he shook his head and spoke. The regulations of the headquarters stipulated that upon verification of identity, the person in charge was permitted to bring in 2 individuals, precisely aligning with the number of inspectors present. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming gradually turned around, an inscrutable smile gracing his features as he approached the man responsible for registration. His voice, cold as ice, pierced the air. I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. The palpable aura of menace that enveloped him caused the man's complexion to turn ashen, and he involuntarily trembled, retreating several steps. He swallowed hard, his eyes betraying his anxiety. Qin Ming's gaze had been reminiscent of the abyss, far too terrifying to bear. As the tension escalated, curious bystanders among the spirit practitioners drew near, eager to witness who had the audacity to cause a disturbance in this place. Qin Ming even recognized a few familiar faces, the heads of the neighboring cities of Dayun and others from the Grand Qian city. Nevertheless, he had no inclination to exchange pleasantries with them. The trio, upon spotting Qin Ming, displayed expressions of astonishment, their hearts still haunted by fear. This individual was indeed restless wherever he went. Who says otherwise? I heard that the recent devastation in Dapei City is closely linked to him. Who did you hear that from? Oh, it was Wang from Entertainment Weekly. As the man trembled, on the verge of collapse, a long, pale hand suddenly fell upon his shoulder. He paused momentarily, and upon recognizing the face of the man behind him, he inexplicably sighed in relief and hurriedly addressed him with respect. Section Chief, step aside, Qin Ming commanded. Lifting his gaze towards the section chief the man referred to. The chief appeared quite presentable, a natural high-class beauty, though his demeanor bore an air of arrogance. You bear a resemblance to Wu He. Are you the Wu family? Qin Ming inquired, his expression unchanged but laced with a hint of mockery. I am Wu Xiao, section chief of the security division at the headquarters, also the elder brother of Wu He, my ineffectual sibling, he replied, his eyes glinting with cold malice. The Wu family, an ancient lineage, had never endured such humiliation in centuries. Yet this insignificant insect had dared to slay a member of their direct line, particularly one favored by Wu Mu. A grievous sin indeed. The Wu family. Intriguing. Do you wish to extinguish my life? Qin Ming stepped forward, his smile unwavering, his taunting demeanor inciting the spirit energy around Wu Xiao to surge, nearly compelling him to act. Director Qin, I must request that you adhere to the regulations of the headquarters. Wu Xiao eventually restrained himself. Though the Wu family was formidable, they were not yet in a position to disregard the headquarters and openly confront a city leader. Since you lack the courage to act, then retreat far away and spare us your presence. I have adhered to the headquarters regulations and shown you ample respect. Do not test my patience, or you shall meet your own demise. Suddenly, Qin Ming bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura that caused the onlooking spirit practitioners to pale and involuntarily step back. The A-class spirit practitioner Wu Xiao, standing nearby, faltered even more, retreating several steps with a ghastly expression. His face darkened as if it could drip water. Do you dare to strike within the training base of the imperial capital? Wu Xiao retorted. Qin Ming, do not presume that the imperial capital is your playground. Dare you? In an instant, Qin Ming moved, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue as a flash of crimson light rippled through the air, spreading into the infinite distance. The gathered crowd was overwhelmed by this terrifying force, hastily raising their arms to shield themselves. When their vision cleared and they looked towards Qin Ming, they beheld him gripping Wu Zhao's neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air, rendering him immobile, with even his guardian spirit unable to assist. A sinister glow enveloped Qin Ming, a dreadful killing intent suffocating Wu Zhao. In that moment, fear gripped him. Even as a pampered scion, he had never encountered such a situation. Director Qin, please cease your actions. Killing the head of the security department of the training base is tantamount to treason, urgently interjected Zhang Yin, the head of Dayun City, in an attempt to mediate. On that day, Qin Ming had spared their lives, and they felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Being mere civilian spirit practitioners without any backing, they were reluctant to witness his execution by the headquarters. Qin Ming, do not act rashly, urged Li Quan, the head of Dachuan City, echoing the sentiment. At this moment, spirit practitioners from the security department began arriving in succession, each one poised for action, their frigid stares fixed upon Qin Ming. Qin Ming, however, paid them no heed, his cold gaze locked onto the struggling Wu Zhao, whose face had turned ashen. The Wu family? I do not even regard your old hag of a matriarch. You are but a mere insect, daring to prance before me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? His emotionless voice resonated in Wu Zhao's ears, filling him with regret. He had initially intended to leverage his position as the head of the security department to humiliate Qin Ming, subsequently employing the Wu family's influence against him. Little did he know that Qin Ming was so unrestrained as to dare act within the headquarters training base. Qin Ming released the head of the department. Otherwise, it will be considered treason, the vice head of the security department declared as he appeared on the scene. He was not affiliated with the Wu family, but was a true powerhouse of the headquarters, a revered spirit practitioner. The reason an A-class spirit practitioner was appointed as head was due to Wu Mu's status. Regardless of the rights or wrongs, he cared not. However, to act recklessly within the training base was undeniably Qin Ming's fault. Qin Ming cast a faint glance at the vice head, disregarding him entirely, as the pressure of his grip intensified. The atmosphere became tense, with an array of formidable weapons, designed specifically for spirit practitioners, aimed squarely at Qin Ming. Meanwhile, a flurry of calls were made, summoning nearby spirit practitioners from the headquarters to converge on the scene. Within mere minutes, the entrance was besieged, impenetrable, and overflowing. The surrounding spirit practitioners unleashed their auras, creating a terrifying spectacle. Yet, Qin Ming remained unfazed. As long as the imperial-level powers did not intervene, none could stand in his way. Qin Ming's gaze remained as frigid as ever as he looked at the suffocating Wu Zhao. He was not so foolish as to slay the head of the security department in broad daylight. Such an act would only invite unnecessary complications and trivialities. After all, the Wu family was distinct from the headquarters. They could not be conflated. As anticipated, a calm and deep voice resonated in the next moment. Stand down. At the utterance of these words, all the spirit masters hurriedly parted to create a passage. Following the sound, Qin Ming beheld the figure of a middle-aged man approaching, his countenance composed and his demeanor extraordinary. The onlookers promptly bowed in respect. Councilman Yang, Qin's superior addressed him. This matter was instigated by Wu Zhao's unilateral actions, intended to vex you. It bears no relation to the headquarters stance. Please cease hostilities. Councilman Yang spoke with an unperturbed tone, as he was the chief overseer of this inquiry, naturally stationed at the headquarters training base. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's frigid expression unexpectedly softened into a faint smile. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast Wu Zhao aside and turned his attention to this esteemed spirit master of the highest caliber. Councilman Yang, my apologies. I too am compelled by circumstances. The Wu family harbors certain misunderstandings towards me, and my actions were merely for self-preservation. I hope for your understanding. Qin Ming spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, portraying himself almost as a victim. The crowd, witnessing this rapid change in demeanor, could only be left speechless, astounded by the swiftness rivaling that of a first-rate national actor. Chapter 79. Discussion and abandonment. Hearing these words,
The once formidable Wu Xiao found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by indignation. Councilman Yang regarded Qin Ming with keen interest, observing this notorious figure who had become a subject of rampant discussion online. Indeed, I understand that there are many small rodents within headquarters, persistently tarnishing its reputation. Let's put this matter to rest, but let it serve as a warning for the future. Please proceed with the registration. As for the two of them, Yang's gaze lingered on Zhao Ju, who wore an impassive expression and remained silent. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. Since the regulations permit the head of the department to bring along two individuals, if their identities pose no issues, then they may accompany you. However, refrain from causing further disturbances. With a final warning, Yang turned to leave. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Was this it? A blatant act against the head of security, and all they received was a warning? Where was the justice in that? Particularly among the many spirit practitioners present, including those from the Wu family and other noble families allied with them. There was a palpable sense of discontent. Yet, faced with the councilman's words, they dare not speak out or voice their grievances. Headquarters Councilman Qin Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head as he led Zhao Ju and the others to complete their registration. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at Qin Ming's exclusive suite. This suite boasted 3 independent bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, a living room, and was fully equipped with various essential amenities. After guiding the 3 into the room, the staff member cautiously remarked, "Head Qin, regarding the training, a dedicated person will notify you starting tomorrow." "Understood," Qin Ming replied. Once the staff departed, his blood-red eyes rippled faintly as he sensed the entirety of the suite, ensuring that no surveillance was present before finally settling down. Zhao Ju and Ling Yin took seats on either side of him. "Master Qin, with such a high profile, do you think you might attract unwanted attention?" Zhao Ju expressed his concerns. Qin Ming chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "Upon my arrival in the capital, I was trending online. Some individuals simply do not wish for me to remain low-key. Let them be. It is a fortuitous opportunity to gauge the attitude of headquarters." In response, Zhao Ju nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in a lavish room on the top floor of the training base, the chairman of headquarters stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing everything that transpired at the entrance. "Knock, knock, knock. Enter." Soon, Councilman Yang respectfully approached the chairman from behind. "Councilman Yang, what is your impression after personally confronting Qin Ming?" Hearing this, Councilman Yang offered a wry smile and shook his head, his tone laced with resignation. "He is a formidable character, unyielding to discipline, with a fierce disposition." The chairman's lips curled into a slight smile as he made his way to the sofa and sat down, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "What do you believe of his strength?" Upon hearing this, Yang paused, carefully reflecting on the fleeting essence of spirit he had sensed from Qin Ming. "He is powerful, unfathomable. I felt that in his presence, he showed no signs of deference or fear, maintaining an attitude of indifference as if he held me in contempt." As he spoke, a frown subtly creased Yang's brow. In the information they received, Qin Ming was merely regarded as a venerable level spirit master, and despite any strength he might possess, he could not overturn the heavens. However, when confronted with Qin Ming, an inexplicable sense of unease and trepidation surged within him. The speaker chuckled softly and handed his phone to Councilman Yang. "Take a look at this intriguing video." Councilman Yang was momentarily taken aback. Curiosity piqued as he opened the video. Gradually, his expression grew increasingly grave, finally revealing a hint of fear. "How is this possible? A special constitution? 3 great holy guardian spirits?" He gasped, disbelief flooding his eyes. This video was transmitted by a mysterious figure. Upon first viewing, I reacted similarly to you. This young individual has concealed himself too deeply, managing to engage Liu Tianjun without faltering, the speaker stated calmly. Councilman Yang furrowed his brow, still unwilling to accept the visuals presented in the video, shaking his head as he replied, "No, Liu Tianjun is an imperial-level spirit master. His true power has yet to be unleashed." The speaker chuckled lightly, interrupting Councilman Yang's conjectures. "Yang fan, Do you not yet comprehend? Yang Fan paused, clarity dawning upon him. He lifted his gaze, only to find the speaker's expression had turned increasingly grave, serious, even tinged with a hint of reverence. It was not that Lu Tianjun was reluctant to reveal his trump cards or unleash his full strength. Rather, it was that Qin Ming was far too terrifying and enigmatic. The guardian spirits he possessed were renowned generals under that individual. At that moment, as the speaker's complex voice resonated, even Yang Fan, despite his previous ignorance, swiftly reacted, springing up as his aura uncontrollably erupted, causing the lights in the room to flicker chaotically. What? Is it that individual? How could this be? If so, according to the research findings of headquarters over the years, the strength of guardian spirits is related to fate, particularly national fortune. That person is the eternal emperor, known as the first sovereign, the first to possess a complete national fortune. Yang Fan murmured, disbelief etched in his eyes. The speaker gestured for Councilman Yang to sit, his expression equally complex, sighing as he said thus, "The headquarters cannot afford to be adversarial with Qin Ming. Do you understand? No matter the magnitude of Qin Ming's transgressions, the headquarters must stand behind him." This time, Yang Fan did not oppose. Initially, the speaker had a rather ambiguous stance toward Qin Ming, even leaning in his favor. Yang Fan found this utterly perplexing, but now he understood why. I comprehend now. If that individual awakens, who in all of Huaxia could rival him? Yang Fan sighed deeply, his gaze unconsciously reflecting reverence. His awe was not directed at Qin Ming, but rather at the first sovereign. The ancient histories distorted his achievements, maligning him as a tyrant. Yet, those at the pinnacle of Huaxia understood that no one was qualified to judge his merits. He vanquished the 6 states and unified the realm. He established the imperial system and strengthened central governance. He abolished the feudal system in favor of the county system. He standardized the script, transportation, and currency, thus laying the foundation for the unification of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. Ever since, all emperors have merely been treading the path he forged. Such an eternal emperor has been unjustly vilified as a tyrant, a slander born from the fears of later rulers who sought to undermine his exalted status in the hearts of the people. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that the power of that individual is overwhelmingly formidable. With Qin Ming's current strength, it is utterly impossible to summon that being into this realm, the chairman speculated. What about the Wu family? Yang Fan furrowed his brows. Given Wu Mu's disposition, a peaceful negotiation with Qin Ming was inconceivable. The chairman raised his deep-set brows, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Some may possess great strength, yet they corrode the foundations of Huaxia. If they must be discarded, then so be it. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Yang Fan's gaze. To so casually cast aside a family of pinnacle, saint-level spirit masters? After a moment's contemplation, Yang Fan cautiously inquired, "Esteemed chairman, is this your stance or that of the esteemed elders?" The chairman met Yang Fan's gaze with calm eyes. What matters little is whose opinion it is. What is significant is that the true era of chaos has only just begun. Chapter 80, The Savior? As the course commenced, a conflict arose. Upon hearing the words, Yang Fan grew increasingly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the chairman's intent. In his view, the current situation had been temporarily stabilized, and the establishment of a new order would only lead to greater prosperity, surpassing any previous era. The chairman, however, offered no further explanation, merely shaking his head, his gaze revealing a hint of complexity. The era of guardian spirits is not as simple as you imagine. Together with the elders, I have glimpsed a fragment of celestial insight. This world requires a true savior, and a savior is not merely a paragon of virtue. Yang Fan, you hail from an ancient lineage, yet you are distinct from them. Loyal to Huaxia, I believe you will not choose the wrong path. Yang Fan Baoset, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Simultaneously, he was aware of the headquarters stance regarding Qin Ming. Understanding this, he reassured the chairman, "Rest assured, I know what to do." "Very well," the chairman replied. "You will be responsible for the training base. Keep a watchful eye on the prominent families, especially the Wu family. Do not provoke Qin Ming again. With those words, the chairman's figure vanished into thin air, an unsettling display of power. It was evident how formidable the chairman's abilities were, capable of traversing dimensions, as legend spoke. Once the chairman had departed, Yang Fan exhaled, allowing himself to relax against the sofa, reflecting on the vast chasm between his own prowess as a top-tier spiritual controller and that of the chairman, an emperor-level controller. As for Qin Ming, I hope that this individual remains stable. At that moment, Yang Fan regretted bringing Qin Ming to the capital. His initial intention was to disrupt the chess game of the prominent families and to gauge Qin Ming's hidden strengths. However, after witnessing that video, such thoughts had dissipated. Without the emperor's intervention, there was no one to counterbalance Qin Ming. The following morning, Qin Ming awoke from his meditation, and as he opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light flickered, a terrifying force directly disrupting the flow of the void. Moments later, he gradually reigned in his aura. Shortly thereafter, Gaozu and another individual knocked on his door to inform him that breakfast was ready. After partaking in the morning meal, a staff member arrived to escort Qin Ming to the training session. Qin Ming glanced at Gaozu and the other person, offering a stern warning, "Do not stir up trouble." They exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that if he could manage not to cause a ruckus, it would be a commendable feat. Subsequently, Qin Ming followed the staff member away from his residence, making his way to another independent courtyard. Mr. Qin, the training program spans 1 month. It consists of 20 days of theoretical instruction and 10 days of practical training. On the final day, the headquarters will assess each lead. Failure to meet the standards could result in losing your position and being reassigned within the headquarters. Therefore, please take this seriously. The man carefully explained the training details. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged. He understood the headquarters strategy. They intended to use the excuse of inadequate assessments to dismiss those unfit to manage the city, particularly targeting the offspring of the prominent families, thereby silencing their dissent. The headquarters displayed a degree of magnanimity by refraining from holding them accountable for past transgressions in various cities. Director Qin, do you have any questions? If not, please proceed to the classroom. The theoretical course is about to commence. The man, head bowed, dared not meet Qin Ming's gaze. His actions were now widely known. A mere verbal warning for someone who had acted recklessly at the headquarters training base. Who would dare provoke him? No, Qin Ming replied coolly, entering a room reminiscent of a university lecture hall without a backward glance. Guarding the entrance were 2 B-level spiritual guardians, ensuring a strict level of security. Upon entering the classroom, Qin Ming surveyed the scene. Approximately 30 individuals were seated according to their respective identity cards. He glanced around before making his way to his designated seat. The other directors discreetly observed Qin Ming's entrance, filled with curiosity. After all, it was rare for an unassuming spiritual guardian to challenge the ancient families. To his left and right sat Zhang Yin, the director of Dayan City, Zhou Mian from Daqing City, and Li Quan from Dachuan City. It was not difficult to deduce that their seating was arranged according to geographical proximity. Among the 30 directors, individuals of all ages and genders were present, creating an unusual assembly. When Zhang Yin, Li Quan, and Zhou Mian noticed Qin Ming, they greeted him amicably, as the 4 were among the few familiar faces. Qin Ming responded with a smile, then shifted his attention to the entrance. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed across the floor. Shortly thereafter, a mature, sophisticated instructor in a tailored women's suit and black-framed glasses, with voluminous waves of hair, entered. She surveyed the room before her gaze ultimately settled on Qin Ming. Esteemed directors, here you are my students, and from now on, I shall refer to you as classmates. My name is Shangwan. You may call me Teacher Shangwan, and I will be responsible for your theoretical lessons. I am an ordinary person, not a spiritual guardian. Are you curious as to why an ordinary individual is entrusted with teaching powerful spiritual guardians like yourselves? Shangwan leaned casually against the lectern, her voice laced with confidence, unperturbed by the presence of the guardians. Her words ignited a flurry of murmurs within the classroom, accompanied by derisive laughter from some. At that moment, a coarse voice interjected. Teacher Shangwan, I too am curious as to why you are here to teach us. A woman like you, TSK, is better suited for a bed than a podium. Laughter ensued, with some reveling in the chaos and making crude comments about Shang Yi's appearance. Qin Ming remained composed, his expression unchanged. He did not believe that a woman capable of serving as a lecturer for city directors could possibly be an ordinary person. Shang Yi maintained her professional smile, observing the scene without surprise. These spiritual guardians had backgrounds spanning various occupational strata, from high-ranking professionals to street vendors and even idle ruffians, creating a diverse and disparate group. The initial decision to appoint them as city directors was born of necessity, as the headquarters faced a shortage of personnel to quell national unrest. In the present day, the headquarters has regained its composure and welcomed a multitude of exceptional spirit guardians, naturally opting to replace some of the less competent individuals. It would be utterly nonsensical to appoint a butcher as the mayor. As the laughter of the crowd subsided, Shang Yi finally spoke calmly. This student Qian has made a valid point. You are responsible for Dahan City, correct? Having someone like you in charge must surely be a tragedy for Dahan City. This unabashedly sarcastic remark hung in the air, rendering the atmosphere momentarily frozen. Qian Feng's gaze turned icy, and the aura of his spirit fluctuated subtly, causing the lights in the classroom to flicker erratically. "What did you just say, you vile woman?" came his cold retort. Shang Yi offered a faint smile, extending her slender, fair hand with a playful tone. "I know you, before the era of spirit guardians. You were a petty rogue, scraping by through thievery, having spent several stints in prison, utterly unrepentant. When the era of spirit guardians dawned, you fortuitously became an A-rank spirit guardian, slaughtering an entire police station, and even occupying the most luxurious hotel in Dahan City. What you've done since then, TSK, is indeed more appalling than what classmate Qin has done." Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, wondering how he had been drawn into this. Nevertheless, he felt no anger. Rather, he regarded this so-called ordinary person with keen interest. Chapter 81. The Ruthlessness of Headquarters, a Lesson in Fear at this moment. Qian Feng abruptly rose, his gaze icy as it fell upon Shang Yi. In Daqian City, he was a king. His word dictated life and death, and none dared to defy him. Being humiliated by an ordinary woman was an affront he could not tolerate. "Little girl, are you courting death? Women like you, arrogant and self-righteous, I've dealt with countless times. Do you wish to perish as well?" The moment he uttered these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Disbelief etched on their faces as they regarded this coarse man, astonished by the perversion of his taste. Even Qin Ming felt that this fellow was exceedingly abnormal. More so than himself, Shang Yi remained unfazed, her fingers resting on a button. With calm composure, she stated, disrupting classroom order and humiliating a teacher. "Qian Feng, you are disqualified. Ha, what are you even worth? You think you could disqualify me just because you say so?" Qian Feng roared in fury, his body radiating light as he prepared to summon his guardian spirit to teach Shang Yi a lesson. However, just then, the classroom surveillance suddenly shifted, unleashing red beams that pierced through his very being. In an instant, Qian Feng found himself immobilized, unable to move as the aura of his spirit swiftly faded away like a receding tide. Before long, the door swung open and a military-clad spirit manipulator entered, brandishing specialized hooks that pierced through his limbs, dragging him away like a vengeful specter come to claim his soul. No matter how he howled and raged, he remained utterly powerless, leaving behind a trail of crimson blood upon the floor. Moments later, another individual entered to promptly clean up the scene, executing the task with such efficiency that it appeared rehearsed 1,000 times. The onlookers, who had previously joined in the commotion, now snapped back to reality, trembling as if they were kindergartners, obediently frozen in place. Only a select few among them eyed the inconspicuous mobile surveillance device with curiosity. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze, easily surmising that this device bore a striking resemblance to those developed by Yuan. Yet, the headquarters boasted an array of top-tier equipment, far beyond what he could compare. Well then, the disruptive student has been dealt with. "Let us continue," Shang Yi said, once again donning a seemingly harmless smile, her voice soft.
At that moment, no one perceived her as an ordinary individual. She resembled a beautiful demon instead. A distinguished A-grade spirit manipulator had thus been rendered powerless. And the outcome was all too clear. Worse than death awaited him. Now, let us proceed to the questions. Students who answer incorrectly will face punishment. As she flashed a captivating smile, none found it pleasing. Instead, they were gripped by anxiety, visibly displaying their panic and unease. Teacher Shangguan, is it too extreme to say that one could die for answering incorrectly? Is this truly training, or is it murder? Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and asked with a mournful expression. Shangguan cast a faint glance at the speaker, pointing toward the booklet in front of them. Everyone, have you never been to school? At the start of each term, institutions distribute handbooks outlining rules and regulations. Information regarding punishments and rewards, assessment criteria, and classroom etiquette can all be found within. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly flipped through their handbooks, reading intently. Only Qin Ming cast a fleeting glance, arms crossed, indifferent to the situation. Shangguan, who had always been particularly attentive to Qin Ming, noticed his peculiarity and inquired with a slight smile, "Have you prepared in advance?" "Classmate Qin?" "No," Qin Ming replied tersely and calmly. "Then you ought to be cautious." Classmate Qian Feng faced punishment and was eliminated early due to his unfamiliarity with the rules. Shangguan continued, her smile unwavering. The others turned their gaze toward Qin Ming upon hearing this. A look of disdain flashed across Qin Ming's face. Such petty tricks might intimidate those in charge. But for him, simply attending class in an orderly fashion was already a concession to the headquarters. Rules are meant for the weak. The privilege of the strong is to disregard them. What do you think, Teacher Shangguan? The moment Qin Ming's words left his lips, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd, and they all felt a bead of sweat for him. Shangguan was equally taken aback. After a brief moment of silence, she smiled broadly and nodded in agreement. Classmate Qin makes a valid point. Well then, I wish you good luck. Thank you, Qin Ming replied. Shangguan Yi's smile faltered. It was her first encounter with such brazen arrogance. Yet, considering that Qin Ming dismissed even the Wu family, she felt a sense of relief. All right, everyone, no need to be so tense. Classmate Qianfeng's situation is an exception. The headquarters punishment is not that severe. At most, a deduction of performance points. The final assessment will be a combination of theoretical scores, practical results, and daily performance points. Now, let us begin the questions. Those who answer voluntarily will earn additional performance points. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to revert to a university classroom atmosphere. What was the main reason classmate Qian Feng was quickly subdued? As the questioning commenced, everyone began to debate, eager to secure performance points. I know. It's because the headquarters weaponry is sufficiently formidable and terrifying, one person suggested. Shangguan glanced at him and replied, "Flattery won't work. Sit down." Subsequently, everyone rose to respond, but all were dismissed by Shangguan. Finally, she turned her gaze toward the only calm and unperturbed Qin Ming. She felt a headache coming on, truly reluctant to have such a dangerous individual in her class. Moreover, Yang Fan had specifically warned her not to provoke Qin Ming, leaving her feeling even more helpless. Astonished at Qin Ming's considerable influence that warranted the personal attention of a dignitary. "Classmate Qin, don't you have any thoughts on this?" Shangguan eventually asked. If he had summoned his guardian spirit in time, he could have easily countered that weapon. However, he lost the opportunity to summon it because his physical form was too weak and easily targeted. This is a fatal weakness for most spirit manipulators. At the moment Qin Ming's words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood. Even Shangguan regarded Qin Ming with admiration. Indeed, this is also the first lesson I wish to impart to you all. The strength of a guardian spirit is not a reflection of your own power. Thus, refining your physique to step into the extraordinary realm is an essential course for all of you moving forward. Classmate Qin seems to possess profound knowledge in this regard. Qin Ming cast a tranquil glance at Shangguan then chose to disregard her. Shangguan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anger crossing her beautiful eyes. Yet she resumed her lecture. The subsequent content of the lesson revolved around various methods to enhance physical strength. However, for Qin Ming, It was akin to chewing wax, utterly devoid of value. At that moment, Li Quan raised his hand to speak. Teacher Shangwan, as per your assertions, refining the body and strengthening its resilience to enhance one's capabilities may not suffice when faced with assassination attempts or enigmatic weapons like those from the headquarters. Is it not correct to say that, through your methods, one may struggle to attain a level impervious to such threats? Not to mention the challenge posed by guardian spirits? Upon hearing this, many in the audience echoed their agreement, casting doubt on the feasibility of Shangwan Yi's approach to enhancing physical prowess. Chapter 82. The Secret of the Mecha. Do not seek death. Shangwan Yi quietly observed the rebuttals from the crowd without offering an explanation. Once the murmurs subsided, she turned her gaze towards Qin Ming and provocatively inquired, Classmate Qin, how do you propose we resolve this predicament? Why has the headquarters suggested training to refine our bodies and enhance physical strength? Qin Ming's demeanor remained as tranquil as ever, his voice devoid of any tumult. It is quite simple. Firstly, the imperial-level spirit manipulators' derivatives exist, but I doubt that ordinary spirit manipulators qualify for such an opportunity. Secondly, the audience gazed at Qin Ming with eager anticipation, their attention unwavering. Even Shangwan Yi appeared somewhat uncertain, skeptical that Qin Ming could fathom the headquarters' ultimate plan. With a light chuckle, Qin Ming continued, Secondly, the headquarters has developed mechas tailored for spirit manipulators, capable of withstanding significant external assaults. Even a mere few seconds would suffice for a spirit manipulator to summon a guardian spirit for protection, wouldn't it? At this revelation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, struggling to believe that such advanced technology had come into existence. However, upon observing Shangwan Yi's equally astonished expression, they found themselves at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Shangwan Yi regained her composure. Her pupils widened and lips slightly parted, casting doubt on whether Councilman Yang had leaked confidential information from the headquarters. How did you know? Did Councilman Yang inform you? She queried, her brow furrowed in disbelief that this could merely be Qin Ming's conjecture. If true, his intellect would indeed be astonishing, beyond comprehension. Qin Ming offered a faint smile and shrugged indifferently. You may believe what you wish. In his previous life, Qin Ming had indeed encountered the mechas crafted by the headquarters to compensate for the shortcomings of spirit manipulators. These mechas were formidable, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, with their primary purpose being to safeguard the spirit manipulators' physical forms, buying them time to summon their guardian spirits. Notably, the most elite mechas possessed strength comparable to that of titled spirit manipulators, presenting a terrifying prospect. It was even feasible to soar through the skies relying on these mechas. Though their emergence came 5 years after the advent of the guardian spirit era, coinciding with the arrival of the soul demons. To combat these threats, the headquarters was compelled to reveal some of its hidden resources. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yi's expression wavered, unable to ascertain whether Qin Ming's insights stem from his own reasoning or from Councilman Yang's disclosures. Ultimately, she chose not to dwell on the matter and addressed the group with a serious tone. Everyone, what classmate Qin has stated is accurate. The headquarters indeed possesses the capability to create mechas tailored for spirit manipulators. However, your eligibility will depend on your performance, and the level of the mechas will correlate with your contributions. Therefore, strive to excel. If your physical strength does not meet the requirements to don a mecha, even if you qualify for a customized mecha, you will be unable to wield it. At her words, the crowd exchanged glances, each revealing a glimmer of desire. After all, these mechas could potentially rectify the deficiencies of ordinary spirit manipulators, who would not be tempted. Of course, Qin Ming was an exception. In the face of absolute power, all superficial embellishments seemed but a jest. The subsequent lessons were devoted to elucidating methods for enhancing physical strength, even delving into ancient breathing techniques that harness the revitalizing energies of the universe to refine the body. Qin Ming was somewhat astonished to discover that such ancient practices truly existed. Their effects were likely akin to the body tempering of the Nine Nether Abyss, albeit with vastly different results. He mused internally that while his gains were modest, the experience was not entirely in vain. Before long, the 4-hour course concluded, and the afternoon did not require further lessons. Instead, it was a time for reflection on the day's teachings. Qin Ming rose and turned to leave. As he entered the corridor, a figure obstructed his path. It was Shangguan Yi. She regarded him with keen interest, her lips curved in a faint smile. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, harboring no interest in the woman, and continued on his way. Shangguan Yi stood frozen, disbelief filling her eyes. Regardless of her esteemed status or striking beauty, she was a paragon in the capital, and even the ancient aristocracy would hesitate to provoke her. Now, being overlooked by a mere subordinate ignited a profound fury within her proud heart. Qin Ming halted. With an expression devoid of emotion, Qin Ming turned, his gaze gradually turning frigid. "What is it?" The chill in his eyes sent an involuntary shiver through Shangguan Yi. They seemed to convey that he would show no mercy, and if provoked, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. "Tell me how you came to know the secrets of the headquarters matches." Shangguan Yi raised her brows, adopting an air of superiority, as if genuinely interrogating a student. Qin Ming narrowed his cold eyes, advancing towards her step by step until she found herself cornered against the wall. Only then did he pause. The two were in close proximity, so close that he could hear her rapid breaths. "Shangguan Yi, keep your distance. Do not question me with your lofty demeanor, or you shall bear the consequences. The trivial tricks of the headquarters hold no significance for me. I am here attending classes, which is already a concession to the headquarters, and you do not overstep your bounds, lest you invite misfortune." With that, Qin Ming turned and departed. Had it not been for the headquarters' influence, those who dared to speak to him in such a manner would have long since met their demise. Once Qin Ming's figure vanished, Shangguan Yi finally regained her senses. Her cheeks flushed with indignation and impotent rage. "Very well, Qin Ming, just you wait." With a haughty snort, she stormed away. Even at a distance of 1,000 meters, Qin Ming could hear her words clearly. "Let us hope you don't court disaster." Qin Ming silently remarked to himself. For him, women held no privileges, merely transient shadows. After leaving the small courtyard, Shangguan Yi made her way directly to the top floor of the main building, to Yang Fan's office. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Yang Fan sighed with a wry smile, having anticipated her arrival to interrogate him. Naturally, he had been privy to all that transpired in the classroom through surveillance. The incident involving a mere subordinate teaching was not something he would usually monitor closely. However, with Qin Ming in the mix, he had to remain vigilant. That individual was notoriously unpredictable, and Shangguan Yi, with her lofty status and proud demeanor, posed a concern for potential conflict between the two. Who would have thought that it would indeed come to pass as he wished? When Qin Ming unraveled the secret of the headquarters matches, Yang Fan was equally astonished. As for Shangguan Yi, she might suspect that she had leaked confidential information. But whom would she suspect? The speaker? That would be a mere jest. In a fit of anger, Shangguan Yi stormed into the room, plopped down on the sofa, and downed a glass of red wine in one gulp. Bang! Her chest heaved with rage, unsteady and tumultuous. Yang Fan hastily averted his gaze and feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Shangguan's niece, what has vexed you?" Shangguan Yi raised her eyes to Yang Fan, coldly questioning, "Counselor Yang, did you divulge the secret of the matches, allowing that rascal Qin Ming to put on such a clever act?" The unguarded words took even Yang Fan by surprise, prompting him to hastily clarify, "It was not I. That fellow is truly formidable. He has managed to deduce the headquarters plan to utilize Mech to compensate for the shortcomings of the Spirit Guardians. Either he possesses an uncanny intellect, or there are those within the headquarters who support him." Chapter 83. Undercurrents and the abyssal imperial capital. Suddenly, Yang Fan paused, recalling the information regarding Qin Ming and his subordinates. The identity of Zhao Ju had always been a mystery, but upon further contemplation, he began to grasp a vague understanding. "What does this mean? You truly did not disclose any information?" Shangguan Yi inquired, her delicate brows furrowing in puzzlement. "It was not me. This is confidential information from headquarters. How could I possibly leak it in advance? Even if it ceases to be a secret soon, I would not dare act recklessly without the speaker's command," Yang Fan responded. Rising from his desk to the sofa, where he poured a glass of red wine for Shengwani. She raised the glass and drank it in one swift motion before standing up. I understand now. I apologize for the interruption, Counselor Yang. Watching Shengwani depart, Yang Fan felt a twinge of frustration. He hoped the two would not clash again. Otherwise, trouble would ensue. One unafraid of anything, the other indulged and arrogant. Sigh. Behind Shengwan, he stood an elder figure whom even Yang Fan dared not offend. However, Qin Ming was not intimidated. Regardless of who stood behind someone, he treated all equally. The web, perhaps. All the hidden influences in Daqian City had vanished overnight, including the recent indiscriminate slander. It appeared that Zhao Ju was indeed the master of the web. But that made sense. The web was inherently tied to that individual's power. Yang Fan poured himself a glass of red wine, feeling quite overwhelmed. He hoped these two troublesome figures would refrain from causing further incidents, especially Shengwan, as Qin Ming's entanglements were far beyond the control of any single elder. Meanwhile, within the Wu family estate in the imperial capital, a sprawling mansion covering thousands of acres stood as a testament to their formidable influence in such a precious locale. At this moment, the conference hall of the Wu family's main building was filled with senior members of the family. Among them were not only A-class spirit manipulators, but also several esteemed figures of the sage level. Seated at the head of the table was a woman in her 40s, though she had already surpassed a century in age. Dressed in an opulent women's Zhongshan suit, she exuded an air of authority. The gathered individuals sat respectfully, their postures rigid, scarcely daring to breathe. That brat has arrived in the imperial capital, brazenly attacking our Wu family's direct lineage in broad daylight. What thoughts do you all have? Wu Mu began, her tone icy, laden with palpable animosity towards Qin Ming. As the head of the Wu family, a member of the headquarters council, and a top-tier sage-level spirit manipulator, she was one of the foremost figures in Huaxia, a true operator of capital. Her words were regarded as law, a frightening power. Head, I believe we could summon Shengwan Yi for a discussion, allowing her to maneuver discreetly to strip Qin Ming of his position as the head of Daqian City, keeping him in the imperial capital. If that were to happen, we would have ample opportunity to deal with him, someone proposed from the side. Wu Mu turned her gaze towards the speaker, pausing in silence before shaking her head. The background of Shengwan Yi is quite formidable, given her temperament. It is improbable that she would heed the commands of the Wu family. Nevertheless, this method may indeed prove effective, for the instructor of the practical training course possesses certain connections with my family. However, this alone is insufficient. I intend to make this little brat pay a price 1,000 times more dreadful than death. Wu Mu's voice turned cold once more, his hatred for Qin Ming penetrating to the marrow of his bones. Patriarch, Qin Ming's foundation lies in Daqian City. Perhaps we could dispatch assassins to strike at Daqian City, capturing all his confidants and threatening him into submission. Indeed, let us synchronize our efforts, as you suggest. I want this brat to face consequences. Wu Mu spoke icily, filled with a desire to consume him whole. With his head bowed, his eyes flickering with a dim light, Wu Mu contemplated the injustices of the headquarters. His family could never allow themselves to be humiliated. If the headquarters lacked benevolence, they must not blame the Wu family for their lack of righteousness. Simultaneously, various ancient families began to stir. Some were disgruntled over the removal of their city leaders and were secretly reaching out to the leaders of civilian spirit manipulators, preparing to covertly bring them under their command. Others were devising ways to position their own spirit manipulators in other significant roles, each harboring ulterior motives, primarily for the benefit of their families, their eyes glinting with avarice. At the headquarters training base, in the building where the head of operations resided, Qin Ming returned to his suite, where Zhao Ju and Ling Yin approached him with curiosity etched on their faces. Master Qin, what did you learn today? Ling Yin inquired, her pretty face adorned with intrigue. As Qin Ming settled onto the sofa, Zhao Ju, ever perceptive, hurriedly poured him a glass of red wine and lit a cigarette. Sitting beside him, equally eager to know, with an air of composure, Qin Ming downed the glass of wine in one gulp, inhaled deeply from the cigarette, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, succinctly recounting the day's lessons and occurrences. He then added, there was nothing of substantial value. It was merely general knowledge aimed at A-level spirit manipulators. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ju hesitated momentarily, adjusting his hands before reminding him, Master Qin, according to the headquarters assessment regulations, if you do not study earnestly, passing the theoretical examination will be quite difficult. Moreover, considering your apparent discord with Shengwan Yi and the likelihood of some ancient families intervening. Qin Ming cast a faint glance at Zhao Ju, casually responding, it matters not. Daqian City is mine. The headquarters appointments are inconsequential to me. It is I, Qin Ming, who concedes to the headquarters by accepting the appointment, rather than it being a gift from them. His domineering words momentarily stunned the two, yet they found an odd sense of reason within what seemed unreasonable. Rest assured, the headquarters is filled with intelligent individuals. The power does not rest in the hands of the ancient families. As for Shengwan, her haughty demeanor suggests she possesses an extraordinary identity. Have you uncovered her background? Lin Xinyu eagerly interjected, Master Qin, I have investigated. Shengwan Yi is quite renowned in the capital. Before the era of spirit guardians, she taught at the nation's most prestigious institution, Qingbei University, and behind her stands one of the true power brokers of China, a figure of elder status. An elder, you say? No wonder she behaves so audaciously. Qin Ming whispered, referring to the elders, the true decision-makers of Huaxia, their numbers uncertain, yet all are imperial-level spirit manipulators. Furthermore, the speaker of the headquarters possesses another identity, that of one of the elders. However, despite Shengwan Yi's capricious nature, she is likely not a fool. If she truly lacks discernment, it is time she realizes that imperial-level spirit manipulators are not her support. As he spoke, a flicker of crimson light flashed through Qin Ming's black and white pupils. Although he is meticulous and cautious in his actions, he would never compromise his own dignity. What Qin said was valid. Mere mortals have no right to provoke him, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Zhao Ju, seemingly influenced by Zhao Gao, fiercely upheld Qin Ming's authority, refusing to allow anyone to disrespect him. Shengwan Yi is merely a minor interlude. The true purpose of this visit to the imperial capital is to gauge the headquarters' stance and discern the allegiances of these so-called ancient families, who stands as an enemy and who as a friend. Qin Ming sat up, his tone calm as he spoke. Chapter 84. The mysterious organization. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Director Qin, lunch has arrived. Qin Ming glanced at the clock. It was noon, indeed time to eat. Although his current physique could withstand a month without sustenance, replenishing energy was essential for better assimilating the power of the Nine Nether Sea. Lin Yin rose voluntarily and opened the door, revealing a man dressed as a waiter, pushing a cart filled with an array of high-calorie foods. As the man approached the dining table, Qin Ming stood and casually observed the individual, who was bowing respectfully while arranging the dishes. It seems the person who delivered the meal yesterday was not you. Is it standard practice at your headquarters to have random delivery personnel? Qin Ming, seated at the head of the table, gestured for Zhao Ju and Lin Yin to sit down. The man, maintaining a neutral expression, replied in a calm demeanor, Director Qin. The delivery personnel from headquarters are indeed fixed. However, Xiao Zhou had to take an unexpected leave yesterday due to family matters, so I was sent in his place. Once the meal was set, the man turned to Qin Ming, wearing a professional smile. Is there anything else you require? Qin Ming shook his head. No need. Very well. Please enjoy your meal. Thus, Qin Ming indulged heartily before the man's eyes, completely disregarding the image of a powerful figure. Lin Yin and Zhao Ju typically waited for Qin Ming's permission to begin their meal, and therefore were not in a hurry. Upon seeing Qin Ming start to eat, the man turned to leave. Once the door closed, Zhao Ju cast a curious glance at Qin Ming. Master Qin, do you find this person suspicious? Certainly. Someone has poisoned the food. Zhao Ju. Lin Yin. Observing Qin Ming devour his meal with gusto, the two hesitated to speak, sensing that it might be too late to intervene. Master Qin, then you. Eventually, Zhao Ju spoke up to offer a caution. Qin Ming calmly lifted his gaze, briefly regarding Zhao Ju before returning to his meal. The flavor is delightful. It would be a waste not to enjoy it. This is likely a slow-acting poison, capable of corroding the body. An ordinary spirit master would be unable to detect it,
and within a month, the poisoned individual would face certain death. But do not worry. To me, it is merely a seasoning. With that remark, two astonished faces stared at Qin Ming as he continued to feast. 10 minutes later, satisfied, Qin Ming set down his utensils, drained a glass of red wine, and lit a cigarette, appearing to revel in the bliss of life. You two can nibble on some snacks for now. We shall interrogate the one responsible tonight to uncover their intent. Upon hearing this, the two were unconcerned. Missing one meal held little consequence for them. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, within a mysterious chamber, the atmosphere was dim and shadowy, centered around a round table. Cloaked figures in dark robes encircled the table. From the head of the table, a deep, raspy voice emerged. What is the situation in the demon city? The spirit guard is being cautious. It has aroused at one's vigilance, making infiltration difficult. What the imperial capital? The infiltration of several prominent families led by the Wu clan continues, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Wu family may serve the organization. Furthermore, every department at headquarters bears the shadow of the organization. Indeed, it is imperative to swiftly resolve the uncertainties surrounding Qin Ming. Behind him looms the formidable Qin dynasty, and I dread the arrival of that figure. Should he descend, all our schemes would dissolve into mere illusions. Understood. As dust settled, the delivery man arrived at Qin Ming's room, exuding confidence akin to the midday sun. However, in an instant, Gaozu appeared like a specter, blocking the entrance with an imposing presence. Lin Yin, with no hesitation, unleashed a brutal kick that shattered the man's legs. The sudden turn of events left the man reeling, collapsing to the ground in agony. Lin Yin, adorned in high heels, radiated a faint aura of fire as she approached the man, seizing him by the neck and unceremoniously tossing him before the lounging Qin Ming. What are you doing, Qin Ming? How dare you lay hands on a member of headquarters? Do you comprehend the consequences? Lin Yan's expression turned frigid as she delivered a resounding slap, causing blood to spew from the man's mouth, his teeth scattering. Silence. Lin Yan's voice was icy, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor. You will answer Lord Qin's inquiries without superfluous chatter, or I shall make your existence unbearable. With a captivating stride, she swayed her figure, a cold smile gracing her lips. The man, now drenched in cold sweat, understood that his cover had been blown. Yet, despite racking his brain, he remained perplexed as to how he had exposed himself. Raising his gaze once more, though pallid, he displayed no trace of fear. Qin Ming, how did you uncover my identity? I believed I was being cautious. Qin Ming chuckled softly, extinguishing his cigarette before leaning in to whisper, You lack the standing to question me. Provide the answers I seek, and I may hand you over to headquarters, perhaps allowing you a sliver of hope. Otherwise, you shall experience the depths of despair, where life is unbearable and death eludes you. At these words, a flicker of apprehension crossed the man's eyes, yet he retorted defiantly, Qin Ming, the organization has set its sights on you. You may have escaped this time by mere chance, but next time, fortune will not favor you. Kill me, and I shall reveal nothing. With a swift motion, Lin Yin tore the man's arm asunder, blood spraying forth. The excruciating pain of his severed limb sent the man writhing on the floor, howling in torment. Lin Yin, embodying a demon, conjured a flame atop her slender fingers and cast it upon the stump of his arm, the sizzling sound akin to meat roasting, staunching the blood flow to prevent him from bleeding out. Oh, still so stubborn? Lin Yin chuckled lightly, reminiscent of Viper. Qin Ming couldn't help but observe Lin Yin, usually gentle and considerate, and he now understood why this woman could ascend to the position of a department head within the network. Her ruthlessness surpassed that of the man before her. Kill me, and I shall remain silent. Otherwise, my family, friends, and loved ones will perish. The man snarled, his face twisted in anguish. What a responsible man you are, worthy of respect. Alas, I doubt I shall extract any valuable information from him. Qin Ming gazed at the man, discerning his intent, which exuded a profound sense of fatalism. Such individuals would rather embrace death than yield. Rising to his feet, he approached the window, his eyes softly surveying the vibrant, neon-lit capital beneath the twilight sky. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a hushed tone, Lin Yin, You have 10 minutes. Just ensure he remains alive to speak. If he remains silent, we shall leave his fate to the headquarters. Qin Ming was reluctant to squander time on such a petty figure, knowing that any intelligence he might possess would likely be scant. It would be wiser to gauge the stance of Counselor Yang. Perhaps he could extract some valuable information. Upon hearing this, Ling Yin let out a soft laugh. Her voice sultry as she replied, "Understood, Master Qin." Subsequently, in an effort not to disturb Qin Ming, Ling Yin dragged the man into the bathroom for a brief interrogation. Employing her spiritual powers to sever any external disturbances, thereby preventing the anguished cries from reaching Qin Ming. Chapter 85. The Evil Emperor Organization at this moment. Zhao Ju approached Qin Ming with a slightly grave expression. "Master Qin, I fear we are in considerable trouble." "What do you mean? Do you know which faction he hails from?" Qin Ming remained composed, unperturbed by the unfolding situation. Zhao Ju paused for a moment before continuing. "When he mentioned the word organization, I surmised that he likely belongs to a mysterious group. This organization calls itself the Evil Emperor Organization, appearing and disappearing without a trace. No one knows the identities of its members, nor the location of its base. It is an ancient and low-profile organization, existing for an exceedingly long time. Due to its discreet nature, few are aware of its reputation. Consequently, the world considers the Spirit Suppression Pavilion to be the strongest force under the headquarters. Yet according to intelligence from the net, the Evil Emperor Organization is more terrifying and powerful. Indeed, it can be said to rival the headquarters in true significance." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression grew serious as he replied in astonishment. "Are you implying that there are several Emperor-level spirit manipulators within the Evil Emperor Organization?" Zhao Ju nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. This organization is shrouded in mystery and immense strength. No prey marked by them has ever escaped. In the past, they have easily assassinated saint-level spirit manipulators." Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The more formidable the enemy, the more exhilarated he became. He settled onto the sofa and looked at Zhao Ju. "Continue. They claim that none of their prey can escape, and even abroad, they have their own distribution of power, which is exceedingly frightening. Master Qin, if they set their sights on you, I fear." Zhao Ju's expression reflected his concern. At this, Qin Ming's brow twitched slightly, an enigmatic glow filling his eyes. "This is intriguing. In that case, let us observe just how formidable this so-called Evil Emperor Organization truly is." Qin Ming felt no fear. His guardian spirit was none other than the first Emperor of Qin, and he would not lose his grace or unparalleled charm. Seeing this, Zhao Ju, influenced by Qin Ming's demeanor, ceased his worries. 10 minutes later, Ling Yin emerged with a somber expression, wiping her fair hands with a towel. Upon glancing at her, Qin Ming intuitively understood the outcome. "Master Qin, I apologize for disappointing you." Ling Yin sighed lightly, displaying a sense of guilt. "Not at all. It seems this Evil Emperor Organization is indeed formidable, capable of subjecting this individual to the torments of hell without him daring to divulge a single secret. Indeed, otherwise there would be no shortage of information regarding the Evil Emperor Organization in this world." Zhao Ju added with a wry smile, patting Ling Yin's shoulder to convey that she need not dwell on the matter. Ling Yin forced a smile, yet her heart remained unsettled. It was the first time she felt her methods were utterly ineffective. "Make the call and inform Councilman Yang to come and meet us," Qin Ming instructed. Zhao Ju promptly used the suite's phone to connect to the service platform, reaching Yang Fan's office. Shortly thereafter, Yang Fan personally arrived outside Qin Ming's suite, his expression grave. After instructing his attendants to wait in place, he entered Qin Ming's suite. "Councilman Yang, it is a pleasure to see you again." Qin Ming reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs with a smile as he greeted the room. Senator Yang scanned his surroundings, yet he failed to discern the presence of the traitor Qin Ming had mentioned. His nostrils flared slightly, catching a whiff of a strong metallic scent, and his gaze shifted towards the bathroom, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Qin Ming, what is going on? How did you ascertain that this person is a traitor?" Yang Fan inquired directly, a hint of concern evident in his voice. Fearing that Qin Ming might be acting out of personal vendetta. "He drugged my meal.
Naturally, I could sense it. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's expression darkened, his demeanor turning grave. To dare disrupt the order at the headquarters training base was a flagrant challenge to the established rules and a violation of its dignity. You must have interrogated this individual. Did you uncover any useful information? Yang Fan seated himself on a nearby sofa, his countenance troubled. As the head of the headquarters training base, such a lapse was his direct responsibility, and especially concerning Qin Ming, he could not afford to be negligent. He is likely affiliated with the evil Emperor organization. Beyond that, I have obtained no further intelligence. Senator Yang, please elaborate on the evil Emperor organization. As these words left his lips, Yang Fan's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. Regaining his composure, he turned to Qin Ming, asking earnestly, "Are you certain there is no mistake? Is it truly that organization?" "I have no reason to deceive you, Senator Yang. The infiltration of the evil Emperor organization here is a result of your oversight. As recompense, it is not unreasonable for you to share the information the headquarters possesses regarding this organization," Qin Ming asserted, sitting upright, his black and white eyes enveloped in a chilling demeanor that brooked no argument. Senator Yang furrowed his brow deeply, lowering his head, fully aware of the implications of this matter. Finally, he looked at Qin Ming and promised, "I will take this person with me. I do not know how you came by the name of the evil Emperor organization, but information about it is scarce and classified. I am not authorized to disclose it without consulting the speaker. Allow me one day to provide you with a satisfactory response. Is that acceptable?" Observing the sincerity in Yang's demeanor, Qin Ming felt it unnecessary to press him further. "Very well, I trust you." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan inwardly sighed in relief, genuinely fearing that Qin Ming might be unreasonable. "Thank you. I shall take my leave now. In the future, I will personally oversee your meals to prevent any such incidents from occurring." With that, Yang Fan proceeded towards the bathroom. The moment he entered and beheld the man's pitiful state, even Yang Fan could not suppress a shiver. The individual was in such a condition that he barely resembled a human, save for the fact that he was still breathing. Yang Fan had intended to carry the man himself, but after glancing at him, he found himself at a loss. Observing Yang Fan emerge empty-handed, Qin Ming expressed his surprise. "What? You do not wish to take him?" Yang Fan's gaze towards Qin Ming was peculiar. He truly found it strange that Qin Ming could be so cruel, turning a man into a wretched semblance of humanity. Lin Yin, feeling a bit embarrassed, interjected, "Perhaps Senator Yang feels unable to handle the situation." Qin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at Lin Yin and instantly comprehending. Yang Fan said no more, instructing his subordinates to package the man for removal. As they departed, it was evident that two of the attendants appeared pale, on the verge of retching. "Qin Ming, I bid you farewell." After exchanging a brief greeting, Yang Fan departed the room without a backward glance, unable to endure the acrid scent of blood that permeated the air. Qin Ming narrowed his enigmatic gaze, appraising Lin Yin with an inscrutable expression. Lin Yin offered an obsequious smile, feeling distinctly uncomfortable under Qin Ming's scrutiny. "You've performed adequately, but ensure the room is thoroughly cleaned. It would be prudent to maintain a greater distance from such affairs in the future," Qin Ming remarked nonchalantly, devoid of any aversion. "In this world rife with treachery and the survival of the fittest, it is either your demise or mine. The means by which one survives are inconsequential. The essence lies in living." Once Qin Ming exited the chamber, Lin Yin adopted a pitiable demeanor and turned to Gaozu. "My lord, this is too revolting. You ought to handle it yourself." Gaozu shivered at the peculiarities of his subordinate and hastily retreated to his quarters, leaving the disgruntled Lin Yin to tidy up the room alone. Chapter 86. The headache of the speaker after a night of cultivation, with the dawn's early light breaking. Qin Ming slowly opened his blood-red eyes, radiating an extraordinary brilliance in the dimly lit room. As his gaze flickered, his blood-red eyes faded, returning to their black and white depths. Qin Ming glanced at his own form, gently manipulating the void with his hand. In an instant, the void seemed to take on a physical presence, distorting and emitting a crackling sound. "The transformation of my body is truly astonishing, growing ever more powerful. Yet, as I gaze upon the unchanging expanse of the Nine-Nether Sea, vast and boundless. It is hard for me to fathom the terror that would ensue should I harness the full might of the Nine-Nether Sea. Before long, Zhao Ju and another came to knock at the door, reminding Qin Ming that it was time for breakfast. Today, the one delivering the meal was an imperial spirit master, clearly a reminder of yesterday's events, etched in Yang Fan's memory. Simultaneously, the man handed Qin Ming a dossier. Director Qin, this contains all the information regarding the evil emperor organization. Please review it. After the man departed, Qin Ming opened the dossier, a subtle ripple appearing in his profound gaze, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Zhao Ju and Ling Yin looked on with curiosity, but dared not overstep their bounds. Moments later, Qin Ming tossed the dossier to the two. From the documents, Qin Ming learned that the so-called evil emperor organization was, in fact, a powerful force formed by several imperial spirit masters. However, the details regarding its leadership, headquarters, and operations remained shrouded in mystery. One thing, however, was abundantly clear. The evil emperor organization was far from benevolent, engaging solely in self-serving and harmful actions that had significantly impacted Huaxia. Many of the tumultuous events that had transpired in Huaxia bore the shadow of the evil emperor organization. What was most infuriating was the organization's collusion with foreign spirit master factions. These individuals, in their pursuit of profit, have shamefully forgotten their ancestors. It is despicable, loathsome, and deserving of death. Zhao Ju slammed the dossier onto the table in outrage, utterly disdainful of the nature of the evil emperor organization. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, indeed a figure feared as the master of the web, indifferent to life, he would never betray his country. Such an act would be an affront to his ancestors, a betrayal of the Yin and Huang bloodline. Qin Ming's gaze remained calm, with a flicker of light in his depths as his fingers gently tapped the table. The evil emperor organization may engage in internal strife, but traitors must be executed. His guardian spirit, the illustrious ancestral dragon, would never permit the existence of traitors. For reasons both emotional and rational, Qin Ming would not allow the evil emperor organization to corrupt Huaxia's 9 provinces. It seems that even if the evil emperor organization does not seek me out, our fates are now irreversibly intertwined. Qin Ming spoke softly, his tone chillingly cold. He could even faintly sense the dissatisfaction emanating from the slumbering figure atop the Black Mountain. In life, the first emperor had vowed to expel foreign invaders and unify Huaxia, striving for a harmonious world. How could he allow these rats lurking in the shadows to persist? Zhao Ju, immediately issue a command to the web. Search with all your might for information regarding the evil emperor organization. Since they wish to play, I shall indulge them. A cold indifference and disdain flickered across Qin Ming's brow. He harbored both personal grievances and national resentment towards the evil emperor organization. Zhao Ju nodded respectfully and said, "Rest assured, Master Qin, even if we cannot locate the base of the evil emperor organization, identifying some of its branch influences will not prove difficult. However, you must exercise utmost caution. These individuals have infiltrated the headquarters, and it is highly likely that some ancient families or even members of the headquarters are under their control. Although the reason the evil emperor organization has set its sights on you remains unclear, one must not be careless." As Qin Ming calmly consumed his breakfast, he replied, After finishing his meal, he proceeded to the small courtyard classroom to continue his daily lessons. Though these courses held little significance for him, he decided to partake in the festivities. Today's classroom was as it always was, with the same individuals in charge, including Shangguani. Today, she donned a light blue gown and subtle makeup, captivating many with her enchanting appearance, reminiscent of a dream lover. However, the iron-fisted methods she displayed yesterday left the others feeling apprehensive, causing them to refrain from gazing at her too long. Shangguani approached the podium, casting a glance at the nonchalant Qin Ming, inwardly huffing with pride as she continued with the day's lesson. She began by questioning the students on the results of their studies from the previous day, before instructing them on how spirit masters could better summon their guardian spirits, cultivate rapport with them, and understand the causal connection between host and guardian spirit, among other theoretical knowledge. Qin Ming listened quietly, recognizing that Shangguan Yi's wealth of knowledge was indeed substantial and not merely superficial. Of course, most of the content she expounded upon was inconsequential and did not involve any secrets. At least for Qin Ming, some of it felt tasteless, yet regrettably wasteful to dismiss. Unaware of what Shangguan Yi had experienced the previous day, she did not pay special attention to Qin Ming today, and their interactions remained relatively harmonious. Meanwhile, in Yang Fan's office, he stood respectfully before his desk while the speaker of the headquarters occupied his chair. After listening to Yang Fan's report, the speaker rubbed his forehead in exasperation. How could the evil emperor organization have set its sights on this young man? This is troublesome. Yang Fan's expression mirrored his seriousness. For the evil emperor organization was notorious for leaving no survivors among those it targeted. Could it be that certain ancient families are colluding with the evil emperor organization, paying them handsomely to take action? Yang Fan suggested. The speaker shook his head in denial. Impossible. The evil emperor organization is not a mercenary group. They are not to be used by the ancient families. However, it is conceivable that they have infiltrated these families. Keep a close watch on those families, and report to me immediately if there are any signs of disturbance. Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked his eyes as he softly exclaimed, "Might the video of Qin Ming's battle with Lu Tianjun be the handiwork of the evil emperor organization, intentionally revealing Qin Ming's strength to sow discord between him and the headquarters, making the headquarters wary of him, even apprehensive enough to take action against him?" Upon hearing this, the speaker chuckled softly and shook his head once more, his gaze deep and knowing, as if he held the reins of everything, confidently declaring, "It is improbable. I have a fair understanding of the source of that video. The individual in question possesses both virtuous and nefarious traits. Yet it is utterly inconceivable that he would conspire with a traitor, rest assured. However, it is likely that the evil emperor organization has deduced the identity of Qin Ming's guardian spirit. Otherwise, they would not have dared to take action. Within the imperial city, the influence of the evil emperor organization is not as formidable, and Qin Ming remains relatively safe. Yet, should he venture beyond the city, it could very well lead to another bloody conflict." The speaker sighed deeply, genuinely reluctant to assume the burdensome role of headquarters leader, overseeing the myriad trivialities that accompany such a position. Yet, should he decline this role, there would be no suitable candidate, which would spell disaster for the entirety of Huaxia. As a decision-maker, he had no choice but to endure. But Qin Ming is a remarkably shrewd individual. Even an imperial great spirit master would likely find it challenging to contend with him, so there is no need for excessive concern. After all, that esteemed being would not passively witness any harm befall their representative, and would merely allow him to endure some hardships. The speaker murmured softly, his figure gradually dissipating within Yang Fan's office. Chapter 87. The Four Young Masters of the Imperial Capital 1 week later. The headquarters training program welcomed its only day of respite. On this day, all the heads participating in the training were granted leave from the training base, allowing them to venture into the bustling urban expanse of the imperial capital for relaxation. "Master Qin, the headquarters training base is dreadfully dull. Since you have a day off today, why not take a stroll? I have yet to fully explore the most prosperous and thriving city in Huaxia," Lin Xinyu implored, having spent all day confined in the suite, nearly suffocating from boredom. At that moment, Gaozu approached, his expression somewhat peculiar. Qin Ming gently pushed Lin Xinyu, who was playfully leaning against him, aside and inquired of Gaozu, "What brings you here?" Gaozu cleared his throat, his face a tapestry of strange emotions, torn between laughter and incredulity. "Master Qin, the organization has received a contract for an assassination." "Oh." Qin Ming straightened, his gaze flickering with interest. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled lightly. "Your expression is so odd. Let me guess, the target is me?" "Precisely," Gaozu confirmed. At this revelation, Lin Yin could no longer contain herself, erupting into peals of laughter, her melodious giggles echoing throughout the room. The notion of having the organization target its own master was indeed absurd. "Master Qin, can you guess who is behind this?" Gaozu shot a glare at Lin Yin before turning back to Qin Ming. offering a sycophantic smile. Leaning back against the sofa, Qin Ming chuckled softly. The Wu family? Indeed. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. The Wu family was truly treading a path of self-destruction, straying further away from reason. To hire an assassin to eliminate him, Qin Ming, was akin to courting annihilation. Ling Yan informed Gongsun Xiao into Qian City to remain on high alert for a potential ambush from the Wu family. Should they dare to strike into Qian City, we shall show no mercy, he commanded in a chilling tone. Ling Yan immediately ceased her playful demeanor, nodding as she dialed the number to notify the Qian City. Master Qin, how shall we deal with the Wu family? Zhao Ju asked, glancing at Qin Ming. Accept the contract, but delay action. Let us play with them for now. After the training concludes, we shall settle accounts. Preserve evidence to avoid any future slander, for our Qian City holds civility and reason in high regard, and we shall not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Qin Ming replied, his pupils shimmering with a menacing light, his tone calm and measured. Rising from his seat, he turned to the meticulously adorned Ling Yan and said, let us go for a stroll, as you wish. At his words, Ling Yan's face brightened with delight, for shopping was an intrinsic joy for every woman. Absolutely, Master Qin, she exclaimed, her smile radiant as she took his arm and led him out of the room. Seeing this, Zhao Ju expressed his concern. Master Qin, perhaps I should accompany you. The imperial capital is a place of intrigue, with many eyes upon you. It may not be safe. Ling Yan shot Zhao Ju a glare, perceiving him as an unwelcome third wheel. Zhao Ju shrugged, unfazed by her audacity, as his intentions were solely for Qin Ming's safety. Unperturbed, Qin Ming continued towards the exit, his voice calm. It matters not, with the headquarters backing us. They cannot stir any significant turmoil. Yet, I would rather these clowns reveal themselves, so I may not have to hunt them down one by one, which would be quite the hassle. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Zhao Ju revealed a faint smile. How inscrutable they are. Outside the training base, Ling Yan had already arranged for a crimson sports car. Master Qin, this is purchased with my salary and does not involve any fund from the Qian City. She hastily explained, feeling the weight of Qin Ming's gaze. Qin Ming merely shook his head, casually settling into the passenger seat. No matter, in this world, what I lack the least is wealth. If you require anything, simply inform Gongsun Xiao. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy and tenderness as she approached the driver's seat, expressing her gratitude with a smile. Thank you, Master Qin. Before long, the two arrive at the most bustling area of the capital, the Tianfu Jing Cultural Street. This location is a convergence of the most prosperous and thriving shopping centers in Huaxia, where encountering even a single individual could reveal a fortune in the billions. In this land of precious real estate, decadence and luxury are displayed in their entirety, infused with a sense of advanced technology and modernity, nearly achieving a fully intelligent era. As they emerged from the parking garage, military-clad spirit users were commonplace. Among them, the most eye-catching were stunning women adorned in extravagant attire, revealing ample portions of their fair skin, often accompanied by affluent young heirs and dignitaries. Ling Yan's presence inevitably caused a stir. Her beauty rivaled that of the leading actresses in contemporary Huaxia. Coupled with her unique aura and exquisite appearance, she drew lustful glances from numerous married women. Indeed, it is an era where power and wealth reign supreme. Qin Ming maintained a calm demeanor. For the life he once dared not aspire to now held no allure for him. Only strength remained his singular pursuit. Power, wealth, and indulgent pleasures were merely byproducts of the might he sought. Master Qin, shall we dine first and then stroll around? Ling Yan suggested. As you wish, he replied nonchalantly. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in an upscale restaurant where the average expenditure exceeded 10,000. Once seated, Ling Yan ordered an extravagant feast that totaled over 500,000, an indulgence that felt excessive even to her, considering it represented half a month's salary. For Qin Ming, however, this was but a trivial matter. Not only was the entire web under his command, with assets surpassing $1 trillion, but even the Qian City boasted liquid funds in the hundreds of billions. With additional subsidies from headquarters, financial constraints were far from his concern.
At that moment, several dignitaries cast lingering glances at Ling Yin, as if to suggest, "Come with me, and you shall want for nothing." Yet, she disregarded them. Such insignificant beings held no merit to be compared with Qin Ming. Just then, a figure approached their table, followed closely by a formidable spirit user. The young man reached their table and, omitting any acknowledgement of Qin Ming, directed his gaze toward Ling Yin, flashing a warm and confident smile. "Miss, may I invite you to share a delightful evening?" Without raising her head, Ling Yin coldly replied, "Leave." The young man, unfazed, found excitement in the challenge. The more willful the woman, the more thrilling the conquest. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Kuo of the illustrious Zhao family, one of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital." Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, gasps of disbelief echoing around. The Zhao family, one of the ancient noble houses, is indeed renowned for its science, and the 4 young masters of the imperial capital are notorious for their debauchery. Their chosen prey invariably ensnared in their grasp. Alas, such a breathtaking beauty is destined for ruin. As Ling Yan's enchanting eyes fluttered momentarily, lifting her delicate visage, even Zhao Kuo, a man accustomed to the allure of countless women, found himself utterly mesmerized. Soon after, a surge of lust surged within him, vowing to possess Ling Yin and witness her breathless allure. "Are you Zhao Kuo? Do you know Wu He?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Kuo furrowed his brow in confusion, yet replied, "Indeed, I am one of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital, and Wu He is a close friend of mine, who in the capital does not know him." At this revelation, Ling Yin let out a soft, melodious laugh, her beauty captivating enough to ensnare Zhao Kuo completely. He swore, despite his many conquests, he had never encountered a woman who so profoundly stirred his heart. Chapter 88. The silent crowd. Ling Yin disregarded Zhao Kuo's aggressive gaze, instead directing her attention to Qin Ming, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Lord Qin, this fellow is one of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital, on par with Wu He." Qin Ming, with his head lowered, showed no interest in engaging with Ling Yin, indulging instead in his meal with unrestrained delight. To the onlookers, this appearance suggested that Qin Ming feared the 4 young masters of the imperial capital, unwilling to defend the lady's honor, thus appearing exceedingly cowardly. Ling Yin, now intrigued, turned her teasing gaze towards Zhao Kuo and inquired, "Young Master Zhao, do you know where Wu He is these days?" At this remark, Zhao Kuo's expression shifted slightly. Was this not an unwise topic to broach? Everyone was aware of Wu He's misfortune, having been slain by a mere city official. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that he had not been assigned to the Qian city, but was instead at home, enjoying a leisurely life. "What do you mean? Wu He's unfortunate demise at the hands of an insignificant insect is common knowledge. Are you implying to insult me?" Zhao Kuo's countenance darkened. Today, he was determined to consume more of the potent pills, ensuring that this woman would pay dearly, her cries echoing in agony. "Insect? How absurd! If he is but an insect, why did the Wu family not eliminate him? Is it not due to their fear?" The 4 young masters of the imperial capital. Immediatist. Ling Yin's unrestrained mockery ignited Zhao Kuo's fury. He, a distinguished young master of the Zhao family, one of the 4 young masters, had never endured such humiliation. "Very well, you have successfully incited my wrath. In the imperial capital, do you truly believe your feeble boyfriend can protect you? Take her away to the Zhao family hotel. I shall teach this arrogant woman a lesson." Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man behind him stirred, stepping forward with a terrifying aura of an A-class spirit master, an imposing presence far beyond Ling Yan's capabilities. At that moment, Qin Ming drained the remaining wine from his glass, slowly lifting his head and stating calmly, "I have finished. Let us depart." "At your command, Lord Qin." Witnessing the 2 disregard him, Zhao Kuo erupted in anger, bellowing, "Seize her! Kill the man!" As the middle-aged man prepared to act, he suddenly found himself frozen in place, struck by the piercing crimson gaze of Qin Ming. In that instant, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body stiffening, unable to move. "What are you doing?" "Seize her, ugh!" In a ghostly fashion, Qin Ming appeared before Zhao Kuo, his expression devoid of emotion as he grasped Zhao Kuo's throat. The four young masters of the imperial capital? Is it true that even you, a so-called master, relish in self-destruction? The chilling voice echoed in Zhao Kuo's ears, and he felt a tightening in his chest, as if he were suffocating. He could not comprehend why his guard, a formidable A-class spirit master, had not intervened, instead standing idly by, indifferent to this unfolding scene. Who are you? Do you realize the grave consequences of attacking the Zhao family? The middle-aged man regained his composure and spoke coldly, hesitating to act. At that moment, he felt regretful for allowing himself to be paralyzed by a mere glance from this individual. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming broke into a grin, and in the incredulous gaze of the middle-aged man, seized the knife and fork from the table, plunging them directly into Zhao Kuo's abdomen. In an instant, blood erupted forth, sending all the patrons of the restaurant into a frenzy of screams and chaos. Shortly thereafter, patrolling spirit practitioners were alerted, rushing into the dining establishment, encircling Qin Ming and Ling Yan. "Damn it, what are you doing?" Before the man could finish his sentence, Qin Ming once again drove a knife and fork into Zhao Kuo's stomach. TSK. How pitiful, like a dying insect struggling for life. Qin Ming shook his head, letting out a soft sigh, his expression tinged with an air of regret. The middle-aged man, gripped by terror, dared not continue his threats. He realized that this young man was a madman, a pervert, utterly devoid of reason. At that moment, the captain of the encircling patrol team swiftly approached the front. After inquiring about Qin Ming's identity, he received the name he dreaded most to confront. Internally lamenting, he could not fathom how Zhao Kuo could be so unfortunate as to provoke such a lawless individual. "Cough, I have met the Qin supervisor." Once these words were spoken, even the middle-aged man and Zhao Kuo, despite their ignorance, understood Qin Ming's identity. He was the infamous one who had killed Wu He of the Wu family and remained unscathed. His crimes were numerous, documented online, yet he had never faced retribution from headquarters. His name was listed among the most untouchable figures in the elite circles of the imperial capital. However, Zhao Kuo, one of the four young lords of the capital, had no time to memorize Qin Ming's visage. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of beauty. The middle-aged man's complexion changed drastically as he retreated a few steps, hastily dialing the Zhao family's number. He knew that Qin Ming's strength was that of a revered spirit practitioner, far beyond his capacity to contend with. The Zhao family had to intervene. As for Zhao Kuo, he had long since succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss and pain. Qin Ming regarded the captain of the patrol team with calm eyes, his tone as tranquil as a still pond. "Is there something you need?" The patrol captain gave a bitter laugh. "Could there be nothing? You are holding one of the four young lords of the capital. Supervisor Qin, please do not make this difficult for us. The headquarters will investigate and handle the conflict between you two, but for now, I kindly ask you to release Zhao Kuo, if you would." The captain spoke with an almost pleading tone, and as for taking action, he dared not against the harbinger of death that was Qin Ming. He had already instructed his subordinates to notify Yang Fan, urging him to address the situation personally. Qin Ming smiled faintly, and in the tense and anxious gazes of those around him, he slowly released his grip. In an instant, Zhao Kuo's limp body collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly lifted Zhao Kuo, shielding him protectively, fearful of Qin Ming's next move. Qin Ming wiped his hands with a napkin, carelessly tossing it onto the table, his hands slipping into his pockets as he said nonchalantly, "Naturally, I must give face to the headquarters. After all, I hold no mortal enmity with the Zhao family. Let us depart, Ling Yan." "As you command, Master Qin." Observing the two leave, the middle-aged man felt a surge of rage, but did not dare to obstruct Qin Ming. The patrol captain, witnessing this, helplessly spoke once more, "Supervisor Qin, as a party involved in this matter, could I trouble you to accompany us for a brief explanation?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming strode away with an air of confidence, calmly stating, "Have Councilman Yang come find me." As his words echoed, he and his companion vanished, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. The middle-aged man gazed at the barely breathing Zhao Kuo in his arms,
seething with rage. He turned to the patrol squad leader and bellowed, "What are you doing? How could you let him leave? Such a dangerous individual should be apprehended and eliminated." The patrol squad leader's expression darkened at these words, and he retorted with disdain. "When Director Qin was here, you dared not utter a single word. Now you have the audacity to bark at me. If you have a problem, take it up with headquarters, but do not point fingers at me." The patrol squad leader had long been displeased with the arrogant families, and with the recent news of headquarters cracking down on them, he felt emboldened. With a cold snort, he departed with his soldiers under the furious gaze of the middle-aged man. Chapter 89. Yang Fan's Deception. The speaker takes the blame after departing from the restaurant. Ling Yin cautiously trailed behind Qin Ming, resembling a wayward young bride, occasionally stealing glances at his back. After much hesitation, she quickened her pace to his side and spoke tentatively. "Master Qin, I hope you are not angry. It was never my intention. Possessing such a charming appearance inevitably leads to unintended troubles." Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged, eerily calm, his dark eyes occasionally glimmering with an enigmatic light. Hearing Ling Yan's words, he cast a fleeting glance her way and replied coolly, "It has nothing to do with you. It's merely the Zhao family. I have not given it much thought. These aristocratic families lurk in the shadows, and the waters of the capital are too still. It indeed requires some turbulence to disturb the placid surface." Upon hearing this, Ling Yin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Qin Ming's meaning. "As you said, your alluring appearance attracts trouble. Is this not the very first gust of turbulence?" A chilling smile crept upon Qin Ming's lips. Ling Yin could not help but shudder involuntarily, her expression one of disbelief as she exclaimed, "Master Qin, do you imply that all of this was within your anticipation? Or perhaps your purpose in coming to the city was to instigate turmoil in the capital? Thus, Zhao Kuo's appearance is not a mere coincidence, but rather a calculated move in your grand design? Astute. Your intellect is commendable," Qin Ming remarked with a light chuckle, offering a compliment. Yet, in response, Ling Yin felt no joy from the praise. Instead, an overwhelming sense of fear and reverence enveloped her. The idea of incorporating unexpected events into his plans was a terrifying notion that left her feeling anxious. She could scarcely discern whether every seemingly inconsequential act by Qin Ming was part of his intricate strategy. Come, let's not dwell on this any longer. What awaits us is the true excursion, an opportunity to unwind and relish the splendor of the capital. Qin Ming's voice jolted Ling Yin back to reality. She quickly linked her arm with his, choosing not to linger on her troubling thoughts. Ling Yin understood that as long as she firmly clung to Qin Ming, harboring no ulterior motives, she would remain safe in this era. In the Zhao family's estate, within an opulent mansion, dozens of individuals had gathered in a lavish chamber. On a soft couch, Zhao Kuo lay unconscious. Surrounding him were advanced medical equipment and 4 or 5 of the country's foremost doctors conducting examinations. After a brief interval, the attending physician rose and approached a man with a stern countenance, exhaling deeply as he shook his head. The injuries sustained by the young master, in theory, should not result in such unconsciousness. However, it is perplexing that he remains unresponsive. I find myself powerless to do more than sustain his vital signs. Upon hearing this, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Yi, erupted with fury akin to a lion, a terrifying aura emanating from him that caused the faces of those present to pale in shock. Qin Ming, once again it is you. A mere insect from the lower echelons, persistently provoking the ancient aristocracy of the capital, defying all reason and disregarding the law. Young Fen, as the head of this headquarters training, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, the Zhao family shall personally seek an account from Qin Ming. Zhao Yi's countenance was dark as he gazed at Yang Fan, who was nearby, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. Zhao Yi was indeed plagued by a headache. The reports from the patrol team captain indicated that Zhao Kuo had indeed coveted Qin Ming's woman first. Yet, Qin Ming's actions were excessively ruthless. He had the option to reveal his identity and intimidate Zhao Kuo, but chose the most extreme course of action instead. Yang Fan was genuinely baffled, pondering whether Qin Ming had lost his wits or if it was a premeditated act. He leaned towards the latter interpretation. After a moment's hesitation,
Yang Fan cleared his throat, expressing sympathy for Zhao Kuo's predicament while conveying understanding for Zhao Yi's sentiments. Subsequently, he resorted to politeness, warmth, and subtle maneuvering. Zhao Yi, I assure you I will provide a satisfactory resolution to this matter. Once the investigation is complete, if it is determined that Qin Ming is at fault, I shall see to it that he faces the tribunal of spiritual practitioners and receives due punishment from headquarters. Observing Yang Fan's earnest demeanor, Zhao Yi felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. His eyes turned icy, fury coursing through him as he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with a biting intensity. My dear grandson lies here. The truth is laid bare before you. Why are you not apprehending Qin Ming? What more is there to investigate? With a heavy sigh, Yang Fan feigned difficulty. Zhao Yi, it is not that I am unwilling. You know that Qin Ming is no ordinary city official. He possesses formidable strength and cannot be dealt with lightly. Furthermore, do you understand why the Wu family ultimately refrains from taking action against Qin Ming? At this, Zhao Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, Is it not because the speaker forbids it? Yang Fan glanced around cautiously, leading Zhao Yi to a secluded corner, speaking in hushed tones. You are mistaken. While Qin Ming is indeed powerful, he is merely a revered-level spiritual practitioner. Would the speaker really risk fostering resentment within the Wu family over one individual like Qin Ming? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi paused, a flicker of clarity igniting in his eyes, as he felt he was on the verge of uncovering a profound secret. Yang Fan, you make a valid point. Why would the speaker jeopardize relations with Wu Mu over a mere city official? Zhao Yi inquired softly, his mind wrestling with this long-standing confusion. Yang Fan surreptitiously scanned the surroundings, adopting a demeanor that suggested a fear of eavesdroppers, and insisted that this secret be kept between them. He lowered his voice, disclosing, There are rumors that Qin Ming is the illegitimate son of the speaker. Zhao Yi, his expression froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Yang Fan, who appeared utterly serious, momentarily rendered speechless. Everyone knew that the speaker had no children and had lived a solitary life. This sudden revelation left him in a state of shock. Do you doubt it? Consider this. Why would someone of the speaker's stature take such a special interest in Qin Ming? What makes Qin Ming a mere revered-level spiritual practitioner, immune to the ancient noble families? Thus, Yang Fan continued, This is not a matter of my unwillingness to assist you. I, too, find Qin Ming displeasing. Yet with the speaker's influence looming over us, I am powerless in this situation. I am in a quandary as well. He lamented, adopting an expression of genuine concern for Zhao Yi. Witnessing Yang Fan's earnestness, Zhao Yi felt a twinge of guilt arise within him, his gaze softening as he regarded Yang Fan. After a brief silence, Zhao Yi clasped his hands and spoke gently, expressing gratitude to Councilman Yang for the information. However, how did you come to know this secret? Zhao Yi inquired with a questioning gaze, his skepticism evident. Yang Fan leaned in, whispering softly, The speaker has tasked me with looking after Qin Ming, and naturally, I must share the reasons. Therefore, Councilman Zhao, please do not press me further. This matter is quite delicate. He patted Zhao Yi's shoulder, sighed, and departed. Observing Yang Fan's retreating figure, Zhao Yi's eyes shifted with uncertainty, lost in contemplation. The moment Yang Fan exited the room, his demeanor transformed, reverting to a calm and composed expression. Could the Zhao family be colluding with the evil emperor organization? He mused aloud, hastening away, for he needed to confer with the speaker. After all, the recent thorough investigation into the ancient families had indeed yielded unexpected results. Chapter 90, Theoretical Assessment. Revealing the truth after Yang Fan's departure, Zhao Yi cast a glance at Zhao Kuo, who lay unconscious on the bed, paused momentarily, and then turned away. Upon returning to his office, Zhao Yi summoned his trusted confidant, head of the family, informed that individual that the Zhao family is willing to cooperate in dealing with Qin Ming. At that time, we shall exert our utmost efforts. However, I hope the evil emperor organization will not forget its promises. Otherwise, do not blame the Zhao family for the dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's confidant's gaze darkened slightly. He said little, bowed respectfully,
and vanished from the office. Zhao, he sat alone in his office, his expression grim. The headquarters had begun to undermine the power of the ancient families, suppressing them at every turn. It seemed that remaining in the imperial capital was no longer viable. Zhao, he shook his head. Although reluctant to abandon the Zhao family's centuries-old foundation in the capital, if the headquarters sought to hold them accountable for their past misdeeds, it would surely plunge the Zhao family into an abyss from which recovery was impossible. Bang! As his thoughts grew increasingly agitated, Zhao, he slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth and muttering coldly to himself. The law of the jungle prevails. The ancient families have always been above ordinary people, possessing privileges that are only natural. This is a rule passed down since ancient times. Royalty and wealth are controlled by a select few. The headquarters' desire to consolidate power is laughable. With a steely gaze, Zhao, he had already made his resolution. As evening approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the mountains. Qin Ming and his companion returned to the headquarters training base. After Qin Ming alighted from the vehicle, he strode directly toward the base. Meanwhile, Lin Xinyu struggled with numerous shopping bags, unable to carry them all. Qin Ming turned to the patrolling soldiers and commanded, "Assist her with her belongings." A few soldiers paused momentarily, then, upon recognizing Qin Ming's face, hurriedly complied and proceeded to help her. Upon returning to the suite, Zhao Ju approached, looking somewhat troubled as he addressed Qin Ming. "Master Qin, why would you choose to offend one of the ancient families, the Zhao family?" Zhao Yi, the head of the Zhao family, is a member of the headquarters council, much like Wu Mu. This could pose some complications. Leaning back on the sofa, Qin Ming lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but a hidden one is difficult to defend against. They are all individuals with ulterior motives. If that is the case, why not stir the waters of the imperial capital and eliminate some refuse in advance?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ju, seated nearby, found himself increasingly bewildered by Qin Ming's thoughts and intentions. At that moment, Lin Xinyu called for the soldiers to bring in her numerous purchases. Greeting the two men, Lin Xinyu, like any ordinary woman, retreated to her room to savor the pleasures of shopping. Zhao Ju cast a helpless glance at Lin Xinyu and continued, "Master Qin, how can you be so certain that the headquarters will support you?" Qin Ming's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes shimmering with a glint of light as he spoke softly. "From the very beginning, the headquarters' stance has been clear. Otherwise, they would not have repeatedly tolerated my recklessness. Yang Fan's attitude towards me also reflects the headquarters' position. The counselor at the headquarters has likely been monitoring my every move." Zhao Ju was taken aback. "Master Qin, do you trust the headquarters so implicitly?" Qin Ming maintained his calm demeanor, a faint smile lingering on his face. "Certainly, for that individual truly dedicated to the prosperity of Huaxia, willing to sacrifice everything, even unto death. In the memories of a past life, the speaker of the headquarters spared no effort in opposing foreign invaders and confronting soul demons for the sake of Huaxia, embodying true selflessness. His guardian spirit is the emperor who established the glorious Tang dynasty and was honored with the title of Heavenly Khan. His might is so formidable that figures like Lu Tianjun are utterly incomparable, instilling great terror. It is precisely due to the illustrious era of the Tang dynasty, with its extraordinary national fortune, that the guardian spirit transformed from the Heavenly Khan stands as the pinnacle among imperial guardians. At least in the recollections of Qin Ming's past life, there are very few in all of Huaxia who could rival him." Noticing Zhao Ju's hesitation, Qin Ming understood his concerns about being deceived by others, leading to irreparable consequences. "Zhao Ju, rest assured, everything is within my expectations. There is no need for worry. I anticipate that it will not be long before the speaker of the headquarters will meet with me." Qin Ming's confidence left Zhao Ju momentarily speechless, prompting him to refrain from further commentary. Naturally, he trusted Qin Ming. Otherwise, he would not have pledged his allegiance. However, due to this, as Qin Ming's subordinate, he felt compelled to constantly remind him to avoid missteps, for in this era, they lack the capital for trial and error. "Understood, Master Qin. You may decide as you see fit. If there is a need for the web's assistance, do not hesitate to command."
The web shall continue to monitor the various forces across the world, serving as my ears, and further expand its influence, not limited to Huaxia, but also abroad. Regarding financial matters, feel free to approach Gongsun Xiao whenever necessary. I shall address it. Feeling Qin Ming's trust, Zhao Ju revealed a gratified smile and bowed deeply. Thank you for your trust, Master Qin. Time flowed like water, and soon 20 days had passed. The theoretical courses at the headquarters reached a conclusion, with a few unfortunate souls eliminated along the way, and the future remained unknown. In the final lesson, Shangguan Yi distributed the examination papers, conducting a last assessment for the remaining leaders. The assessment encompassed knowledge of spirit summoning, body refinement, and urban management. Qin Ming, however, dismissed it as mere formalities. Before long, the test concluded. Qin Ming inscribed a name and submitted a blank paper. Shangguan Yi observed this with a hint of disdain. Qin Ming responded with an indifferent demeanor. Should Shangguan Yi persist in her folly, he would not show mercy. As the test wrapped up, the expressions of the crowd varied as they exited the examination hall. At this moment, Li Quan and his companions approached, donning somewhat sycophantic smiles. Leader Qin, I noticed you submitted a blank paper. Are you not concerned about failing the assessment and losing your position as a leader? Qin Ming glanced at the three, contemplating briefly before formulating a response. He revealed a faint smile and chose to clarify. Do you truly believe that this training at the headquarters is solely to enhance the leader's abilities and management skills for better governance of the cities? Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily taken aback, their faces displaying confusion. Zhang Yin inquired, Leader Qin, do you mean to say? I would like to inquire, what is the standing of the city leaders in this era compared to the era of guardians? Upon hearing this, Li Quan blurted out, the secretary of the municipal committee, the head of the city. Qin Ming chuckled softly, shook his head, and continued to walk slowly, saying with a hint of indifference, You are all aware of the significance of this position. How could you think that the headquarters would entrust such roles to mere ordinary spirit practitioners? You are fortunate to have become A-level spirit practitioners. At the onset of this chaotic era, the headquarters was short-staffed and had no choice but to temporarily appoint you to suppress the disorder and manage the city. Now that the tumultuous situation in Huaxia has momentarily stabilized, how could such a crucial position remain in your hands? Even those in charge with the backing of ancient families. Many ineffectual ones have been stripped of their roles. What more for you? Thus, the list of new city leaders has long been predetermined. The training and assessment merely serve as a pretext. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, the three of them suddenly realized, their eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. Chapter 91. The cost of a wrong choice during their tenure as leaders. The three devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the reconstruction of the city and the restoration of order. Little did they anticipate such a conclusion. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The headquarters will not revoke all leadership positions. Perhaps, you may still find yourselves on the new list of city leaders. Qin Ming shifted his tone, offering a word of consolation. The three could only manage a wry smile, not dwelling too much on the matter. According to the announcement from headquarters, even if they were to lose their positions as city leaders, they could still enter the headquarters and assume minor leadership roles within the system, which was not insignificant. After all, such treatment was unimaginable before the era of the guardian spirits. Director Qin, are you not worried for yourself? Given your actions in Daqian City, Li Quan left his statement unfinished, as they believed Qin Ming should be the first among this batch of leaders to be dismissed or even held accountable by headquarters. To their surprise, Qin Ming had remained unscathed during this period. With a light chuckle, Qin Ming responded nonchalantly, The decisions of headquarters are of no concern to me. Why should I be overly invested? The three interpreted his demeanor as acceptance of fate, willing to be at the mercy of headquarters. Yet, Qin Ming's implication was clear. He did not care for the choices made by headquarters. Daqian City belonged to him, and none could take it away. Arriving at the elevator entrance of their residence, they found themselves on different floors. Qin Ming turned, his gaze shimmering with an inscrutable light, and said softly, Actually, you still have a choice. The three were taken aback. What choice could they possibly have in a matter decided by headquarters? Zhang Yin, taking the initiative, inquired Director Qin. What do you mean?
Please speak plainly. It is quite simple. I can advocate for you to retain your positions as city leaders. The condition is that you will henceforth bow only to me. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the three were completely stunned, their eyes reflecting disbelief. "Director Qin, do you have backing from headquarters? Even the heads of ancient clans serving as council members cannot escape their descendants losing leadership qualifications. Surely you do not claim to know the speaker?" Li Quan expressed his skepticism. "That is not of importance. You need only provide me with your answer, yes or no." Qin Ming replied, his smile unwavering and his voice soft. The three exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions: confusion, bewilderment, and shock. "Director Qin, your ambitions are excessive. You seek to dominate all 4 major cities. Headquarters will never agree to that." Zhou Mian shook his head in denial. They were not foolish. From Qin Ming's confident words and his unscathed status despite antagonizing council members, they surmised that he indeed had some connection to the speaker, and he was not deceiving them. Yet they also recognized that Qin Ming's aspirations had grown beyond merely controlling a single city. Qin Ming's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the three for a moment. Then he chuckled lightly, shook his head, and turned towards the opening elevator doors. "I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it seriously." With that, he strode into the elevator. Until the elevator departed, the three remained in a daze, standing silently in place. "How do you both perceive this situation?" At last, Li Quan was the first to voice his inner doubts. By the time he posed his question, he had already made a choice within himself. In this era, a city's leader is akin to a local lord, wielding power so vast that it incites fear. Yet, to relinquish such a position and return to headquarters, one might find that life as a leader is far more liberating and unencumbered. Zhou Mian pondered for a moment before he spoke. However, Zhang Yan's face reflected a deep inner conflict, and under the intense gaze of the two, he spoke with complexity. "Qin Ming is a man of profound cunning and formidable strength, utterly inscrutable. In his eyes, I perceive boundless ambition. He will not be satisfied with merely controlling one city, nor even 4. If my conjecture is correct, even if the headquarters dispatches other leaders to manage the Yun, Dachuan, and Daqing, they will inevitably fall under Qin Ming's control." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two changed drastically. Li Quan, feeling uneasy, hesitated before speaking. "Brothers Zhou and Zhang, perhaps we could report this matter to Counselor Yang. If we do so, we might earn significant merit and even secure our positions as leaders." As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhou Mian sharply admonished him, pulling Li Quan aside and cautiously surveying their surroundings before whispering, "Are you seeking your own demise? Who is Qin Ming? He is someone unafraid of the ancient families and likely has the speaker as his backing. His cunning is profound. If he dares to speak so boldly, he fears not our reporting. If you leak this information, even disregarding the fact that Qin Ming might remain unscathed, we will undoubtedly incur his wrath. Given his vindictive nature, death is a certainty. Li Quan, abandon these unrealistic thoughts, lest you drag us down with you." Upon hearing Zhou Mian's analysis, Li Quan felt as though awakening from a dream, drenched in cold sweat, his face pale with fear. Losing their positions as leaders would leave them reliant on their identities as spirit guardians, which could afford them a life of wealth and stability. However, provoking Qin Ming would surely lead to their demise. "I understand," Li Quan murmured, lowering his head, refraining from any further thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Yan interjected, "As for the dealings involving Qin Ming, consider it as if we have never heard of it. Such struggles among the powerful are beyond our involvement." Subsequently, the three ascended the elevator with utmost caution, returning to their respective rooms. Little did they know, a shadowy figure lurking nearby vanished after their departure. Meanwhile, in a room, Zhao Ju received a phone call. After hanging up, he approached Qin Ming and relayed the conversation of the three men verbatim. Leaning back on the sofa, Qin Ming remained expressionless, deep in thought. "Master Qin, since these three are unwilling to serve our interests," Zhao Ju began, "the terror of the net lies in its omnipresence, no matter the location." Hearing Zhao Ju's words, Qin Ming straightened in his seat and raised a hand to interrupt him. "There is no rush.
This headquarters plan targets the ancient families and those ineffectual leaders. These three are diligent and may very well retain their positions as leaders. Since they are reluctant to serve my purposes, they might as well become mere puppets, which is not without its own merits. Qin Ming's voice was eerily calm, sending a chill down the spine. Li Quan and his companions had chosen poorly. It would seem that they would need to trouble Huayuan for assistance. Simultaneously, in Counselor Yang's office, Shangguani pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Fan, her voice laced with indignation. Mr. Yang, what do you mean by this? Qin Ming has submitted a blank examination, and yet you allow him to pass the theoretical assessment? This is nothing short of favoritism. Yang Fan, displaying an expression of helplessness, truly wished to avoid engaging with such an arrogant woman, particularly one endowed with significant capabilities and powerful connections. The ancients remarked that it is difficult to manage both petty individuals and women, and at that moment, Yang Fan deeply resonated with this sentiment. Shangguan Yi, this decision comes from headquarters. It is not an act of protection on my part. I do not wield such authority to arbitrarily determine the position of the city as leadership. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yi's delicate features momentarily faltered, her brows knitting together as she inquired, "Are you implying that the quotas for elimination were predetermined? What, then, is the purpose of this assessment? Merely a formality?" Yang Fan rose, smiling as he nodded, no longer concealing the truth. "You are correct. It is merely a formality, intended to dismiss those who have proven ineffective in their roles." Chapter 92. The Onslaught. The long night strikes. Shangguani's expression was grim. She felt as though she had been played for a fool, ensnared in a web of deception. Despite her diligent preparations and earnest teaching, it all seemed to have been merely a fade. Very well, I may overlook this, but Qin Ming must forfeit his position of authority. This is my unwavering bottom line. At this moment, Shangguani's ire was solely directed at Qin Ming, whom she found exceedingly irksome. She could not abide his brazen demeanor, as if he feared nothing. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan's eyes twitched involuntarily. He could dismiss anyone, but not Qin Ming. "Shangguani, cease your foolishness. This is a decision made by the headquarters, not something you or I can alter at will." Yang Fan resolutely declined, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Very well, I shall have someone who wields authority come to speak with you," she retorted, her voice sharp as she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. In that instant, Yang Fan's demeanor shifted from calm to icy detachment. As a distinguished member of the headquarters and a top-tier spirit master, he had never before encountered such reproach. As the ancients said, a woman's folly can lead to calamity. "Shangguani, if you wish to create chaos, then you shall bear the consequences." With a disdainful snort, he chose to disregard the matter. In the imperial capital, various factions were stirring, all ignited by Qin Ming's presence, each plotting their own schemes. As twilight descended, the moon hung faintly in the sky, and a gentle breeze wafted in from the south, caressing the grand city of Daqian. Today, Daqian City, centered around Qin Ming's estate, had regained a semblance of its former splendor within a 10-mile radius. Under the moonlight, the neon lights shimmered, and towering skyscrapers stood tall. Daqian City was now divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city, a revitalized hub of prosperity, was a place where only those of certain status could afford to secure a foothold, often at great expense. Notably, esteemed families, such as the Yi family led by Yi Lingxing, relocated to the inner city, albeit at a steep price, most of their assets falling into Qin Ming's hands. To enter the inner city not only signified one's social standing, but also afforded protection under Qin Ming's spirit masters. Conversely, the outer city was constructed atop the remnants of past ruins, featuring makeshift accommodations that were exceedingly rudimentary. Transportation and basic amenities were severely lacking, and even access to water and food was not guaranteed. The outer city had come to be known as the slums. At the boundary between the inner and outer cities, steel fences were erected connected to high-voltage lines, with spirit masters stationed day and night, monitoring the area with hidden sentinels. Residents of the outer city, lacking proper documentation, were forbidden from entering the inner city, facing dire consequences otherwise. Many voiced their grievances online,
condemning Qin Ming for his inaction. However, any unrest was swiftly quelled, with those who dared to speak out disappearing without a trace. On the outskirts of Daqian City, countless puppet spirit masters remained vigilant, ever watchful of the outside world, ready to inform their leader of any disturbance. That night, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, stepping beyond the confines of Daqian City. The leading man's eyes glimmered with a cold, eerie light amidst the darkness. To think that dealing with a city devoid of leadership would require the mobilization of 3 esteemed spirit masters. It was exceedingly cautious indeed. Respected elder, I implore your assistance, for it is imperative to obliterate Qin Ming's stronghold, ensuring he comprehends that in this world, no mere elder can afford to be so audacious. The man beside him clasped his hands together, speaking softly. Indeed, it is a task entrusted to the evil Emperor organization, and to ensure absolute success, we must proceed thus. The 2 individuals flanking Elder Yin were also revered spirit manipulators. However, they appeared to be of lesser stature before the robust man in the center. This was not solely due to his formidable strength, but more so owing to his affiliation with the evil Emperor organization, the most enigmatic and powerful entity in Huaxia. Elder Yin nodded slightly, harboring great disdain, yet recognizing that he could not defy the organization's commands. The evil Emperor organization had issued a mission, requesting assistance from the Wu family to annihilate Qin Ming's base of operations. Upon seeing the reward of a staggering 100 million, and knowing they were to confront a city lacking a responsible guardian, he was naturally inclined to comply. The other 2 were elders of the Wu family, ranking second only to Wu Mu in their status among spirit manipulators. Their gazes turned icy as they focused on the inner city of Daqian. Provoking the Wu family and slaying its direct descendants was an unpardonable crime. Let us proceed, according to our intelligence. The strongest spirit manipulator remaining in Daqian City is merely of B rank. It would be overkill to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Elder Yin remarked with indifference. Before leaping down, his form moving with the swiftness of a specter towards the outskirts of Daqian City. The 2 Wu family elders exchanged a glance and followed suit, vanishing into the night. However, as the 3 figures entered the outer city, they stirred the hidden puppeteer spirit manipulators, and the news reached Brother Dao's ears. In the villa, Brother Dao, who had been leisurely playing mahjong, abruptly stood up, his expression shifting. Dragonda and Dragonair, along with Xiao Jio, looked at him with confusion. Brother Dao, what has transpired? Xiao Jio inquired. 3 uninvited guests have arrived, and they are quite formidable. It appears their target is the villa. Brother Dao pondered for a moment before activating the alarm. Shortly thereafter, Gongsun Xiao, Fan Xin, Li Changya, and others appeared in the room. What is happening? Gongsun Xiao asked. Brother Dao's gaze turned towards the outside, stating, the assault mentioned by Master Qin has commenced. It is likely aimed at the villa, intending to sever Master Qin's retreat and destroy his base. Li Changya took a sip of strong liquor, reclining on the sofa, and asked nonchalantly, can the puppeteer's spirit manipulators not withstand them? Regardless of how strong the attackers are, they would surely struggle against thousands of puppeteer spirit manipulators. Brother Dao shook his head in denial. They cannot hold them back. According to intel from the outer city and the monitoring footage, there are 3 assailants, likely of the titled spirit manipulator rank. As he spoke, Brother Dao's gaze fell upon Li Changya, the strongest among them. Without him to intercept the attackers, they would likely have to consider retreating and abandoning their position. Very well, it is time for action. I will ascertain their route and intercept them in the outer city. The construction of the inner city has required considerable effort. If it were to be destroyed, Master Qin would surely be distressed, Li Changye concluded, putting away his liquor flask. Belching, then stretching leisurely. I shall accompany you. If the situation becomes overwhelming, I can command 7,000 puppet spirit masters to surge forth and hold them at bay, proposed Brother Dao. Upon hearing this, Li Changye let out a light chuckle, a carefree and audacious expression gracing his face as he shook his head and replied, there is no need. For dealing with a city lacking a commanding presence, employing at most a respected spirit master suffices. Below the sanctified level, I harbor no fear. There is no cause for concern. As he spoke,
Li Changye's demeanor grew increasingly resolute. With a communication device adorning his ear, he leisurely made his way toward the window. As he approached, an ethereal sword intent enveloped him, crafting an absolute domain of blades. The glass before him shattered like fragile foam, instantly dissolving into nothingness. "Depart. Inform me of the intruder's position at any moment," he declared. With those words, Li Changye stepped forth into the void, his figure vanishing into the night. Riding upon the winds. Faintly, the sound of sword energy slicing through the air echoed in the distance. Chapter 93. The arrival of the sword immortal before them lay a path barred, urging them to pause. Several individuals observed the nonchalant departure of Li Changye, their expressions tinged with concern. After all, they were unaware of the true extent of his prowess and feared for his safety. "Brother Dao, be prepared at all times. Should Li Changye falter, immediately retreat with Huayuan and obliterate the entire estate, leaving no valuable remnants for the enemy," Gongsun Shao instructed, activating the surveillance feed to closely monitor the trio's trajectory. "Rest assured, I command the entire Puppet Spirit Master Legion. There will be no mishap," Brother Dao assured. Then turned to Shao Jiao, advising, "Quickly inform Lord Qin of the approaching Spirit Masters." Shao Jiao nodded, promptly dialing Qin Ming's number. Having just concluded his dinner, Qin Ming's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing Shao Jiao's name, he instinctively sensed a foreboding. "Lord Qin, Spirit Masters are on the offensive." Qin Ming fell silent for a moment before responding. "The intruders will not surpass the rank of a respected Spirit Master. Li Changye should be able to withstand them. If the situation becomes dire, retreat immediately and abandon Daqian City." "Understood." As the call ended, Zhao Ju and Ling Yan exchanged grave glances, grasping the implications of the conversation. "Lord Qin, it's nothing to worry about. It is likely the Wu family making a move. Apart from Wu Mu, no one can contend with Li Changye. So rest easy," Qin Ming reassured, maintaining his composure. As for the Luo network, aside from Zhao Ju, the others were not particularly adept in combat and lacked formidable spirit masters. Meanwhile, amidst the palpable tension, Li Changye leapt forth, alighting upon the towering ruins of the outer city. Beneath the cloak of night, the ground sparkled with scattered starlight, remnants of the impoverished dwellings of the outer city's denizens. Bathed in the hazy moonlight, three figures emitted a faint, ethereal glow as they approached the confines of the inner city. Suddenly, the leader, Nian Gang, halted and gestured for the other two esteemed spirit masters to stop. The trio's gazes converged upon a colossal ruin ahead. There stood a solitary figure, one hand casually resting behind him, eyes shimmering with starlight, observing them with an air of tranquility. Indeed, Daqian City is no ordinary place. Upon entering its domain, they discerned our presence, Nian Gang remarked, his demeanor unflinching. With confidence, he commanded his companions, "You two shall proceed to Qin Ming's estate and eliminate everyone associated with him, leaving not a single soul behind. As for this individual, allow me to confront him and ascertain whether the hidden masters of Daqian City possess the capability to impede my path." The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. "Very well, we leave this to Elder Nian." With that, they split apart, their forms darting like lightning, intent on circumventing Li Changye and charging towards the inner city. Li Changye remained composed and unperturbed. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the unkempt strands of hair that veiled his eyes and ears. As the two were about to slip past him on either side, Li Changye's eyes suddenly ignited with a terrifying sword intent, transforming into a palpable, white mist of sword energy that erupted from his pupils. With his hands poised like swords, he unleashed a decisive strike. In an instant, the night was illuminated by a radiant sword intent, the sword aura erupting like a long river, suddenly carving out boundaries from both sides and leaving a vast chasm in the path of the two. "Halt! You may not proceed any further," came a voice, as a tempest surrounded Li Changye, stirring up a great cloud of dust that resonated throughout the twilight. At this moment, Yin Gang and the two esteemed members of the Wu family gradually wore solemn expressions, their gazes drawn upwards to the figure of sword intent taking shape in the sky. Li Changye stood with one hand behind his back, stepping forth from the ruins of a tall building. The raging wind transforming into a ladder of clouds upon which he landed steadily. As he took another step, an overwhelming sword intent coalesced behind him, producing a resounding clang in the void, reminiscent of a surging river. The tidal wave of sword intent surged skyward, a dazzling light piercing the darkness. In that fleeting moment, the vicinity of 10 miles radiated with brilliance akin to a white night. All residents of Qin City, be they spirit manipulators or ordinary mortals, gazed upwards in astonishment. Gongsun Shao, Brother Dao, and others rushed to the windows, staring in disbelief at the figure enveloped in the white sword light. They had never witnessed Li Changye's true power before. In this moment, they grasped the meaning of a sword immortal among mortals. The vast and magnificent sword intent, even from a distance of several miles, was palpable as it swept past. It was the Qinglian sword immortal Li Taibai. Gongsun Shao could not contain his exclamation, finally comprehending why Li Changye held such a unique status within the mountain villa. Always appearing carefree, indulging in wine and wandering aimlessly, yet permitted by Qin Ming. At this moment, the overwhelming sword intent surged skyward, the sword radiance bursting forth with a resounding boom, piercing through the clouds above. The falling sword radiance converged into the silhouette of a sword immortal. This figure, with thick, flowing black hair dancing wildly in the void, shimmered with a brilliant, ethereal glow. Clad in white robes that billowed elegantly, it resonated in the air. In its right hand, a 3-foot green sword emerged amidst the intertwining brilliance of white light. The Tianjong figure hovered in the skies, exuding the presence of a sword immortal, free-spirited and untamed. In that moment, Yin Gang and the 3 others stood in 3 directions, their gazes filled with utmost gravity, shedding their earlier disdain and arrogance. This aura could only belong to the sword immortal Li Taibai. They had not anticipated that such a formidable host, chosen by the illustrious Li Taibai, would willingly shrink within a small city. Yin Gang coldly remarked, his voice laced with confusion. He could not fathom why a distinguished saint-level spirit manipulator would willingly serve under Qin Ming, guarding the Qin City. After all, with Li Changye's prowess, he could ascend to leadership in any faction he chose, although they were merely initial saint-level beings. The 3 esteemed ones were not without their means of resistance. Yin Gang stepped forward, roaring in defiance, opting not to flee. Suddenly, his soul energy erupted, enveloping the surroundings like a thick mist. Behind him, a general clad in Qing dynasty armor descended amidst the radiant glow, stirring up a tempest of dust. Though the 2 esteemed members of the Wu family felt a tremor of fear, they understood Yin Gang's intent. Their mission today was to confront the Qin City. They could not return empty-handed. Moreover, this represents the most opportune moment. Otherwise, once Qin Ming returns and allies with Li Changye, even the arrival of a saint-level spirit master would be unable to contend with the might of the Qin City. The 2 exchanged a glance from afar, subsequently summoning their respective guardian spirits. 2 initial-level guardian spirits descended with a thunderous roar, crashing onto the earth and causing it to tremble. Their guardian spirits stood at an impressive height of nearly 9 zhong, embodying the essence of initial-level protectors. Yin Gang's guardian spirit, however, was exceedingly formidable, reaching almost 10 zhong, marking it as a pinnacle existence among the ranks of the respected. The 3 revered guardian spirits all summoned weapons imbued with a profound spiritual aura, their gazes heavy with intensity, directed towards the figure of the sword immortal soaring in the sky, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill. Chapter 94. Renowned through the first battle at this moment, Li Changkong's eyes shimmered with an overwhelming sword intent as he gazed down at the 3 guardian spirits below. Today, let the world witness the unparalleled elegance of this sword immortal. Hearing this, Li Taibai offered a slight nod. His colossal figure shifted, riding the wind to land gracefully on the ground. Li Changkong alighted atop a tall building, his gaze fixed on the 3 spirit guardians. Vigilant against any potential assault on his true form, Li Taibai surveyed his surroundings, the aura of sword intent around him growing ever more intense and formidable. In the next instant, The sword intent erupted like a vast ocean, soaring skyward, transforming into an infinite array of assaults that scattered in all directions. The sounds of sword energy clashing with cold weapons resonated incessantly, echoing throughout the realm. In no time, the sword energy sliced through the ruins, leaving behind an indelible mark of sword intent. The three exalted guardian spirits exchanged glances, once again launching a united assault, each radiating a brilliant light amidst the darkness. With every motion, the void twisted, creating enormous ripples. Witnessing this, Li Taibai's carefree and audacious demeanor bore an air of arrogance, showing no sign of concern. As the guardians approached within mere meters, Li Taibai held his swords aloft, plunging them into the ground from a distance. In an instant, the earth erupted, light and shadow bursting forth, spreading over 1,000 meters. Brilliant sword beams erupted violently, intertwining to form a colossal azure lotus sword domain, gradually unfolding upon the ground. Within this domain, an endless surge of sword intent ascended towards the heavens, its sharpness so pronounced that even the void manifested dark fissures. The expressions of the three exalted guardian spirits shifted dramatically, their entire beings unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual power to counter the azure lotus sword domain. Li Taibai cast a cold glance, his expression indifferent. As the force rises, the sword shall extinguish. His chilling words reverberated throughout the cosmos, and in that moment, a fierce wind arose, tousling his long hair and white attire in a wild dance within the void. The azure lotus stirred, its power magnified, as the grand river of sword intent descended from the celestial heights, plunging downward to subdue the three exalted guardian spirits. In that fleeting moment, the guardians found themselves sinking, half kneeling upon the ground, desperately using their weapons to prop themselves up, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the three members of the Yin family turned ashen, their faces contorted in despair. They finally comprehended the vast chasm between the sacred and exalted levels, realizing that sheer numbers could not secure victory. Moreover, Li Taibai was renowned for his unparalleled offensive prowess, making him even more terrifying. If they could only restrain Li Taibai, their guardian spirits would surely overpower him. As they spoke, Yin Gang exuded a terrifying murderous intent, swiftly advancing towards Li Changkong's true form, taking advantage of the ruins. The two members of the Wu family,